Hacked Jabim's stubby fingers trembled as he tightened the last bolt on the navigation console. The acrid smell of ozone and machine oil filled his nostrils, a scent that had become all too familiar over the past 14 races. His large, round eyes darted nervously around the cramped bridge of the Broken Promise, taking in the worn panels and flickering displays that had been his world for what felt like an eternity. As he worked, unbidden memories of his sentencing flooded back. The harsh lights of the human courtroom, the incomprehensible rapid-fire speech of the judge, the confusion and terror as he realized the severity of his punishment. All for a simple theft, a desperate attempt to feed his starving family back on the Hibbard homeworld. One little mistake, Hacked muttered, his whiskers twitching in agitation. And now I'm here, about to risk my life for the 15th time for these humans' sick entertainment. A heavy hand landed on his shoulder, making him jump. Hacked looked up to see the weathered face of Captain Jeb Sheets looming over him. "You all right there?" Hacked Jeb's voice was gruff but not unkind. "We need you focused for this one. It's a big race." Hacked nodded, swallowing hard. "Yes, Captain. Just pre-race jitters, I suppose." Jeb's eyes softened slightly. "I know it's tough, especially after our last run. But we've got to push past it. This is race number 37 for me, and I'll be damned if it's not going to be our comeback." The human captain turned to address the rest of the alien crew scattered around the bridge. His voice rose, filled with a determination that Hacked couldn't help but admire, even if he didn't fully understand it. "Listen up, everyone. I know our last loss hit us hard. 12 wins in a row, only to have it snatched away at the finish line. But that's behind us now. Today we start our path to freedom anew." Hacked watched as his fellow crew members, a motley assortment of aliens from across the galaxy, perked up at Jeb's words. Even Killian, the perpetually dour human weapons officer, seemed to be paying attention. "The Kipling System's asteroid belt is no joke," Jeb continued, "but neither are we. We've faced worse and come out on top. Remember, every race we win is one step closer to home, one step closer to proving that we're more than just cannon fodder for their entertainment." A chorus of cheers and grunts of agreement rose from the crew. Hacked felt a tiny spark of hope ignite in his chest, despite his best efforts to smother it. He'd seen how hope could be crushed in this cruel game. Hacked Jeb called, snapping him back to attention. "How are we looking on nav systems?" "All green," Captain Hacked replied, double-checking his console. "I've plotted several potential routes through the belt, accounting for the sparse and dense regions." Jeb nodded approvingly. "Good work." "Killian, weapon status." The grizzled human grunted from his station. "Locked and loaded, Cap. Not that it'll make a difference. It never does." "That attitude won't fly today," Killian Jeb snapped. "I need everyone giving 110%. This could be the race that turns it all around." Killian muttered something under his breath, but didn't argue further. As the crew bustled around him, making last-minute preparations, Hacked couldn't help but marvel at the conflicting emotions swirling within him. Fear, resignation, and a tiny, persistent flame of hope that refused to be extinguished. He glanced at Jeb, standing tall and confident despite the weight of 36 previous races. Maybe, Hacked thought, his whiskers twitching thoughtfully, just maybe, this human's crazy dream isn't so impossible after all. The warning klaxon sounded, signaling 10 minutes until race start. The Broken Promise hummed to life around them, systems engaging one by one. As Hacked settled into his station, he allowed himself a small prayer to whatever cosmic forces might be listening. "Let us survive this race," he whispered. "And maybe, someday, let us be free." The Broken Promise drifted into position, a battered relic among dozens of other prisoner ships. Through the viewscreen, Hacked could see the glittering expanse of the Kipling System's asteroid belt stretching out before them. Distant chunks of rock tumbled slowly in the void, deceptively peaceful from afar. Jeb Sheets stood at the center of the bridge, his weathered hands gripping the command rail. "All stations, report in." "Navigation ready," Hacked chirped, trying to keep the tremor out of his voice. The weapons hot Killian grunted from his post. One by one, The alien crew members called out their readiness. Jeb nodded, satisfaction evident in his stern features. He took a deep breath, and Hacked recognized the telltale signs of an incoming speech. "Listen up," Crew Jeb began, his voice low but intense. "I know we're all still smarting from our last loss. 12 wins, gone in a flash. But that's the past, and this," he gestured to the asteroid field before them. "This is our future." Hacked felt his fur bristle with a mixture of fear and anticipation. He'd heard variations of this speech before, but something in Jeb's tone made him pay closer attention this time. "Each of you is here for different reasons. Some crimes petty, some not. But out there in that field of rock and vacuum, none of that matters. What matters is that we're a team. We're the crew of the Broken Promise, and today we're going to start our journey back to freedom." A ripple of murmurs passed through the alien crew. Hacked caught sight of Killian rolling his eyes, but even the cynical gunner seemed to be listening intently. "Remember," Jeb continued, his voice rising, "every race we survive is a victory against those who put us here. Every ship we outmaneuver, every asteroid we dodge, every finish line we cross, it's all one step closer to home, to our families, to our lives." Hacked felt a lump forming in his throat. He thought of his own family back on the Hibbert homeworld, wondering if they still remembered him, still hoped for his return. He saw similar emotions reflected in the eyes of his fellow crew members. "So when that starting signal flares, I want every one of you giving everything you've got. Because we're not just racing for our lives today. We're racing for our freedom, for our dignity, and for every poor soul who's been sentenced to this hell. Are you with me?" A chorus of cheers erupted from the crew. Even Killian managed a gruff eye. Captain Hacked found himself swept up in the moment, his squeaky voice joining the affirmations. As the cheers died down, a booming voice filled the Bridge the Race announcer, broadcasting to all ships and the untold millions watching across the galaxy. "Racers, prepare for the 8,457th Kipling asteroid run. The course is a full traversal of the belt, approximately 240 million miles. Last place finisher will be eliminated. Survivors may live to race another day. Victors move one step closer to potential freedom." Hacked shuddered at the casual way the announcer discussed their potential deaths. He glanced at Jeb, seeing the human's jaw clench in barely contained anger. "Remember, folks," the announcer continued, his voice dripping with false cheer, "these races are brought to you by the Galactic Corrections Department. Justice served at light speed." A low growl emanated from Killian's station. "Justice, my ass," the gunner muttered. "Cool it," Killian Jeb warned, though Hacked could see the captain shared the sentiment. "Save that anger for the race." The final countdown began. Hack's paws flew over his console, bringing up the navigational data he'd prepared. He felt the ship's engines humming beneath him, building to a crescendo. 10 seconds to start, the announcer called out. 9, 8. Jeb gripped the command rail tighter. "Everyone ready? This is where we start our comeback." 7, 6, 5. Hack's whiskers twitched nervously. He stole a glance at the asteroid field looming before them. Somewhere in that chaos lay their path to victory or doom. 4, 3, 2. "For freedom," Jeb whispered, echoed by murmurs throughout the bridge. 1. Race start. The Broken Promise surged forward, joining the chaotic rush of ships plunging into the asteroid belt. As they crossed the starting line, Hacked felt the familiar mix of terror and exhilaration flood his system. Another race had begun. Another chance at survival. Another step on the long road to freedom. The Broken Promise lurched forward, its ancient engines roaring to life as it plunged into the asteroid belt alongside 24 other vessels. Hack's paws flew across his console, eyes darting between readouts and the main view screen. "Sparse field ahead," Captain Hacked called out, his voice high and tense. "Largest objects are approximately 500 meters in diameter, scattered about every 10,000 kilometers." Jeb nodded, his hands steady on the helm. "Good. We'll use the big ones for cover. Killian, keep an eye out for anyone trying to play dirty early." "Always do." Cap the grizzled gunner replied, his fingers hovering over the weapon's controls. The ship weaved through the void, smaller rocks pinging off its hull. Jeb's piloting was masterful, each movement precise and calculated. They passed the first large asteroid, using its bulk to shield them from view momentarily. "We're in 6th position," Hack reported, checking the race standings. "Weight incoming. Port side." A sleek, dark vessel suddenly appeared from behind the asteroid, on a collision course with the Broken Promise. Evasive maneuvers, Jeb barked, yanking the controls hard to starboard. The ship groaned in protest as it veered sharply away from the attacker. Killian didn't wait for orders. A burst of energy erupted from the Broken Promise's forward guns, forcing the enemy ship to break off its approach. "Lousy Centaurian tactics," Killian spat, always trying to ram in the early game. "Nice shooting," Jeb acknowledged. "Hacked, find us a path with more cover. We need to." His words were cut off as the ship shuddered violently. Alarms blared across the bridge. "A hit to our aft shields," one of the alien crew members called out. "We've lost 30% capacity." Jeb's face hardened. "Killian, return fire." "Hacked, I need options." Hack's mind raced as he scanned his instruments. "There's a cluster of medium-sized asteroids about 500,000 kilometers ahead. If we can reach it, we might lose them in the debris." "Do it," Jeb ordered, his hands dancing across the controls. The Broken Promise surged forward, its engines straining as it accelerated towards the asteroid cluster. The enemy ship pursued, firing intermittently. Killian returned fire, the exchange lighting up the void around them. As they neared the cluster, more ships came into view, the race leaders, navigating through the rocky maze. "We're catching up to the pack," Hack reported, a note of excitement creeping into his voice. "Currently in 4th place." A ghost of a smile flickered across Jeb's face. "Now we're talking." "All right, crew, this is where it gets tricky. Brace for tight maneuvering." The Broken Promise dove into the asteroid cluster, rocks of varying sizes whizzing past on all sides. Jeb's piloting was put to the test as he wove through the debris, simultaneously trying to gain position and shake off their pursuer. Hack felt his heart pounding in his chest, his tiny paws moving in a blur as he fed Jeb constant navigational data. The rest of the alien crew worked in tense silence, each focused intently on their tasks. A particularly large asteroid loomed ahead. Instead of going around, Jeb aimed straight for it. Captain Hack squeaked nervously. "Trust me," Jeb replied, his voice tight with concentration. At the last possible second, Jeb pulled up, skimming the surface of the asteroid. Their pursuer, caught off guard by the maneuver, clipped the rock and spun out of control. "Hey," Killian barked. "That's what you get, you Centaurian." "Language," Killian, Jeb admonished, but there was a hint of amusement in his tone. "Hacked, status report." Hacked quickly scanned his readouts. "We've moved into 3rd place, Captain. Shields are holding at 65%, and we've got a clear path ahead to the next sector." A cheer went up from the crew. Even Killian allowed himself a grudging nod of approval. Jeb took a deep breath, allowing himself a moment of satisfaction. "Well done, everyone. But don't get comfortable. We've got a long race ahead of us, and the real challenges are yet to come." As if to emphasize his point, the ship's long-range sensors began to light up. Ahead lay the dense zone of the asteroid belt, a chaotic maelstrom of rock and ice that would push the Broken Promise and its crew to their very limits. Hack gazed at the ominous readings, a shiver running down his spine. They had survived the first leg of the race, but he knew the true test was only just beginning. The Broken Promise hurtled towards the looming wall of asteroids that marked the beginning of the dense zone. Hack's eyes widened as he took in the chaotic swirl of rocks ahead, ranging from pebble-sized debris to planetoids larger than the ship itself. "Dense zone approaching," Captain Hack reported, his voice quavering slightly. "Asteroid density it's off the charts. I've never seen anything like this." Jeb's face was a mask of concentration as he studied the view screen. "All right, people, this is where we separate the racers from the space dust. Hacked, I need you to be my eyes. call out every potential collision course, no matter how small. "Aye," Captain Hacked squeaked, forcing himself to focus on his console. As they plunged into the dense zone, the difference was immediately apparent. Rocks of all sizes zipped past the view screen in a dizzying blur. The ship shuddered constantly from impacts with smaller debris. "Incoming cluster," portside Hacked called out. Jeb's hands flew across the controls, sending the broken promise into a tight spin. They threaded through a gap between two bus-sized asteroids with barely a meter to spare on either side. Shields holding at 62%, one of the alien crew members reported. "Minor hull breaches on decks 3 and 4, but auto repair systems are responding." Killian's gruff voice cut through the tension. "2 bogies on our tail. Looks like they're trying to use us as a battering ram." "Not today," Jeb growled. "Hacked, find me a nasty patch of rocks." "Killian, be ready to fire on my mark." Hacked scanned frantically, his whiskers twitching. "There's a dense cluster about 10,000 kilometers ahead. Lots of jagged edges, highly unstable." "Perfect," Jeb grinned, a predatory gleam in his eye. He gunned the engines, aiming straight for the deadly cluster. The pursuing ships followed, closing the gap. Just as they were about to overtake the broken promise, Jeb shouted, "Now, Killian." A barrage of fire erupted from the broken promise's aft weapons, not aimed at the pursuers, but at the asteroid cluster ahead. The impacts shattered the already unstable rocks, sending a wave of debris hurtling back towards them. Jeb waited until the last possible second before yanking the controls hard, sending their ship into a gut-wrenching dive. They scraped past the debris field with centimeters to spare. Their pursuers weren't so lucky. One ship was pummeled by the rock storm, spiraling out of control. The other managed to evade but fell far behind in the process. A ragged cheer went up from the crew. Even Hacked found himself squeaking in excitement. "Don't celebrate yet," Jeb cautioned, though a small smile played at the corners of his mouth. "We've still got a long way to go. Hacked, what's our position?" Hacked checked his readouts, his eyes widening in surprise. We're in second place, Captain. The lead ship is only 50,000 kilometers ahead." "Now that's more like it," Jeb nodded approvingly. "Let's see if we can close that gap. Killian, keep an eye out for any more uninvited guests. Everyone else, stay sharp. This dense zone is far from over." As if to emphasize his point, a massive asteroid suddenly loomed before them, easily 10 times the size of the broken promise. "Evasive action," Hacked cried out. Jeb didn't respond verbally. His hands became a blur on the controls as he sent the ship into a series of maneuvers that defied belief. The broken promise rolled, pitched, and yawed through a maze of smaller asteroids orbiting the giant rock, using their gravitational fields to slingshot past. As they cleared the massive asteroid, Hacked realized he had been holding his breath. He looked around the bridge and saw similar expressions of awe on the faces of his fellow alien crew members. Even Killian looked impressed. "How? How did you do that?" Hacked asked, unable to contain his amazement. Jeb shrugged, his eyes never leaving the view screen. Years of practice and a healthy dose of desperation. "Now let's see about catching that lead ship." As the broken promise pressed on through the dense zone, Hacked felt something shift within him. The constant fear that had been his companion since his sentencing was still there, but it was joined by something new, a growing sense of excitement, and dare he admit it, hope. For the first time, Hacked began to believe that maybe, just maybe, Jeb's dream of freedom wasn't so impossible after all. With a renewed sense of determination, he turned back to his console, ready to face whatever challenges the race might throw at them next. Hours had passed since the broken promise entered the dense zone of the Kipling asteroid belt. The initial adrenaline rush had long since faded, replaced by a bone-deep weariness that seemed to permeate the very air of the bridge. Hack's paws felt heavy on his console, his usually twitchy whiskers drooping with fatigue. He blinked hard, trying to focus on the stream of data flowing across his screen. A quick glance around the bridge showed similar signs of exhaustion on the faces of his fellow crew members. Even Jeb, who had been a pillar of energy and determination, showed signs of strain. His movements, while still precise, had lost some of their earlier fluidity. Dark circles had formed under his eyes, which remained fixed on the view screen with unwavering intensity. "Status report," Jeb called out, his voice slightly hoarse from hours of giving commands. "Still holding second place," Captain Hack reported, stifling a yawn. "Lead ship is about 30,000 kilometers ahead. Third place is..." He squinted at his console. "Sorry, third place is about 45,000 kilometers behind us." Killian grunted from his station. "Shields at 54%. We've taken a beating, but we're still in one piece, more or less." Jeb nodded, then seemed to notice the flagging energy of his crew. He was silent for a moment, then spoke up, his voice softer than usual. "You know, this reminds me of a time back home. I was maybe 10 years old, and there was this big storm coming." As Jeb began his story, Hack found himself drawn in despite his exhaustion. The human's voice painted a vivid picture of a young boy and his family preparing for a hurricane, boarding up windows and storing supplies. "And just when we thought we couldn't take any more, the eye of the storm passed over us," Jeb continued. "Everything went quiet. We stepped outside, and you could see stars in this perfect circle of clear sky, surrounded by the storm walls on all sides." Hack noticed the other aliens leaning in, captivated by the tale. Even Killian had turned from his console to listen. "That's where we are now," Jeb said, his eyes sweeping across the bridge. "We're in the eye of the storm. We've weathered the worst of it, and yeah, we're tired. But we're still here, still fighting. And when that storm wall hits us again, we'll be ready." A murmur of agreement rippled through the crew. Hack felt a renewed surge of energy, his whiskers perking up once more. Killian cleared his throat. "Nice story, Cap. But it doesn't change the fact that we're still stuck in this metal coffin, racing for the amusement of..." "We're racing for our freedom," Killian. Jeb cut him off, but not unkindly. "For a chance to see our families again. To feel solid ground beneath our feet. To live, not just survive." The grizzled gunner fell silent, a conflicted look crossing his face. Hack, emboldened by Jeb's words, spoke up. "Captain? If we do win our freedom, what's the first thing you'll do when you get home?" A soft smile played across Jeb's lips, his eyes taking on a distant look. "I'll hug my kids so tight they'll probably complain I'm squishing them. Then I'll kiss my wife like it's the first time all over again." He paused, chuckling softly. "And then I'll probably sleep for a week straight in a real bed." The bridge filled with laughter, the sound strange but welcome after so many hours of tense silence. Other crew members began to share their own dreams of freedom, their voices a mix of hope and longing. As Hack listened to his crewmates, he realized something had changed. They were no longer just a collection of convicted criminals thrown together by circumstance. Somewhere along the way, through the life and death struggles they'd faced together, they had become a team. A family of sorts. The moment was broken by a sudden blaring of alarms. Hack's console lit up with warning signals. "Captain," he called out, his voice high with renewed urgency. "Massive debris field ahead, and the lead ship. They're slowing down. I think they're in trouble." Jeb's posture straightened, all signs of fatigue vanishing in an instant. "Looks like the storm's picking up again, folks. Killian, charge weapons. Hacked, plot me a course through that debris. Everyone else, battle stations." As the crew leapt into action with newfound energy, Hack felt a curious mix of fear and excitement coursing through him. They were racing into danger once again, but this time it felt different. This time they were racing together, united in their hope for freedom. Hacked Jabim's whiskers twitched nervously as he made his way through the crowded pre-race staging area. All around him, aliens of various species bustled about, preparing for the upcoming race. The air was thick with tension and the acrid smell of engine fuel. 1 week. It had been just 1 week since the Broken Promise's historic shared victory, and already it felt like a lifetime ago. Hack's small paws clutched a datapad containing the specs for their next challenge, and he couldn't help but shudder as he reviewed the information for the 100th time. As he approached the Broken Promise's docking bay, Hack overheard snippets of conversation from a group of burly Thoraxian racers. Heard they helped another ship finish. Soft tactics, if you ask me, one growled. Won't last long out here with that attitude, another replied. This ain't no charity race. Hacked quickened his pace, his heart racing. The victory that had felt so triumphant a week ago now seemed to hang over them like a target. Inside the ship, the atmosphere was focused but tense. Captain Jeb Sheets stood at the center of the bridge, his weathered face set in grim determination as he addressed the crew. All right, people, listen up, Jeb began as Hack took his place at the navigation console. This race is unlike anything we've faced before. We're looking at a course that runs between two moons on opposite sides of a gas giant called HFY. Hack pulled up a holographic display of the course. The massive, swirling form of HFY dominated the image, its vibrant bands of color belying the deadly nature of its atmosphere. The course will take us through the outermost layers of HFY's atmosphere, Jeb continued, his voice grave. We're talking about intense gravity wells, turbulent storms, and atmospheric pressures that could crush this ship like an eggshell if we're not careful. A murmur of unease rippled through the alien crew. Killian, the gruff human gunner, spoke up. Cap, with all due respect, are we sure the Broken Promise can handle this? She ain't exactly a spring chicken. Jeb's eyes met Killian's, a flicker of understanding passing between the two humans. She'll hold together. She has to. Hack felt a lump form in his throat. He thought back to their last race, to the moment they decided to help the Stellar Streak instead of leaving them behind. It had felt right at the time, noble even. But now, facing this new, even more deadly challenge, doubt began to creep in. Captain Hack squeaked, surprised by his own boldness. I overheard some of the other racers talking. They think we're soft because of how we won the last race. Maybe we need to play harder this time. The bridge fell silent, all eyes turning to Jeb. The captain was quiet for a long moment, his gaze fixed on the swirling image of HFY. We're not here to win a popularity contest, Jeb finally said, his voice low but firm. We're here to win our freedom, but we're going to do it our way. If that means being soft, so be it. I'd rather be free with a clear conscience than win by becoming the monsters they think we are. Hack felt a swell of pride mixed with apprehension. Jeb's words were inspiring, but would they be enough to see them through the dangers ahead? As if reading his thoughts, Jeb continued, that said, this race is going to push us to our limits. We can't afford to take any unnecessary risks. Our priority is survival and crossing that finish line. Understood. A chorus of affirmatives echoed around the bridge. Even Killian nodded, a grudging respect evident in his eyes. Good, Jeb said, straightening up. Hacked, what's our starting position? Hacked quickly consulted his datapad. We're in slot 7, Captain. Middle of the pack. Jeb nodded. Not ideal, but we can work with it. Killian, make sure our defensive systems are at full capacity. I have a feeling we're going to need them. As the crew dispersed to make final preparations, Hacked remained at his station, staring at the ominous image of HFY. In just a few hours, they would be launching into that maelstrom, their lives hanging in the balance. A small part of him wished they had never won that first race, that they were back in the relative safety of obscurity. But as he looked around at his crewmates, his family, now he knew there was no going back. They were in this together, come what may. The race of their lives was about to begin, and Hack Jabeam, former petty thief turned reluctant racer, was determined to see it through to the end. For better or for worse, the Broken Promise was going to show the universe what they were made of. Hack's paws flew over his console as the final countdown began. Through the view screen, he could see the curved edge of the moon they were about to leave behind, and beyond it, the looming presence of HFY. The gas giant's swirling storms and vibrant bands seemed to taunt them, a beautiful but deadly challenge. Final systems check, Jeb called out, his voice steady despite the tension palpable in the air. Navigation ready, Hack reported, double-checking his calculations. Course plotted for optimal gravitational assist. Weapons hot and defensive systems at maximum, Killian added, his gruff voice tinged with anticipation. One by one, the rest of the crew confirmed their readiness. Hacked felt the ship humming beneath him, the broken promise seemingly as eager as they were to begin. 10 seconds to launch. The race controller's voice crackled over the comms. 9, 8. Jeb's hands tightened on the controls. Remember, people, we're not just racing the other ships. We're racing against Nex-5 itself. Stay sharp. 3, 2, 1. Launch. The broken promise shot forward, along with the 11 other ships in the race. Hacked felt the G-forces press him back into his seat as they accelerated away from the moon's surface. "We're in 7th position," Hacked called out, his eyes darting between his instruments and the view screen. "Nex-5's gravity is already affecting our trajectory." Jeb nodded, making minute adjustments to their course. "Good. Let's use it to our advantage. Plot a slingshot course around the moon's far side." Hacked quickly input the commands, and the broken promise veered sharply, skimming close to the moon's surface. The maneuver paid off as they rocketed out of the moon's shadow, now in 4th place. "Nice move," Cap Killian grunted approvingly. "We've got company, though. 2 ships closing fast on our stern." As if to emphasize Killian's warning, the ship shuddered as energy blasts struck their aft shields. "Evasive maneuvers," Jeb barked, sending the broken promise into a series of wild spins and jinks. "Killian, return fire, but aim for their engines. I want them slowed, not destroyed." "You're still too soft," Cap Killian muttered, but complied, sending precisely aimed shots back at their pursuers. Hack's whiskers twitched frantically as he worked to keep up with the rapid changes in their trajectory. The gas giant's pull was becoming stronger, subtly affecting every move they made. Captain Hacked squeaked, his voice high with alarm. "The lead ship, they're diving into Nex-5's upper atmosphere." Jeb's eyes narrowed as he studied the tactical display. Risky move. They're trying to use the atmosphere for cover and an extra speed boost. "Should we follow?" one of the alien crew members asked nervously. Jeb was silent for a moment, weighing their options. "Not yet. Let's see how it plays out for them first. Hacked, keep a close eye on their trajectory. Killian, be ready to take out anyone who tries to follow us too closely." The next few minutes were a blur of action. The broken promise wove through the debris field of a small asteroid that had been pulverized in the crossfire between 2 other ships. They narrowly avoided a collision with a daring racer attempting to cut across their bow. All the while, the ominous form of Nex-5 grew larger in their view screen, its gravitational pull becoming ever more insistent. Suddenly, Hack's console lit up with warnings. "Captain, the lead ship, they're in trouble." All eyes turned to the view screen. The ship that had dived into Nex-5's atmosphere was now tumbling end over end, clearly caught in one of the gas giant's powerful storms. "They're fighting the planet's rotation," Jeb observed grimly. "Rookie mistake. Hacked, plot us a course to scrape the top of the atmosphere. We'll use the planet's spin to slingshot us forward." As Hacked input the course corrections, he noticed something that made his blood run cold. "Captain," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "The ship in last place. They're not going to make it. Nex-5's gravity, it's pulling them in." The bridge fell silent as they all watched the trailing ship's desperate struggle against the gas giant's inexorable pull. For a moment, Hacked thought Jeb might order them to attempt a rescue, but the captain's face was a mask of grim determination. "There's nothing we can do for them," Jeb said softly. "Not without dooming ourselves as well. Remember their sacrifice, and let it fuel us to win this race and end this barbaric sport." With heavy hearts, the crew of the Broken Promise turned their focus back to the race. As they approached the roiling upper atmosphere of Nex-5, Hacked felt a mix of excitement and terror coursing through him. They were about to dive into the unknown, with no guarantee of survival. "Here we go, folks," Jeb announced, his hands steady on the controls. "Brace for atmospheric entry. Hacked, I'll need constant updates on our trajectory. One miscalculation, and we'll end up like our unfortunate friends." Hacked swallowed hard and nodded, his paws poised over his console. As the Broken Promise began to shudder with the first hints of atmospheric friction, he sent up a silent prayer to whatever cosmic forces might be listening. They were now in 3rd place, but with the most dangerous part of the race still ahead. The true test of the Broken Promise and her crew was about to begin. The Broken Promise shuddered violently as it pierced the outer layers of Nex 5's atmosphere. Hack's paws gripped his console tightly, his eyes wide as he struggled to make sense of the flood of data pouring in from the ship's sensors. Status report. Jeb's voice cut through the cacophony of creaking metal and blaring alarms. Shields holding at 82%, Killian called out, his gruff voice tinged with tension. Hull integrity at 95% and dropping slowly. Hack swallowed hard, forcing himself to focus on his readouts. Navigational systems are overwhelmed, Captain. The atmospheric turbulence is interfering with our sensors. I'm having trouble getting a clear read on our trajectory. Jeb's face was a mask of concentration as he wrestled with the controls. Do your best, Hacked. We need those calculations. Everyone else, strap in tight. This is going to get bumpy. As if in response to Jeb's warning, the ship suddenly lurched to the side, caught in a massive wind shear. Hack felt his stomach drop as they plummeted several hundred meters in seconds before Jeb managed to stabilize their flight. Through the viewscreen, Hack could see nothing but roiling clouds and shades of amber and crimson. Occasional flashes of lightning illuminated vast storm systems that dwarfed anything he had ever seen. It was beautiful and terrifying in equal measure. 2 ships on our tail, Killian reported. Looks like they're using our wake to navigate. Smart, but dangerous for them. Jeb nodded grimly. Let them. We've got bigger problems. Hacked, what's the status on that lead ship? Hack's whiskers twitched as he scrutinized his readings. Still ahead of us, Captain, but they're struggling. Their engine output is fluctuating wildly. I don't think they anticipated the intensity of Nex 5 storms. As if to punctuate Hack's assessment, a particularly violent gust slammed into the Broken Promise, sending it into a spin. Jeb's hands flew over the controls, fighting to regain stability. Corrective thrusters at maximum, Jeb shouted over the groaning of the ship's hull. Hacked, I need a clear path out of this storm system. Hack's paws danced across his console, his mind racing as he tried to extrapolate a safe route from the chaotic sensor data. Sending coordinates now, Captain, but it's going to be close. The Broken Promise surged forward, threading its way through a narrow gap between 2 massive storm fronts. Lightning crackled around them, the electrical discharges playing havoc with the ship's systems. Suddenly, Hack's console lit up with urgent warnings. Captain, the ship behind us, it's losing altitude fast. All eyes turned to the rear view screen. The ship that had been following in their wake was now tumbling end over end, clearly caught in Nex 5's merciless grasp. Can we help them? One of the alien crew members asked, voice quavering. Jeb's jaw clenched, his knuckles white on the controls. Negative. We barely have enough power to keep ourselves aloft. Any attempt at a rescue would doom us all. Hacked felt a chill run down his spine as he watched the doomed ship disappear into the clouds below. He knew they'd never see it again. Eyes front, people, Jeb commanded, his voice solemn but firm. We honor them by surviving, by winning this race and exposing the cruelty of this sport. The crew fell into a tense silence, broken only by the constant updates on ship status and course corrections. Hack found himself working on pure instinct, his paws flying over his console as he struggled to keep up with the ever-changing atmospheric conditions. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours as they battled their way through Nex 5's turbulent skies. Hack lost count of the near misses, the times when Jeb's incredible piloting skills were the only thing standing between them and disaster. Finally, after what seemed an eternity, Hack's sensors began to clear. Captain, I'm detecting a break in the cloud cover ahead. We're nearing the edge of the atmosphere. A ragged cheer went up from the crew, quickly silenced as Jeb raised a hand. Don't celebrate yet. Hacked, what's our position? Hacked quickly scanned his readouts, his eyes widening in surprise. We're in 3rd place, Captain. The lead ship and one other made it through before us, but we're not far behind. Jeb allowed himself a small smile. Well done, everyone. But remember, we're only halfway there. We still have to make it to the second moon. As the Broken Promise burst through the final layer of clouds, the gas giant's vast curvature became visible once more. Ahead, Hacked could just make out the tiny speck that was their destination, the second moon, still millions of kilometers distant. "All right," Crew Jeb said, his voice filled with determination. "We've survived Next Five's embrace. Now let's show these other racers what the broken promise can really do." Hacked felt a surge of pride and resolve as he turned back to his console. They had made it through hell itself, and they were still in the race. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he knew that together they could face them. The broken promise soared onward, battered but unbroken, ready to take on the next leg of their perilous journey. As the broken promise hurtled around the curve of Next Five, the gas giant's immense bulk began to block their view of both moons. Hacked felt a new wave of unease wash over him as the ship's long-range communications suddenly cut out with a burst of static. "We've lost contact with race control," Hacked reported, his whiskers twitching nervously. "The planet's magnetic field is interfering with our long-range sensors as well." Jeb nodded grimly. "Expected, but not ideal. We're flying blind until we clear the far side. Killian, keep our short-range scanners on full. I don't want any surprises." Cap Killian responded, his eyes narrowed as he studied his readouts. "I'm picking up the two lead ships. They're about 500,000 kilometers ahead, but that gap's closing." The ripple of excitement passed through the crew. They were gaining ground, despite the battering they'd taken in Next Five's atmosphere. But Hack's moment of optimism was short-lived as his console suddenly lit up with urgent warnings. Captain Hack squeaked, his voice rising in alarm. "I'm detecting a massive storm system ahead. It's unlike anything we've encountered so far." The view screen flickered to life, showing a swirling vortex of clouds that seemed to stretch for millions of kilometers. Bolts of lightning the size of continents arched through the storm, and at its heart, Hacked could see a great red spot, reminiscent of the ancient storms of Jupiter from humanity's home system. "Sirius's teeth," Jeb muttered, his usual composure slipping for a moment. "That thing's big enough to swallow a small moon." He studied the storm for a long moment, his mind clearly racing through their options. "We can't go around it," Killian pointed out. "We'd lose too much time." Jeb's jaw set in determination. "Then we go through it." "Hacked, what's the storm's vertical extent?" Hacked's paws flew over his console. "It reaches far into the upper atmosphere, Captain. But there might be a way. If we dive deeper into the planet's atmosphere, below the worst of the storm, we might be able to slip under it." A tense silence fell over the bridge as the implications of Hack's suggestions sank in. Diving deeper meant facing even greater pressures, higher temperatures, and the risk of being pulled into the planet's crushing depths. "It's suicide," one of the alien crew members muttered. "It's our only shot," Jeb countered. His eyes met Hack's, and the Hibbard felt a surge of pride at the trust he saw there. "Plot the course, Hacked. Take us in." The broken promise angled downward, plunging once more into Next Five's turbulent atmosphere. Almost immediately, the ship began to groan under the increased pressure. Warning lights flashed across every console on the bridge. "Hull temperature rising," Killian reported, his voice tense. "We're approaching the ship's thermal limits." Jeb's hands danced across the controls, making constant micro-adjustments to their trajectory. Reroute power from non-essential systems to structural integrity and thermal regulation. "Hacked, how are we looking?" Hacked swallowed hard, forcing himself to focus on his instruments rather than the hellish view outside. "We're under the worst of the storm, Captain. But the gravitational forces here are intense. If we go much deeper, we might not be able to pull out." As if to emphasize his point, the ship suddenly lurched, caught in a powerful downdraft. For a heart-stopping moment, Hacked was sure they were going to be pulled to their doom. But Jeb's reflexes were lightning fast. He fired the port thrusters, using the turbulence itself to slingshot them back on course. "Killian," Jeb called out, strain evident in his voice. "I've got an idea, but it's going to sound crazy." "Crazy's all we've got left," Cap Killian responded. "I need you to overload the weapon systems, use them to vent plasma in controlled bursts. It should give us the extra thrust we need to break free." Killian's eyes widened, but he didn't hesitate. "Aye, Cap, overloading weapons now. This is going to get hot. The next few minutes were a blur of heat, pressure, and gut-wrenching maneuvers. Hack felt like his brain was about to explode as he struggled to keep up with the rapidly changing conditions. Every instinct screamed at him that what they were doing was impossible, that at any moment the ship would be crushed like a tin can or incinerated by the intense heat. But somehow, against all odds, they endured. With a final straining burst from their makeshift plasma thrusters, the broken Promise clawed its way back to the upper atmosphere. As they broke through the cloud layer, the massive storm that had nearly spelled their doom was now behind them, shrinking in the distance. A ragged cheer went up from the crew. Even Killian allowed himself a whoop of triumph. But Jeb's voice cut through the celebration, urgent and disbelieving. "Act. Tell me I'm reading this wrong. What's our position?" Hack blinked in surprise as he checked his instruments. We're in the lead, Captain. The dive must have cut thousands of kilometers off our course. The other ships are nowhere in sight." As the realization of their incredible feat sank in, Hack felt a swell of emotions he couldn't quite name. Pride, exhilaration, disbelief, and something else, something that felt a lot like hope. But Jeb's next words sobered him quickly. "Don't celebrate yet. We're in the lead, but the broken Promise is on our last legs. We've still got to make it to that moon, and you can bet the other racers won't be far behind." Hack nodded, turning back to his console with renewed determination. They'd achieved the impossible, but the race was far from over. The final stretch lay ahead, and with it, the greatest test yet of their skills, their ship, and their unity as a crew. The second moon of Nex 5 loomed large in the broken Promise's view screen, a barren, cratered sphere that represented salvation. But to Hack, hunched over his failing navigation console, it still seemed impossibly far away. "Status report," Jeb called out, his voice hoarse from hours of shouting commands. "Not good," Cap Killian growled. "Shields are down to 15%, hull integrity at 62% and falling. We've got microfractures all over the outer hull." Hack's paws flew over his console, trying to coax more power into the failing systems. "Navigation is intermittent, Captain. We're flying half-blind here." Jeb nodded grimly. "We knew this wouldn't be easy. How are we looking on the race standings?" As if in answer to his question, a proximity alarm blared. Hack's eyes widened as he saw 2 blips appear on his sensor reading. 2 ships approaching fast from our stern. They'll overtake us in minutes at this rate. The bridge erupted into a flurry of activity. Jeb's hands danced across the controls, pushing their battered ship to its limits. "Killian, do we have anything left in our weapons?" "Negative," Cap Killian replied, frustration evident in his voice. "We used it all up in that crazy stunt back there. We're defenseless." Hack felt panic rising in his chest. They were so close to victory, to their second win in a row. To lose now seemed unbearable. "Captain, what do we do?" Jeb was silent for a long moment, his eyes fixed on the approaching moon. When he spoke, his voice was calm but filled with determination. "Hack, I need options. Any crazy idea you've got. Now's the time." Hack's mind raced. They were too damaged to outrun their pursuers, too defenseless to fight back. What could they possibly do? His eyes darted across his console, taking in the topographical data of the approaching moon. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Captain Hack squeaked, excitement overriding his fear. "The moon's largest crater, Mercator's Folly. If we slingshot around it, using its gravity to boost our speed." "We might just pull ahead," Jeb finished, a grin spreading across his weathered face. "Hack, you beautiful little genius. Plot the course." Hack's paws were a blur as he input the calculations. It would be close, dangerously so. One miscalculation and they'd slam into the crater wall at thousands of kilometers per hour. "Course plotted, Captain." "All right, folks, hold on to your appendages," Jeb called out. "This is going to get rough." The broken Promise dove towards the moon's surface, aiming straight for the yawning chasm of Mercator's Folly. Hack's heart hammered in his chest as the crater wall filled their view screen, growing larger by the second. "We're not going to make it," someone whimpered. But Jeb's hands were steady on the controls, his face a mask of absolute focus. At the last possible instant, he wrenched the ship into a tight turn, skimming the crater wall so closely that Hack was sure he could see individual rocks whizzing by. The broken promise shuddered violently as it was caught in the crater's gravitational pull. For a terrifying moment, Hack thought they were going to be smashed against the moon's surface. But then, with a final groan of protest from its straining engines, the ship slingshot out of the turn, rocketing towards the finish line with renewed speed. "It worked," Hack cried out, watching in disbelief as the distance between them and their pursuers began to widen once more. The final stretch was a blur of tension and desperate maneuvers. The two pursuing ships tried to close the gap, but the broken promise's lead, however slight, proved insurmountable. As they crossed the finish line, a cacophony of cheers erupted on the bridge. Hack found himself swept up in the arms of his alien crewmates, all decorum forgotten in the joy of their narrow victory. When the celebrations finally died down, Hack turned to find Jeb looking at him with a mix of pride and gratitude. "That was some quick thinking back there, Hack. You might have just saved all our skins." Hack felt his fur ruffle with embarrassment and pride. "I just did the calculations, Captain. You're the one who pulled off that impossible turn." Jeb smiled, clapping a hand on Hack's shoulder. It was a team effort. Every single one of us played a part in this victory. As the rest of the crew gathered around, Jeb's expression grew serious. "We've done something incredible here, folks. 2 wins in a row. But let's not forget we've still got a long road ahead. 48 more races to go before we taste true freedom." Hack nodded, feeling a curious mix of exhaustion and exhilaration. The race had pushed them all to their limits, forced them to dig deep and find reserves of courage and ingenuity they never knew they had. As the broken promise limped towards the winner's dock for much-needed repairs, Hack realized something had changed within him. The fear that had been his constant companion since his sentencing was still there, but it was overshadowed by something stronger, a sense of belonging, of purpose. Whatever challenges lay ahead in the races to come, Hack knew they would face them together, as a crew, as a family. And maybe, just maybe, they would defy the odds and win their way to freedom, one impossible victory at a time. Hack nervously surveyed the damage to the broken promise. Scorch marks marred its hull, and hastily patched breaches were visible in several places. The ship looked like it had been through a war which, Hack reflected, wasn't far from the truth. "How are we looking?" Hack, Captain Jebsheet's voice startled the Hibbard from his anxious musings. "Not good," Captain Hack squeaked, gesturing at his datapad. "We've sealed the major hull breaches, but our structural integrity is still compromised. Shields are at 60% capacity at best, and the navigation systems are, well, they're temperamental." Jeb nodded grimly, his weathered face showing the strain of the past 2 races. "It'll have to do. We don't have the luxury of time for full repairs." As if to emphasize his point, a loud announcement echoed through the hangar. "All racers, prepare for briefing. Race start in 3 hours. The crew of the Broken Promise gathered on the bridge, a mix of anticipation and trepidation palpable in the air. Jeb stood at the center, activating a holographic display of their next challenge. "All right, people, listen up," Jeb began, his voice steady despite the fatigue evident in his eyes. "Today's race is going to make our previous runs look like a leisurely cruise." The hologram zoomed in on an enormous, sprawling structure. Hack's eyes widened as he took in the complex architecture, a maze of interconnected modules, towering spires and winding corridors. "This is Nexus Station," Jeb continued. "Our race course will take us through, around, and sometimes literally through this labyrinth. There are multiple checkpoints we need to hit along the way." Killian, the gruff weapons officer, let out a low whistle. "That's a tight fit for ships our size, Cap. One wrong move, and we'll be smeared across those walls." Jeb nodded. "Exactly. Which is why we need to be at the top of our game. Hacked, I need you to plot us a course that threads this needle without getting us killed." Hacked felt all eyes turn to him, and he swallowed hard. I'll do my best, Captain. But with our nav systems not fully repaired, it's going to be challenging." "I have faith in you," Jeb said, placing a reassuring hand on Hack's shoulder. You got us through next 5 storms. You can get us through this station." As the crew dispersed to make final preparations, Hacked immersed himself in the station schematics. The more he studied, the more daunting the task seemed. Narrow maintenance tunnels, rotating habitation rings, and a central core that pulsed with enough energy to vaporize their ship in an instant. Through a viewport, Hacked could see other crews scrambling to ready their own battered vessels. He caught sight of a group of Thoraxian racers eyeing the broken Promise, their mandibles clicking in what Hacked interpreted as a mix of respect and resentment. 2 wins in a row had put a target on their backs. "You look worried," little one, a voice said behind him. Hacked turned to see Killian, his scarred face uncharacteristically thoughtful. "How can I not be?" Hacked replied, his whiskers drooping. "Our ship is barely holding together, and I need to plot a course through." Through that, he gestured at the looming station. Killian was quiet for a moment, then said, "Before all this, I never thought much of other species. Figured humans were the only ones with the guts to pull off the impossible." He paused, meeting Hack's gaze. "You've proved me wrong, furball. You've got heart." Before Hacked could respond, Killian had turned and walked away, leaving the Hibbard navigator stunned and oddly touched. Returning to his calculations with renewed determination, Hacked noticed something odd in the station schematics. A maintenance shaft that seemed to lead directly through the station's central core. It would be incredibly dangerous, passing close to the main reactors, but if they could navigate it. 3 minutes to race start. All crews to your ships. The announcement jolted Hacked from his deliberations. As he scurried to his station on the bridge, his mind raced. Should he mention the potential shortcut? It could give them a crucial advantage, but the risks were enormous. As Jeb took his place at the helm, he turned to Hacked. "Give me good news, navigator. Tell me you found us a way through this maze." Hacked hesitated for a split second, then made his decision. "Captain, I think I've found a shortcut, but you're not going to like it." The starting klaxon blared, drowning out Hack's words. The broken Promise shuddered to life, joining the other battered racers as they approached the yawning entrance of Nexus Station. Whatever dangers lay ahead, whatever impossible odds they faced, Hacked knew one thing for certain: win or lose, this was going to be a race to remember. The moment the starting klaxon blared, chaos erupted. A dozen battered ships surged forward, jockeying for position as they approached the gaping maw of Nexus Station's main hangar. Hack's paws flew across his console, feeding Jeb a constant stream of navigational data. "First checkpoint is in the commercial district," Hacked squeaked, his eyes darting between readouts. "We need to watch out." A Centaurian ship cut across their bow, nearly clipping the broken Promise. Jeb's hands danced across the controls, sending their ship into a tight barrel roll that brought them through a narrow gap between 2 support struts. "Nice flying," Cap Killian grunted from his station. "But we can't take too many hits like that. Hull integrity's already at 89%. Jeb nodded grimly. Noted. "Hacked, find us a clearer path." As they plunged deeper into the station, the true scale of their challenge became apparent. Towering structures loomed on all sides, with gaps barely wide enough for their ship to squeeze through. Maintenance drones and debris cluttered their path, forcing Jeb into a series of gut-wrenching maneuvers. Sharp left, then up. Hacked called out, his whiskers twitching frantically. "There's a service tunnel that should lead us to the first checkpoint." The broken Promise banked hard, scraping against the station's inner hull with a screech that set Hack's teeth on edge. They shot upward through a narrow shaft, emerging into a vast open area filled with floating markets and residential pods. "I see the checkpoint," Jeb announced. "Hacked, plot our next move while I get us tagged." As they swooped past the glowing checkpoint marker, Hack's console lit up with new warnings. "Captain, 2 ships on our tail, coming in fast." No sooner had the words left his mouth than energy blasts sizzled past them, striking a nearby market stall and sending debris scattering across their path. "Killian, return fire," Jeb ordered, sending the broken Promise into a series of evasive maneuvers that had Hacked clinging to his station for dear life. With pleasure, Killian growled, unleashing a barrage that forced one of their pursuers to veer off sharply directly into the path of a slow-moving cargo hauler. The resulting explosion lit up the sector, momentarily blinding Hacked. "Where to next?" Jeb demanded, his voice tense as he wove through the aftermath of the collision. Hacked blinked spots from his eyes, refocusing on his readouts. "The industrial sector. It's not going to be easy, Captain." "When is it ever?" Jeb replied with a grim chuckle. As they entered the industrial sector, Hacked understood why it was notorious among station inhabitants. Massive automated factories filled the space, their robotic arms swinging with terrifying speed and precision. Conveyor belts crisscrossed the void, carrying components and finished products. And through it all, a maze of pipes and conduits left precious little room for navigation. "Thread the needle," Killian muttered, echoing all their thoughts. Jeb's face was a mask of concentration as he guided the broken promise through the mechanical gauntlet. They ducked under a robotic arm carrying a cargo container the size of their ship, only to find themselves facing a web of laser welding beams. "Hold on," Jeb shouted, sending them into a spiraling dive that took them through a gap in the beams that seemed to close behind them like an iris. Hack's stomach lurched as artificial gravity fluctuated wildly. His console was a blur of warnings and alerts, each demanding immediate attention. "Captain, we can't keep this up. The strain on the hull is..." His words were cut off as something slammed into them from behind. Alarms blared across the bridge as the ship lurched violently. "It's the other pursuer," Killian shouted. "They're trying to force us into the machinery." Hacked watched in horror as a massive industrial press loomed ahead, its giant plates coming together with enough force to crush their ship like a tin can. Jeb's voice cut through the chaos. "That shortcut you mentioned earlier. Where is it?" Hack's paws trembled as he pulled up the schematic. "There's an access tunnel to the central core coming up on our port side. But Captain, the risks..." "No time," Jeb interrupted. "It's that or be turned into scrap metal. Guide us in." With a silent prayer to whatever cosmic forces might be listening, Hacked began feeding coordinates to Jeb. The broken promise veered sharply, squeezing through a maintenance hatch that scraped paint from their hull. Their pursuer, caught off guard by the sudden maneuver, wasn't so lucky. Hacked caught a glimpse of the ship careening into the industrial press before the hatch sealed behind them, cutting off the view. For a moment, all was quiet save for the humming of the ship's stressed systems. Then Killian broke the silence with a low whistle. "Well, that was something. Where are we, furball?" Hacked swallowed hard, taking in their new surroundings. They were in a long cylindrical tunnel, its walls pulsing with barely contained energy. At the far end, he could see the beating heart of Nexus Station, its central reactor core. "We're in the primary cooling system for the station's main reactor," Hacked explained, his voice barely above a whisper. "It's a direct path to the central core, and if we survive that, a clear shot to the finish line." Jeb nodded, his eyes fixed on the daunting path ahead. "Good work, Hacked. Now let's see if we can turn this shortcut into our third victory." As the broken promise began its journey down the pulsing tunnel, Hacked couldn't shake the feeling that they had left the frying pan only to plunge directly into a raging inferno. Whatever challenges they had faced so far, he knew the true test still lay ahead. The broken promise hurtled down the pulsing tunnel, each throb of energy sending tremors through the ship's already strained hull. Hack's paws danced across his console, desperately trying to make sense of the readings that flooded his screens. Captain Hacked squeaked, his voice tight with tension. "We're approaching the central reactor core. The energy levels here, they're off the charts." Jeb's face was a mask of concentration as he guided their battered ship through the undulating passage. "Give me something to work with, Hacked. How do we get through this alive?" Hacked's mind raced. The schematics he'd studied hadn't prepared him for the reality of this pulsing, living heart of Nexus Station. But as he watched the energy patterns flowing around them, a crazy idea began to form. "The reactor's energy pulses," Hacked said, his words tumbling out in a rush. "If we time it right, we might be able to ride the waves, using them to slingshot us through." Killian let out a bark of laughter. "You want us to surf an energy wave from a station reactor? I take back what I said about you having heart, furball. You're completely insane." "Insane might be exactly what we need," Jeb replied, a glint of determination in his eyes. Hacked, feed me the timing of those pulses. Killian, reroute all available power to our structural integrity field. We're going to need every ounce of protection we can get. As they approached the central chamber, the scale of the reactor core became apparent. A massive sphere of churning energy dominated the center of the vast room, tendrils of power arcing out to the station around it. Platforms and walkways crisscrossed the space, creating a three-dimensional maze they would need to navigate. Energy pulse in 3, 2, 1. Now Hacked called out. Jeb timed their entry perfectly, catching the leading edge of the energy wave. The broken promise surged forward, riding the crest of raw power as it arced through the chamber. Warning klaxons blared as the ship's systems were stressed to their absolute limits. Hull temperature critical, Killian shouted over the din. We can't take much more of this. Look, Hacked cried out, pointing at the view screen. Through the sea of energy surrounding them, he could make out other ships entering the chamber. We're not the only ones who found this shortcut. Indeed, 3 other vessels had emerged into the reactor core, their hulls glowing from the intense energy surrounding them. As Hacked watched, one ship mistimed its approach, catching a pulse of energy broadside. In a blinding flash, it disintegrated, scattered into atoms by the raw power of the reactor. Hacked, I need options, Jeb called out. His voice strained as he fought to keep their ship stable in the chaotic environment. Hack's eyes darted between his readouts and the rapidly changing landscape of energy before them. There he squeaked, highlighting a section of his navigational display. The gravity generators. If we can get close enough, we might be able to use them to slingshot past the other ships. It was a desperate gamble, but they were out of alternatives. Jeb nodded grimly and angled the broken promise towards the massive gravity generators that helped keep the entire station stable. The effect was immediate and terrifying. Hacked felt like his insides were being turned inside out as conflicting gravitational forces pulled at their ship. Warnings blared from every console as the broken promise groaned under the strain. We're breaking up, Killian yelled, his hands flying over his controls in a desperate attempt to hold their ship together. But Jeb's face was set in stone, his hands moving with inhuman precision as he guided them through the gravitational maze. With a final, wrenching turn, he used the competing forces to catapult them forward, past their remaining competitors and towards the exit of the reactor chamber. As they burst out of the core and into the final stretch, Hack's console lit up with urgent warnings. Captain, one of the reactors is going critical. It must have been damaged in the race. Behind them, a chain reaction was spreading through Nexus Station's power grid. Explosions bloomed in their wake, a shockwave of destruction racing towards them. Divert all power to engines, Jeb ordered, his voice hoarse. Hacked, find us the fastest way out of this station. The next moments were a blur of terror and exhilaration. The broken promise screamed through the station's outer layers, the path of destruction nipping at their heels. Hack's calculations were pure instinct now, guiding them through gaps that seemed to close the instant they passed. With a final burst of speed, they shot out of Nexus Station's superstructure, the vacuum of space a welcome respite from the chaos behind them. Seconds later, the shockwave hit, sending them tumbling end over end. When they finally stabilized, an eerie silence fell over the bridge. Slowly, Hacked raised his head from his console, hardly daring to believe they had survived. Did we make it, he asked, his voice barely a whisper. A slow grin spread across Jeb's face as he checked their position. We didn't just make it, Hacked. We won. That's 3 in a row. As the realization sank in, the bridge erupted in cheers. Killian swept Hacked up in a bone-crushing hug, his usual gruff demeanor forgotten in the joy of their victory. But as the initial elation faded, the weight of what they'd just experienced settled over the crew. They had survived by the slimmest of margins, their ship pushed far beyond its limits. Jeb's voice cut through the celebratory mood, somber but filled with pride. We did the impossible today, team. But let's not forget we've got 47 more races to go, and something tells me they're only going to get harder from here. Hack nodded, feeling a complex mix of emotions wash over him. Pride in their accomplishment, fear of the challenges still to come. and a growing sense of belonging with this unlikely family of racers. As the broken promise limped towards the winner's circle, Hack realized that something fundamental had changed. He was no longer just a reluctant navigator, a prisoner serving out a sentence. He was an integral part of this crew, this family. And together they just might achieve the impossible, race their way to freedom. The path ahead was long and fraught with danger, but for the first time since his sentencing, Hack found himself looking forward to the next race. Hack made his way to the briefing room. It had been a week since their harrowing race through Nexus Station, a week of uneasy rest and hurried repairs to the broken promise. But the knot in Hack's stomach told him that whatever lay ahead might make their previous races look like a leisurely cruise. As he entered the room, the tense atmosphere hit him like a physical force. Crews from other ships huddled in corners, their voices low and urgent. Hack spotted Jeb and Killian near the front, their faces grim. "What's going on?" Hack whispered as he took his place beside them. Killian's scowl deepened. "Seems the bigwigs weren't too happy with our creative navigation last time. They're changing the rules." Before Hack could ask for clarification, a holographic display flickered to life at the center of the room. The stern face of the chief race official filled the air, his expression as unforgiving as the vacuum of space. "Attention, all race participants," the official's voice boomed. "In light of recent events, we are implementing new regulations effective immediately." Hack felt his fur stand on end as the official continued. "Any crew found taking shortcuts or deviating from the designated race route will face severe consequences. Specifically, one randomly selected crew member will be executed as punishment." A collective gasp rippled through the room. Hack's eyes widened in horror, his gaze darting to Jeb, seeking some reassurance that this was a sick joke. But Jeb's face was a mask of grim determination. He met Hack's gaze and gave a small, solemn nod. This was real. The official wasn't finished. To ensure compliance, all ships will now be required to broadcast a continuous live feed throughout the race. These feeds will be monitored in real time and broadcast to viewers across the galaxy. Hack felt his blood run cold. Not only were their lives on the line, but their every move would be scrutinized by millions of unseen eyes. The weight of it all threatened to crush him. As the briefing continued, detailing the specifics of the upcoming race across a desert planet, Hack found it hard to focus. His mind kept returning to the image of a crew member being sacrificed for a moment's advantage. "A maximum ceiling of 2,000 feet," the official was saying. "The course will take you through an industrial district, a mine tunnel, the Great Dune Sea, and finally a canyon run to the finish line. Any questions?" The room remained silent, the gravity of the situation suffocating any desire for clarification. As they filed out of the briefing room, Hack overheard snippets of conversation from other crews. "Might be worth the risk if it means freedom. Wonder who they'd choose to execute. Better to die quick than waste away in these races." Jeb's hand on his shoulder startled Hack from his eavesdropping. "Crew meeting. Now," the captain said quietly. Back on the broken promise, the atmosphere was tense as Jeb addressed the gathered crew. "I know you're all rattled by the new rules," he began, his voice steady. "But I want to make one thing crystal clear. We are not taking any shortcuts. Not now, not ever." Killian nodded firmly. "Damn straight, Cap." "But Captain," one of the alien crew members spoke up, "what if it's our only chance to win, to gain our freedom?" Jeb's eyes hardened. "Our freedom isn't worth the life of one of our own. We started this journey together, and by whatever cosmic forces are out there, we're going to finish it together. Is that understood?" A chorus of affirmatives echoed through the ship, some more enthusiastic than others. Hack felt a swell of pride and gratitude towards Jeb. In a universe that seemed determined to strip away their humanity, their captain stood as a beacon of integrity. As the crew dispersed to make final preparations, Hack turned his attention to the navigation console. The desert planet loomed large on the display, its vast, shifting dunes and treacherous canyons presenting a daunting challenge. "How are we looking?" Hack Jeb asked. coming to stand beside him. Hack swallowed hard. It's not going to be easy, Captain. The terrain is highly unpredictable, especially in the Dune Sea, and with the altitude restriction. Jeb nodded, understanding the unspoken concerns. We'll make it work. I have faith in your skills, Hack. Just keep us on the straight and narrow, no matter what. As Jeb moved away to check on other preparations, Hack's eyes were drawn to a small, blinking light on his console. The live feed indicator, a constant reminder that every decision, every maneuver, every moment of the upcoming race would be broadcast to the galaxy. With a deep breath, Hack turned back to his calculations. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whatever temptations they might face, he knew one thing for certain: the crew of the Broken Promise would face them with integrity, come what may. As the countdown to launch began, Hack sent up a silent prayer to the cosmos. They had survived 3 impossible races. Now, they just had to survive their own principles. The countdown echoed through the Broken Promise, each number bringing a fresh wave of tension. Hack's paws hovered over his console, eyes fixed on the harsh landscape of the desert planet looming before them. 3, 2, 1. Race start. The ship lurched forward, joining the pack of desperate racers as they streaked across the planet's surface. Immediately, Hack felt the oppressive weight of the 2,000-foot ceiling pressing down on them, limiting their maneuverability. First checkpoint is in the industrial district, Hack called out, his voice tight. We've got a maze of refineries and mining equipment to navigate. Jeb's hands were steady on the controls as he guided the ship between towering structures of metal and glass. Keep your eyes peeled, everyone. I don't want any surprises. The industrial district was a forest of gleaming spires and massive machinery, with barely enough space between them for ships to pass. Hack's whiskers twitched frantically as he fed Jeb a constant stream of data, calculating and recalculating their optimal path. Sharp turn coming up, Captain Hack squeaked. We've got to thread between those 2 refineries. The Broken Promise banked hard, metal screaming as they scraped through the narrow gap. Hack winced at the sound, all too aware of the millions of viewers who might be watching their every move. We've got company, Killian growled from his station. 2 ships on our tail, trying to draft off us. Jeb's jaw tightened. Let them. We're not here to play games. Hack, what's our next move? Before Hack could respond, a massive processing plant loomed before them, its network of pipes and conduits forming a deadly maze. There's a path through, Hack said, his paws flying over the console. But it's tight, really tight. How tight? Jeb asked, his voice tense. Hack swallowed hard. We'll lose paint. Maybe more. Jeb nodded grimly. It's our best shot. Guide us through, Hack. What followed was a harrowing dance of precision piloting. Jeb's hands moved with inhuman speed and accuracy, following Hack's rapid-fire directions. The ship twisted and turned, metal groaning as they squeezed through gaps that seemed to defy physics. Behind them, one of the pursuing ships misjudged a turn, clipping a pipe and spiraling out of control. The resulting explosion lit up their view screen, a stark reminder of the razor's edge they walked. As they emerged from the processing plant, Hack's console lit up with a new alert. Captain, I'm detecting a potential shortcut through that mining tunnel ahead. It could save us significant time, but... The unspoken consequences hung heavy in the air. Jeb's response was immediate and firm. Not a chance. We stick to the designated route, no matter what. Hack nodded, equal parts relieved and anxious. As they approached the gaping maw of the approved mining tunnel, he couldn't help but wonder if their principles would cost them the race. The tunnel swallowed them, plunging the Broken Promise into near-total darkness. Hack's instruments went haywire, the mineral-rich walls playing havoc with their sensors. I've lost telemetry, Hack cried out, panic edging into his voice. The tunnel's interfering with our nav systems. Stay calm, Jeb's steady voice cut through the darkness. Killian, give me manual flight controls. Hack, talk me through this. What do your eyes tell you? Hack forced himself to focus, peering intently at the faint shapes rushing past them. The tunnel. It's curving to the left. No, wait. There's a split coming up. We need to take the right fork. Jeb guided them through the fork with barely a meter to spare on either side. The next few minutes were a blur of snap decisions and heart-stopping near misses as they flew almost blind through the twisting tunnel. Finally, a pinprick of light appeared ahead, growing rapidly larger. With a final burst of speed, the broken promise shot out of the tunnel and back into the harsh sunlight of the desert planet. As Hack's systems came back online, his heart sank. "Captain, we've fallen behind. We're in 8th place." A tense silence fell over the bridge. They all knew what this meant. Their refusal to take shortcuts had cost them dearly. But Jeb's voice, when he spoke, was filled with unwavering resolve. "Then we'll just have to make up the difference the hard way. We've got the Great Dune Sea ahead of us, and I've got the best navigator in the galaxy. We're not out of this race yet." Hack felt a surge of pride at Jeb's words, mingled with a renewed determination. As the vast expanse of shifting dunes appeared on the horizon, he knew their greatest challenge was yet to come. The race was far from over, and the broken promise had a point to prove not just to their competitors or the watching universe, but to themselves. They would win this race with skill and integrity, or they wouldn't win at all. The broken promise crested the first dune of the Great Sea, and Hack's eyes widened at the sight before them. An endless ocean of sand stretched to the horizon, massive dunes rising and falling like waves frozen in time. But they weren't frozen even as Hack watched. He could see the landscape shifting, sculpted by howling winds that buffeted their ship. "Cosmic dust," Killian muttered. "How are we supposed to navigate this mess?" Hack's paws flew over his console, mind racing. "The dunes are constantly moving, Captain. Our pre-plotted course is already obsolete." Jeb's face was a mask of concentration. "Then we adapt. Hacked, I need real-time navigation. Every dune, every shift in the sand, I want to know about it." Captain Hack squeaked, throwing himself into the task. His whiskers twitched frantically as he processed the flood of data, translating the ever-changing landscape into a series of course corrections. The broken promise dove into the dune sea, riding the contours of the sand with Jeb's expert touch. They weaved between towering dunes, some reaching heights that pushed the limits of their 2,000-foot ceiling. "We've got company," Killian growled. "2 ships closing fast on our port side." Hack glanced at his sensors. "They're taking a risky route, Captain. Riding the crest of that mega dune." Jeb's jaw tightened. "Stick to our course. We're not taking any unnecessary risks." As if to punctuate his words, a violent gust of wind caught one of the pursuing ships. It tumbled down the face of the dune, disappearing in a plume of sand. Hack felt his stomach lurch, knowing that millions across the galaxy had just witnessed the crash. The constant blink of the live feed indicator seemed to mock him, a reminder of the morbid entertainment they were providing. Sandstorm approaching. Hack called out, his sensors screaming warnings. "It's a big one, Captain." "All hands, brace for impact," Jeb shouted. The storm hit them like a physical wall. Sand scoured the ship's hull, reducing visibility to 0. Alarms blared as systems began to fail under the onslaught. "I've lost visual," Jeb grunted, fighting the controls. "Hacked, talk to me." Hack's paws danced across his console, coaxing every bit of data from their straining sensors. 20 degrees starboard, Captain. There's a valley between 2 dunes. If we can get low enough, we might find some shelter." The broken promise dove, sand streaming past the view screen. Hack held his breath, knowing that if his calculations were off by even a fraction, they'd plow straight into a dune. With a bone-jarring thud, they hit the bottom of the valley. The howling of the storm diminished slightly as the massive dunes on either side provided some protection. "Good work," Jeb said, his voice tight. "Now, how do we get out of here?" Before Hack could respond, movement on his sensor display caught his eye. "Captain, another ship. They're taking a shortcut over the top of the storm." The crew watched in tense silence as the blip representing the other ship rose above the 2,000-foot ceiling, clearly visible even through the swirling sand. "They're mad," Killian muttered. "The winds up there will tear them apart." As if in response to his words, the blip on Hack's screen began to wobble erratically. Then, with sickening suddenness, it plummeted. "They're going down," Hack cried out. "Captain, should we?" "We can't help them," Jeb cut him off, his voice heavy with regret. "Not in this storm, not without risking all our lives." The bridge fell silent, the only sound the howling of the wind and the soft ping of the live feed indicator. Hack felt a chill run down his spine, knowing that they had just witnessed and broadcast another crew's demise. As the storm began to subside, Jeb's voice cut through the gloom. "All right, people, we mourn the lost, but we keep moving. Hacked, plot us a course out of this valley. Killian, run a full system check. I want to know every scratch this storm's given us." Hack turned back to his console, paws shaking slightly as he input the calculations. The image of that ship falling from the sky played over and over in his mind. They had survived, yes, but at what cost? How many more would fall before this race was over? As the broken promise clawed its way out of the valley and back into the race, Hack caught sight of their next challenge on the horizon, the yawning mouth of a massive canyon. He swallowed hard, knowing that the most dangerous part of their journey was yet to come. The dune sea had tested their skill and resolve, but Hack had a sinking feeling that the canyon would test their very souls. The yawning maw of the canyon loomed before the broken promise, its sheer walls stretching up to meet their 2,000-foot ceiling. Hack's paws flew over his console, plotting their course through the treacherous terrain ahead. "Status report," Jeb called out, his voice tense but steady. "We're in 6th place," Captain Hack replied. "The leaders are just entering the canyon now." Killian growled from his station. 5 ships between us and victory. It's going to be a tight squeeze in there." Jeb nodded grimly. "Then we squeeze tighter. Hacked, I need your best navigation. Killian, be ready for anything. This is where it all comes down to the wire." As they plunged into the canyon, the real challenge became apparent. The passage twisted and turned like a serpent, with barely enough room for a single ship in places. Overhangs and jutting rocks threatened to snag them at every turn. Hack's mind raced as he fed Jeb a constant stream of directions. "Hard to port. No. Starboard now. Watch the overhang." The broken promise danced through the canyon, scraping past rock faces with centimeters to spare. Ahead, they could see the glow of engine exhausts as they slowly gained on the pack. Suddenly, Hack's console lit up with an alert. "Captain, I'm detecting a narrow side passage up ahead. It's not on the official route, but it could cut significant time off our run." A tense silence fell over the bridge. They all knew what taking that shortcut would mean. Jeb's response was immediate and firm. "Not a chance. We stick to the main route." As they passed the tempting side passage, Hack's sensors picked up movement. "Captain, the ship in 3rd place, they're taking the shortcut." They watched in horror as the other ship veered sharply, squeezing into the narrow passage. But what happened next shook Hack to his core. Just before entering the shortcut, the ship ejected one of its crew members. By the cosmic void, Killian breathed. They sacrificed one of their own for a shot at winning. Hack felt sick. He had known the stakes, known the consequences of the new rules, but to actually see it happen, it was beyond comprehension. Jeb's voice cut through the shocked silence, hard as steel. "Eyes front, people. We can't change what they've done, but we can damn well show them it wasn't worth it." With renewed determination, they pressed on. The canyon began to widen as they approached the final stretch, the finish line tantalizingly close on Hack's sensors. But the race wasn't over yet. As they rounded the final bend, they saw the shortcut taking ship burst from the side passage, now in a clear lead. "No," Hack whispered, despair washing over him. "After everything, they're going to win." Killian's growl was almost feral. Like hell they are, his paw hovered over the weapons console. "Cap, give me the word. One shot, and we end this." Jeb hesitated for a split second, years of ethical racing warring with the injustice before them. Then, with a sharp nod, he made his decision. Do it. A burst of energy lanced out from the broken promise, catching the leading ship's engine. It sputtered and failed, sending the ship into a spin. With a final burst of speed, the broken promise shot past the failing vessel, crossing the finish line mere seconds before the rest of the pack. As the realization of their victory sank in, a strange silence fell over the bridge. They had won, yes, but the cost had been high. Not just for them, but for all the racers who had fallen along the way. Jack's paws trembled as he shut down his navigation systems. The constant ping of the live feed indicator seemed deafening in the quiet. "We did it," he said softly, almost in disbelief. "We won." But at what cost? Jeb's hand came to rest on Hack's shoulder, a comforting weight. "We won on our terms, Hack. We didn't compromise who we are." That's a victory in itself. As the crew began to celebrate their hard-won triumph, Hack found himself drawn to a view screen showing the race recap. He watched as their journey was condensed into highlight reels, their every decision and close call broadcast for the entertainment of millions. The image of the ejected crew member played again, a stark reminder of the brutal reality of their situation. Hack felt a complex mix of emotions: pride in their own integrity, horror at what they had witnessed, and a gnawing uncertainty about what future races might bring. Jeb's voice cut through his musings. 4 down, 46 to go. It doesn't get easier from here, but we've proven that we can win without losing ourselves. That's something no one can take from us. As the broken promise made its way to the winner's circle, Hack realized that their journey was about more than just racing for freedom. It was about maintaining their humanity in a system designed to strip it away. And in that, at least, they were undefeated champions. The universe might be watching, but the crew of the broken promise would continue to show them what true victory looked like, not just crossing a finish line, but doing so with their principles intact. Hack surveyed the bustling hangar bay. It had been a week since their harrowing victory on the desert planet, but the memory of that race and its casualties still haunted him. Now, as he watched crews frantically outfitting their ships with additional weaponry, a sense of foreboding settled in his gut. "Quite the arms race, isn't it?" Killian's gruff voice startled Hack from his observations. The Hibbard nodded, his large eyes reflecting the flashes of welding torches. "This one's going to be different," he squeaked. "More brutal." Killian grunted in agreement. "Combat in the cosmos. It's what I was bred for." But he trailed off, his scarred face uncharacteristically pensive. Before Hack could respond, a commotion near the broken promise's docking bay caught their attention. A figure in ornate diplomatic robes was arguing with security, gesturing emphatically towards their ship. "Looks like we've got a visitor," Killian muttered. "I'll get the cap." Moments later, Jeb emerged from the ship, his face a mask of confusion as he approached the agitated diplomat. Hack edged closer, his sensitive ears straining to catch the conversation. Must speak with you immediately, Captain Sheets." "It's a matter of utmost importance," the diplomat was saying, his voice low and urgent. Jeb glanced around, clearly uncomfortable with the attention they were drawing. "All right, but make it quick. We're on a tight schedule here." As Jeb led the diplomat into the relative privacy of the broken promise, Hack felt a flutter of anxiety. What could be so important that a representative from Jeb's homeworld would risk coming here? Unable to contain his curiosity, Hack scurried after them, positioning himself near the bridge's entrance. He couldn't see inside, but his keen hearing picked up the conversation clearly. A message from your wife, Captain," the diplomat was saying. Hack heard the soft click of a data chip being inserted, followed by a woman's voice, filled with love and worry. "Jeb, my darling, I watch every race, my heart in my throat. Your courage, your integrity, they shine like beacons. I pray for your safe return, for the day I can hold you in my arms again. Stay strong, my love. We're all rooting for you." The message ended, leaving a heavy silence. When Jeb spoke again, his voice was thick with emotion. "Thank you for bringing this. but I suspect that's not the only reason you're here." The diplomat cleared his throat. "No, it's not, Captain. There are efforts underway to secure your release. Your actions in these races have not gone unnoticed. We believe we can make a case for your freedom, bring you home to your family." Jack's heart raced. Freedom for Jeb? But what about the rest of them? Jeb's response was immediate and firm. "I appreciate the offer, but I won't abandon my crew. We started this together, and we'll finish it together." "But Captain," the diplomat protested, "you don't understand. These races, they're not what they appear. We have reason to believe that you and your team are being specifically." Suddenly, a klaxon blared throughout the hangar, cutting off the diplomat's words. "All racers to your ships. Race commencement in 15 minutes. "I have to go," Jeb said, his voice tight with tension. "Wait," the diplomat called out desperately. "The race officials, they're afraid you might actually win your freedom. The new rules, the increased danger, it's all aimed at you. You need to." But the rest of his warning was lost in the sudden roar of engines as ships began powering up around them. Hack barely had time to scurry to his station before Jeb burst onto the bridge, his face a storm of conflicting emotions. "Status report," Jeb barked, sliding into the captain's chair. "All systems green," Killian reported. "We're as ready for a firefight as we'll ever be." Hack's paws flew over his console, bringing up the race route. "Course plotted, Captain. But it's unlike anything we've seen before. Just a straight shot through open space, with a combat-designated corridor." Jeb nodded grimly. "They want a show, and they don't care who gets hurt in the process." He paused, his gaze sweeping over his crew. "Listen up, everyone. No matter what happens out there, we stick together. We race with integrity, we fight with honor, and we watch each other's backs. Understood?" A chorus of affirmatives rang out, but Hack could hear the undercurrent of tension in every voice. As the final countdown began, he couldn't shake the diplomat's unfinished warning from his mind. What was the true nature of these races? And if they were being targeted, how could they hope to survive, let alone win? The starting klaxon blared, and the broken promise surged forward, joining the pack of heavily armed racers. As they plunged into the combat zone, Hack steeled himself for whatever lay ahead. The moment the starting klaxon blared, chaos erupted. The broken promise surged forward, joining a dozen other ships as they rocketed into the designated race corridor. Hack's paws flew over his console, eyes darting between readouts and the view screen that showed the deadly ballet unfolding around them. Multiple contacts, all vectors. Hack squeaked, his voice high with tension. They're not even waiting to clear the start line before opening fire. Jeb's hands danced across the controls, sending their ship into a series of evasive maneuvers. "Killian, return fire, but keep it defensive. I want to know who's gunning for us specifically." No sooner had the words left Jeb's mouth than the broken promise shuddered under the impact of enemy fire. Alarms blared across the bridge as damage reports flooded in. "Port shield down to 60%, one of the alien crew members called out. "We've got microfractures forming on the outer hull." Killian's response was a barrage of well-placed shots that forced their attacker to veer off. "That'll teach him," he growled, but the satisfaction in his voice was short-lived as two more ships moved to box them in. Hack's mind raced as he fed Jeb a constant stream of navigational data. This wasn't just a race anymore, it was a war zone. The designated corridor, once merely a guideline, now felt like a killing field designed to force confrontation. "Cap, we've got a Centaurian heavy fighter on our 6," Killian reported. "They're charging up something big." "Hacked. Options," Jeb demanded, his voice tense but controlled. Hack's eyes darted across his readouts. "There's a debris field about 10,000 kilometers ahead, if we can reach it." "Do it," Jeb ordered, pushing the broken promise's engines to their limits. What followed was a harrowing dance of precision flying and split-second decisions. Jeb wove their ship through a maze of twisted metal and shattered rock, the pursuing Centaurian vessel hot on their tail. Suddenly, a massive chunk of debris loomed before them. "We're not going to make it," Hacked cried out, certain they were about to become one with the void. But Jeb's reflexes were lightning fast. At the last possible second, he fired the lateral thrusters, sending the broken promise into a spin that took them through a gap Hacked would have sworn was too small to exist. The Centaurian ship, unable to match the maneuver, slammed into the debris in a spectacular explosion. As they emerged from the debris field, Hacked realized he had been holding his breath. A quick glance at his console showed they were now in 5th place, with the leaders just barely visible ahead. "Status report," Jeb called out, his voice tight with the strain of their near miss. "Shields holding at 45%, came the response. "We've got multiple hull breaches, but emergency force fields are holding." Killian's gruff voice cut through the tension. "Cap, you might want to see this. I've been analyzing the attack patterns, and something's not right." Hack turned to his own console, curious about what Killian had noticed. As he reviewed the data, a chill ran down his spine. The attacks weren't random. There was a clear pattern, and the broken promise was at its center. Captain Hack said, his voice barely above a whisper, "I think the ambassador was right. We're being targeted." Jeb's face hardened as he absorbed this information. "Then we give them a target they'll regret choosing. Killian, switch to offensive protocols. Hacked, plot us a course straight through the heart of this mess. If they want a show, we'll give them one they'll never forget." As the broken promise surged forward, diving back into the fray, Hacked felt a mixture of fear and exhilaration. They were outnumbered, outgunned, and apparently singled out by forces beyond their understanding. But they were also a crew that had defied the odds time and time again. The race was only half over, and the real battle was just beginning. As energy blasts lit up the void around them, and rival ships closed in from all sides, Hacked steeled himself for what was to come. Whatever conspiracies they were entangled in, whatever forces were arrayed against them, the crew of the broken promise would face them head-on. After all, they weren't just racing for freedom anymore. They were fighting for the truth, for justice, and for each other. And in that moment, as they plunged deeper into the cosmic gauntlet, Hacked realized that there was nowhere else in the universe he'd rather be. As the broken promise hurtled into the second half of the race, Hack's paws flew across his console with renewed urgency. The patterns he'd noticed earlier were becoming impossible to ignore. Captain Hack called out, his whiskers twitching nervously, "I've been analyzing the attack formations. It's not just random aggression. Look at this." Hack projected a holographic display in the center of the bridge. It showed the paths of the various ships, with the broken promise at the center of a complex web of coordinated movements. Jeb's eyes narrowed as he studied the display. "It's like they're hurting us," he muttered. "Killian, your thoughts?" The gruff weapons officer grunted in agreement. "Aye, Cap. These ain't racers we're dealing with. This is military precision." A tense silence fell over the bridge as the implications sank in. It was Hacked who finally voiced what they were all thinking. The ambassador's warning. This goes beyond just targeting us. It's as if the entire race is designed to. "To ensure we fail," Jeb finished, his voice hard. "Or worse." Before anyone could respond, the ship rocked violently from a direct hit. Alarms blared as damage reports flooded in. "We've lost starboard thrusters," an alien crew member shouted over the din. "They're pushing us off course." Hack's console lit up with warnings. "Captain, they're forcing us into a restricted area of the course. It's an asteroid field." Jeb's jaw set in determination. "Then that's where we go. Hacked, plot us a course through that field. Killian, all power to forward shields. We're going to punch through this trap of theirs." As the broken promise plunged into the asteroid field, Hacked felt his heart racing. This was beyond anything they'd faced before. Massive rocks hurtled past them, some large enough to dwarf their ship. And through it all, energy blasts from their pursuers lit up the void, turning the field into a deadly obstacle course. Hard to port, Hacked squeaked, his eyes darting between his readouts and the view screen. "Incoming cluster at 2 o'clock. Jeb's hands danced across the controls, guiding their ship through gaps that seemed to defy physics. The broken promise groaned under the stress, metal creaking as they scraped past asteroids with mere centimeters to spare. "We've got company," Killian growled, 2 ships followed us in. They're not letting up. Jeb's response was grim. Then we use this field to our advantage. Hacked, find me the densest part of this cluster. Killian, prepare to lay down suppressing fire on my mark. What followed was a harrowing game of cat and mouse. Jeb wove their ship through the asteroid field with impossible precision, using the massive rocks as cover. Killian's well-placed shots sent their pursuers careening into asteroids or forced them to break off their attack. As they neared the heart of the field, Hack's console lit up with a new alert. Captain, I'm detecting a massive gravitational anomaly ahead. It's like nothing I've ever seen. The view screen filled with a sight that took Hack's breath away. At the center of the asteroid field was a swirling vortex of energy, pulling in rocks and debris. Some kind of artificial singularity, Jeb muttered, his voice filled with awe and dread. This is no accident. They wanted us to find this. Killian's voice was unusually somber. Cap, if that thing is what I think it is, we're looking at tech way beyond anything that should be in this sector. Someone's been playing with forces they shouldn't. As they watched, one of their pursuing ships was caught in the anomaly's pull. It spiraled towards the center, breaking apart as it went. The screams of its crew, picked up on their comm system, would haunt Hacked for years to come. We need to report this, Hacked said, his voice shaking. The other racers, the authorities. Someone needs to know. Jeb nodded grimly. And we will. But first, we need to survive. Hacked, find us a way out of this field. Killian, record everything. We're going to blow this conspiracy wide open. With a final burst of speed, the Broken Promise shot out of the asteroid field, leaving the gravitational anomaly behind. As they emerged, Hack's sensors picked up the rest of the racing pack, still unaware of the danger lurking in the restricted zone. We're in the lead, Hack said, almost in disbelief. A grim smile played across Jeb's lips. Then let's finish this race. We've got a message to deliver, and I can think of no better way than from the winner's circle. As they rocketed towards the finish line, Hacked felt a mix of emotions he couldn't quite name. They had uncovered something massive, something that went far beyond a simple race for freedom. Whatever forces were at play, whatever conspiracies they had stumbled into, one thing was clear: the universe would never be the same for them after today. The final stretch of the race unfolded before the Broken Promise like a gauntlet of stars, each twinkling point of light a potential harbinger of danger. Hack's paws trembled slightly as they danced across his console, every calculation potentially the difference between victory and oblivion. Status report, Jeb called out, his voice taut with tension. We're in the lead, but not by much, Hack responded, eyes fixed on his readouts. 3 ships in close pursuit, and they're not letting up. Killian's gruff voice cut through the hum of the bridge. Weapons are hot, Cap, but we're running low on juice. Whatever we're gonna do, we better do it fast. Jeb nodded grimly, his hands never leaving the controls. We finish this race, and we finish it clean. No shortcuts, no dirty tricks. We show the universe what we're made of. As if in defiance of Jeb's noble intentions, the universe chose that moment to throw yet another challenge their way. Hack's console lit up with urgent warnings. Captain, massive energy spike detected. One of the pursuing ships it's overloading its core. The implications hit them all at once. In a desperate bid for victory, one of their opponents was preparing to sacrifice themselves, taking out the competition in a final, cataclysmic blast. Evasive maneuvers, Jeb shouted, but even as the words left his mouth, Hack knew it was hopeless. There was nowhere to go, nowhere to hide in the empty expanse of space. Time seemed to slow as Hack watched the kamikaze ship approach on his sensors. In that moment he saw with crystal clarity the choice before them. They could fire upon the ship, potentially saving themselves but compromising everything they stood for. Or they could stay true to their principles, even if it meant. Jeb's voice cut through Hack's spiraling thoughts. Killian, target their engine core. Precision shot only. Killian's eyes widened in surprise, but his hands moved to comply without hesitation. Hacked, Jeb continued, his voice eerily calm. The moment Killian fires, I need you to plot us a course directly through the debris field that's about to form. Can you do that?" Hacked swallowed hard, then nodded. "Why, yes, Captain. I can do it." The next few moments were a blur of action. Killian's shot lanced out, striking the kamikaze ship's engine with surgical precision. The resulting explosion was smaller than it would have been, but still massive enough to fill their view screen with blinding light. Jeb's hands flew across the controls, following Hack's desperately calculated course. The broken promise threaded through the expanding cloud of debris like a needle, scraps of metal scraping against their hull with a sound that set Hack's teeth on edge. And then, suddenly, they were through. The finish line loomed ahead, a shimmering barrier of energy stretched across the void. With a final burst of speed that pushed their battered ship to its very limits, the broken promise crossed the line. They had done it. Against all odds, against a conspiracy that sought their downfall, they had won. As the realization of their victory sank in, a strange silence fell over the bridge. They had won, yes, but the cost had been high. Not just for them, but for all the racers who had fallen along the way. In the aftermath of the race, as repair drones swarmed around their ship and officials prepared for the victory ceremony, Jeb gathered his crew on the bridge. "What we've uncovered today goes beyond anything we could have imagined," he began, his voice solemn. "The gravitational anomaly, the coordinated attacks, the desperate measures our opponents were willing to take. This isn't just about racing anymore." Hack nodded, his whiskers drooping with the weight of their discoveries. "What do we do now, Captain?" Jeb's eyes swept over his crew, his family. "We keep racing. We keep winning. And we use every opportunity, every moment in the spotlight, to shed light on what's really going on here." Killian grunted in agreement. They wanted to break us. Instead, they've given us a purpose beyond just winning our freedom. As the crew dispersed to prepare for the ceremony, Hack found himself drawn to a view screen showing a replay of their victory. He watched as their journey was condensed into highlight reels, their every decision and close-call broadcast for the entertainment of millions. But now, knowing what he knew, Hack saw it all in a new light. Each maneuver, each split-second decision, wasn't just about winning a race. It was a statement, a defiance against a system that sought to crush them. Jeb's voice cut through his musings. "Ready to face the cameras, Hacked? We've got a message to deliver." Hacked straightened up, feeling a new sense of purpose flood through him. "Ready, Captain. Let's show the universe what we're really made of." As they made their way to the winner's podium, Hacked realized that their journey was far from over. In fact, it was just beginning. The races ahead would be more than just a fight for freedom. They would be a battle for truth, for justice, and for the very soul of the galaxy. And the crew of the Broken Promise would be at the forefront, leading the charge. One race at a time, they would unravel the conspiracy, expose the truth, and maybe, just maybe, change the universe for the better. The cameras were rolling, the universe was watching, and Hack Jabim, once a simple thief, now a key player in a cosmic drama, was ready to take on whatever challenges lay ahead. After all, they were the crew of the Broken Promise, and breaking promises to corrupt systems was becoming their specialty. Hack's whiskers twitched as he ran through the final pre-race checks on his navigation console. The air in the hangar bay crackled with tension, a palpable mix of excitement and dread that seemed to grow with each passing race. But this time, something felt different. The other crews gave the Broken Promise a wide berth, their expressions a mixture of awe and suspicion. "Quite the reputation we've built," A. Killian muttered, coming to stand beside Hacked. "Can't tell if they're more afraid of racing against us or being seen talking to us." Before Hacked could respond, a commotion at the entrance to their docking bay caught his attention. A figure in official diplomatic robes was arguing heatedly with security personnel, gesturing emphatically towards the Broken Promise. "Looks like our friend from last time is back," Hacked squeaked, nudging Killian. Captain Jeb Sheets emerged from the ship, his face set in a grim mask, as he approached the agitated diplomat. As they drew closer, Hack's sensitive ears picked up fragments of their heated exchange. "Must speak with you immediately, Captain." "The situation has escalated," the diplomat was saying, his voice low and urgent. Jeb glanced around, clearly uncomfortable with the attention they were drawing. With a sharp nod, he led the diplomat into the relative privacy of the Broken Promises cargo hold. Hacked and Killian exchanged a look before quietly following, positioning themselves just within earshot. "All right, you've got my attention." Jeb's voice carried a hint of impatience. "But make it quick. We're on a tight schedule here." The diplomat took a deep breath. "First, allow me to properly introduce myself. I'm Donovan Cruz, Special Envoy from your home system." "Fancy title," Jeb replied dryly. "I assume you're not here just to exchange pleasantries." Indeed not. Cruz's tone grew even more serious. "Your attempt to expose the corruption in these races. It worked, but only to a point. You've stirred the hornet's nest, Captain. The officials are scrambling, but they're also doubling down on their efforts to, well, to put it bluntly, to ensure you don't cross any more finish lines." Hacked felt a chill run down his spine at Cruz's words. He'd suspected their actions would have consequences, but to hear it confirmed. "We've taken steps to protect you and your crew," Cruz continued. "I've personally hired a contingent of loyal soldiers from your homeworld. They'll be providing security between races. But during the races themselves, you'll be on your own." Jeb's voice was hard when he responded. "We always have been, but I appreciate the effort. What else?" "I'm doing everything I can diplomatically to secure your freedom, all of you. Not just you, Captain. But it's an uphill battle. These races, they're tied into political and economic webs that go far beyond mere entertainment." Hack's mind reeled at the implications. Just how deep did this conspiracy go? Cruz lowered his voice further, forcing Hack to strain to hear. "There are whispers, Captain. The officials are still targeting you specifically. If anything, you're an even bigger prize now. The race you're about to enter. It's designed to be nearly impossible. The anomalies you'll be navigating. They're not just natural phenomena. Some suspect they're artificially generated, specifically too." He trailed off, but the unspoken conclusion hung heavy in the air. To eliminate us, Hack thought, his fur standing on end. Suddenly, a loud klaxon blared throughout the hangar. "All racers to your ships. Race commencement in 10 minutes. Cruz cursed under his breath. "I have to go. Remember, trust no one outside your crew. And Captain, be careful out there. The universe is watching, and many are rooting for you. Don't let them down." As Cruz hurried away, quickly lost in the pre-race chaos, Jeb turned to find Hacked and Killian standing there. His expression softened slightly at the sight of his crew. "I assume you heard all that he asked, though it wasn't really a question." Hack nodded, his large eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination. "What do we do, Captain?" Jeb's jaw set in a hard line, his eyes glinting with a fierce resolve that Hacked had come to associate with their most daring maneuvers. "We race, we win, and we show these corrupt officials that it'll take more than a few space anomalies to stop the crew of the Broken Promise." As they made their way to the bridge, final preparations underway all around them, Hacked couldn't shake the feeling that they were about to plunge into something far more dangerous than any race they'd faced before. But as he took his place at the navigation console, surrounded by the crew that had become his family, he felt a surge of determination. Let them try their worst, he thought. We've beaten the odds before. We'll do it again. The starting klaxon blared, and the Broken Promise surged forward, joining the pack of racers as they hurtled towards the shimmering, twisting field of anomalies that marked the beginning of the course. As the laws of physics began to warp around them, Hacked steeled himself for the challenge ahead. This wasn't just a race anymore. It was a fight for survival. The moment the Broken Promise crossed the starting line, Hacked knew this race would be unlike anything they'd faced before. The ship plunged into a shimmering field of spatial distortions, and immediately, every instrument on Hack's console went haywire. Captain Hack squeaked, his paws dancing frantically across the controls. "I'm losing all standard navigational references. These anomalies they're rewriting the laws of physics around us." Jeb's face was a mask of concentration as he wrestled with the ship's controls. "Give me something to work with, Hacked. Anything." Hack's mind raced as he tried to make sense of the chaos unfolding before them. Swirling vortexes of energy pulsed in impossible colors, while areas of space seemed to fold in on themselves. In the distance, he could see other ships being affected in bizarre ways, some stretching like taffy, others seeming to phase in and out of existence. I think I see a pattern, Hack said, his voice filled with uncertainty. The anomalies, they're not completely random. There's a flow to them, like currents in an ocean. Then that's what we'll use, Jeb replied, his tone brooking no argument. Plot us a course following these currents. And someone tell me what's happening to the other ships. Killian's gruff voice cut through the tension. It's a bloodbath out there, Cap. I've counted at least 3 ships torn apart by these anomalies. And, wait, what the hell? Hack glanced at the view screen and felt his fur stand on end. One of the leading ships had just entered a particularly violent anomaly and emerged, changed. Its hull was now covered in a crystalline structure that seemed to be growing, consuming the ship from the outside in. Cosmic dust, Killian muttered. These aren't just space anomalies. They're weapons. The grim reality of Cruz's warning sank in. This wasn't just a race, it was an elaborate execution attempt disguised as sport. Before they could dwell on this revelation, the broken promise shuddered violently. We've got company, Killian shouted. 3 ships on our tail, and they're not here to make friends. Energy blasts lanced past them, made even more deadly by the unpredictable way they interacted with the surrounding anomalies. One shot that missed them wide suddenly curved back, warped by a spatial distortion, and nearly clipped their starboard engine. Evasive maneuvers, Jeb ordered, sending the ship into a series of wild spins and dives that had Hack's stomach doing flips. As they wove through the chaotic tapestry of space-time, Hack noticed something peculiar. Captain, our pursuers, they seem to know exactly where these anomalies are. It's like they have a map. Jeb's eyes narrowed. Confirmation of what Cruz told us. This course was designed to take us out. All right, if they want to play dirty, we'll just have to be smarter. Hacked, can you predict where new anomalies might form based on the patterns you're seeing? Hacked swallowed hard. What Jeb was asking was beyond anything he'd ever attempted. But as he looked at the swirling chaos around them, at the determination on the faces of his crewmates, he knew he had to try. I think so, Captain. But it's going to be risky. Very risky. Risk is all we've got left, Jeb replied. Do it. What followed was a harrowing dance of precision flying and split-second decisions. Hacked called out predictions of forming anomalies, and Jeb piloted the ship with inhuman skill, using the very fabric of warped space-time as both shield and weapon against their attackers. They watched in a mixture of awe and horror as one of their pursuing ships, unable to match their maneuvers, plunged into a newly formed anomaly. The ship seemed to turn inside out, its crew's screams cutting off abruptly as it vanished from existence. Hours passed in a blur of constant tension and near misses. The broken promise emerged from the worst of the anomaly field, battered but intact, now holding a narrow lead in the race. As they approached the designated rest point marking the end of the first day's run, Hacked allowed himself a moment of relief. They had survived for now, but glancing at the determined faces of his crewmates, he knew the real battle was just beginning. This race had become more than a contest of speed and skill. It was a fight for survival, for justice, and for the very nature of reality itself. And as the broken promise docked for repairs, Hacked steeled himself for what was to come. The gloves were off now. If the officials wanted to turn this race into an execution, they were about to learn just how hard the crew of the broken promise could fight back. The moment the broken promise crossed the starting line, Hack knew this race would be unlike anything they'd faced before. The ship plunged into a shimmering field of spatial distortions, and immediately, every instrument on Hack's console went haywire. Captain Hack squeaked, his paws dancing frantically across the controls. I'm losing all standard navigational references. These anomalies, they're rewriting the laws of physics around us. Jeb's face was a mask of concentration as he wrestled with the ship's controls. Give me something to work with, Hacked. Anything. Hack's mind raced as he tried to make sense of the chaos unfolding before them. Swirling vortexes of energy pulsed in impossible colors, while areas of space seemed to fold in on themselves. In the distance, he could see other ships being affected in bizarre ways, some stretching like taffy, others seeming to phase in and out of existence. I think I see a pattern," Hack said, his voice filled with uncertainty. "The anomalies, they're not completely random. There's a flow to them, like currents in an ocean." "Then that's what we'll use," Jeb replied, his tone brooking no argument. "Plot us a course following these currents, and someone tell me what's happening to the other ships." Killian's gruff voice cut through the tension. "It's a bloodbath out there, Cap. I've counted at least 3 ships torn apart by these anomalies. And, wait, what the hell?" Hack glanced at the view screen and felt his fur stand on end. One of the leading ships had just entered a particularly violent anomaly and emerged, changed. Its hull was now covered in a crystalline structure that seemed to be growing, consuming the ship from the outside in. "Cosmic dust," Killian muttered. "These aren't just space anomalies. They're weapons." The grim reality of Cruz's warning sank in. This wasn't just a race, it was an elaborate execution attempt disguised as sport. Before they could dwell on this revelation, the broken promise shuddered violently. "We've got company," Killian shouted. 3 ships on our tail, and they're not here to make friends." Energy blasts lanced past them, made even more deadly by the unpredictable way they interacted with the surrounding anomalies. One shot that missed them wide suddenly curved back, warped by a spatial distortion, and nearly clipped their starboard engine. "Evasive maneuvers," Jeb ordered, sending the ship into a series of wild spins and dives that had Hack's stomach doing flips. As they wove through the chaotic tapestry of space-time, Hack noticed something peculiar. "Captain, our pursuers, they seem to know exactly where these anomalies are. It's like they have a map." Jeb's eyes narrowed. "Confirmation of what Cruz told us. This course was designed to take us out. All right, if they want to play dirty, we'll just have to be smarter. Hack, can you predict where new anomalies might form based on the patterns you're seeing?" Hack swallowed hard. What Jeb was asking was beyond anything he'd ever attempted. But as he looked at the swirling chaos around them, at the determination on the faces of his crewmates, he knew he had to try. I think so, Captain. But it's going to be risky. Very risky." "Risk is all we've got left," Jeb replied. "Do it." What followed was a harrowing dance of precision flying and split-second decisions. Hack called out predictions of forming anomalies, and Jeb piloted the ship with inhuman skill, using the very fabric of warped space-time as both shield and weapon against their attackers. They watched in a mixture of awe and horror as one of their pursuing ships, unable to match their maneuvers, plunged into a newly formed anomaly. The ship seemed to turn inside out, its crew's screams cutting off abruptly as it vanished from existence. Hours passed in a blur of constant tension and near misses. The broken promise emerged from the worst of the anomaly field, battered but intact, now holding a narrow lead in the race. As they approached the designated rest point marking the end of the first day's run, Hack allowed himself a moment of relief. They had survived for now, but glancing at the determined faces of his crewmates, he knew the real battle was just beginning. This race had become more than a contest of speed and skill. It was a fight for survival, for justice, and for the very nature of reality itself. And as the broken promise docked for repairs, Hack steeled himself for what was to come. The gloves were off now. If the officials wanted to turn this race into an execution, they were about to learn just how hard the crew of the Broken Promise could fight back. The Broken Promise hovered at the edge of the next anomaly field, the crew tense and silent as they contemplated the challenges ahead. Hack's paws trembled slightly as he reviewed the data from their first day of racing, his mind reeling from the impossible physics they'd encountered. Jeb's voice cut through the silence, firm and resolute. "All right, crew. We've seen what we're up against. It's clear now that this isn't just a race, it's an execution attempt disguised as sport. We've played by their rules, we've taken the high road, but it's time to face facts. If we don't fight back with everything we've got, we won't make it out of this alive." Hack looked up from his console, seeing the grim determination reflected on the faces of his crewmates. Killian was the first to speak up, his gruff voice carrying a note of anticipation. About damn time, Cap. You saying we can finally take the gloves off? Jeb nodded, his eyes hard. That's exactly what I'm saying. Killian, I want you to unleash the full potential of our weapons systems. No more warning shots, no more disabling attacks. If they're trying to kill us, we fight back just as hard. Killian's scarred face split into a feral grin. With pleasure, Cap. I've got a few surprises I've been itching to try out. Act. A nay. Jeb continued, turning to the hybrid navigator. Your understanding of these anomalies is our greatest asset. I need you to push yourself further. Don't just predict them, find ways we can use them to our advantage. If you see an opportunity for an impossible maneuver, call it out. I'll make it happen. Hacked swallowed hard, nodding. I'll do my best, Captain. I think I'm starting to see patterns in how the anomalies interact with each other. If we time it right, we might be able to create chain reactions. Good. That's the kind of thinking we need. Jeb's gaze swept over the rest of the crew. Everyone else, stay sharp. We're not just racing anymore, we're fighting for our lives and for the truth. Whatever happens out there, we stick together. Understood? A chorus of affirmatives rang out across the bridge. Hacked felt a surge of pride and determination. They were outcasts, criminals in the eyes of the galaxy. But in this moment, they were a family united against impossible odds. As they plunged back into the anomaly field, the change in their approach was immediately apparent. Killian's weapons blazed with newfound ferocity, each shot precisely calculated to use the spatial distortions to their advantage. Energy beams curved around impossible angles, striking pursuing ships with devastating accuracy. Hack's mind raced as he called out maneuvers, his understanding of the anomalies growing with each passing moment. Captain, sharp dive into the vortex at 2 o'clock. Then immediate ascent. It'll slingshot us past the next 3 ships. Jeb's hands flew across the controls, executing the move with inhuman precision. The broken promise plunged into a swirling mass of distorted space-time, the ship groaning under the strain. For a heart-stopping moment, Hacked feared he'd miscalculated. Then they were bursting free, catapulted forward at impossible speed, leaving their pursuers far behind. 3 bogies, coming in hot on our starboard side, Killian called out. They're charging up something big. Hack's eyes darted to his console, taking in the approaching threat and the surrounding anomalies. In a flash of inspiration, he saw their opportunity. Captain. Hard turned to starboard, straight at them. There's a phase shift anomaly forming right in their path. Jeb didn't hesitate, swinging the ship around in a gut-wrenching turn. They hurtled towards their attackers, playing a game of chicken with ships that wanted them dead. At the last possible second, the broken promise rolled, slipping past their enemies just as the phase shift anomaly engulfed them. The pursuing ships seemed to flicker, their very atoms struggling to hold together as they phased in and out of reality. When the anomaly passed, only scattered debris remained. As the hours wore on, the broken promise carved a path of destruction and impossible maneuvers through the anomaly field. Ships that once hunted them now fled at their approach. Hack's predictions, combined with Jeb's piloting, created a dance of destruction that left their enemies baffled and terrified. But the constant battling took its toll. Warning lights flashed across Hack's console as systems strained under the pressure of their relentless pace. All integrity down to 62%, an engineer called out. We've got microfractures forming all along the port side. Jeb's voice was tight but unwavering. Reroute power from non-essential systems. We keep pushing forward. As they approached the end of the day's run, Hacked realized with a start that they were still in the lead. Despite everything thrown at them, despite the entire race being rigged against them, they were winning. The broken promise limped towards the rest station, battered but unbroken. As they docked for repairs, Hacked caught Jeb's eye. The captain gave him a nod of approval that filled Hacked with pride. They had survived another day, pushing themselves and their ship to the very limits. But Hacked knew the real test was yet to come. The officials, seeing their failure to eliminate the broken promise, would be desperate now. As the crew settled in for a brief rest, Hack's mind was already racing, preparing for the challenges of the next day. They had taken off the gloves, shown the galaxy what they were truly capable of. Whatever came next, Hack knew one thing for certain: the crew of the Broken Promise would face it head-on, together. The race was far from over, but for the first time, Hack allowed himself to believe that they might not just survive this, they might actually win. The docking bay hummed with activity as crews rushed to repair their battered ships during the race's halfway point. Hack's sensitive ears twitched at the cacophony of welding torches and shouted orders, but his attention was focused on the datapad before him. He'd retreated to a quiet corner of the Broken Promise, poring over the data from their first day's run through the anomaly field. A shadow fell across his screen, and Hack looked up to see Jeb standing over him, his face etched with fatigue and concern. "Any insights?" Hack the captain asked, his voice low. Hack's whiskers quivered with excitement. "I think so, Captain. There's a pattern to these anomalies. It's subtle, but it's there. Look at this." He pulled up a holographic display, showing the path they'd taken through the anomaly field. Colored lines represented different types of spatial distortions. "See how they interact. It's like a dance. Each anomaly affects the others around it. If we can predict these interactions..." Jeb's eyes widened as he grasped the implications. "We could navigate them even more effectively, maybe even use them to our advantage." Their discussion was interrupted by Killian's gruff voice. "Cap, we've got a situation. That diplomat, Cruz, he's back, and he's insisting on speaking with us. Says it's urgent." Moments later, they were huddled in the cargo hold, Cruz's holographic form flickering before them. The diplomat's face was drawn with worry. "I don't have much time," Cruz said without preamble. "The officials are in chaos. Your performance today, it's upset a lot of plans." "Good," Killian growled. "Let them squirm." Cruz shook his head. "You don't understand. They're desperate now. I've uncovered information about which officials are most deeply involved in this corruption. They're the ones gunning for you hardest." He transmitted a data packet, which Hack quickly decrypted. Names, faces, and detailed information about several high-ranking race officials scrolled across their screens. "This is bigger than just these races," Cruz continued. "These people, they're connected to interstellar corporations, black market weapons dealers. This goes deep." Jeb's jaw clenched. "So what do we do with this information?" "Stay alive," Cruz said grimly. "Keep racing. Keep winning. Every victory chips away at their power structure. But be careful. They'll stop at nothing to take you out now." As Cruz's hologram flickered out, the crew of the Broken Promise was left in stunned silence. It was Hack who finally spoke up, his voice small but determined. "Captain, I've been analyzing the race data. There are shortcuts through the anomaly fields. Dangerous ones, but they could give us a significant advantage." Killian's eyes narrowed. "You mean like the shortcuts other crews have been taking? The ones that get their people executed if they're caught?" Hack nodded solemnly. "Exactly those. With my understanding of the anomalies, we might be able to use them more safely, but it would mean playing by their rules," Jeb finished, his voice heavy. "Sacrificing our principles for a better chance at winning." A tense debate erupted among the crew. Some argued that with the stakes so high, they couldn't afford to handicap themselves. Others insisted that compromising their values would make them no better than the corrupt officials they were fighting against. Hack found himself torn. The scientist in him was fascinated by the possibilities these shortcuts presented, but he couldn't shake the image of that crew member being ejected into space, sacrificed for a moment's advantage. As the argument reached a fever pitch, Jeb's voice cut through the noise. "Enough. We didn't come this far by abandoning who we are. We race clean, we race hard, and we show the universe that we're better than those trying to destroy us." A hush fell over the crew, followed by murmurs of agreement. Hack felt a swell of pride in his captain, in his family. Hack, Jeb continued, turning to the hybrid navigator. "You keep working on understanding those anomalies. We'll use every legal advantage we can get. Killian, I want our weapons running at 110% tomorrow. They think they've seen us unleashed. They haven't seen anything yet." As the crew dispersed to make final preparations, Hack returned to his data, his mind racing with possibilities. They were heading into the most dangerous part of the race, targeted by corrupt officials, flying through physics-defying anomalies. And yet, he couldn't help but feel a spark of hope. They had integrity, they had skill, and most importantly, they had each other. As the warning klaxon sounded, signaling 1 hour until the race resumed, Hack took his place at the navigation console. The starting klaxon blared, jolting Hack out of his focused state. The broken promise surged forward, plunging once more into the chaotic maelstrom of the anomaly field. Immediately, Hack's console lit up with warnings and readouts, the patterns he'd studied all night coming to life before his eyes. Multiple bogies on approach, Captain Killian barked. "Looks like they've been waiting for us." Jeb's voice was steel. "Hacked, give me a course." Killian, light him up. Hack's paws flew across his console, his mind racing to apply his newfound understanding of the anomalies. "Hard to port, Captain. There's a gravitational wave forming that should slingshot us past the first wave of attackers." The broken promise banked hard, riding the invisible current of warped space-time. They shot past their would-be ambushers, leaving them scrambling in their wake. But the respite was brief. The anomaly field seemed even more violent today, reality itself twisting and churning around them. Hack watched in horror as a ship ahead of them strayed too close to a phase-shift anomaly, its hull seeming to turn inside out before imploding with a silent flash. "Captain, we've got a problem," Hack squeaked, his fur standing on end. "The anomalies are becoming more unstable. It's like they're feeding off each other, growing stronger." Jeb's jaw clenched. "Can you plot us a safe course through this mess?" Hack swallowed hard. "Safe? No, but I can give us our best chance." What followed was the most intense flying of their lives. Hack called out directions rapid fire, guiding them through a maze of spatial distortions that defied comprehension. Jeb's piloting was beyond masterful, threading the broken promise through gaps that seemed to close the instant they passed. Killian's weapons blazed continuously, holding off wave after wave of attacks. But for every ship they disabled, 2 more seemed to take its place. "They're throwing everything they've got at us," Killian growled. "Whole damn armada out here." Hack's eyes widened as he spotted something on his sensors. "Captain, 3 ships ahead there. They're taking a shortcut, diving straight into a Class 9 anomaly." The crew watched in tense silence as the ships ahead vanished into a swirling vortex of impossible colors. Moments later, 2 of them re-emerged, hundreds of kilometers ahead. The third was nowhere to be seen. Jeb's voice was grim. "That's the price of cheating, folks. We stick to our course." But their principled stand was costing them. Hack's heart sank as he realized they had slipped to 4th place. The remaining shortcuts were looking more tempting by the second. Suddenly, alarms blared across the bridge. "Massive energy spike," Hack cried out. "Some kind of artificial anomaly forming directly ahead." A swirling portal of pure chaos materialized before them, easily large enough to swallow their ship whole. Hack's sensors were going haywire, unable to make sense of the readings. "It's a trap," Jeb muttered. "Designed specifically for us. Hacked options." Hack's mind raced, calculations and probabilities flashing through his thoughts. There was a way through, he was sure of it, but the risk. "Captain," he said, his voice surprisingly steady, "I've got a path. But it's going to take everything we've got. And if I'm off by even a fraction..." Jeb's eyes met his, filled with unwavering trust. "Do it." What happened next would be talked about in racing circles for years to come. The broken promise dove straight into the heart of the artificial anomaly, its hull groaning under forces that threatened to tear it apart. Hack's voice was a constant stream of directions, guiding Jeb through a series of maneuvers that seemed to defy the laws of physics themselves. They corkscrewed through layers of warped space-time, riding the edge of gravitational waves that could have crushed them in an instant. At one point, the ship seemed to be in 2 places at once, phase shifted between realities. And then, with a final burst of speed that pushed their engines far beyond their limits, they erupted from the other side of the anomaly. Behind them, the artificial construct collapsed in on itself, taking 2 pursuing ships with it. As the crew caught their breath, realizing they had survived the impossible, Killian's whoop of victory filled the bridge. "Would you look at that? We're in first place, baby." But their celebration was short-lived. As they approached the final stretch, a distress call crackled over their comms. One of the shortcut-taking ships had become stranded in a pocket of null space, slowly being erased from existence. Hacked looked to Jeb, seeing the conflict in his captain's eyes. To stop would almost certainly cost them the race. To go on would mean leaving fellow racers to a fate worse than death. Jeb's decision, when it came, was instant. Hacked, plot an intercept course. Killian, ready the tractor beams. We're not leaving anyone behind. As they swung around to attempt a daring rescue, Hacked felt a surge of pride in his crew, in his family. They might not win this race, but in this moment, they had proven themselves true champions. The final leg of the anomaly run stretched before them, filled with danger and uncertainty. The broken promise hung in space, tractor beams straining as they pulled the stricken ship from the pocket of null space. Hack's paws flew over his console, making constant adjustments to keep them from being drawn in themselves. "We've got them," Captain Hacked called out, his voice tight with tension. "But our engines are redlining. We can't hold this for long." Jeb's face was a mask of concentration. "Killian, moment we break free, I want full power to engines. We're not out of this race yet." With a final, wrenching pull, both ships burst free from the anomaly's grasp. The rescued crew's thanks crackled over the comms, but there was no time to respond. The broken promise surged forward, engines screaming as they pushed far beyond their design limits. "Status report," Jeb barked. Hack's eyes darted across his readouts. "We're in third place, Captain. 2 ships ahead, 4 behind." But he hesitated, whiskers twitching nervously. "Spit it out," Hack Jeb urged. "The anomaly's there, converging. I've never seen anything like it. It's as if they're forming one massive, final obstacle." As if to confirm his words, the space ahead of them began to warp and twist. A swirling vortex of impossible colors and shapes formed, stretching across the entire width of the race corridor. There was no way around it, only through. "This is it." Folks, Jeb's voice was steel. "Everything we've learned, everything we've fought for, it all comes down to this. Hacked, I need your best calculations. Killian, be ready for anything. Everyone else, hold on tight. We're going to show these corrupt officials exactly what the crew of the Broken Promise is made of." As they approached the final anomaly, Hack's mind raced. All the patterns he'd observed, all the data he'd analyzed, it was time to put it to the ultimate test. "Captain," he squeaked, a note of uncertainty in his voice, "I think I see a path. But it's insane. We'd be shifting through multiple phases of reality, riding gravitational waves that could tear us apart. The timing would have to be perfect." Jeb's response was immediate. "Do it." What followed was a sequence of maneuvers that defied description. The Broken Promise plunged into the heart of the anomaly, reality fracturing around them. At times, Hacked could swear he saw multiple versions of their ship, each taking a slightly different path. Jeb's piloting was beyond masterful, executing Hack's instructions with inhuman precision. They corkscrewed through layers of warped space-time, narrowly avoiding collapse points that could have erased them from existence. Alarms blared as the ship's hull creaked and groaned, pushed far beyond its limits. Warning lights flashed across every console, systems failing one by one. "We're losing structural integrity," Killian shouted over the din. "She's breaking apart." But Jeb's voice remained steady. "Hold together, old girl. Just a little longer." With a final, reality-bending maneuver that had Hack's stomach doing flips, they burst free of the anomaly. The sudden return to normal space was almost as jarring as the anomaly itself. For a moment there was silence on the bridge, broken only by the crackle of shorting systems and the heavy breathing of the crew. Then Killian's whoop of joy filled the air. "We did it, we're through. And, by all the stars, we're in the lead." Hack's paws trembled as he confirmed the readings. They had indeed emerged ahead of the pack, the final stretch of the race laid out before them. But their trials weren't over yet. As they approached the finish line, a massive coordinated attack struck from all sides. It seemed every remaining ship in the race had united with one goal: stop the broken promise at all costs. "This is it," Jeb called out. "Killian, give them everything we've got left. Hacked, plot us the fastest course to that finish line. Everyone else, divert all remaining power to engines and shields. We end this now." The final moments of the race were a blur of frantic action. Killian's weapons blazed, holding off waves of attackers. Hack's calculations guided them through a final gauntlet of smaller anomalies that had formed in the wake of the larger one. With a bone-jarring shudder and a final burst of speed that threatened to shake the ship apart, the broken promise crossed the finish line mere seconds ahead of their nearest competitor. As the realization of their victory sank in, the bridge erupted in cheers and embraces. They had done the impossible. Again. In the aftermath, as repair drones swarmed around their battered ship, the crew gathered on the bridge. The mood was a mixture of elation and solemn reflection. "We did more than win a race today," Jeb began, his voice carrying a weight of emotion. "We proved that integrity and skill can triumph over corruption and brute force. Every life we saved, every challenge we overcame, it all sends a message. The system is broken, but we won't be broken by it." Hack nodded, feeling a swell of pride. "What happens now, Captain?" As if in answer, a priority communication alert flashed on the main screen. It was Cruz. "Congratulations on your victory," the diplomat began, his face a mixture of awe and urgency. "Your performance. It sparked something. Investigations are being launched. Questions are being asked in high places. The corrupt officials are scrambling." Jeb's eyes narrowed. "And the races?" Cruz's expression turned grim. "They'll continue, for now. But change is coming. Your actions have set something in motion that can't be stopped. Keep racing. Keep winning. The universe is watching, and more importantly, it's starting to act." As the transmission ended, a determined silence fell over the bridge. They had won a crucial victory, but the real battle was just beginning. Hack looked around at his crewmates, his family, and felt a surge of determination. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whatever impossible odds they might face, he knew they would face them together. The broken promise had lived up to its name once again, breaking the promises of corrupt officials who thought they could control them. And in doing so, they had kindled a spark of hope that threatened to ignite a galaxy-wide flames of change. As they prepared for their next race, Hack knew one thing for certain: the crew of the Broken Promise was no longer just racing for their own freedom. They were racing to free an entire system from the shackles of corruption. And they were just getting started. The day after the anomaly run, Hack found himself fidgeting nervously as he followed Captain Jeb Sheets through the bustling corridors of the race station. His whiskers twitched, picking up the undercurrent of tension that seemed to permeate the air. Other racers they passed gave them a wide berth, their expressions a mix of fear, awe, and resentment. "Quite the reputation we've built," Killian muttered from behind Hack, echoing the Hibbard's thoughts. Jeb merely grunted in response, his eyes scanning the crowd as if expecting an ambush at any moment. After their victory in the anomaly run and the revelations that followed, Hack couldn't blame him for being cautious. As they rounded a corner, a figure stepped out from the shadows, causing the entire crew to tense. Hack's paw instinctively moved to the small blaster he now kept hidden in his fur, a sad necessity in these dangerous times. "Captain Sheets," the figure called out, his voice gravelly with age. "A word, if you please." Jeb held up a hand, signaling the crew to stand down. As the stranger stepped into the light, Hack was surprised to see an elderly human, his face weathered by years of hard living, but his eyes sharp and alert. "And you are?" Jeb asked, his tone neutral, but with an edge of wariness. The old man straightened, a hint of pride entering his stance. "Greg Hoffman, captain of the Stargazer. You saved us in the last race, pulled us out of that null space pocket when you could have left us to die." Hack's ears perked up at this, remembering the daring rescue that had nearly cost them their lead in the race. He watched as Jeb's expression softened slightly, recognition dawning. "Ah, yes, I remember. Glad to see you made it through in one piece, Captain Hoffman. but I suspect you're not here just to express gratitude." Hoffman nodded, glancing around nervously before leaning in closer. "You're right. I've come to propose an alliance of sorts." Killian snorted. "An alliance? In case you haven't noticed, old-timer, this ain't exactly a team sport." But Jeb held up a hand, silencing his weapons officer. "Go on," he urged Hoffman. The old captain took a deep breath. "Words spreading about what you're doing. The corruption you're exposing, the changes you're forcing. It's giving hope to a lot of us who'd given up. But it's also painting a massive target on your backs." Hacked felt a chill run down his spine at Hoffman's words. They'd known they were making waves, but to hear it confirmed so bluntly. "We want to help," Hoffman continued. "Form a coalition of sorts. Racers who are willing to stand against the corruption. But we need protection, the same kind you've got." Jeb's eyebrows rose. "And how do you know about our protection?" Hoffman gave a wry smile. "News travels fast in places like this. We know you've got friends in high places. All we're asking is for that umbrella to extend a little wider." A tense silence fell over the group as Jeb considered the proposal. Hack's mind raced, weighing the potential benefits and risks. Allies could be invaluable in the races to come, but trusting the wrong person could be catastrophic. Finally, Jeb spoke. "I'll need to make some calls. But I'm not opposed to the idea. We could use some friends out there." The relief on Hoffman's face was palpable. "Thank you, Captain. You won't regret this. We'll..." "Oh!" He was cut off by the sudden blaring of alarms throughout the station. "All racers, report to your ships for maintenance inspection. Repeat, all racers to your ships." As Hoffman hurried away, promising to be in touch, Jeb turned to his crew. Contact crews. Tell him we need to talk about expanding our safety net. Killian, do a full sweep of the ship before letting any maintenance crews aboard. The rest of you, stay alert. I've got a feeling things are about to get a lot more complicated." As they made their way to their docking bay, Hack couldn't shake a mix of excitement and apprehension. They were no longer just a single crew fighting against impossible odds. They were becoming the center of a movement, a beacon of hope for other racers. But with that hope came greater danger. As Hack prepared to contact crews, he realized that their next race might be about more than just crossing a finish line. It could be the beginning of a revolution that would shake the very foundations of the racing world. And for better or worse, the crew of the Broken Promise was at the heart of it all. After the tense meeting with Hoffman and the subsequent ship inspection, Jeb surprised the crew by suggesting they all take a break for lunch. Hack found himself seated at a large table in an observation lounge overlooking the docking bay, the Broken Promise visible below amidst a flurry of repair activity. "I don't think I've ever seen the maintenance crews move so fast," Killian remarked, his gruff voice tinged with suspicion as he bit into a protein bar. Hack nodded in agreement, his whiskers twitching as he observed the scene below. "It's not just our ship either. Look at the others." The crew turned their attention to the neighboring docks. Sure enough, every ship in view was surrounded by swarms of repair drones and technicians working at an unprecedented pace. "They're expediting the repairs," Jeb mused, his brow furrowed. "Question is, why?" An uneasy silence fell over the group as they considered the implications. Hack's mind raced through possibilities, each more unsettling than the last. "Could be a gesture of goodwill," one of the alien crew members suggested hesitantly. "After the last race, maybe they're trying to show they care about our safety." Killian snorted. "Or they're setting us up for something even worse. Rush the repairs, cut corners, then watch us fall apart mid-race." "Both are possible," Jeb said, his voice measured. "But I suspect the truth lies somewhere in between. They can't afford to lose more ships, not with the investigations crews mentioned. But they also can't appear weak or benevolent." Hack sipped at his nutrient solution, grateful for the rare moment of peace, despite the underlying tension. "Whatever their reason, we should take advantage of this time to rest and prepare." The others murmured in agreement, and for a while the conversation drifted to lighter topics. They swapped stories from their lives before racing, shared jokes that transcended species barriers, and for a brief, precious moment, almost forgot the dangers that constantly surrounded them. As Hack listened to his crewmates laugh and banter, he felt a warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with the nutrient solution. This odd collection of misfits and criminals had become more than just a crew. They were family. His reflective moment was interrupted by a sudden burst of activity in the docking bay below. A new ship had arrived, its sleek design unlike anything Hack had seen before. "Now that's interesting," Jeb murmured, leaning forward for a better look. "That's not a racing vessel. Military, if I had to guess." Killian's hand instinctively moved towards his concealed weapon. Trouble. Jeb shook his head. Not necessarily. Could be part of the investigation Cruz mentioned. Or, he trailed off, his eyes narrowing. "Or what?" Captain Hack asked, anxiety creeping into his voice. "Or it could be our new friends making good on their promise of protection," Jeb finished, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. As they watched, a small group disembarked from the mysterious ship, immediately engaged in what looked like a heated discussion with race officials. "Well," Killian grunted, a note of grudging admiration in his voice, "looks like things might finally be changing around here." Hack nodded, feeling a mixture of hope and apprehension. Change was coming, that much was clear. But whether it would be for better or worse remained to be seen. As the crew finished their meal and prepared to return to the Broken Promise, Hack couldn't shake the feeling that they were standing on the precipice of something monumental. The expedited repairs, the new alliances, the arrival of this mysterious ship, it all pointed to a shift in the status quo. Whatever challenges lay ahead, Hack knew one thing for certain: the crew of the Broken Promise would face them together, united by bonds stronger than any prison sentence or corrupt system could break. With a final glance at the bustling docking bay below, Hack followed his crewmates out of the lounge, ready to face whatever the future might hold. As the crew of the Broken Promise settled back into their seats, a contemplative silence fell over the group. The view of their ship being repaired below seemed to spark something in each of them, a reminder of how far they'd come and the possibilities that now lay before them. It was Jeb who finally broke the silence, his voice uncharacteristically soft. "You know, for the first time since we started this crazy journey, I'm starting to believe we might actually pull this off. 50 wins. It doesn't seem so impossible anymore." Hack felt a surge of hope at Jeb's words. He looked around at his crewmates, seeing that same spark reflected in their eyes. Even Killian's usually cynical gaze held a glimmer of optimism. So Jeb continued, leaning back in his chair, "Humor me for a moment. If we do win our freedom, what's the first thing you'd all do?" There was a moment of stunned silence as the crew grappled with a question they'd scarcely allowed themselves to consider. Then, one by one, they began to share their dreams. An alien crew member with iridescent scales spoke up first, their voice trembling with emotion. "I'd go home to my spawning grounds. I have children I've never met. I'd like to see them, to explain why I've been gone for so long." Nods of understanding rippled through the group. Another crew member, a being of living crystal, chimed in. "I'd return to my forge world. There's a piece of art I left unfinished when I was taken. I dream of completing it, of leaving something beautiful behind." Hack listened, fascinated by the diverse aspirations of his crewmates. Some dreams were grand, starting businesses, championing reforms in the justice system. Others were touchingly simple, feeling real sunlight, tasting home-cooked meals, embracing loved ones long missed. When it came to Hack's turn, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. I'm not sure," he admitted, his whiskers drooping slightly. "For so long, survival was my only goal. But now," he paused, considering, "I think I'd like to study. To learn about all the incredible things we've seen out here, but from the safety of a classroom instead of the danger of a racetrack." Jeb smiled warmly at Hack's response. "A noble aspiration. Knowledge is a different kind of freedom, one that can never be taken away." All eyes turned to Killian, who had remained uncharacteristically quiet throughout the exchange. The gruff weapons officer shifted uncomfortably under their gaze. "Ah, hell," he grumbled. "If you really want to know, there's this little bar on a backwater moon in the Rigel system. Best damn whiskey in the galaxy. Owner there once told me I could have a free drink if I ever made it big. A rare smile crossed Killian's scarred face. Figure winning our freedom in this blasted race series qualifies. I'd go collect on that drink, and maybe buy a round for the house while I'm at it. The crew erupted in laughter and cheers at Killian's unexpected sentimentality. Even Jeb chuckled, clapping Killian on the back. As the laughter died down, Hacked felt a warmth spreading through him that had nothing to do with the nutrient solution he'd been sipping. For the first time, he could see a future beyond the next race, beyond the constant struggle for survival. It was a future filled with possibility, with growth, with freedom. You know, Hacked said, his voice filled with a newfound determination. A week ago, I would have said these dreams were impossible. But now I think we might actually have a shot. Jeb nodded, his eyes shining with pride as he looked around at his crew. That's the spirit, Hacked. We've faced impossible odds before and come out on top. We'll do it again as many times as it takes. Because we're not just racing for ourselves anymore. We're racing for each other, for our dreams, for a future worth fighting for. The crew raised their drinks in a toast, united in their hope and determination. As Hacked looked around at the faces of his friends, his family, he knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together. The dream of freedom, once a distant impossibility, now felt tantalizingly close, and Hacked was ready to race with everything he had to make that dream a reality. As the crew's discussion about their dreams for the future wound down, a comfortable silence settled over the group. Hacked found his gaze drawn to Captain Jeb, who had listened to everyone's aspirations with warm attention, but had yet to share his own. Gathering his courage, Hacked decided to ask the question that had been on his mind for so long. Captain Hacked began, his whiskers twitching slightly with nervousness. You've heard all our dreams, but what about you? Could you tell us about your homeworld and your wife? Jeb's eyes, usually sharp and focused, took on a distant look. For a moment, Hacked feared he had overstepped, but then a soft smile spread across the captain's weathered face. Julius 9, Jeb said, his voice filled with a warmth Hacked had never heard before. That's my home. Imagine, if you will, a world where the mountains touch the sky, their peaks wreathed in clouds that shimmer like opals in the sunlight. The crew leaned in, captivated by Jeb's words. Even Killian set down his drink, listening intently. But it's not just the mountains, Jeb continued, his eyes closed as if seeing it all again. Nestled between those towering peaks are valleys so lush, so full of life, you'd think you'd stumbled into paradise itself. Hidden groves of fruit trees with branches heavy with bounty, their sweet scent carried on gentle breezes. Vineyards that stretch as far as the eye can see, producing wines that would make the finest sommeliers weep with joy. Hacked could almost smell the fruit, feel the mountain air on his fur. He saw similar expressions of wonder on his crewmates' faces. There's this one valley, Jeb said, his voice taking on a conspiratorial tone, known only to a few. A place where waterfalls cascade down cliff faces, creating rainbows that dance in the mist. The water pools in natural hot springs, heated by the planet's core, sitting there, soaking in those springs under a canopy of stars. It's like being cradled in the hand of the universe itself. A wistful sigh escaped several of the crew members. Hacked found himself longing for a world he'd never seen, a beauty he could only imagine. It sounds perfect, Hacked breathed. Jeb chuckled softly. Oh, it has its challenges. The winters can be harsh, and the terrain makes travel difficult. But that's part of its charm, you see. Everything beautiful there is earned, appreciated all the more for the effort it takes to reach it. And your wife, Hacked ventured, emboldened by Jeb's openness. At this, Jeb's expression softened even further, a look of pure love transforming his features. Ah, Alara, she's the heart of it all. You know, I said Julius 9 was like paradise, but the truth is, it pales in comparison to her. Her smile outshines the brightest mountain sunrise. Her laugh, it's like the song of the wind through the valley pines, but 1,000 times more beautiful. Hacked was stunned. He'd never seen this side of his captain before, this depth of emotion, this vulnerability. She's brilliant, too, Jeb continued, pride evident in his voice. an astrobiologist. She sees the wonder in every living thing, from the tiniest microbe to the grandest tree. And her strength. She's the reason I keep fighting, keep racing. The thought of holding her in my arms again, of walking with her through those hidden valleys. Jeb's voice trailed off, emotion overwhelming him for a moment. The crew sat in respectful silence, each lost in their own thoughts, their own visions of this world and the woman who clearly meant everything to their captain. Just as Hacked was about to speak, to thank Jeb for sharing something so personal, a shrill alarm cut through the air. The peaceful atmosphere shattered instantly as the crew snapped to attention. All racers report to your vessels. Immediately a voice boomed over the station's comm system. Prepare for immediate departure. A new race will commence in 1 hour. Repeat, all racers to your ships. Race commencement in 1 hour. The contrast between the serene moment they'd just shared and the sudden call to action was jarring. Hack's fur stood on end as adrenaline flooded his system. Jeb was on his feet in an instant, all traces of the wistful storyteller gone, replaced by the focused, determined captain they all knew. You heard them, crew. Back to the broken promise. Whatever they're throwing at us this time, we'll be ready. As they hurried out of the lounge, Hacked cast one last glance at the view of the docking bay. The repair crews were already dispersing, their work apparently complete. Whatever race lay ahead, they would face it with a ship in peak condition and with a renewed sense of what they were fighting for. Hacked felt a new determination coursing through him. They weren't just racing for their own freedom anymore. They were racing for Jeb's reunion with Alara, for a chance to see the wonders of Julius 9, for all the dreams and aspirations they'd shared. As they boarded the Broken Promise, Hack took his place at the navigation console, ready to plot a course not just through whatever challenges lay ahead, but towards a future where all their dreams might become reality. The race was about to begin, and the crew of the Broken Promise was ready to show the universe once again what they were made of. The moment the announcement for the new race blared through the station, Hacked felt his fur stand on end. The peaceful atmosphere of their shared meal evaporated instantly, replaced by a surge of adrenaline and urgent purpose. To move, people Jeb's command cut through the chaos as they rushed out of the lounge. Hacked's sensitive ears picked up the sound of hurried footsteps behind them, Cruz and Hoffman, no doubt trying to catch up. Captain Sheets. We need to talk, Cruz's voice called out, but Jeb didn't even slow down. Not now, Cruz. Jeb shot back over his shoulder. Ship integrity first. Everything else is secondary. Hacked understood the captain's priorities. After the expedited repairs, they couldn't risk entering a week-long race without ensuring every bolt and circuit was exactly as it should be. As they approached the Broken Promise's docking bay, Hacked saw Hoffman attempting to intercept them. The old captain's face was etched with urgency, but Jeb deftly sidestepped him with a curt nod. Whatever it is, it'll have to wait, Jeb said firmly. We've got less than an hour to prep for a week-long haul. The moment they boarded the ship, the crew sprang into action with practiced efficiency. Killian disappeared into the weapons bay, while other crew members scattered to check various systems. Hack. Jeb called out, I need you to review the race parameters. Every detail, no matter how small, and keep an eye on the repairs while you're at it. Aye, Captain Hack replied, scurrying to his station. His paws flew over the console, pulling up the race briefing, while simultaneously accessing the repair logs. As Hack absorbed the information, his eyes widened. Captain, this race, it's unlike anything we've done before. A straight shot to Kit's asteroid mining colony. 7 days of continuous racing. Jeb appeared at his shoulder, face grim. Endurance run, eh? They're trying to wear us down. What else? Hack's whiskers twitched as he scrolled through the data. Limited refueling stops, strict rules on ship-to-ship contact, and the course. It takes us through some treacherous areas, solar flare zones, debris fields, even a section of uncharted space. They're not pulling any punches, Jeb muttered. How are the repairs looking? Hack switched screens, reviewing the logs. Everything checks out on paper, but something feels off, Captain. The work was done too quickly, too perfectly. Jeb nodded, understanding Hack's suspicion. All right, I want every system double-checked. If there's so much as a misaligned screw, I want to know about it. As the crew worked feverishly to inspect the ship, Hack divided his attention between studying the race route and monitoring the system checks. The complexity of the course was daunting. Maintaining top speed for a week straight would push both ship and crew to their limits. With just 15 minutes to go before the race start, Killian's voice crackled over the intercom. "Cap, we've got a problem in the engine room. Might want to take a look at this." Jeb cursed under his breath. "Hacked, with me," he ordered, already striding towards the engine room. They found Killian standing before an open panel, his face a mask of barely contained rage. Inside, amidst the tangle of wires and circuits, was a small device Hacked had never seen before. "Sabotage," Hack squeaked, his fur bristling. Killian nodded grimly. "Nasty little thing. Would have fried our navigation systems about 2 days into the race. Whoever placed it knew what they were doing." Jeb's eyes narrowed. "Can we remove it safely?" "Already done," Killian replied, holding up the device. "But there might be more. We need to sweep the entire ship, and fast." The final minutes before the race became a blur of activity. Every panel was opened, every system scrutinized. They found 2 more sabotage devices, one in the life support system and another in the fuel regulators. As the 1-minute warning blared through the ship, Jeb gathered the crew on the bridge. His face was etched with determination and barely contained anger. "They tried to cripple us before we even started," he said, his voice low and intense. "But we caught it. We survived. And now we're going to win this race, not just for ourselves, but for every racer out there who's been played by this corrupt system." Hacked felt a surge of pride and determination as he took his place at the navigation console. They had overcome the first challenge before the race even began. Whatever lay ahead in the long haul to Kits, the crew of the Broken Promise was ready. The starting klaxon sounded, and Hacked felt the familiar lurch as the ship launched forward. 7 days of non-stop racing lay ahead, but in that moment, with his crew around him and the stars beckoning, Hacked had never felt more alive. The moment the starting klaxon blared, chaos erupted. The Broken Promise shot forward, joining a swarm of ships as they burst from the station's launch bay. Hack's paws flew over his console, feeding Jeb a constant stream of navigational data as they jockeyed for position. "We've got company on our starboard side," Killian growled, his hands hovering over the weapons controls. "Looks like they're trying to. Wait a second." Hacked glanced at the tactical display and blinked in surprise. The ship Killian had noticed wasn't making any aggressive moves. In fact, it seemed to be deliberately keeping pace with them, maintaining a respectful distance. Captain Hacked squeaked, his whiskers twitching with curiosity. "I'm noticing a pattern. Several ships are. Well, they're avoiding conflict with us." Jeb's brow furrowed as he studied the positions of the surrounding vessels. "You're right. Killian, open a secure channel to that ship on our starboard. Let's see what's going on." A moment later, a gruff voice crackled through the comm system. "Broken Promise, this is Captain Yara of the Stardancer. We mean you no harm. In fact, we're here to help." Jeb's eyebrows shot up. "Help? In what way, Captain Yara?" "Your actions in the last few races. They've inspired a lot of us," Yara replied, a note of admiration in her voice. "A group of us have formed a coalition. We want to work together to stand against the corruption in these races." Hacked felt a surge of excitement and apprehension. Allies could be invaluable in a week-long race, but trusting the wrong people could be catastrophic. Jeb seemed to share his caution. "That's a noble goal, Captain Yara. But forgive me if I'm a bit skeptical. Trust doesn't come easy out here." "Understood," Yara responded. "We're not asking for blind trust, just a truce for now. We'll prove ourselves through our actions." As if to demonstrate her point, 2 ships that had been aggressively approaching the Broken Promise suddenly found themselves intercepted by members of Yara's coalition. The potential attackers quickly backed off, clearly outnumbered. Jeb nodded appreciatively. "All right, Captain Yara, we'll give this truce a shot, but we'll be watching closely." As the race progressed into its first few hours, the benefits of the alliance became increasingly clear. The coalition ships formed a loose protective formation around the broken promise, warding off potential attacks and sharing tactical information. HFY found himself working in concert with navigators from other ships, pooling their knowledge to plot the most efficient course through the challenging race route. It was a novel experience, having allies after so long of facing every race alone. As the first day of racing neared its end, HFY couldn't help but feel a sense of cautious optimism. They were making good time, their ship was performing well, and for once they weren't constantly looking over their shoulders for the next attack. During a quiet moment, as Jeb took a short rest and Killian manned the helm, HFY approached his captain with a data pad in hand. "Captain," he began, his voice low, "I've been analyzing our position and the behavior of the other ships. We're in a good place, but there's something else." Jeb raised an eyebrow, encouraging HFY to continue. "This coalition, it's bigger than we thought. I've identified at least a dozen ships that seem to be working together, and the way they're positioned." HFY paused, almost disbelieving his own conclusion. "Sir, I think they're protecting us specifically. We're not just part of this alliance, we're at the center of it." Jeb's face grew serious as he absorbed this information. "They're rallying around us," he mused. "We've become a symbol." HFY nodded, his whiskers twitching nervously. "It's an advantage, but it's also a risk. If the race officials notice this pattern, they'll come at us harder than ever." Jeb finished. He placed a hand on HFY's shoulder, a gesture of appreciation and reassurance. "Good work, HFY. Keep monitoring the situation. We need to be prepared for anything." As HFY returned to his station, he cast a glance at the starfield visible through the bridge viewport. Somewhere out there, amid the glittering points of light, were ships filled with people who had chosen to stand with them. It was a heartening thought, but also a sobering one. They weren't just racing for their own freedom anymore. They had become the focal point of a growing movement, a beacon of hope for other racers who dreamed of a fair system. The pressure was immense, but so was the potential for real change. As the broken promise continued its long journey towards Kits, HFY steeled himself for the challenges ahead. The race was far from over, and he had a feeling that the true tests were yet to come. But for the first time in a long while, they weren't facing those tests alone. The stars seemed to shine a little brighter as they pressed on, a cohort of allied ships flanking them in the vast expanse of space. As the race entered its second day, HFY found himself jolted from a fitful sleep by the blaring of proximity alarms. He scrambled to his station, whiskers twitching with tension as he took in the tactical display. "Multiple hostile contacts approaching fast," HFY called out, his paws flying over the console. "Looks like a coordinated attack." Jeb, who seemed to have barely slept, was already at the helm. "Killian, battle stations. HFY, alert our allies. Let's see if this coalition is worth its salt." No sooner had the words left Jeb's mouth than the first volley of energy blasts lit up the void around them. The broken promise shuddered under the assault, but Jeb's expert piloting kept them one step ahead of the worst of it. Killian's hands danced across the weapons controls, returning fire with precision. "Whoever these bastards are, they came prepared," he growled. "Military-grade shields on at least 3 of them." As HFY relayed their situation to the Allied ships, he watched in awe as the tactical display came alive with activity. Ships from Captain Yara's coalition moved to intercept, forming a protective screen around the broken promise. "Incoming transmission from the Stardancer," HFY announced. Captain Yara's voice crackled through the comm system, tense but determined. "We've got your back, broken promise. These vultures picked the wrong day to start trouble." What followed was a battle unlike anything HFY had ever experienced. The void around them erupted into a dazzling, deadly light show as ships wove intricate patterns through space, energy weapons blazing. Jeb's piloting skills were pushed to their limits as he guided the broken promise through the chaos. More than once, HFY found himself holding his breath as they narrowly avoided collisions or deadly weapon blasts. "HFY, I need options," Jeb called out, his voice strained as he wrenched the ship into a tight barrel roll to avoid a barrage of missiles. HFY's mind raced as he analyzed the battlefield. Suddenly, he spotted a pattern in the enemy formation. Captain, there's a weak point in their attack pattern. If we can lead them into that debris field at coordinates 227 Mark 35, we might be able to break their formation. Jeb nodded grimly. Good eye, Hacked. Relay the plan to our allies. Let's turn this ambush around on them. As Hack transmitted the strategy to the coalition ships, he felt a surge of pride. They weren't just surviving now, they were leading, strategizing, turning the tide of battle. The plan worked beautifully. The Broken Promise, flanked by their allies, dove into the debris field. Their attackers, too focused on their prey, followed without hesitation. But where Jeb and the allied captains wove through the field with precision, their pursuers found themselves scattered and disoriented. Killian let out a whoop of triumph as his weapons found their mark, disabling the engines of one of the military-grade ships. That's how we do it on the Broken Promise. But the victory was bittersweet. As the dust settled and the remaining attackers retreated, Hack's sensors picked up distress signals from several allied ships. Captain Hack reported, his voice heavy, we've lost 3 allied vessels. 5 more have taken heavy damage. They won't be able to continue the race. A somber silence fell over the bridge. They had won the battle, but the cost had been high. Jeb's voice was solemn as he opened a channel to the remaining allied ships. To all ships who stood with us today, you have our deepest gratitude. Your sacrifice will not be forgotten. We will carry your spirit with us to the finish line and beyond. As the damaged ships peeled away, limping back towards the nearest safe port, Hacked felt the weight of their sacrifice settle on his shoulders. These weren't just anonymous racers anymore. They were allies, friends who had put themselves in harm's way for a cause greater than themselves. The race was far from over, and Hack knew that this attack was likely just the beginning. But as he looked around at his crewmates, at the determination in their eyes, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. They were no longer just a single ship fighting against impossible odds. They had become the center of a movement, a beacon of hope for those who dared to dream of a fairer system. As the Broken Promise and its remaining allies regrouped and set course for the next leg of their journey to Kitz, Hacked made a silent vow. They would win this race, not just for themselves, but for every racer who had ever been wronged by the corrupt system, for every ally who had risked everything to stand with them. As the Broken Promise entered the last day of the race to Kitz, the strain of the week-long endurance run was evident on every face. Hack's paws felt heavy on his console, his usually twitchy whiskers drooping with exhaustion. He blinked hard, trying to focus on the stream of navigational data before him. Status report, Jeb called out, his voice raspy from days of issuing constant commands. Hack swallowed, forcing himself to concentrate. We're maintaining our lead, Captain. Kitz is approximately 18 hours away at our current speed. The nearest competitor is 3 hours behind us. Jeb nodded, the ghost of a smile playing on his lips. Good work, everyone. We're almost there. Just need to hold it together a little longer. As if the universe itself had heard Jeb's words and decided to test them, alarms suddenly blared across the bridge. Hack's console lit up with urgent warnings. Multiple contacts appearing on long-range sensors. Hack squeaked, his fatigue momentarily forgotten. They're coming out of nowhere, Captain. Killian, who had been dozing at his station, snapped to attention. Impossible. There's nothing out here that could hide a fleet that size. Jeb's eyes narrowed as he studied the tactical display. Unless they were waiting for us. Hacked, any word from our allies? Hack's paws flew over his console, reaching out to their coalition partners. The responses came in quickly, a mix of confusion and determination. They're seeing it too, Captain. Captain Yara is rallying the fleet, but we're all exhausted. I don't know if we can withstand another major assault. The tension on the bridge was palpable as the reality of their situation sank in. They were so close to victory, but this final hurdle seemed almost insurmountable. Jeb's voice cut through the worried murmurs. Listen up, crew. We've come too far to falter now. This isn't just about winning a race anymore. It's about showing the galaxy that no matter what they throw at us, we won't break. Hacked, plot us the fastest course through that fleet. Killian. I want every weapon we've got ready to fire. The rest of you, to your battle stations. We're going to punch through this blockade and show them what the broken promise is really made of." As the crew scrambled to their positions, Hacked felt a surge of determination cutting through his exhaustion. His paws danced across his console with renewed energy, calculating trajectories and escape vectors. Captain Hacked called out, an idea forming in his mind. If we can coordinate with our allies, create a spearhead formation, we might be able to break through their lines with minimal engagement. Jeb nodded approvingly. "Do it. Get Captain Yara on the line. We'll lead the charge." What followed was a testament to the bond that had formed between the Broken Promise and its allied ships. Despite their exhaustion, despite the overwhelming odds, they moved as one. The Broken Promise took point, with allied vessels forming a protective wedge behind it. As they approached the hostile fleet, Hacked held his breath. The enemy ships loomed large in their view screen, weapons charged and ready. But just as it seemed they were about to be engulfed in a firestorm, Jeb's voice rang out clear and confident. "Now, Killian." The Broken Promise's weapons blazed to life, joined by a barrage from their allies. The coordinated assault caught the enemy fleet off guard, creating a momentary gap in their formation. Their Hacked cried out, spotting their opportunity. 30 degrees to port, full thrust. Jeb didn't hesitate, sending the ship into a gut-wrenching turn that had Hacked clinging to his station. They shot through the gap in the enemy lines, their allies close behind. The next few hours were a blur of tactical maneuvers and tense moments as they outran their pursuers. But with each passing minute, kits grew larger in their view screen. As they entered the final approach to the asteroid mining colony, Hacked allowed himself a moment of hope. They had done it. Against all odds, through exhaustion and ambushes and the longest race of their lives, they had persevered. The finish line appeared before them, a shimmering barrier of energy stretched across space. With a final burst of speed that seemed to draw on the last reserves of both ship and crew, the Broken Promise crossed the line. Cheers erupted on the bridge, a release of tension and joy that had been building for a week. Hacked found himself swept up in an embrace by his crewmates, their differences forgotten in the euphoria of victory. But as the celebration died down, Hacked caught Jeb's eye. The captain's expression was one of pride, yes, but also of grim determination. They had won this race, but both knew that the real battle to fight against the corruption that plagued the racing world was far from over. As allied ships began to cross the finish line behind them, Hacked realized that this victory was bigger than just the Broken Promise. They had led a coalition, inspired a movement, and in doing so, they had taken the first real step towards changing the system. The docking bay of Kit's asteroid mining colony bustled with activity as race officials, media drones, and curious onlookers swarmed around the newly arrived ships. Hacked stood at the foot of the Broken Promise's ramp, his fur still ruffled from the week-long ordeal, watching as allied ships continued to arrive. "Quite a sight, isn't it?" Jeb's voice came from behind him. The captain looked as exhausted as Hacked felt, but there was a fire in his eyes that spoke of triumph and determination. Hacked nodded, his whiskers twitching with a mix of pride and disbelief. "We really did it, Captain, and not just us. All of them." He gestured to the growing fleet of allied ships. As if on cue, Captain Yara of the Stardancer approached, flanked by several other allied captains. The group looked battered but jubilant. "Broken Promise," Yara called out, a grin spreading across her face. "You led us one hell of a dance out there. I don't think the racing world will ever be the same." Jeb stepped forward to greet them, shaking hands and exchanging words of congratulation. Hacked watched, marveling at how their small crew had become the center of something so much larger. The celebration was interrupted by the arrival of a familiar face. Cruz, looking harried but determined, pushed his way through the crowd. Captain Sheets Cruz said urgently, "We need to talk. Now." Jeb nodded, gesturing for Hacked and Killian to join them as they moved to a quieter corner of the docking bay. Cruz's voice was low and intense. "You've stirred up a hornet's nest with this victory. The coalition you formed, the way you outmaneuvered that ambush. The officials are in an uproar. They're talking about changing rules, increasing penalties, anything to break up this alliance. Hack felt his fur stand on end. They had known there would be consequences, but the reality of it was still daunting. Jeb's face was grim but resolute. Let them try. We've shown what we can do when we stand together. They can't put this genie back in the bottle. Cruz nodded. You're right, but be careful. Your influence is growing, and that makes you an even bigger target. They'll be watching your every move from now on. As Cruz hurried away, Hoffman approached, his weathered face beaming with pride. Captain Sheets, that was some of the finest racing I've ever seen. You've given hope to a lot of people out there. Jeb clasped the old captain's hand. We couldn't have done it without allies like you, Hoffman. But I have a feeling the real fight is just beginning. Hoffman's expression turned serious. You're right about that. Listen, a group of U.S. captains have been talking. We want to formalize this coalition, make it something official, something that can stand up to the corruption in the system, and we want you to lead it. Hack's eyes widened at the proposal. He looked to Jeb, seeing the weight of the decision in his captain's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Jeb spoke. It's a big step, Hoffman, one that'll put an even bigger target on all our backs. But if we're going to change things, really change them, we need to stand together. Count us in. As Hoffman left to spread the word, Hack found himself overwhelmed by the magnitude of what they had started. They had entered this race as a single crew fighting for their freedom. They were emerging as the leaders of a movement that could reshape the entire racing world. Captain Hack said, his voice filled with a mix of excitement and apprehension, "What happens now?" Jeb looked out over the docking bay, at the Allied ships and the crowds of racers gathering around them. Now, Hacked, we build on this victory. We race smarter, we race together, and we show the galaxy that there's a better way. It won't be easy, and the road ahead is going to be even more dangerous than what we've faced so far. But I can't think of a crew I'd rather have by my side for it. As the reality of their new role sank in, Hacked felt a surge of determination. They had won more than just a race. They had kindled a spark of hope in a corrupt system, and now it was their responsibility to fan that spark into a flame. The journey to Kitts had been long and perilous, but Hack realized it was just the beginning. As he stood there with his crewmates, watching Allied captains and racers gather around them, he knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together. The broken promise had lived up to its name once again, breaking the promises of a corrupt system and forging new ones built on integrity and unity, and in doing so, they had set in motion a change that could ripple across the galaxy. As the celebrations continued around them, Hack allowed himself a small smile. The race to freedom was far from over, but for the first time the finish line seemed within reach. Not just for them, but for every racer who dared to dream of a fairer future. The long haul to Kitts was over, but their true journey was just beginning. Hack observed the gathering of pilots in the briefing room. Just a week had passed since their triumphant arrival at Kitts, but it felt like a lifetime ago. The excitement of victory had given way to a tense anticipation of the challenges that lay ahead. Captain Jeb Sheets stood at the center of the room, his weathered face set in lines of determination as he addressed the assembled allies. Hack couldn't help but feel a surge of pride as he watched his captain command the attention of this diverse group of racers. "All right, people," Jeb began, his voice carrying easily across the room. "We've shown what we can do when we work together. But this next race? It's going to push us to our limits." Hack's ears perked up as Jeb activated a holographic display, revealing a swirling mass of colorful gases interspersed with countless asteroids of varying sizes. "The nebula gauntlet," Jeb continued, gesturing to the display. "A maze of asteroids hidden within a nebula that plays havoc with our sensors. Navigation's going to be a nightmare, and that's putting it mildly." As Jeb delved into the details of the race, Hack's mind raced with calculations and potential strategies. The nebula's interference with their sensors would make his job as navigator exponentially more difficult. He'd have to rely on instinct as much as data, a thought that both terrified and exhilarated him. Jeb's voice cut through Hack's musings. "Hoffman, I barely saw your ship in the last race. What happened out there?" Hack turned to see the older captain step forward, his face a mix of embarrassment and grim determination. "Ah, well," Hoffman began, rubbing the back of his neck. Let's just say our repair crew had a different idea of race ready than we did. We barely made it out of the starting gate before half our systems went haywire. Spent most of the race just trying to keep our ship in one piece. Hoffman's expression darkened. We were in last place for a while there. Thought it might be the end of us. But my crew, they pulled off a miracle in those final hours. We managed to push past one other ship right at the end. Crossed the finish line second to last, but alive. It was too close for comfort, I'll tell you that. A murmur of sympathy and respect ran through the gathered pilots. Hacked felt a chill run down his spine, remembering the sabotage attempts they'd discovered on the Broken Promise. It seemed their allies faced similar dangers, with even higher stakes. Before Jeb could respond, the door to the briefing room slid open, revealing the familiar face of Cruz. The diplomat looked even more harried than usual as he made his way to the front of the room. Captain Sheets Cruz nodded to Jeb before addressing the group. I have updates from the race officials that you all need to hear. Hack leaned forward, his fur standing on end with anticipation. Cruz took a deep breath before continuing. The good news is, they've decided to allow the alliances to continue. Your coalition is officially recognized. A cheer went up from the gathered pilots, but Cruz held up a hand to quiet them. However, he said, his voice grave, they're introducing measures to balance what they're calling the unfair advantage of your alliance. There will be more racers in this upcoming event, many of them specifically tasked with, well, let's just say they're not here to make friends. Hacked exchanged a worried glance with Killian, who had been standing quietly at the back of the room. That's not all. Cruz went on. There are whispers of new rules coming down the pipeline. Nothing concrete yet, but be prepared for anything. They're determined to make this as challenging as possible for you all. As Cruz finished his briefing, a tense silence fell over the room. Hacked could almost feel the weight of this new information settling on everyone's shoulders. Jeb was the first to break the silence. Well, folks, he said, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Looks like we've got them running scared. They wouldn't be changing the rules if we weren't making a difference. A ripple of determined nods passed through the group. Hacked felt a surge of admiration for Jeb's ability to rally their spirits in the face of adversity. All right, Jeb continued, turning back to the holographic display of the nebula. Let's break this course down piece by piece. Hacked, I want your thoughts on navigation strategies. As Hacked stepped forward to share his initial ideas, he couldn't shake the feeling that they were standing on the precipice of something monumental. The nebula loomed before them, a swirling challenge filled with unseen dangers. But as he looked around at the determined faces of their allies, at Jeb's unwavering confidence, he felt a spark of hope. They had overcome impossible odds before. Whatever this nebula gauntlet threw at them, whatever new obstacles the officials placed in their path, they would face it together. And maybe, just maybe, they would emerge on the other side, having taken one more step towards the freedom and justice they all longed for. As the briefing continued, Hacked immersed himself in the tactical discussions, his mind already racing with the calculations and instincts that would guide them through the cosmic storm ahead. The nebula gauntlet awaited, and the Broken Promise and its allies would be ready. The starting klaxon blared, and Hacked felt the familiar lurch as the Broken Promise shot forward, plunging into the swirling masses of the nebula. Almost immediately, his console erupted with warnings as their sensors struggled to penetrate the dense gases surrounding them. Status report. Jeb's voice cut through the tension on the bridge. Hack's paws flew over his console, trying to make sense of the conflicting data. Sensors are scrambled, Captain. Visibility is down to less than 100 meters in all directions. I'm picking up gravitational disturbances, but I can't pinpoint the asteroids causing them. Well, that's just perfect, Killian growled from his station. We're flying blind in a cosmic obstacle course. Jeb's face was a mask of concentration as he guided the ship through the colorful haze. Hacked, I need options. How do we navigate this mess? Hack's mind raced. They had prepared for sensor interference, but the reality was far worse than they had anticipated. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Captain, the nebula gases. They're not uniform. If we can analyze the flow patterns around solid objects, we might be able to detect the asteroids indirectly. Jeb nodded sharply. Do it. Recalibrate our sensors to focus on gas density and movement patterns. As Hacked worked feverishly to implement his idea, the first challenges of the race made themselves known. A ship suddenly loomed out of the mist ahead of them, banking hard to avoid a collision. Hostile contact, Killian shouted, his hands moving to the weapon's controls. Hold fire, Jeb commanded. We can't risk hitting an asteroid with stray shots. Evasive maneuvers only for now. The broken promise weaved through the nebula, narrowly avoiding both the aggressive competitor and the hidden asteroids that Hacked was only just beginning to detect. Captain Hacked called out, excitement creeping into his voice. I think I've got something. Translating the gas flow data to the main view screen now. The bridge's main display flickered to life, showing a ghostly outline of their surroundings. The swirling gases took on patterns, revealing the shapes of asteroids hidden within the nebula. Good work, Jeb said, a hint of pride in his voice. Now let's share this with our allies. They'll need every advantage they can get in this mess. As Hack transmitted the sensor recalibration data to their allied ships, he couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. They were not just racing for themselves anymore, they were leading, innovating, showing the way forward for their entire coalition. The race pressed on, a deadly dance through the nebula's hidden obstacles. Hack's new detection method proved invaluable, but it wasn't perfect. More than once, they heard the sickening crunch of metal as less fortunate ships collided with unseen asteroids. We've lost contact with the starburst, Killian reported grimly, referring to one of their allied ships. Last transmission indicated a critical hull breach. A somber silence fell over the bridge. They all knew the risks, but the reality of losing allies was still hard to bear. Jeb's voice was steady as he broke the silence. We honor them by pressing on, by winning this race and changing the system that put us all here. As they pressed deeper into the nebula, the challenges only grew. The asteroid field became denser, requiring split-second decisions and perfect coordination between Hack's navigation and Jeb's piloting. Suddenly, a barrage of energy blasts lit up the nebula around them. 3 ships had emerged from the mist, clearly intent on taking out the leaders of the Alliance. Evasive action, Jeb called out, sending the broken promise into a series of wild maneuvers. Hack's paws flew over his console, calling out safe paths through the asteroid field, even as Killian returned fire. It was chaos, a 3-dimensional battle in a constantly shifting landscape of gas and stone. As they wove through the assault, narrowly avoiding both enemy fire and massive asteroids, Hacked caught glimpses of their allies joining the fray. Captain Yara's ship swept in from above, laying down covering fire that forced one of their attackers to break off. The battle raged on, a testament to the strength of their alliance and the determination of those who sought to break it. But as the immediate danger passed and they pressed on through the nebula, Hacked couldn't shake a feeling of unease. They had survived this challenge, yes, but at what cost? And what greater dangers lay ahead in the heart of the nebula gauntlet? As the swirling gases parted to reveal an even denser field of asteroids, Hacked steeled himself for what was to come. The race was far from over, and the true test of their skills, their technology, and their alliance was yet to come. The broken promise forged ahead, leading their allies deeper into the unknown, ready to face whatever the nebula and their opponents might throw at them next. As the broken promise plunged deeper into the nebula, Hacked felt his first stand on end. The asteroid field had become a writhing mass of stone and ice, barely visible through the swirling gases that surrounded them. His modified sensors were working overtime, struggling to keep up with the rapidly changing environment. Captain Hacked called out, his voice tense, "We're entering the densest part of the field. Asteroid proximity is increasing exponentially." Jeb's hands moved with inhuman precision across the controls. Understood. Killian, divert all non-essential power to shields and maneuvering thrusters. We're going to need every ounce of agility we can muster. The ship weaved through the asteroid field, a deadly dance that required perfect coordination between Hack's navigation and Jeb's piloting. Massive rocks loomed out of the mist, only to be avoided at the last second. More than once, Hack felt the ship shudder as smaller debris impacted their shields. Suddenly, Killian's voice cut through the tension. Multiple contacts closing fast. Looks like some of our friends have decided to make things interesting. No sooner had the words left his mouth than energy blasts lit up the nebula around them. 3 ships had emerged from the cover of the asteroids, clearly intent on taking out the leaders of the Alliance. Evasive maneuvers, Jeb ordered, sending the Broken Promise into a series of wild spins and dives. Hack's mind raced as he called out safe paths, trying to navigate not just the asteroid field but also the incoming fire. It was a 3-dimensional chess game where every move could mean the difference between survival and obliteration. As they wove through the assault, Hack caught glimpses of their allies joining the fray. Captain Yara's ship swept in from above, laying down covering fire that forced one of their attackers to break off. Hoffman's vessel, despite its earlier troubles, maneuvered with surprising agility, using the asteroids themselves as shields against enemy attacks. But the intensity of the battle was taking its toll. Hack watched in horror as one of their allied ships, the Stargazer, took a direct hit that sent it spinning into the path of a massive asteroid. "Stargazer's been hit," Hack cried out, his paws flying over the console as he tried to calculate a safe path to assist. Jeb's face was grim as he made the call. "We can't reach them in time. Yara, Hoffman, can either of you assist?" But before their allies could respond, the Stargazer disappeared in a blinding flash as it collided with the asteroid. The comm channel filled with a brief scream cut horribly short. A somber silence fell over the bridge, broken only by the constant alerts from Hack's navigation system. They all knew the risks, but the reality of losing allies was a bitter pill to swallow. Jeb's voice was steady as he broke the silence. "We honor them by pressing on, by winning this race and changing the system that put us all here." The battle raged on, a testament to the strength of their alliance and the determination of those who sought to break it. Hack's innovative navigation techniques kept them one step ahead, but the constant stress was taking its toll. His paws ached from the non-stop calculations, and he could see the strain etched on the faces of his crewmates. Just when it seemed they might break free of the worst of the asteroid field, a massive gravitational disturbance rocked the ship. What in the cosmic void was that? Killian growled, struggling to keep his weapons targeted on their pursuers. Hack's eyes widened as he interpreted the sensor data. It's a rogue planetoid. Must have been hidden by the nebula. Its gravity is pulling everything towards it. Sure enough, the asteroids around them began to shift, drawn inexorably towards the unseen mass. Ships, both allied and hostile, struggled against the sudden gravitational pull. "All ships, this is Captain Sheets." Jeb's voice rang out over the comm. "Form up on the Broken Promise. We're going to use the planetoid's gravity to slingshot us through the worst of this field. Hacked, plot us a course. Everyone else, hang on tight. This is going to get rough." As Hacked frantically calculated their trajectory, using the planetoid's gravity to their advantage, he couldn't help but feel a mix of terror and exhilaration. They were attempting something that bordered on suicidal, but if it worked. The Broken Promise led the charge, their allied ships falling into formation behind them. As they approached the unseen planetoid, Hacked felt the ship groan under the immense gravitational forces. For a heart-stopping moment he feared they might be torn apart. But Jeb's piloting was flawless. They swung around the planetoid in a wide arc, using its gravity to fling them forward at incredible speed. The maneuver catapulted them through the densest part of the asteroid field in seconds, leaving their pursuers scrambling in their wake. As they emerged on the other side, battered but intact, a ragged cheer went up from the crew. They had survived the heart of the nebula gauntlet, proving once again that the Alliance was a force to be reckoned with. But Hack knew better than to celebrate too early. They had overcome this challenge, yes, but at a cost. And as the nebula began to thin, revealing the final stretch of the race, he couldn't shake the feeling that the greatest test was yet to come. As the Broken Promise emerged from the densest part of the nebula, Hack allowed himself a moment of relief. The swirling gases were thinning, revealing the star-studded expanse of open space ahead. But the race was far from over. Status report, Jeb called out, his voice hoarse from hours of issuing commands. Hack's paws danced across his console. We're in the lead, Captain, but only just. 3 hostile ships on our tail, and, wait, he paused, double-checking his readings. 2 more coming in fast from the port side. They must have found a shortcut through the nebula. Killian growled from his station. Sneaky bastards. Bet they lost a few ships finding that route. Jeb's face was grim as he assessed the situation. Hacked, where are our allies? Hoffman and Yara are right behind us, Hacked reported. 3 other allied ships made it through as well, but they're lagging. The nebula took its toll. As if to emphasize Hack's point, a barrage of weapons fire lit up the space around them. The hostile ships were making their move, determined to take out the leaders of the Alliance before they could claim victory. Evasive maneuvers, Jeb ordered, sending the Broken Promise into a series of wild spins and dives. Killian, return fire, but be careful. We don't want to hit our own people. The next few minutes were a blur of frantic action. Hack's navigation skills were pushed to the limit as he guided them through the crossfire, calling out threats and opportunities in rapid succession. Killian's marksmanship was impeccable, disabling 2 of their pursuers with well-placed shots. But the odds were still against them. As they approached the final stretch, with the finish line a tantalizing glimmer in the distance, Hack's sensors picked up a disturbing reading. Captain, he called out, his voice tight with concern, I'm detecting a massive energy buildup from one of the hostile ships. They're overloading their core. Jeb's eyes widened as he grasped the implications. They're going to take us all out in one blast. Hacked, options. Hack's mind raced, calculations and possibilities flashing through his thoughts. There was a way, but it would cost them their lead and possibly the race. We can ride the shockwave, Hack said, his paws already plotting the course. If we position ourselves just right, it'll propel us forward. But he hesitated. But what? Jeb pressed. But we'd need to slow down first, let the blast catch us from behind. We'd lose our lead, and there's no guarantee we could regain it. For a split second, Jeb hesitated. Everything they had fought for hung in the balance. Then, his jaw set with determination. Do it. Alert our allies. We're not losing anyone else today. Hacked felt a surge of pride as he transmitted the plan to Hoffman and Yara. This was why they followed Jeb, why the Alliance looked to him as a leader. Even with victory in sight, he wouldn't sacrifice others for personal gain. The next moments were a symphony of precision, timing, and coordination. The Broken Promise slowed, allowing their allies to catch up. As one unit, they positioned themselves to ride the impending shockwave. The explosion, when it came, was blinding. Hack's sensors overloaded, leaving them flying blind for crucial seconds. The ship groaned and shuddered under the immense forces, systems flickering as they were pushed to their limits. When Hack's vision cleared, he was greeted by a sight that made his heart soar. They were alive, their allies intact beside them, and ahead, rapidly growing larger, was the finish line. We've got company, Killian shouted. The remaining hostile ships had survived as well, and they were closing fast. What followed was a mad dash to the finish. The Broken Promise strained against its own limitations, pushing for every bit of speed. Hoffman and Yara's ships flanked them, forming a protective wedge against the incoming attacks. In the final moments, as energy blasts sizzled past them and the finish line loomed large, Hacked realized something extraordinary. They weren't just racing for themselves anymore. The Alliance moved as one, each ship covering the others, ensuring that it wasn't just the Broken Promise that would cross that line. With a final burst of speed that seemed to draw on the last reserves of both ship and crew, the Broken Promise crossed the finish line. Mere seconds behind, Hoffman and Yara's ships followed, with the rest of their allies close on their heels. The bridge erupted in cheers and embraces. They had done it. Against all odds, through nebula and asteroid and betrayal, they had emerged victorious. As the adrenaline of the moment faded, Hacked found himself reflecting on the race they had just run. They had entered the nebula gauntlet as a loose coalition. They emerged as something more, a true team, bound by shared struggle and sacrifice. Jeb's voice cut through the celebrations, somber but filled with pride. We won today, not just for ourselves, but for every racer who dreams of a fair system. For the Stargazer and all those we've lost along the way. This victory is theirs as much as ours. As they docked at the finish line station, preparing to face whatever new challenges the race officials might throw their way, Hack knew one thing for certain. The Nebula Gauntlet had changed them, had changed the very nature of these races. They were no longer just prisoners running a deadly gauntlet for the amusement of others. They were revolutionaries, each race a step towards dismantling the corrupt system that had enslaved them. A week had passed since the Nebula Gauntlet, but Hack's whiskers still twitched at the memory of swirling gases and hidden asteroids. The broken promise sat in its dock, repair drones buzzing around it like insects, patching up the myriad scars from their latest victory. Hack was running diagnostics on the navigation systems when he noticed Captain Jeb tense up, his eyes fixed on something beyond the docking bay's entrance. Following his gaze, Hack spotted a familiar figure hurrying towards them. Cruz, the diplomat from Jeb's homeworld. Trouble, Hack squeaked, already reaching for the ship's comm to alert Killian. Jeb held up a hand, his expression a mix of curiosity and wariness. Let's hear him out first. Cruz approached, his usually immaculate appearance somewhat disheveled, eyes darting around as if expecting to be accosted at any moment. Captain Sheets, he said in a low, urgent voice, we need to talk. Now. I've arranged a secure location. Jeb's eyebrow raised. Arranged? How exactly did you manage that in this tightly controlled hellhole? Cruz's laugh was bitter and entirely without humor. The same way anything gets done around here, Captain. Bribery. Lots of it. Now, please, we don't have much time. Hack watched as Jeb considered for a moment, then nodded sharply. Hack, you're with me. Killian, he called over his shoulder. Keep an eye on things here. They followed Cruz through a labyrinth of corridors, each turn taking them further from the busy public areas of the station. Finally, they arrived at a nondescript door. Cruz placed his hand on a scanner, and it slid open with a soft hiss. Inside was a small, spartanly furnished room. The walls were a dull gray, devoid of any decoration save for a few blinking data panels. A table dominated the center, surrounded by uncomfortable-looking chairs. We're secure here, Cruz said, some of the tension leaving his shoulders as the door sealed behind them. No monitoring devices, no prying eyes. I made sure of it. All right, Cruz, Jeb said, taking a seat. Hack perched on another chair, his sensitive ears pricked for any sign of danger. What's so important that you're throwing around bribes like confetti? Cruz sank into a chair, suddenly looking far older than his years. Captain, what I'm about to tell you, it goes beyond the races, beyond even the corruption you've already witnessed. Hack felt his fur stand on end at the gravity in Cruz's voice. The entire system, Captain, the races, the governments behind them, all of it, it's rotten to the core. Bribery isn't just common, it's the only language they understand. Do you think it was easy for me to even show up here? Every appearance, every conversation. It all has to be bought and paid for. Jeb's face had hardened into a mask of barely contained anger. And the races themselves? The deaths, the suffering, all for entertainment. Cruz nodded grimly. Entertainment, political maneuvering, economic gain, it's all tied together in a web so tangled I doubt even those at the top fully understand it anymore. It's why Julius IX rebelled all those years ago. Hack saw Jeb flinch at the mention of his homeworld. The war, Jeb said softly. The one that landed me here. Yes, Cruz confirmed. Julius IX tried to break free from this corrupt system. And for their trouble they branded you and others like you as terrorists, condemning you to these death races. Hack's mind reeled at the implications. He had known the races were cruel, but this level of systemic corruption was beyond anything he had imagined. So why tell us this now, Jeb asked, his voice tight with controlled emotion. What's changed? Cruz leaned forward, a glint of something like hope in his eyes. Because, Captain, we've found a way to start fighting back. The officials have agreed to a new concept, one that might just give us the edge we need. They're calling it sponsorship. Hack's ears perked up at this. Sponsorship? In these deadly races? I don't understand, Jeb said, echoing Hack's confusion. How does sponsorship help us fight against all? This he gestured vaguely, encompassing the corrupt system Cruz had described. A small smile played at the corners of Cruz's mouth. Because, Captain, with the right sponsors we can start to level the playing field. And I've made sure that you and your allies have the best sponsor of all, Julius 9 itself. As Cruz began to outline the details of this new sponsorship system, Hack felt a mix of excitement and apprehension. They were about to enter a new phase of the races, one with higher stakes and greater potential than ever before. Whatever came next, Hack knew one thing for certain: the game was changing, and the broken promise was at the center of it all. As Cruz continued his explanation, Hack noticed Jeb's allies filing into the room. Captain Yara, Hoffman, and several other allied crew leaders took seats around the table, their faces a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Cruz nodded to the newcomers before continuing. Now that we're all here, let me explain this new sponsor concept in detail. It's taken a lot of negotiation and, yes, more than a few bribes, but we've managed to push through a system that could change everything. Hack leaned forward, his whiskers twitching with anticipation. The race officials have agreed to allow racers to be sponsored, Cruz said, his voice taking on a note of triumph. This means external entities can provide support to racing teams within certain parameters. What kind of support are we talking about? Yara asked, her eyes narrowing. Cruz smiled. 2 main areas: ship upgrades and dedicated repair teams. A murmur of excitement rippled through the gathered racers. Hack saw Hoffman's eyes light up at the mention of repairs. That's right, Hoffman. Cruz nodded, catching the old captain's reaction. After that disastrous repair job on your ship a few races back, we made sure to include a clause for sponsor-provided repair crews. No more sabotage disguised as maintenance. Hoffman let out a relieved sigh. About damn time. Nearly got us killed. That botched job did. Now, there are restrictions, Cruz continued. All upgrades have to meet specifications set by the officials. They're not about to let us turn these ships into unstoppable war machines. But even within those limits, the potential for improvement is significant. Jeb, who had been quietly absorbing all of this, finally spoke up. What's the catch, Cruz? There's always a catch. Cruz's expression sobered. Sharp as ever, Captain. Yes, there's a catch. The race officials get a cut of all sponsorship deals. It's how we got them to agree to this in the first place. Hack felt his fur bristle at the blatant corruption, but he had to admit it was a clever move. If they couldn't beat the corrupt system, they were finding ways to work within it. So who's sponsoring us? One of the other captains asked. Cruz's smile returned, wider than before. I'm glad you asked. Through a combination of government funds, private citizens, and businesses from Julius 9, we've secured sponsorship for Jeb and all of you in his alliance. You're covered, at least for the foreseeable future. The room erupted in excited chatter. Hack could hardly believe what he was hearing. After so long being at the mercy of shoddy equipment and sabotage, they were finally going to have proper support. There's more, Cruz said, raising his voice slightly to be heard over the excitement. Negotiations are ongoing for your eventual freedom. But in the meantime, it's crucial that you continue to participate in these races. I know it's asking a lot to keep playing their sick games, but every race you run, every victory you secure, strengthens our position at the negotiating table. Hack watched as Jeb absorbed this information, his face a complex mix of emotions. Hope, determination, and a flash of something darker, perhaps the weight of knowing how many more dangerous races lay ahead. We're with you, Jeb, Yara said firmly, and the other captains nodded in agreement. Whatever it takes to win our freedom and expose this corrupt system. Jeb looked around at his allies, his expression softening with gratitude. Thank you, all of you. We've come this far together. We'll see it through to the end. As the meeting began to wrap up, Hack found his mind racing with the possibilities this new sponsorship system opened up. Better shields, faster engines, weapons that actually worked reliably. The broken promise could become the ship Jeb had always deserved. But more than that, Hacked realized this was a turning point. They were no longer just prisoners running a deadly gauntlet. With the backing of Julius IX and the unity of their alliance, they had become something more. They were a symbol of resistance against a corrupt system, a beacon of hope for all those trapped in this cruel game. As they filed out of the room, preparing to face whatever new challenges the races would throw at them, Hacked felt a surge of determination. Whatever came next, they would face it together, stronger and better equipped than ever before. As the meeting about sponsorships wound down, Cruz cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention once more. "There's one more thing," he said, reaching into his bag. "Part of our negotiation included the right to deliver personal messages to racers from their home worlds." A hushed silence fell over the room as Cruz began distributing small data chips to various members of the Alliance. Hacked watched as tough, hardened racers who had stared death in the face countless times suddenly looked vulnerable, their hands trembling as they accepted these precious links to home. Jeb was the first to activate his chip, and a hologram sprang to life, a woman with kind eyes and a warm smile that mirrored Jeb's own. Hacked recognized her from Jeb's descriptions: Alara, his wife. "My darling," her voice filled the room, full of love and longing. "We're all rooting for you here on Julius IX. Your children ask about you every day, and I tell them how brave their father is, fighting not just for his own freedom but for justice for all racers." Hacked saw a tear roll down Jeb's cheek, quickly wiped away. The message continued, Alara updating Jeb on their family, on the support movement growing on Julius IX, on her unwavering faith in him. As it ended, Jeb clutched the chip to his chest, his eyes closed in a moment of private emotion. Around the room, similar scenes played out. Captain Yara laughed through tears as she listened to her brother's booming voice. Hoffman sat in stunned silence, watching a message from grandchildren he'd never met. Each message seemed to breathe new life into its recipient, a reminder of what they were fighting for. Hacked found himself both moved and a little lost. As he watched his crewmates and allies absorb these precious words from home, he realized he had no such message to look forward to. His own people, the Hibbards, didn't believe in such sentimental communications. A Hibbard should be above such emotional displays, his father's voice echoed in his memory. And yet, seeing the strength these messages gave to his friends, Hacked couldn't help but feel a pang of longing. Not for the first time, he wondered if the Hibbard way was truly the best way. His musings were interrupted by Jeb's hand on his shoulder. "You okay there?" Hacked the captain asked, his voice gentler than Hacked had ever heard it. Hacked nodded, forcing a smile. "Of course, Captain. It's good to see everyone getting news from home." Jeb's eyes, still bright with emotion from his own message, searched Hack's face. "You know, Hacked, family isn't always about blood. This crew, this alliance, were a family too, and you're a crucial part of it." The warmth that spread through Hacked at those words surprised him. He realized that somewhere along the line, amid the dangers and triumphs they'd shared, he had indeed found a family, different from what he'd left behind on his homeworld, but no less real. As the crew began to disperse, each clutching their precious messages, there was a new energy in the air. The weariness that had hung over them since the Nebula Gauntlet seemed to have lifted, replaced by a renewed determination. Hacked overheard snippets of conversation as people filed out. "We've got to win this for them. Can't let them down, not when they believe in us so much. Just a few more races, and we might actually see them again." Cruz, watching the impact of his delivery, nodded in satisfaction. "This is why we fight," he said quietly to Jeb and Hacked. "Not just for freedom, but for the chance to return to those who love us, to build a better future for all." As they made their way back to the Broken Promise, Hacked felt a new resolve settling over him. They had sponsorship now, giving them a fighting chance. They had the strength of their alliance. And they had the love and hope of those waiting for them to come home. Whatever races lay ahead, whatever challenges the corrupt officials might throw at them, they were ready. More than ready, they were determined to win, not just for themselves, but for everyone who believed in them. The announcement came over the station's comm system, jolting Hacked from his pre-race diagnostics. "Attention all racers. Prepare for immediate departure. Today's race will be a 4-hour circuit around the system's inner dwarf moons and planets. Race commencement in 30 minutes. Hack's whiskers twitched with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. This would be their first race with the new sponsorship system in place, and he was eager to see how it would play out. "Status report," Jeb called out as he strode onto the bridge, looking more energized than Hack had seen him in weeks. "All systems green," Captain Hack replied, his paws dancing across his console. "The sponsored upgrades are integrated and functioning perfectly. Shields are at 120% of our previous capacity, and the new navigation system is, well, it's beautiful." Killian grunted from his station, a rare smile on his scarred face. "Weapons are hot and ready. These new targeting systems are something else. Almost makes me feel sorry for the competition. Almost." As the Broken Promise maneuvered into its starting position, Hack saw their allies taking up formation around them. There was a new confidence in their movements, a sense of unity that hadn't been there before. The starting klaxon blared, and they were off. The first leg of the race was relatively straightforward, a sprint towards the innermost dwarf planet. Hack's new navigation systems allowed him to plot a course that skimmed dangerously close to the planet's atmosphere, shaving precious seconds off their time. "We've got company," Killian growled as they rounded the far side of the planet. 3 boggies, coming in hot. Jeb's hands were steady on the controls. "Evasive maneuvers. Hacked, find us a path through the debris field ahead. Killian, pick your shots carefully. We don't want to create more obstacles for ourselves." What followed was a deadly dance through a field of space debris, energy weapons lighting up the void around them. Hack's enhanced sensors allowed him to guide them through gaps that would have been suicide before, while Killian's precision shooting kept their pursuers at bay. As they emerged from the debris field, Hack noticed something on his long-range scanners. "Captain, 2 of our allies are in trouble. Looks like they took some heavy fire back there." Jeb's face hardened with determination. "Relay our sensor data to them. Guide them through if you can." For the next hour, the race became a complex game of offense and defense. The Broken Promise led the charge, with Hack using their advanced systems to provide support to their allies while simultaneously plotting their own course. They were approaching the final stretch when disaster struck. One of the hostile ships, clearly desperate, attempted a ramming maneuver. Jeb's skilled piloting avoided a direct hit, but the glancing blow sent them spinning towards a small moon. "Brace for impact," Jeb shouted, fighting with the controls. The Broken Promise skimmed the moon's surface, kicking up a plume of dust and debris. For a heart-stopping moment, Hack thought they were done for, but the enhanced shields held, and Jeb managed to pull them out of the dive. As they stabilized, Hack saw the finish line looming ahead. Despite the close call, they were still in the lead. "Give it everything we've got," Jeb ordered, his voice tight with concentration. The Broken Promise surged forward, crossing the finish line a full 30 seconds ahead of the next ship. The bridge erupted in cheers as the reality of their victory sank in. As they docked back at the station, Hack reviewed the race data. They had won, yes, but the cost had been high. Several of their allied ships had taken heavy damage, and the debris field they'd navigated was now even more treacherous. Jeb seemed to read his thoughts. "Good work out there, everyone. But don't celebrate too hard. Something tells me this is just the beginning." Hack nodded, already running simulations for future races. They had won this round, but the game was far from over. As he watched the repair drones swarm over their allied ships, he couldn't shake the feeling that the real challenges were yet to come. The Broken Promise had barely docked when the station's comm system crackled to life once more. Hack's ears perked up, his fur standing on end as he heard the announcement. "Attention all racers. Prepare for immediate redeployment. A second race will commence on the same circuit in 15 minutes. All ships are required to participate." A stunned silence fell over the bridge, broken only by Killian's colorful curse. "You've got to be kidding me," the weapons officer growled. "We've barely had time to power down the engines." Jeb's face was a mask of grim determination. "They're testing us," he said, his voice low, "pushing to see how we handle back-to-back races. Hacked, what's our status?" Hack's paws flew over his console, running rapid diagnostics. "Not good, Captain. We're down to 70% shield capacity. The port thruster is showing signs of strain, and our weapon systems need a cool-down period. And that's us in top form, Jeb mused, his eyes scanning the docking bay where their allies' ships showed even more significant damage. All right, people, this is where we prove what we're made of. Hacked, prioritize navigation and defensive systems. Killian, we're going to have to rely more on evasion than firepower this time. As they maneuvered back into the starting position, Hack's sensors picked up the debris left from their previous race, still littering the course. Captain, the circuit is even more dangerous now. That debris field we navigated, it's about 30% denser. Jeb nodded, his hands tightening on the controls. Noted. We'll have to be extra careful. Keep a close eye on our allies too. I have a feeling we're all going to need to watch each other's backs out there. The starting klaxon blared, somehow sounding more ominous than before. The broken promise shot forward, immediately having to weave through a cloud of debris that hadn't been there in the first race. The early part of the race was a tense game of cat and mouse. With their weapon systems not at full capacity, they had to rely on Jeb's piloting skills and Hack's navigation to stay ahead of their more aggressive competitors. Two bogies, coming in hot on our starboard side, Killian called out, his frustration evident as he tried to coax more power from the overtaxed weapons. I see them, Jeb replied calmly. Hacked, find me a path through that debris cluster ahead. Let's see if we can lose them in there. Hack's enhanced sensors scanned the chaotic field of twisted metal and rock fragments. Path plotted, Captain, but it's going to be tight. We'll have less than a meter of clearance in some spots. It'll have to do, Jeb said, guiding the ship into the treacherous maze. What followed was a masterclass in precision flying. Jeb threaded the broken promise through gaps that seemed to defy possibility, while their pursuers, lacking the advanced navigation systems, quickly fell behind or worse. As they emerged from the debris field, a distress call came through from one of their allies. Captain Yara's ship had taken heavy damage and was struggling to maintain race speed. Hacked, what's the quickest way to reach them without losing our position? Jeb asked, already adjusting their course. Hacked quickly calculated, factoring in the new debris patterns and the positions of other racers. If we skirt the atmosphere of the second moon, we can intercept them without losing more than one place. Jeb didn't hesitate. Do it. They reached Yara's ship just as a pair of hostile racers were moving in for the kill. Killian, despite the weapon's reduced power, managed to drive them off with a series of well-placed shots. Thanks for the save, Yara's voice crackled over the comm. Didn't think we'd make it out of this one. Just returning the favor, Jeb replied. Now let's finish this race. The final stretch was a grueling test of endurance. With systems strained to their limits and debris from two races now cluttering the course, every moment was a potential disaster waiting to happen. As they approached the finish line, Hack's sensors picked up a massive piece of debris, the remnants of a ship destroyed in the previous race, directly in their path. Captain. Dead ahead, Hacked cried out. Jeb's response was immediate. He sent the broken promise into a barrel roll that skimmed them along the edge of the debris, missing collision by mere centimeters. The maneuver, while risky, gave them a burst of speed as they straightened out. All power to engines, Jeb commanded, his voice tight with concentration. The broken promise surged forward, pushing past its limits. Hack's console lit up with warnings, but he ignored them, focused solely on the rapidly approaching finish line. With a final burst of speed that seemed to draw on the very last reserves of both ship and crew, they crossed the finish line. As they stabilized on the other side, Hack's sensors confirmed what they'd all hoped for. We did it, Captain Hacked exclaimed, his voice a mix of disbelief and elation. First place. A cheer went up on the bridge, quickly tempered by exhaustion. They had won, but at a tremendous cost. Every system was redlining, and Hacked could hear the ominous creaking of stressed metal throughout the ship. As they maneuvered towards the docking bay, Hacked picked up Yara's ship on his sensors, limping across the finish line in fourth place. Outstanding work, everyone, Jeb said, his voice filled with pride despite the evident fatigue. Especially you, Hacked. That navigation through the debris field was nothing short of miraculous. Hacked felt a warm glow of pride at his captain's words, but it was quickly sobered by the realization of the challenges they'd faced and the likelihood of more to come. The bridge was quiet as they docked once more, the crew exhausted but proud of what they'd accomplished. They had faced an unexpected challenge and come through it not just intact, but victorious, while also protecting their allies. Jeb's voice broke the silence. "We've won this round, but stay alert. Something tells me the surprises aren't over yet." Hack nodded, already running systems checks and plotting potential strategies for whatever might come next. As he worked, he couldn't help but feel a mix of dread and excitement. They had survived and triumphed in 2 brutal back-to-back races, but what else did the officials have in store for them? The docking bay was a flurry of activity as repair crews swarmed over the battered ships. Hack watched from the Broken Promises viewport, his whiskers twitching anxiously. They had barely survived 2 grueling races, and the thought of a third seemed almost impossible. The station's comm system crackled to life once more, and Hack braced himself for another immediate race call. Instead, a different message came through. "Attention all racers. There will be a 3-hour maintenance period before the final race of this circuit. Use this time wisely. Race officials out." A collective sigh of relief echoed through the ship. Jeb, who had been coordinating repairs, turned to his crew with a grim smile. "All right, people, we've got a chance to catch our breath and patch up. Let's make every minute count." As if on cue, crews appeared at the airlock, looking harried but determined. "Captain Sheets, a word if you please. I've got updates on our sponsorship benefits." Jeb nodded, gesturing for Hacked and Killian to join them in a quiet corner of the docking bay. Cruz's voice was low as he spoke, his eyes darting around to ensure they weren't overheard. "The sponsors have come through with some additional funding," Cruz said, a hint of excitement in his voice. "We've got new weapons for you, top-of-the-line stuff that should give you an edge in this final race." Killian's scarred face lit up with interest. "What kind of weapons are we talking about?" Cruz pulled out a data pad, showing schematics of sleek, powerful-looking projectile weapons. These beauties are designed to penetrate shields more effectively than energy weapons. But that's not all. He swiped to another image, this one showing a cloud of small, glowing objects. This is what they're calling a mine cloud, essentially. It's a dispersal of micro-explosives that can be deployed behind the ship. Anyone following too close is in for a nasty surprise. Hack's eyes widened as he considered the tactical implications. That could be incredibly useful for creating space between us and pursuers, especially in tight spots. Jeb nodded thoughtfully. "It's a game changer, all right. But I'm guessing the officials don't know about these." Cruz's smile was sharp. "Let's just say we've been creative with our interpretation of the approved weapons list. As far as they know, you're just getting some standard upgrades." As Cruz left to oversee the installation of the new weapons, Jeb turned to his crew. "This final race is going to be the toughest yet. We've got these new tools, but so does everyone else who's sponsored. And after 2 races, that course is going to be a minefield of debris." Hack nodded, already running simulations in his mind. "I'll recalibrate our sensors to account for the increased debris. If we combine that data with our knowledge of the course from the previous races, we might be able to plot some paths that others won't see." "Good thinking," Jeb approved. "Killian, I want you to get familiar with these new weapons. We might only get one shot at using them effectively, so make it count." As the crew dispersed to their tasks, Hack couldn't shake a feeling of both excitement and dread. They were better equipped than ever before, but the stakes had never been higher. This wasn't just about winning a race anymore, it was about proving the worth of their alliance, about taking one more step towards freedom. The hours ticked by in a blur of activity. Repair drones buzzed around the ship, patching hull breaches and reinforcing stressed components. Hack's console was a whirlwind of data as he fine-tuned their navigation systems and plotted potential race strategies. Just as the final system checks were being completed, another announcement rang through the station. "All racers, prepare for immediate departure. This will be the final race of the circuit. May the best team win." There was something ominous in those last words, a hint that this race would be unlike anything they'd faced before. As the broken promise maneuvered into its starting position, Hack looked out at the debris-strewn course ahead. The remnants of the previous 2 races created a chaotic maze that would challenge even the most skilled pilots. Jeb's voice cut through Hack's thoughts, steady and determined. Whatever happens out there, we stick together. We've come too far to falter now. Let's show them what the broken promise and its allies can really do. The starting klaxon blared, and they plunged once more into the unknown. As the stars blurred around them, Hack steeled himself for whatever challenges lay ahead. This was more than just a race now. It was a fight for survival, for freedom, and for the future they all dreamed of. The final battle was about to begin. The starting klaxon blared, and the broken promise shot forward into the chaos of the final race. Immediately, Hack's enhanced sensors lit up with warnings. The debris field from the previous 2 races had turned the once clear course into a treacherous maze. Multiple contacts, all vectors, Hack called out, his paws flying over the console. The debris is interfering with long-range scans. I can only give us clear data for about 5,000 meters ahead. Jeb's face was a mask of concentration as he threaded the ship through the obstacle course. Do what you can, Hack. Killian, be ready with those new weapons. I have a feeling we'll need them sooner rather than later. They weren't even a quarter of the way through the first lap when the attacks began. 3 ships, their hulls bearing the marks of recent and hasty repairs, bore down on them from different angles. Evasive maneuvers, Jeb ordered, sending the broken promise into a series of wild spins and dives that had Hack's stomach doing flips. Killian's hands danced over the weapons console. Trying out those new projectiles, he growled. A series of sleek, metallic objects shot out from the broken promise, streaking towards their attackers. The effect was immediate and devastating. The projectiles punched through the enemy shields like they weren't even there, causing one ship to veer off wildly and another to explode in a brilliant flash. By the cosmic void, Hack breathed, watching the destruction on his sensors. Cruz wasn't kidding about these weapons. But there was no time to celebrate. As they rounded the first of the system's dwarf moons, a massive chunk of debris, possibly from one of the ships they'd just disabled, loomed directly in their path. Act, options, Jeb called out, his hands tightening on the controls. Hack's mind raced, calculations streaming through his consciousness. There's a gap, but it's tight, really tight. 15 degrees to port, then a barrel roll to starboard. We'll have less than a meter of clearance. Jeb didn't hesitate. The broken promise moved with surgical precision, skimming past the debris so closely that Hack could have sworn he heard it scraping the hull. As they emerged from the debris field, Hack's sensors picked up a distress signal. Captain, it's one of our allies. Hoffman's ship. They're caught in some kind of gravity eddy created by the debris. Jeb's jaw tightened. They were in the lead, but going back for Hoffman would cost them precious time and potentially the race. For a moment, Hack thought he saw doubt flicker across the captain's face. Then Jeb's expression hardened with resolve. Plot a course to Hoffman, he ordered. We're not leaving anyone behind. The rescue attempt was harrowing. The gravity eddy had created a swirling vortex of debris that threatened to tear apart any ship that ventured too close. It took all of Jeb's piloting skills and Hack's navigational genius to maneuver close enough to extend a tractor beam to Hoffman's ship. As they pulled their ally free, Killian's voice cut through the tension. We've got company. Looks like some of our less friendly competitors decided to take advantage of our little detour. 5 ships were closing in fast, their weapons charged and ready. Hack could see on his sensors that they were the same models as the ex-military vessel that had given them trouble in previous races. Time to test out that mine cloud, Jeb said, his voice grim. Killian, on my mark. They waited until the pursuing ships were almost on top of them. Then, just as Hack's sensors screamed warnings of imminent collision, Jeb gave the order. Now! A cloud of tiny, glittering objects burst from the broken promise's aft section, hanging in space for a split second before erupting into a cascade of explosions. The pursuing ships flew right into the trap, their shields overwhelmed by the sheer number of small but potent detonations. When the chaos cleared, only 2 of the 5 ships remained, both badly damaged and no longer a threat. But the battle had cost them. They were now in fourth place, with the lead ships nearly half a lap ahead. Hoffman's vessel, still limping from its ordeal in the gravity eddy, fell back to join the other Allied ships in the rear guard. "We've still got a chance," Hack said, his voice filled with determination. "If we push the engines to the limit and take some calculated risks through the debris fields, we can make up the lost time." Jeb nodded, a fierce glint in his eye. "Then that's exactly what we'll do. Hacked, plot us the craziest, most efficient course you can think of. Killian, be ready to clear our path if needed. It's time to show these officials what the broken promise can really do." As they surged forward into the most dangerous part of the race, Hacked felt a mixture of terror and exhilaration. They had sacrificed their lead to save an ally, used incredible new weapons to fend off attackers, and were now about to attempt the riskiest maneuvers of their racing career. Whatever the outcome, Hack knew this would be a race the universe would never forget. The broken promise hurtled through space, pushing its engines beyond their limits. Hack's paws flew over his console, guiding them through gaps in the debris field that seemed to defy possibility. They had clawed their way back to second place, but the lead ship was still frustratingly out of reach. "Final lap," Jeb announced, his voice tight with concentration. "Hacked, anything left in your bag of tricks?" Hack's whiskers twitched as he analyzed the sensor data. "There's a dense cluster of debris ahead. If we thread the needle just right, we might be able to use the gravitational eddies to slingshot us forward. But Captain, the margin for error is non-existent," Jeb finished, a grim smile on his face. "Sounds like our kind of odds. Do it." What followed was a harrowing dance through a maze of twisted metal and rock. Jeb's piloting was beyond masterful, responding to Hack's rapid-fire directions with inhuman precision. The ship groaned and shuddered, stressed to its very limits. And then, suddenly, they were through. The debris field spat them out like a cosmic slingshot, sending them hurtling forward at a speed that pinned Hack to his seat. "We've done it," Hack exclaimed, his eyes wide as he checked his sensors. "We're neck and neck with the lead ship." But their elation was short-lived. As they rounded the final moon of the circuit, a new contact appeared on Hack's sensors. His blood ran cold as he recognized the configuration. "Captain, we've got a problem. It's that ex-military ship, the one that gave us trouble before. They must have been lying in wait." Killian's growl was audible, even over the strain of the engines. "Cowards, trying to ambush us at the finish line." Jeb's eyes narrowed as he assessed the situation. "Hacked, what's their weapon status?" Hack's paws danced over his console, but before he could answer, alarms blared across the bridge. "They're powering up missile systems. But that's not allowed in the races." "Tell that to them," Jeb muttered. "Evasive maneuvers. Killian, ready the mine cloud. We might only get one shot at this." The ex-military ship closed in fast, its sleek design a stark contrast to the battered racers around it. Hack's sensors screamed warnings as the enemy vessel locked onto them. "Missiles launched," Hacked cried out, his fur standing on end. "Now," Killian, Jeb ordered. The mine cloud deployed, a glittering swarm of deadly particles spreading out behind the broken promise. The incoming missiles plowed into the cloud, setting off a chain reaction of explosions. For a moment, Hack thought they were in the clear. Then his sensors picked up something that made his heart stop. "One missile made it through," he shouted. "Impact in 3 seconds." Time seemed to slow. Hack saw Jeb's hands move on the controls, felt the ship begin to turn. But he knew, with a cold certainty, that they wouldn't be fast enough. The missile struck, but not where Hack expected. At the last possible second, Hoffman's ship had inserted itself between the broken promise and the incoming projectile. The explosion was blinding, temporarily overloading Hack's sensors. When his vision cleared, Hoffman's ship was gone, reduced to scattered debris. The ex-military vessel, caught in the edge of the blast, spiraled out of control. "No," Hack whispered, the loss hitting him like a physical blow. Jeb's voice cut through the shocked silence on the bridge. "We honor their sacrifice by finishing this race. Full power to engines. Let's win this for Hoffman and everyone else these bastards have taken from us." The broken promise surged forward, fueled by a mixture of grief and determination. The finish line loomed ahead, the lead ship now a distant second in the wake of the chaos. As they crossed the line, securing their victory, Hacked felt none of the usual elation. They had won, yes, but the cost had been higher than ever before. The bridge was silent as they maneuvered into the docking bay, each crew member lost in their own thoughts, grappling with the events of the race. Jeb's voice, when he finally spoke, was filled with a steely resolve. We've shown them what we can do. But more importantly, we've shown them who we are. We don't abandon our allies. We don't cheat. We win on our terms, no matter the cost. He paused, looking each crew member in the eye. This victory isn't just ours. It belongs to Hoffman, to every racer who's been lost to this corrupt system. And I promise you, we will make it mean something. This is more than a race now. It's a revolution. And it's only just beginning. As the reality of their situation sank in, Hacked realized that everything had changed. They weren't just racing for freedom anymore. They were fighting for justice, for a complete overhaul of a system that treated lives as disposable entertainment. The docking bay was eerily quiet as the broken promise settled into its berth. Usually there would be cheers, celebrations, the bustle of repair crews and officials. But today, a somber mood hung in the air, the weight of Hoffman's sacrifice felt by all. As the crew disembarked, Hacked noticed other racers, even those who weren't part of their alliance, watching them with a mixture of awe and respect. The story of their victory, and the price paid for it, had clearly spread quickly. Cruz was waiting for them, his face a mask of conflicting emotions. "Congratulations on your victory," he said, his voice low. "And I'm deeply sorry about Hoffman. His loss will not be in vain." Jeb nodded grimly. "Make sure of it, Cruz. We need to know that all of this means something." As if on cue, the station's communication system crackled to life. "Attention all racers. In light of recent events, there will be a mandatory meeting for all crew captains in 1 hour. Attendance is non-negotiable." Hack's whiskers twitched nervously. "What do you think that's about, Captain?" Jeb's eyes narrowed. Could be anything. A new set of rules to try and rein us in. Or maybe they're finally realizing they can't control this anymore. He turned to Cruz. "Any insider information you can give us?" Cruz shook his head. "This is as much a surprise to me as it is to you. But I'll do what I can to gather intel before the meeting. In the meantime, you should all rest. You've been through hell today." As Cruz hurried off, Jeb gathered his crew close. "I know we're all feeling the loss of Hoffman," he said, his voice gentle but firm. "But remember what we're fighting for. Every race, every victory, brings us closer to changing this system. Hoffman believed in that. We honor him by continuing the fight." The next hour passed in a blur of activity. Repair crews swarmed over the broken promise, patching up the damage from the race. Hack busied himself with data analysis, trying to make sense of the complex gravitational patterns they'd encountered. Anything to keep his mind off the empty space where Hoffman's ship should have been. Finally, it was time for the meeting. As Jeb prepared to leave, he turned to Hacked. "I want you with me for this," he said. "Your tactical insight might be crucial." Hacked felt a surge of pride mixed with apprehension. As they made their way to the meeting room, he couldn't shake the feeling that they were walking into another kind of race, one where the stakes were even higher. The room was tense as captains from all the racing teams filed in. Hack noticed that the surviving members of Hoffman's crew had been invited as well, their faces etched with grief and determination. A panel of race officials sat at the front, their expressions unreadable. As the last captain took their seat, the lead official stood. "Racers," he began, his voice echoing in the silent room. "Today's events have forced us to reconsider certain aspects of these competitions. The use of illegal weapons, the formation of alliances, the unexpected acts of sacrifice. It's clear that the landscape of racing has changed." Hacked felt Jeb tense beside him, ready for whatever pronouncement was coming. "Therefore," the official continued, "we will be implementing a series of new regulations. Alliances will be officially recognized, but with strict guidelines. Weapons systems will undergo more rigorous inspections. And..." He paused, his gaze sweeping the room. "We will be introducing a new element to the races. Details will be provided in due course, but know this: the challenges ahead will test not just your racing skills, but your ability to adapt, to strategize, and to lead. As the meeting concluded and they filed out, Hack's mind was racing. "What do you think they meant by a new element, Captain?" he asked. Jeb's face was thoughtful. "I'm not sure, Hacked, but whatever it is, we'll face it together. We've proven today that we're more than just a racing team. We're a family, a unit, and nothing they throw at us will change that." As they walked back to the broken promise, Hacked realized that despite the loss, despite the uncertainty ahead, he felt a sense of hope. They had started this journey as prisoners, as entertainment for a corrupt system. But they were emerging as something more: leaders, innovators, revolutionaries. The races ahead would be more challenging than ever before. But as Hack looked at Jeb, at his crewmates, at the alliance they had forged, he knew they were ready. Whatever came next, the broken promise and its crew would meet it head-on, united in their quest for freedom and justice. The game had changed, and they were ready to play and win by their own rules. The week following Hoffman's sacrifice had passed in a blur of repairs, strategy sessions, and a heavy silence that seemed to permeate every corner of the station. Hack found himself constantly checking the empty berth where Hoffman's ship should have been, a stark reminder of the price they'd paid for their latest victory. As Hack made his way to the mandatory meeting called by race officials, he couldn't shake a sense of unease. Change was coming, he could feel it in his whiskers. The meeting hall was packed with racers from every team. Hack noticed the surviving members of Hoffman's crew huddled together, their faces a mixture of grief and determination. Jeb nodded to them as he took his seat, Hack close behind. A hush fell over the crowd as the lead race official stepped up to the podium. His face was an expressionless mask as he surveyed the assembled racers. "Gentlemen, ladies, and beings of all designations," he began, his voice carrying easily through the hall. "Recent events have, shall we say, captured the public's imagination in ways we hadn't anticipated." Hack felt Jeb tense beside him. They both knew he was referring to Hoffman's sacrifice. "The emotional response from our viewers has been unprecedented," the official continued. "In light of this, we've decided to implement some changes to increase audience engagement." He paused, letting the words sink in. Hack's fur bristled with anticipation. "Effective immediately, all race crews will be subject to regular interviews. These will be broadcast to our viewers, allowing them to feel more connected to you all." A murmur ran through the crowd. Hack glanced at Jeb, whose face had hardened into an unreadable mask. Furthermore, the official went on, seemingly oblivious to the discomfort in the room, "Crews are now required to do everything in their power to endear themselves to the public, particularly to your sponsors." Jeb leaned in close to Hack, his voice a low growl. "Of course, this is just so they can skim more off the top from sponsor donations." Hack nodded grimly. The commercialization of their struggle was becoming more blatant by the day. The official wasn't finished. "We're also introducing a new element of audience participation. High-paying viewers will now have the opportunity to vote on certain aspects of each race." This announcement was met with outright gasps and mutters of disbelief. Hack felt a chill run down his spine. Their lives, already at risk in every race, were now going to be further jeopardized for the entertainment of wealthy viewers. "I know this may seem unconventional," the official said, his tone suggesting he couldn't care less about their opinions. "But I assure you, this will only serve to increase the excitement and unpredictability of our races." As the meeting concluded and the racers began to file out, Hack noticed a change in the atmosphere. The usual post-meeting chatter was subdued, replaced by worried whispers and furtive glances. "What do you make of all this?" Captain Hack asked as they made their way back to the broken promise. Jeb was quiet for a long moment, his brow furrowed in thought. "They're scared," Hack, he finally said. "What happened with Hoffman, the alliances we formed. We're changing the game faster than they can control it. So they're trying to shift the narrative, make it about entertainment rather than our fight for freedom." Hack nodded, seeing the logic. "But how do we fight back against this?" A small, determined smile played at the corners of Jeb's mouth. "We play their game, but we play it our way. If they want stories, we'll give them stories. But we'll make sure the truth gets out there too. About the corruption, about what we're really fighting for. As they reached the broken promise, Hacked felt a renewed sense of purpose. Yes, the rules had changed, but their goal remained the same. Freedom, justice, and now, perhaps, the chance to tell their story to the entire universe. "Better brush up on your public speaking," Hack Jeb said, clapping him on the shoulder. "Sounds like we're all going to be stars soon." Hack groaned inwardly at the thought of being interviewed, but he squared his shoulders. If this was what it took to further their cause, then so be it. The universe was watching now, and the crew of the Broken Promise was ready to show them what they were made of. The murmurs in the meeting hall had barely died down when the lead race official cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention once more. Hack's whiskers twitched nervously, sensing another bombshell about to drop. "Now, onto our next order of business," the official began, his tone unnervingly casual. "In light of recent incidents, we've decided to implement a comprehensive overhaul of our weapons policies." Hack felt Killian stiffen beside him. Their weapons officer's hand instinctively moved to where his sidearm would be if they were allowed to carry them on the station. "Effective immediately, all traditional weapons systems are banned from races," the official continued. His words met with a chorus of disbelief and outrage from the assembled racers. Jeb leaned in close to Hacked, his voice a low whisper. "No weapons? They might as well ask us to race in paper ships." The official raised his hand for silence. "However, we recognize the strategic value that combat brings to our races. Therefore, we're introducing a new system for weapons testing and implementation." Hack's ears perked up, curiosity overriding his initial shock. "Moving forward, races will serve as a testing ground for new weapons technologies. Manufacturers will pay a fee to have their latest innovations featured in our events." Jeb's eyes narrowed. "Of course," he muttered, "another revenue stream for them." "All weapons systems must undergo rigorous pre-race inspections," the official went on. "They will be evaluated to ensure they are not excessively damaging and pose no threat to race officials or our valued audience members." Hacked couldn't help but notice the official's priorities in that statement. The safety of the racers themselves seemed to be an afterthought. As the meeting concluded and the racers filed out, the air was thick with tension and speculative chatter. Hacked, Jeb, and Killian huddled together in a quiet corner of the corridor. "This changes everything," Killian growled, his scarred face twisted in frustration. "How are we supposed to defend ourselves out there?" Jeb's face was thoughtful. "We adapt," he said simply. "Like we always do." Hacked, any ideas? Hack's mind was already racing, considering the implications of the new rules. Well, they banned traditional weapons, but what about non-traditional ones? Things that aren't primarily designed as weapons but could be used defensively. A slow smile spread across Jeb's face. "Now, you're thinking." "Killian, remember that equipment malfunction we had a few races back? The one that scattered all those spare parts behind us?" Killian's eyes lit up with understanding. "The steel ball bearings?" "Yeah, caused quite a mess for the ships behind us." "Exactly," Jeb nodded. "Not a weapon in the traditional sense, but still effective." Hacked, do you think you could design a deployment system for something like that? A cloud of small, solid objects. Hack's whiskers twitched with excitement as he considered the possibilities. A steel ball cloud instead of a mine cloud? It's definitely doable, Captain, and I bet it would pass their weapons inspections too. "Good thinking, both of you," Jeb said, clapping them on the shoulders. "We'll present it as a safety measure for clearing debris." They can't argue with that. As they made their way back to the Broken Promise, Hack's mind was abuzz with calculations and designs. The new rules were clearly intended to restrict them, to make the races more controlled and commercialized. But in typical fashion, the crew was already finding ways to turn these restrictions to their advantage. "You know," Hack mused as they reached their ship, "these new policies might actually work in our favor. With weapons manufacturers paying to test their tech in races, we might end up with more advanced defensive systems than we had before." Jeb nodded, a glint of determination in his eye. "Exactly. They think they're tightening the noose, but they're really just giving us new tools to work with. We'll show them that it takes more than a few rule changes to break the spirit of the broken promise. As they boarded their ship, ready to begin preparations for the next race, Hacked felt a renewed sense of purpose. Yes, the game was changing, but so were they. And if there was one thing the crew of the Broken Promise excelled at, it was adapting to survive and thrive against all odds. The universe was watching, the rules were changing, but their resolve remained unbroken. Whatever challenges lay ahead, Hacked knew they would face them head-on, with ingenuity, courage, and just a touch of rebellious creativity. The announcement came over the station's comm system, jolting Hacked from his calculations. Attention all racers. The next event will be a straight-line course from Planet Theta to the nearby Casino space station. Estimated race duration 5 hours. Prepare for departure in 24 hours. Jeb gathered the crew for a strategy session, his face set with determination. All right, people, this race is going to be different. Not just because of the new weapons rules, but because of all this public relations nonsense. Hack nodded, his whiskers twitching nervously at the thought of being interviewed. Numbers and calculations he could handle, but talking to an audience. That was a different kind of challenge entirely. Hack Jeb continued, I need you to plot us the most efficient course possible. With no weapons to slow down our competitors, our navigation has to be perfect. Understood, Captain Hack replied, already running scenarios in his mind. A straight line sounds simple, but factoring in gravitational influences from Theta and surrounding bodies, there's room for optimization. Killian chimed in, his scarred face twisted in a wry grin. And what about our little safety measure? When do we deploy the ball bearings? Jeb's eyes gleamed with a mix of mischief and strategy. We'll save that for the end, when everyone's getting desperate. Hacked, make sure to factor that into your calculations. We'll need a clear path after deployment to avoid our own trap. As the crew dispersed to their tasks, a station official appeared at the airlock. Captain Sheets, your crew has been scheduled for pre-race interviews. Please follow me. Hacked felt his stomach drop. This was it, their first test in the new world of public scrutiny. As they were led to a makeshift studio, Jeb pulled his crew close. Remember, he said in a low voice, we're not just racing for ourselves anymore. We're the face of every racer who's been wronged by this system. Let's make our story heard. The interviews were a whirlwind of lights, cameras, and probing questions. Hacked found himself stammering through inquiries about navigation techniques and the challenges of racing through space. But as the questions continued, he felt something shift inside him. These weren't just interviews, they were a chance to tell their story, to let the universe know what they were really fighting for. When asked about the loss of Hoffman, Hack surprised himself with his eloquence. Hoffman was more than just a fellow racer, he said, his voice steady. He was a symbol of what these races could be, about cooperation, about standing up for what's right, even in the face of a system designed to pit us against each other. Jeb, in his interview, was a natural. He spoke passionately about their quest for freedom, about the injustices they'd faced, and about their hope for a better future. Hacked could almost feel the audience being swayed by his words. As they returned to the Broken Promise, exhausted but oddly exhilarated, Jeb gathered them once more. Good work out there, all of you, he said, pride evident in his voice. We've given them something to think about. Now let's make sure we back it up with a race they'll never forget. The next hours were a blur of activity. Hacked fine-tuned their course, accounting for every gravitational nuance and potential obstacle. Killian worked with the engineering team to perfect their steel ball cloud deployment system, ensuring it would pass the weapons inspections. As the race start approached, Hacked felt a familiar mix of anxiety and excitement. But there was something else too, a sense of purpose that went beyond just winning. They were racing for freedom, yes, but also for the chance to change the very nature of these competitions. The Broken Promise hummed with energy as they maneuvered into their starting position. Through the view screen, Hacked could see the twinkling lights of the casino station in the far distance, their finish line, barely visible against the backdrop of space. Jeb's voice cut through the pre-race tension. Whatever happens out there, remember, we're not just racers anymore. We're revolutionaries. Let's give them a show they'll never forget. The starting klaxon blared, and the Broken Promise shot forward, joining the pack of racers as they hurtled towards the distant casino station. Hack's paws flew over his console, constantly adjusting their course to account for the subtle gravitational influences he'd mapped out. Status report, Jeb called out, his hands steady on the controls. "We're holding steady in 4th position," Captain Hack reported. "The lead ships are pushing their engines hard. At this rate, they'll burn out before we're halfway there." Jeb nodded, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Let them. We're playing the long game here." As they settled into the rhythm of the race, Hack became aware of a small red light blinking on his console. The interviews weren't over, they were being broadcast live during the race itself. Jeb's voice cut through his concentration. "You're up. Remember, be yourself. Let them see the real you." Swallowing hard, Hack activated the comm link. Immediately, a holographic display sprang to life, showing a perky interviewer with far too much enthusiasm for someone not risking their life in a space race. "Hack, how exciting to catch you mid-race," the interviewer gushed. "Tell us, what's going through your mind right now?" For a moment, Hack froze. Then he remembered Jeb's words. "Be yourself." "Well," he began, his voice steadier than he felt. "Right now I'm calculating our trajectory through a particularly tricky gravitational eddy caused by the interaction between Theta and its largest moon. It's fascinating, really, the way space bends and flexes, creating these invisible currents that can make or break a race." To his surprise, the interviewer seemed genuinely interested. "That sounds incredibly complex. How do you manage to keep track of all those factors while racing at such high speeds?" As Hack launched into an explanation of his navigation techniques, he felt himself relaxing. This wasn't so different from explaining calculations to the crew. And maybe, just maybe, he could use this platform to show the audience the real challenges they faced. The interview continued intermittently throughout the race, with different crew members taking their turns in the spotlight. Killian grudgingly discussed the challenges of racing without traditional weapons. "It's not about the firepower," he growled. "It's about protecting your team. Out here, we're all we've got." Jeb, as always, was a natural. He spoke passionately about their quest for freedom, weaving in stories of past races and the bonds they'd formed with other crews. Hack could almost feel the audience being drawn in, seeing the races not just as entertainment, but as a struggle for justice. As they passed the halfway point of the race, still holding steady in 4th place, Hack noticed something odd on his sensors. "Captain," he called out, "the lead ship is starting to slow down. Looks like engine trouble." Jeb leaned forward, studying the tactical display. "Just like you predicted, Hack. They pushed too hard, too fast. All right, people, this is our chance. Let's show them what the broken promise can do." With precise adjustments to their course and a perfectly timed burst of speed, they overtook the faltering lead ship. As they moved into 3rd place, then 2nd, Hack felt a surge of excitement. They were close now, so close to another victory. But he knew the real challenge was yet to come. As the casino station grew larger in their view screen, the desperation of the other racers would only increase. They'd saved their secret weapon for this moment, knowing that the final stretch would be where they needed it most. Hack's paws hovered over the controls for the steel ball cloud, ready to deploy at Jeb's command. The finish line was in sight, but the most dangerous part of the race was just beginning. As they entered the final hour, tensions high and victory tantalizingly close, Hack couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. They'd navigated not just the physical challenges of the race, but the new world of public scrutiny as well. Whatever happened in this final stretch, they'd shown the universe who they really were, not just racers, but pioneers, rebels, and maybe, just maybe, the spark that would ignite a revolution. The casino station loomed large now, its gaudy lights a beacon in the void. Hack steeled himself for the chaos to come, ready to face whatever the desperate final moments of the race might bring. The casino station's garish neon lights grew larger in the view screen as the broken promise hurtled towards the finish line. Hack's paws flew over his console, making minute adjustments to their course. They were in 2nd place now, with the lead ship just barely ahead. "Status report," Jeb called out, his voice tense with concentration. "Lead ship is 500 meters ahead," Hack responded. "But we've got company. 3 ships closing fast from behind, and they're not looking friendly. As if to punctuate Hack's words, a series of energy pulses flashed past their port side. The weapons weren't lethal, the new rules had seen to that, but a direct hit could still knock out critical systems. Evasive maneuvers, Jeb ordered, his hands dancing across the controls. The broken promise weaved through space, dodging blast after blast. But each evasion cost them precious speed. Killian growled from his station. "Captain, we can't keep this up. We need to do something, or we'll lose our position." Jeb's eyes narrowed as he assessed the situation. "Hacked, how close are we to the finish line?" 2 minutes out at current speed, Hacked replied. "But at this rate, those ships behind us will overtake us in less than 1. A grim smile played across Jeb's face. "Then it's time to play our trump card. Killian, prepare to deploy the steel ball cloud. Hacked, I need you to calculate the optimal release point and trajectory." Hack's mind raced as he ran the calculations. This was the moment they'd prepared for, the ace up their sleeve. "Ready, Captain," he announced. "Optimal release point in 10 seconds. The pursuing ships were closing in, their aggressive maneuvers becoming more desperate as the finish line approached. Hacked could almost feel the tension radiating from the other crews, their desperation to win overriding all caution. Now Jeb commanded. Killian hit the release, and a cloud of gleaming steel balls erupted from the broken promise's aft section. For a split second, they hung in space, a beautiful, deadly constellation. Then chaos erupted. The pursuing ships, too close and too fast to evade, plowed straight into the cloud. Hacked watched on his sensors as the balls wreaked havoc on their systems. Engines sputtered, navigation arrays went haywire, and shields flickered and failed. But they weren't out of danger yet. The lead ship, desperate to maintain its position, attempted a risky maneuver, cutting directly across their path. "Collision imminent," Hacked cried out. Jeb's response was instant. He sent the broken promise into a barrel roll that skimmed them over the top of the lead ship with mere centimeters to spare. The maneuver cost them speed, but it kept them in the race. As they straightened out, the finish line loomed directly ahead. The lead ship had lost momentum in its failed blockade attempt. It was now neck and neck. "Everything we've got to the engines," Jeb ordered. "This is where we win it." Hacked felt the ship surge forward as every last bit of power was diverted to thrust. Warning lights flashed across his console as systems redlined, but he ignored them, focused solely on the rapidly approaching finish line. In the final seconds, it was impossible to tell who was ahead. The broken promise and the lead ship crossed the line in a blur of motion, so close that Hacked couldn't be sure who had won. For a moment, silence reigned on the bridge. Then Hack's console lit up with the official race results. "Captain," he said, his voice thick with emotion, we did it. First place, by less than a meter." The bridge erupted in cheers. Crew members embraced, laughed, some even cried. They had done it. Against all odds, against new rules and public scrutiny and desperate competitors, they had emerged victorious. As the broken promise docked at the casino station, Hacked realized that the red interview light was still blinking. The universe had witnessed their triumph in real time. Jeb, noticing the light too, addressed the unseen audience. "To everyone watching, remember this: we race not just for ourselves, but for every being who's been wronged by a corrupt system. Today's victory is for all of you, and we're just getting started." As they disembarked, ready to face the swarm of reporters and race officials, Hacked felt a surge of pride. They had won the race, yes, but more importantly, they had shown the universe who they really were. A team, a family, a force for change. The game had changed, but so had they. And as Hacked looked at his crewmates, his family, he knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together. The broken promise had lived up to its name once again, breaking the promises of a rigged system and forging new ones built on integrity, skill, and unwavering determination. The universe was watching, and the revolution was just beginning. The docking clamps engaged with a resounding thud, securing the broken promise to the casino station. Hack's whiskers twitched as he took in the garish neon lights and flashy holographic advertisements that covered every visible surface of the docking bay. The station was a monument to excess and indulgence, a stark contrast to the gritty, life-or-death nature of the races they'd just endured. "Well, that was one hell of a race," Killian grunted, stretching his arms above his head. "I could use a drink. Maybe try my luck at the tables, eh?" Jeb opened his mouth to respond, but before he could, the ship's proximity alerts blared. Hack's paws flew over his console, bringing up the external cameras. Captain Hack called out, his voice tense. "We've got company. Looks like. Our security detail." Indeed, a group of stern-faced individuals in nondescript but clearly armored clothing was approaching the ship at a brisk pace. Hack recognized them as the guards crews had assigned to protect them between races. Jeb's brow furrowed. "That's odd. They usually keep their distance." Hack, "Open the airlock. Let's see what this is about." As the airlock cycled open, the lead guard stepped forward. His eyes darted around nervously, as if expecting an attack at any moment. "Captain Sheets," he said in a low, urgent voice, "we need you and your crew to remain on your ship. It's not safe out there." Jeb's eyes narrowed. "Not safe? We just finished a race through an asteroid field. What could be more dangerous than that?" The guard leaned in closer, his voice barely above a whisper. "The new non-lethal rules? They're a ruse. A short-term ploy to lull everyone into a false sense of security. We have intel suggesting that unsanctioned activities are planned." Hack felt a chill run down his spine. He'd known the rule changes were too good to be true, but this was beyond what he'd imagined. Before they could press for more details, the station's announcement system crackled to life. A jovial voice boomed through the docking bay. "Attention all racers. As a reward for your thrilling performance, you're cordially invited to enjoy the many entertainments our fine establishment has to offer. Drinks, games, and excitement await. Your winnings from the race will be automatically converted to casino credits. Enjoy your stay." A ripple of excitement passed through the crew. After the intense race and the stress of the past few weeks, the prospect of some relaxation was tempting. Hack saw several of his crewmates eyeing the exit eagerly. But Jeb's face had hardened into a mask of determination. "Thank you for the warning," he said to the guard. "We'll heed your advice." He turned to his crew. "Nobody leaves the ship. That's an order." Disappointed mutters ran through the group, but nobody argued. They'd learned to trust Jeb's instincts. As the crew dispersed back to their stations, Hack noticed Captain Yara's ship docked nearby. She caught Jeb's eye through the viewports and raised a questioning eyebrow. Jeb shook his head slightly, a clear signal to stay put. Yara nodded, understanding passing between the Allied captains. Hack turned back to his console, running system checks and monitoring the station's communications. But he couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled over him. The flashing lights and cheerful announcements now seemed sinister, a thin veneer of excitement hiding something far more dangerous. As he worked, Hack noticed movement on the external cameras. Other racing crews were disembarking, heading eagerly towards the casino proper. He recognized some of them as members of Allied teams. Captain Hack called out, his voice tight with worry. "Some of our allies. They're leaving their ships." Jeb came to stand behind him, watching the feeds with a grim expression. "We can't stop them all," he said softly. "But I've got a feeling we're going to regret not being able to." As the docking bay gradually emptied, leaving the Broken Promise and a few other cautious ships isolated in their berths, Hack couldn't help but feel they were sitting on a powder keg. The casino station loomed around them, no longer a beacon of celebration, but a glittering trap waiting to be sprung. Hours crawled by as the Broken Promise remained docked, its crew restless but obedient to Jeb's orders. Hack found himself glued to his console, monitoring every scrap of communication he could intercept from the station. The first sign that something was wrong came as a garbled distress call, quickly cut off. Hack's ears perked up, his fur standing on end as he tried to trace its origin. "Captain," he called out, his voice tight with worry. "I've picked up a distress signal. It's from one of our Allied teams." Jeb was at his side in an instant, his face grim. "Can you locate the source?" Hack's paws flew over the controls. It came from the lower levels of the casino, but it was cut off before I could get an exact location. A tense silence fell over the bridge, broken only by the soft pings of Hack's instruments as he continued to scan for signals. It wasn't long before more distress calls began to trickle in. One by one, Allied racers who had left their ships to enjoy the casino's offerings were going dark. Hack's stomach churned as he realized the pattern forming. "They're being picked off," Killian growled, voicing what they were all thinking. One by one. Jeb's jaw clenched. "Hacked, can you get a count? How many have we lost?" Hacked swallowed hard, his paws trembling slightly as he tallied the numbers. 15 confirmed. No, wait, 17, 18. The number keeps rising, Captain. The hours that followed were a nightmare of helpless waiting. Hacked watched as the death toll climbed, each lost signal representing a friend, an ally, someone they had raced alongside and trusted. 25 Hacked reported, his voice hollow. 26. 27. Killian slammed his fist against a bulkhead. "We should be out there. We could be helping them." But Jeb shook his head, his face a mask of anguish and determination. "No, we'd be walking into the same trap. Our best chance is to stay together, stay alert." As the count reached 30, an eerie silence fell over the station's communications. The distress calls stopped, the garbled cries for help faded away. The silence was almost worse than the chaos that had preceded it. Hack's whiskers drooped as he slumped in his chair, emotionally exhausted. 30 confirmed casualties, Captain, all from Allied racing teams. Jeb's voice was tight with barely contained rage when he spoke. "They're sending us a message, trying to weaken our alliance, break our spirit." "Well, it's having the opposite effect on me," Killian snarled. "I say we go out there and—" He was cut off by a new announcement blaring through the station's comm systems. "Attention all racers. We hope you've enjoyed the hospitality of our establishment. Please prepare for an exciting new racing opportunity. Details to follow shortly." Hack's fur bristled at the cheery tone, so at odds with the horror they'd just witnessed. He turned to Jeb, seeing his own mix of dread and determination mirrored in the captain's eyes. "Whatever this is," Jeb said, his voice low and intense, "it's not going to be like any race we've run before. Hacked, run every system check we've got. Killian, I want you to come up with every possible defensive measure we can implement without traditional weapons. Everyone else, to your stations. We're in uncharted territory now." As the crew scrambled to prepare for whatever was coming, Hacked couldn't shake the feeling that they had crossed a threshold. The facade of the races as mere entertainment had been shattered. They were in a fight for survival now, plain and simple. The casino station loomed around them, no longer a place of glitz and glamour, but a gilded cage filled with unseen threats. And somewhere out there, the architects of this deadly game were preparing to raise the stakes even higher. Hacked steeled himself, knowing that whatever came next would push them to their limits. But as he looked around at his crewmates, his family, he felt a glimmer of hope. They had survived everything thrown at them so far. They would survive this too. They had to. The alternative was unthinkable. The station's comm system crackled to life once more, the overly cheerful voice a stark contrast to the grim mood aboard the Broken Promise. "Attention racers. We have an exciting opportunity for you. A special race, just for our esteemed guests here at the station. This event will not be streamed to the wider universe. It's a private show, just for us." Hack's whiskers twitched uneasily as he glanced at Jeb. The captain's face was a mask of suspicion. "A race that's not broadcast," Jeb muttered. "That doesn't make any sense. The whole point of these races is the spectacle, the entertainment value." "Unless entertainment isn't the real point anymore," Killian growled. Jeb nodded grimly. "Hacked, see if you can get through to crews. We need more information." Hack's paws flew over his console, attempting to establish a secure connection. But before he could make contact, alarms blared across the bridge. Captain Hacked cried out, "We've got multiple contacts approaching. A lot of them." The external cameras showed a large group of rough-looking individuals converging on their docking bay. They were dressed like common thugs, but something about their movement caught Hack's eye. "They're too coordinated," he observed. "Look at how they're spreading out, covering all angles." Jeb's eyes narrowed as he studied the feed. "You're right. This is no ordinary gang. They're trained, disciplined, military, if I had to guess." As if on cue, the guards' crews had assigned to protect them sprang into action. They formed a defensive perimeter around the broken promise, weapons at the ready. "Jeb," Killian said, his voice uncharacteristically serious, "we can't just sit here. Those guards won't last long against those numbers." Jeb nodded, his jaw set with determination. "You're right. Crew, arm yourselves. We're going out there." Hack felt a surge of fear and adrenaline as he grabbed a makeshift weapon, a wrench that had been modified with some nasty sharp edges. He wasn't much of a fighter, but he'd learned that in this world, you had to be ready for anything. As they exited the ship, the sound of weapon fire filled the air. Cruz's guards were engaged in a fierce firefight with the disguised military group. The skill of their opponents was immediately apparent. These were no common thugs. "Stay together," Jeb shouted over the din. "Watch each other's backs." Hack found himself back to back with Killian, the big human's presence oddly reassuring as chaos erupted around them. He saw Jeb wade into the fray, his movements a blur as he took on multiple opponents at once. As Hack ducked and weaved, using his small size to his advantage, he caught glimpses of the battle unfolding around him. Cruz's guards were fighting valiantly, but they were outnumbered. Several of Hack's crewmates were holding their own, years of hard living and survival instincts kicking in. But it was Jeb who truly stood out. There was a ferocity to his fighting that Hack had never seen before. He moved with a deadly grace, each strike precise and devastating. And there was something else, a look of recognition in his eyes as he engaged certain opponents. Suddenly, Hack understood. Jeb knew these people. Somehow, someway, he had encountered these soldiers before. The realization sent a chill down Hack's spine. This wasn't just some random attack. This was personal. The races, the rule changes, the tragedy that had unfolded on the station, it was all connected, all part of some larger, more sinister plan. As the battle raged on, Hack couldn't shake the feeling that they had stumbled into something far bigger and more dangerous than they had ever imagined. The universe of racing that they thought they understood was crumbling around them, revealing a darker, more complex reality beneath. And at the center of it all was Jeb, fighting not just for survival, but against ghosts from a past that was finally catching up to him. The fight raged on, the docking bay a cacophony of weapon fire and shouts. Hack found himself darting between larger combatants, using his small size and quick reflexes to strike at vulnerable points. But his attention kept being drawn back to Jeb. The captain was a whirlwind of controlled fury, each movement precise and devastatingly effective. As Hack watched, Jeb engaged a particularly skilled opponent, their battle a deadly dance of strikes and counterstrikes. Suddenly, Jeb's expression changed, a flash of recognition crossing his face. "Sergeant Vex," Jeb spat, his voice filled with a mixture of rage and disbelief. "Still doing the Empire's dirty work, I see." The man Vex sneered. "Sheets. Should have known you'd be too stubborn to die in these races." Their fight intensified, becoming personal in a way that made Hack's fur stand on end. As they clashed, more names were exchanged, more flashes of recognition. It was clear now these weren't just random soldiers. These were the very people who had captured Jeb, who had condemned him to this life of endless racing and mortal peril. With a final, brutal strike, Jeb laid Vex out cold. Standing over his fallen opponent, Jeb's face was a mask of cold fury. "It was never about justice," he said, his voice carrying in a momentary lull in the battle. "The races, the rule changes, all of it, it's just been one long execution." The revelation hit Hack like a physical blow. All this time, they'd been fighting for their freedom, believing that if they just won enough races, they could earn their way out. But the truth was far darker. They were never meant to survive. As the last of their attackers fell or retreated, an eerie silence fell over the docking bay. The crew of the Broken Promise gathered around Jeb, all eyes on their captain, as the full weight of his words sank in. Captain Killian said, his gruff voice uncharacteristically gentle, "What exactly are we dealing with here?" Jeb's eyes swept over his crew, lingering on each face as if committing them to memory. When he spoke, his voice was filled with a cold determination that sent a shiver down Hack's spine. "We're dealing with a system so corrupt, so afraid of change, that they'd rather see us dead than free. The races, the challenges, the constant danger, it's all been designed to kill us off slowly, to make our deaths seem like accidents or the result of our own actions." He paused, his gaze hardening. "But they underestimated us. They underestimated our will to survive, our ability to adapt, to form alliances. And now we're a threat they can't ignore." Hack felt a surge of emotions: fear, anger, a perverse sort of pride. They had survived against impossible odds, had thrived even. But at what cost? "So what do we do now?" Hack asked, his voice small but steady. Jeb's response was immediate and fierce. "We fight. We race. But from now on, we do it on our terms. No more playing nice, no more holding back. They want to make an example of us. Fine. We'll make an example of them instead." A murmur of agreement ran through the crew. Hack saw the same determination, the same fire in the eyes of his crewmates that burned in Jeb's. "We're going to strike fear into the hearts of everyone who thought they could use us for their sick entertainment," Jeb continued. "We're going to expose their corruption, their lies. And we're going to win our freedom, not because they grant it to us, but because we take it." As Jeb's words rang out, Hack felt a transformation taking place. The crew of the Broken Promise had always been fighters, survivors. But now they were becoming something more: revolutionaries, avengers. The game had changed, and they were no longer merely players. They were going to rewrite the rules, reshape the very nature of these races. And heaven help anyone who stood in their way. The adrenaline of battle faded, leaving in its wake a crushing silence. Hack's ears drooped as he surveyed the aftermath of the fight. The docking bay, once pristine and gaudy, was now scarred by weapon fire and stained with blood, not all of it from their enemies. Captain, one of the crew, called out, her voice trembling. We've got casualties." Jeb's face, already grim, seemed to age years in moments. "How many?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. 5, came the reply. Tarak, Zin Lu, Evers, Kali, and Sven. Hack felt his heart sink. He knew each of those names, had shared meals with them, laughed with them, fought alongside them. Now they were gone, casualties in a war they hadn't even known they were fighting. As if sensing the crew's mounting distress, a group of station officials appeared, their faces masks of false concern. "We must insist you return to your ship immediately," one said, his voice oily with fake sympathy. "Oh, for your own safety, of course." Jeb's eyes flashed with barely contained rage, but he nodded curtly. "We'll go. But this isn't over." As they made their way back to the Broken Promise, Hack couldn't help but notice how the officials carefully steered them away from the bodies of their fallen comrades. It was as if they were trying to erase all evidence of the battle, to maintain the illusion of the casino station as a place of fun and games. Once aboard, the full weight of their loss hit home. The ship, usually bustling with activity, felt eerily empty. Spaces once filled by their fallen crewmates now gaped like open wounds. Jeb gathered the remaining crew on the bridge, his face etched with a mixture of grief and determination. "We've lost good people today," he began, his voice low but steady. "Friends, family, they deserve better than this." Hack felt a lump form in his throat, his whiskers drooping with sorrow. "But we can't let their sacrifices be in vain," Jeb continued, his voice gaining strength. "They died fighting against a corrupt system, and we're going to make damn sure that system falls." Killian, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, suddenly slammed his fist against a bulkhead. "Those bastards," he growled, his voice thick with emotion. "I swear, I'll make every last one of them pay." Jeb nodded, a fierce light in his eyes. "We all will, Killian. From now on, we're not just racing for our freedom. We're racing for justice, for vengeance. for everyone who's been chewed up and spit out by these blood sports masquerading as entertainment. As if on cue, the ship's comm system crackled to life. The same cheerful voice from before, now sounding almost mocking in light of what they'd been through, filled the bridge. Attention racers, prepare for an exciting new challenge. Our next race will take you on a thrilling corkscrew route from the base of the station all the way to the top. All station guests will have prime viewing positions. Race starts in 1 hour. May the best team win. The crew exchanged glances, a mix of disbelief and grim determination on their faces. They're not even trying to hide it anymore, Hack said, his voice barely above a whisper. This isn't a race, it's an execution course. Jeb's jaw set in a hard line. Then we'll just have to disappoint them. Hacked, start plotting our course. Killian, I want every non-weapon system we have converted for defensive use. The rest of you, prepare the ship. We're going to show these bastards exactly what the crew of the Broken Promise is capable of. As the crew sprang into action, Hacked felt a strange mix of emotions coursing through him. Grief for their lost comrades, fear of what lay ahead, but also a burning determination. They had been pushed to the brink, had suffered losses that cut deep. But they weren't broken. Far from it. The Broken Promise had lived up to its name once again, breaking the promise of a rigged system that thought it could control them. Now, they were going to break something else, the very foundations of the corrupt empire that had condemned them to this fate. With less than an hour before the race, the bridge of the Broken Promise was a hive of frenetic activity. Hack's paws flew over his console, mapping out the complex corkscrew route through the station. But his concentration was broken by Jeb's voice, tight with urgency. Hacked, I need you to establish secure channels with all our allied teams. Those who are left anyway. Hack nodded grimly, remembering the tragic losses they'd suffered. His whiskers twitched as he worked, bypassing the station's communication protocols to set up encrypted links. Channels open, Captain Hack reported. But there aren't many left to answer. Jeb's face was a mask of determination as he addressed the surviving allies. This is Captain Sheets of the Broken Promise. I know you've all suffered losses. I know you're angry, scared, confused, but I need you to listen carefully. Hack watched as Jeb explained their discoveries, the true nature of the races, the organized hits, the attempts to break their alliance. With each word, Hack saw the faces on the comm screens transform, shock giving way to anger, then to a steely resolve that mirrored their own. These bastards have been playing us from the start, Jeb continued, his voice gaining strength. They never intended for any of us to win our freedom. This whole system is rigged, designed to kill us off for entertainment. A chorus of outraged voices filled the channel. Hack's ears flattened against his head at the cacophony of anger and disbelief. So what do we do? Captain Yara's voice cut through the noise, steady and determined. Jeb's eyes gleamed with a fierce light. We fight back. This upcoming race? We use it. We show them that we're not just pawns in their game. We race hard, we race smart, and we race together. He paused, letting his words sink in. No more playing by their rules. From now on, we make our own. We watch each other's backs, we share intel, and we do whatever it takes to survive and win. The responses came quickly, a resounding chorus of agreement. Hack felt a surge of pride and determination as he watched the alliance solidify, stronger now in their shared anger and purpose. As the communication ended, Jeb turned to his crew. All right, people, this is it, the most dangerous race we've ever faced. Hacked, what can you tell us about the course? Hack pulled up a holographic display of the station. It's a nightmare, Captain. Tight corridors, sudden turns, variable gravity fields. And with the corkscrew pattern, we'll be fighting lateral G-forces the whole way up. Killian growled from his station. And let me guess, plenty of places for ambushes and accidents to happen. Hack nodded grimly. Exactly. We'll be exposed and vulnerable at multiple points throughout the race. Jeb's jaw set in a hard line. Then we'll just have to be faster, smarter, and more determined than they are. Hacked, I want you coordinating with the other team's navigators. Share your route calculations. Find the safest paths. Killian, Jeb continued, I know we can't use traditional weapons, but get creative. Anything that can slow down our opponents or protect us from accidents is fair game. As the crew rushed to make final preparations, HFY felt a mix of fear and exhilaration. They were about to face their greatest challenge yet, but for the first time it felt like they truly had a chance to change the game. The station's announcement system crackled to life, signaling the 5-minute warning before the race. Jeb gathered the crew for one final word. "Remember," he said, his voice low and intense, "we're not just racing for ourselves anymore. We're racing for every ally we lost, for every racer who's been chewed up by this corrupt system. We're racing to expose the truth, to break this whole damn thing wide open." HFY felt a swell of determination as he took his place at the navigation console. Whatever happened in the next few hours, he knew one thing for certain: the universe was about to witness a race unlike any other. The broken promise was ready. The alliance was united. And they were about to show the corrupt officials exactly what happened when you push desperate beings too far. The starting klaxon blared, and the broken promise shot forward, immediately thrust into a chaotic melee of ships. HFY's paws flew over his console, feeding Jeb a constant stream of navigational data as they corkscrewed up through the station's interior. "First turn coming up," Captain HFY called out. "It's tight, barely wider than our ship." Jeb's hands moved with inhuman precision, guiding the broken promise through the turn with centimeters to spare. The screech of metal on metal told them not every ship had been so lucky. As they emerged from the turn, HFY's sensors lit up with warnings. Multiple contacts closing fast from behind. Without weapons, the race had devolved into a brutal contest of ramming and forcing opponents into obstacles. A ship to their port side veered sharply, clearly intending to slam them into an upcoming structural beam. "Not today," Jeb growled, dropping their altitude sharply. The attacking ship, unable to correct in time, crashed into the beam with a sickening crunch. HFY winced at the destruction, but kept his focus on the path ahead. "We've got a series of alternating gravity fields coming up. It's going to play havoc with our maneuvering." As they entered the section, HFY felt his stomach lurch. Up became down, then sideways, then down again in dizzying succession. Jeb fought the controls, using the shifting gravity to slingshot them forward, while other ships tumbled out of control. Captain Killian's gruff voice cut through the chaos. "Two of our allied ships are in trouble. Looks like they're being ganged up on." Jeb's jaw clenched. "HFY, find us a path to them. Killian, prepare to deploy our safety measure." They dove into the fray, the broken promise weaving between attackers with deadly grace. As they approached their beleaguered allies, Killian unleashed their secret weapon. The cloud of steel balls erupted from the ship's aft section, spreading out in a glittering, deadly web. The pursuing ships flew right into it, their hulls peppered with impacts. Some spun out of control, while others limped away, systems clearly damaged. "Nice shot," Killian HFY exclaimed, allowing himself a moment of victory. But the respite was short-lived. As they corkscrewed higher, the race grew even more frantic. Ships crashed into each other with increasing desperation. HFY watched in horror as one of their allied vessels, its hull already compromised, was rammed by two opponents simultaneously. The resulting explosion lit up the station's interior. "We've lost the racing blind," HFY reported, his voice tight with grief. They had known the cost would be high, but the reality of it was still crushing. Jeb's face was a mask of grim determination. "We keep going. We win this for them, for all of them." As they entered the final stretch, HFY's sensors picked up something alarming. "Captain, I'm detecting some kind of energy buildup ahead. It's not on any of the station schematics." They rounded the final turn to see a shimmering energy barrier stretched across their path. Behind it, they could see the finish line and a group of race officials watching with cruel anticipation. "It's a trap," Jeb snarled. "They never intended for anyone to finish this race." HFY's mind raced. "Captain, if we divert all power to the shields and hit it at the right angle, we might be able to punch through." Jeb nodded. "Do it! Killian, give us everything we've got." The broken promise surged forward, every system screaming as they pushed beyond their limits. They hit the barrier at full speed, the ship shuddering violently as energy crackled around them. For a heart-stopping moment, Hack thought they had failed. Then, with a final groan of protest from the hull, they burst through, trailing wisps of energy as they crossed the finish line. As the dust settled, Hack realized they were the only ship to have made it through. The barrier had disappeared, leaving the remaining racers staring in disbelief. Jeb's voice was cold as he opened a channel to the officials. "We've won your race, we've exposed your trap, and we're not done yet." As the implications of what they'd just done sank in, Hack felt a mixture of elation and dread. They had survived, had won against impossible odds, but he knew the real battle was just beginning. The corrupt officials wouldn't take this lying down. The next move in this deadly game would be theirs, and Hack couldn't shake the feeling that it would be more dangerous than anything they'd faced before. But as he looked at his crewmates, at Jeb's unwavering determination, he felt a surge of hope. Whatever came next, they would face it together. The broken promise had lived up to its name once again, breaking through not just a physical barrier, but the very foundations of the corrupt racing system. The universe was watching, and the revolution had begun. The broken promise hung in its docking clamps, the ship's hull bearing fresh scars from the brutal race. Inside, the mood was a complex mixture of triumph, grief, and simmering anger. Hack sat at his console, paws trembling slightly as he compiled the data from the race. The losses had been staggering. Of the Allied teams that had started the race, less than half had survived. The casualty report scrolled endlessly on his screen, a grim testament to the true cost of their victory. Jeb's voice cut through the heavy silence on the bridge. "Hacked, get me a secure line to our surviving allies. It's time we had a real talk about what happens next." As Hack worked to establish the connections, he could hear Killian muttering darkly about vengeance and payback. The weapons officer's usual gruff demeanor had hardened into something more dangerous, more focused. One by one, the faces of the surviving Allied captains appeared on the main view screen. Their expressions mirrored the mix of emotions Hack saw in his own crewmates, battered, grieving, but with a steely determination in their eyes. Jeb addressed them, his voice low but intense. "We've all lost good people today. Friends, family, and for what? The sick entertainment of a corrupt system that never intended to let any of us go free." Murmurs of angry agreement rippled through the communication channels. "But today," Jeb continued, "we did more than just win a race. We exposed their lies. We showed the universe that their perfect system can be beaten." Captain Yara, her face streaked with grime and what looked suspiciously like tears, spoke up. "So what's our next move, Jeb? We can't go back to racing like nothing's changed." Jeb's eyes hardened. "We don't. From this moment on, we're not racers anymore. We're revolutionaries. Every race, every public appearance, every broadcast, we use it to spread the truth, to rally others to our cause." Hack felt a shiver run down his spine at the weight of Jeb's words. This was more than just a fight for their own freedom now. It was the start of something much bigger. As the Allied captains voiced their agreement, pledging their support to this new cause, Hack's console lit up with an incoming transmission. His blood ran cold as he recognized the source. "Captain," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, "it's the race officials. They're demanding we report for debriefing." The mood on the bridge shifted instantly, tension ratcheting up several notches. Everyone knew what this debriefing likely entailed. Jeb's face was grim as he considered their options. Finally, he nodded. "Patch them through, Hacked. It's time we had a little chat with our gracious hosts." As the sneering face of the lead race official appeared on screen, Jeb's demeanor changed. Gone was the cautious, rule-abiding captain. In his place stood a leader, a revolutionary ready to declare war on a corrupt system. "Gentlemen," Jeb said, his voice dripping with sarcasm, "I'm afraid we'll have to decline your invitation. You see, we're a bit busy planning how to dismantle your entire operation." The official's face contorted with rage. "You fool. You have no idea what forces you're dealing with. We'll hunt you down, Will." Jeb cut the transmission with a decisive gesture. Turning to his crew and the Allied captains still on the line, he spoke with quiet intensity. "They'll be coming for us now, all of us. We need to be ready." Hacked felt a surge of both fear and excitement. The path ahead was fraught with danger, but for the first time it felt like they were truly fighting for something meaningful. As the crew of the Broken Promise began preparations for their daring escape from the station, Hacked couldn't help but feel that they had crossed a point of no return. The games were over. The real battle was just beginning. And as he looked around at his crewmates, his family, Hacked knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together. The Broken Promise had become more than just a ship. It was now the symbol of a rebellion, a beacon of hope for all those trapped in the corrupt racing system. The universe was about to change, and they were at the heart of the storm. The smell of ozone and scorched metal still lingered in the air as Hacked Jabim hunched over his console, whiskers twitching nervously. The Broken Promise's docking clamps had barely engaged when the proximity alarms blared to life, causing the Hibbard navigator to jump in his seat. Captain Hacked called out, his small paws flying over the controls. "We've got incoming. Multiple humanoid signatures approaching at high speed." Jeb Sheets was at his side in an instant, his weathered face set in grim determination. Identification. Before Hacked could respond, a familiar voice crackled over the ship's comm system. "Broken Promise, this is Cruz. For the love of all that's holy, let us in now." Jeb and Hacked exchanged a quick glance. The diplomat's voice was tight with barely contained panic, a far cry from his usual composed demeanor. "Confirm visual," Jeb ordered, and Hacked quickly brought up the external camera feeds. The sight that greeted them sent a chill down Hack's spine. Cruz, along with a squad of heavily armed guards, was sprinting towards their airlock. Their faces were masks of urgency, and their weapons were drawn. "It's them," Captain Hacked squeaked, his fur standing on end. "But they look scared." Jeb's jaw clenched as he weighed their options. After the brutal race they'd just survived and the threats from the officials, every instinct screamed caution. But there was something in Cruz's voice, a desperation that couldn't be faked. "Open the airlock," Jeb commanded, his voice steady despite the tension Hacked could see in his eyes. "But Killian, be ready. If this is a trick." "Say no more," Cap, the gruff weapons officer, growled, his hand resting on his makeshift weapon. The airlock cycled open with a hiss, and Cruz practically fell into the ship, his guards piling in behind him. The diplomat's usually immaculate appearance was disheveled, his eyes wild as they darted around the bridge. "Thank the stars," Cruz gasped, struggling to catch his breath. "We made it in time." In time for what Jeb demanded, his posture tense and ready for action. Cruz's next words sent a wave of ice through Hack's veins, confirming their worst fears and setting in motion a chain of events that would change their lives forever. The official's Cruz panted, his face pale with fear and exertion. "They're coming. And this time, they're not playing games. They're here to kill you all." Hack's whiskers twitched nervously as Cruz continued, his words sending shockwaves through the bridge. "The race officials were going to activate the self-destruct devices on your ships," Cruz said, his voice tight with urgency. "But we were one step ahead of them." Jeb's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean?" Cruz allowed himself a small, grim smile. "My people running repairs have been busy. We covertly disabled the self-destruct mechanisms on all Allied vessels." A ripple of relief passed through the crew, but Hack noticed Jeb's expression remained guarded. The captain knew there was more to come. "But that's not all," Cruz continued, confirming Jeb's suspicion. "We managed to relocate some of those devices to ships belonging to the race officials' favorites." As if on cue, a series of distant explosions rocked the station. Hack's sensitive ears picked up the muffled booms, and his fur stood on end. "By the cosmic void," Killian breathed, a note of admiration in his gruff voice. "You turned their own weapon against them." Cruz nodded solemnly. "It was a necessary precaution. We couldn't risk them having that level of control over you any longer." Hacked scurried to his console, paws flying over the controls as he pulled up sensor data. "Captain," he squeaked, I'm detecting multiple hull breaches in the VIP docking sectors. Several ships have been completely destroyed. Jeb's face was a mask of conflicting emotions: relief at their narrow escape, concern for the lives lost, and a grim satisfaction at striking back against their oppressors. How many? He asked quietly. Hack's whiskers drooped slightly as he read the data. At least 5 ships, sir. Maybe more. It's chaos out there. The gravity of the situation settled over the bridge. They had just witnessed and inadvertently participated in an act of war against the racing authorities. We've crossed a line, Jeb said, his voice low but steady. There's no going back now. Cruz nodded, his expression somber. You're right, Captain. But believe me when I say this was our only option. The officials were never going to let you go, no matter how many races you won. This was the only way to break their hold. As the implications of their actions sank in, Hack couldn't help but feel a mix of terror and exhilaration. They had struck a blow against the corrupt system that had enslaved them for so long. But the retaliation, when it came, would be swift and merciless. So what now? Killian growled, voicing the question on everyone's mind. Cruz's eyes gleamed with determination. Now we get you out of here. But first, there's something else you need to know. Something that's going to change everything. Hack braced himself, knowing that whatever came next would reshape their world once again. The Broken Promise and its crew were about to embark on a journey far beyond the confines of any race they had ever run before. As the reality of their situation sank in, Cruz's eyes darted around the bridge, a hint of nervous energy in his movements. We don't have much time, he said, his voice low and urgent. Our people have been busy. With a quick gesture, Cruz signaled to his guards. They immediately began opening large, nondescript crates they had brought aboard. Hack's eyes widened as he recognized the contents. Are those? Hack began, his whiskers twitching in disbelief. Your weapons, Cruz confirmed with a nod. The ones that were confiscated. We've had them all along, waiting for the right moment. Jeb's eyebrows shot up. How did you manage that? Cruz allowed himself a small, grim smile. Let's just say we have friends in low places. Now, we need to get these reinstalled immediately. As if on cue, a swarm of repair drones emerged from another crate, their mechanical arms already extending towards the exposed weapon mounts. These drones are programmed with the schematics of your ship, Cruz explained. They'll have you combat ready in no time. Hack watched in amazement as the drones set to work with incredible speed and precision. Weapon systems that had been dormant for so long began to hum to life, status lights blinking from red to green across his console. Captain Killian called out, a note of excitement in his gruff voice. We've got full weapons capability coming online. It's like Christmas came early. Jeb nodded, his face set in grim determination. Good. We're going to need every advantage we can get, he turned to Cruz. What's our timeline? Cruz checked a device on his wrist, his expression tightening. We need to be off this station in less than 30 minutes. Any longer, and we risk being caught in the security lockdown. Hack felt his fur stand on end at the urgency in Cruz's voice. This was really happening. They were about to make a break for it, to leave behind the only life they'd known for so long. Jeb's voice cut through his thoughts. I need you to plot us the fastest route out of here, and be ready for anything. I have a feeling this isn't going to be a smooth departure. Hack nodded, his paws already dancing across his console. As he worked, he could hear Jeb issuing rapid-fire orders to the rest of the crew, preparing the Broken Promise for what was sure to be a harrowing escape. The bridge buzzed with a nervous energy Hack had never felt before. It wasn't the usual pre-race tension, but something deeper, more primal. They were no longer just racing for victory or survival. They were racing for true freedom, for a chance to break away from the corrupt system that had held them captive for so long. As the weapons came fully online and the engines hummed with barely contained power, Hack realized that everything was about to change. Whatever happened in the next few minutes would determine not just their fate, but potentially the fate of every racer, every prisoner trapped in this cruel game. With a deep breath, Hack steeled himself for what was to come. The broken promise was about to live up to its name once again, breaking free from the promises of a corrupt empire. And HFY was ready to navigate them towards a future none of them had dared to imagine until now. As the crew of the broken promise absorbed the gravity of their situation, Cruz's next words caught them all off guard. Captain Sheets Cruz said, his voice uncharacteristically hesitant, "I have a request, a rather significant one." Jeb raised an eyebrow, his expression a mix of curiosity and wariness. "Go on." Cruz took a deep breath. "I'm asking, begging really, for you to take us with you. Myself and my guards, we can't stay here now. Our cover is blown and will be as much a target as you are." Jack's whiskers twitched in surprise. He glanced around the bridge, noting the shocked expressions on his crewmates' faces. This was unprecedented, a race official, albeit a covert ally, asking to join their escape. Before Jeb could respond, the ship's comm system crackled to life. Captain Yara's voice came through, tense and urgent. "Broken promise, this is Stardancer. We're picking up chatter about an imminent security lockdown. Whatever we're doing, we need to do it fast." As if on cue, more voices joined the channel captains of their allied racing teams, all expressing the same mix of panic and determination. "We're with you," Jeb, one voice said. "Whatever the plan is, count us in." "We've come too far to back down now," another added. HFY watched as Jeb's face cycled through a range of emotions: surprise, concern, and finally, a fierce pride. The captain turned to Cruz, his decision evident in his eyes before he even spoke. "All right," Jeb said, his voice carrying the weight of command. "We do this together, all of us." He turned to address the assembled crew and the allies listening over the comm. "This isn't just an escape anymore, it's a rebellion. And every one of you needs to understand what that means. There's no going back after this. We'll be fugitives, hunted across the galaxy." HFY felt a shiver run down his spine at Jeb's words, but also a surge of determination. They had been prisoners for so long, pawns in a cruel game. Now, they had the chance to write their own story. "So I'm asking each of you," Jeb continued, "are you sure? This is your last chance to back out." The response was immediate and unanimous. Voices from every allied ship and from every corner of the Broken Promises bridge rang out in agreement. HFY found himself speaking up as well, his small voice steady with conviction. "We're with you, Captain, all the way." Jeb nodded, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Then let's do this. Cruz, get your people aboard. HFY, coordinate with the other navigators. We're getting every allied ship out of here." As the bridge erupted into a flurry of activity, HFY couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. They had entered this day as racers, as prisoners. They would leave it as rebels, as the vanguard of a movement that could reshape the galaxy. The Broken Promise was about to live up to its name in the grandest way possible, breaking the chains that had held them for so long. And HFY, the once timid hybrid navigator, was ready to help chart their course to freedom. HFY's paws flew over his console, his large eyes darting between readouts as he coordinated with the other allied ships. The tension on the bridge was palpable, every crew member poised for action. "All allied ships report ready," Captain HFY squeaked, his whiskers twitching with nervous energy. Jeb nodded grimly. "Cruz, it's now or never. Activate your virus." Cruz pulled out a small device, his finger hovering over a blinking red button. "Once I press this, there's no going back. The station's systems will be compromised, but it won't last forever. We'll have minutes at best." "Do it," Jeb commanded, his voice steady despite the gravity of the situation. Cruz pressed the button, and for a moment, nothing seemed to happen. Then, chaos erupted. Alarms blared throughout the station, lights flickering erratically. HFY's console lit up with a flood of data as the station's security protocols went haywire. "It's working," HFY exclaimed. "Docking clamps are releasing, and the bay doors are opening." Jeb's hands tightened on the controls. "All allied ships, this is Captain Sheets. Launch now, Formation Delta. Stay close and watch each other's backs." The Broken Promise surged forward, leading the charge as a dozen other ships fell into formation behind them. Hack's paws danced across his console, guiding them through the maze of the station's docking bays. Station defenses are offline, Hack reported, his voice tight with concentration. But I'm detecting multiple ships powering up. Looks like some of the officials are trying to pursue. Let them try, Killian growled from his weapons station. We've got a few surprises for them now. As they burst out of the station's massive bay doors, Hack gasped at the sight before them. The void of space, usually a comforting blanket of stars, was now a battlefield. Ships of all sizes were scrambling, some fleeing, others moving to intercept. Evasive maneuvers, Jeb shouted as energy blasts lit up the space around them. The broken promise weaved and rolled, Jeb's expert piloting keeping them just ahead of the incoming fire. Behind them, their allies followed suit, creating a dazzling display of coordinated flying. Hack's heart raced as he called out trajectories and threats, his mind working overtime to keep them one step ahead of their pursuers. This was beyond any race they'd ever run, beyond any challenge they'd faced. This was a fight for true freedom. As they pushed their engines to the limit, leaving the station and its defenders behind, Hack allowed himself a moment of hope. They had done it. They had escaped. But as the adrenaline of the moment began to fade, a new reality set in. They were now fugitives, with the full might of the Empire likely to be brought against them. The race for survival was far from over. It had only just begun. As the broken promise and its allied fleet streaked away from the chaos of the casino station, Hack found himself in familiar territory, plotting courses through the void of space. But this time, everything felt different. They weren't racing towards a finish line, they were racing towards an uncertain future. Cruz, Jeb called out, his voice steady despite the tension in the air. You mentioned coordinates. Where exactly are we headed? Cruz stepped forward, his earlier panic replaced by a look of determined focus. Set a course for the following coordinates, he said, rattling off a string of numbers that Hack quickly input into the navigation system. As Hack's paws flew over his console, he couldn't help but notice something odd about their destination. Captain, he squeaked, his whiskers twitching nervously. These coordinates. They're an empty space. There's nothing there, at least nothing on our long-range scanners. Jeb's eyes narrowed. Cruz, care to explain? The diplomat nodded, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Trust me, Captain. What we're looking for won't show up on any conventional scanners, but it's there, waiting for us. As the broken promise led the ragtag fleet of Allied ships deeper into space, Hack found his mind racing with calculations and possibilities. What could be waiting for them out there in the emptiness between stars? A hidden base? A refueling station? Or something beyond his imagination? Hours passed, filled with tense silence broken only by status reports and the occasional burst of chatter from the Allied ships. Hack kept a close eye on their pursuers, but so far, their escape seemed to have gone unnoticed, or at least unchallenged. How much longer? Killian growled, voicing the question on everyone's mind. Cruz checked a device on his wrist. We should be approaching the rendezvous point in about an hour. Everyone should prepare for anything. As they neared their mysterious destination, Hack couldn't help but reflect on the incredible journey that had brought them to this point. From a simple thief sentenced to a life of deadly racing, to a key player in what was shaping up to be a galactic rebellion. The sheer scale of it all was almost overwhelming. Yet, as he looked around at his crewmates, at Jeb's unwavering determination, Killian's gruff readiness, and the fierce hope burning in every pair of eyes, Hack felt a surge of confidence. Whatever waited for them at those coordinates, they would face it together. The broken promise surged onward, leading a fleet of ships that had once been bitter rivals and were now united in a common cause. As the minutes ticked down to their arrival, Hack steeled himself for whatever revelation awaited them. As the fleet of escaped racers settled into their journey, Cruz called for a meeting on the Broken Promises bridge. Hack watched as the diplomat's face appeared on the main view screen, his expression a mixture of relief and determination. I owe you all an explanation, Cruz began, his voice carrying to all the Allied ships. What you've just participated in is part of what we call Plan G, a long-term strategy developed by Julius IX to combat the Empire's tyranny. Jeb leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. You mean this whole thing, The races, the sabotage, it was all planned. Cruz shook his head. Not exactly. We've had contingencies in place for years, waiting for the right moment. Your success, your alliance, it gave us the opportunity we needed. Hacked felt a surge of pride mixed with uncertainty. They had been part of something bigger than they realized, but how much of their struggle had been manipulated? Julius 9 has been free for some time now, Cruz continued. But we couldn't stand by while other worlds suffered under the Empire's rule. The racing system was just one symptom of a galaxy-wide disease. The bridge fell silent as the implications sank in. They weren't just escapees anymore, they were now part of a full-scale rebellion against the Empire. So what happens now? Captain Yara's voice crackled over the comms, echoing the question on everyone's mind. Cruz's eyes gleamed with purpose. Now we take the fight to them. The races were just the beginning. With your skills, your ships, and the intel we've gathered, we have a real chance to make a difference. Hacked glanced at Jeb, trying to gauge his captain's reaction. To his surprise, he saw a fire in Jeb's eyes that he hadn't seen since their early days of racing. You're talking about war, Jeb said, his voice low but steady. Cruz nodded solemnly. I'm talking about freedom. For all of us, for every world under the Empire's boot. It won't be easy, but I believe it's a fight worth having. As the discussion continued, outlining potential strategies and targets, Hacked felt a strange mix of emotions wash over him. Fear. Certainly they were about to face challenges far beyond anything they'd encountered in the races. But also hope, and a sense of purpose that had been missing for so long. They had entered this day as prisoners, as entertainment for a cruel system. They would end it as revolutionaries, the vanguard of a movement that could reshape the galaxy. Hacked looked around at his crewmates, at the faces of their allies on the view screen. He saw determination, resolve, and a shared understanding of the monumental task ahead. The broken promise had lived up to its name in ways they could never have imagined. Now, it was time to make a new promise, one of freedom, justice, and a better future for all. As the meeting concluded and they set course for their rendezvous point, Hacked couldn't help but feel that they were on the cusp of something truly extraordinary. The real race, the race to liberate the galaxy, was about to begin. As the coordinates Cruz had provided drew near, a palpable tension filled the bridge of the broken promise. Hack's paws hovered over his console, whiskers twitching as he scanned the seemingly empty space before them. We're approaching the designated coordinates, Captain Hack reported, his voice tight with anticipation. But I'm still not detecting anything on our sensors. Jeb nodded, his eyes fixed on the view screen. Keep scanning, Hacked. Whatever Cruz has planned, it's got to be big. The minutes ticked by, each second feeling like an eternity. The Allied ships maintained their formation around the broken promise, a loose protective sphere ready for anything. Suddenly, Hack's console lit up with a flurry of readings. Captain, I'm detecting some kind of spatial distortion directly ahead. It's massive, but it's like nothing I've ever seen before. Cruz's voice came over the comms, a hint of excitement breaking through his usual composure. That's it. We're right on schedule. Prepare for quite a show, everyone. As the crew watched with bated breath, the empty space before them began to shimmer, like heat waves rising from sun-baked pavement. The distortion grew, rippling and pulsing until it seemed to tear a hole in the very fabric of space itself. By the cosmic void, Killian breathed, his usual gruff demeanor replaced by awe. What in the blazes is that? Hack's paws flew over his console, trying to make sense of the readings flooding his screens. It's some kind of cloaking technology, but on a scale I've never even imagined possible. As the spatial distortion grew, Hacked felt a shiver run down his spine. Whatever was about to reveal itself, he knew it would change everything. The races, their escape, even the revelation of Julius 9's rebellion, all of it paled in comparison to what was unfolding before them. All ships, maintain position, Jeb ordered, his voice steady despite the tension evident in his posture. Be ready for anything. The fleet of former racing ships hung in space, a tiny cluster of vessels dwarfed by the enormity of what was materializing before them. Hacked found himself holding his breath, his large eyes wide as he tried to comprehend the scale of what he was witnessing. As the cloaking field began to dissipate, the true nature of their rendezvous point started to become clear. It wasn't a station or a hidden base, as some had speculated. It was something far, far bigger. Captain Hack squeaked, his voice barely above a whisper. I think we're about to meet our new allies, and they've brought quite a welcome wagon." The view screen filled with the emerging shape of something so massive it defied easy description. The crew of the Broken Promise, along with their allied fleet, were about to come face to face with a force that could tip the balance of power in the galaxy. The shimmering distortion in space continued to grow, and suddenly, with a flash of light that momentarily blinded their view screens, it disappeared. In its place, filling their view and dwarfing their small fleet, was a sight that left everyone on the bridge of the Broken Promise speechless. A massive carrier, easily the size of a small moon, hung in space before them. Its hull gleamed with a polished sheen that spoke of advanced technology far beyond anything Hacked had ever encountered. Countless smaller ships swarmed around it like worker bees around a hive, and Hack's sensors were going haywire trying to catalog all the energy signatures. Great Cosmos Jeb breathed, his usual composure momentarily shaken. "Cruz, what exactly are we looking at here?" Cruz's voice came over the comms, filled with pride and a hint of satisfaction. "This, my friends, is the Liberator, the flagship of Julius IX's rebellion and the cornerstone of Plan G. With this, we have the power to challenge the Empire on equal footing." Hack's paws flew over his console, trying to make sense of the readings he was getting. "Captain, the technology on that ship, it's like nothing I've ever seen. The power output alone is off the charts." Killian let out a low whistle. "Would you look at those weapon banks? Makes our old racing armaments look like pea shooters." "Certainly. I'll make those adjustments to the final part. Here's the revised version of Part 9. As they marveled at the Liberator, a new transmission came through. A man in his early 40s appeared on their view screen, his uniform adorned with the insignia of a Grand Admiral. His face, though stern, carried a hint of familiar warmth that made Jeb lean forward in recognition. "This is Grand Admiral Marty Decker of the Liberator," he announced, his voice carrying an air of authority tempered with compassion. "Captain Sheets, on behalf of the free people of Julius IX and our allies across the galaxy, welcome to the rebellion." Jeb's eyes widened in surprise, and then crinkled with a smile. "Marty Decker, is that really you? Last time I saw you, you were a fresh-faced lieutenant." Decker's serious expression broke into a grin. "And you were the hotshot captain everyone was talking about, Jeb. It's good to see you again, old friend." Hacked glanced between Jeb and the view screen, his whiskers twitching with curiosity at this unexpected reunion. Jeb quickly filled in the crew. "Grand Admiral Decker and I served together in the war. He's President Decker's son, but don't let that fool you. He earned every rank through sheer grit and talent." Decker nodded appreciatively. "And now, Captain Sheets, we need that talent of yours more than ever. You and your fellow racers are more valuable than you know. Your skills, honed in the crucible of those death races, are exactly what we need. You're survivors, innovators, and above all, you understand the true face of the Empire's cruelty." As Decker continued to outline their role in the coming conflict, Hacked observed the way Jeb listened intently, nodding in agreement. It was clear that Jeb respected this man and his leadership. The Broken Promise and its allied fleet began to move towards the massive carrier, guided by tractor beams to one of its many docking bays. As they approached, Hacked could see hundreds of ships of all shapes and sizes already docked inside. This wasn't just a rebellion, it was an armada. "Well, folks," Jeb said, turning to his crew with a mix of determination and excitement in his eyes, "looks like our racing days are over. But something tells me the real adventure is just beginning." As the Broken Promise settled into its new berth aboard the Liberator, Hacked realized that their lives had changed irrevocably. They had entered this day as prisoners, as unwilling participants in a cruel sport. They would end it as freedom fighters, key players in a rebellion that could reshape the galaxy. The races had prepared them for this moment, honing their skills and forging them into a tight-knit team. Now, it was time to put those skills to use for a cause greater than mere survival. Hack looked around at his crewmates, his family, and saw in their eyes the same determination he felt. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together. The broken promise had lived up to its name one final time, breaking the promise of an oppressive empire and forging a new one, a promise of freedom for all. As the docking procedures completed and they prepared to disembark, Hack knew that the greatest race of their lives was just beginning. And this time, the finish line was nothing less than a free galaxy. The moment their ship docked within the cavernous bay of the Liberator, Hack felt a shift in the air. It wasn't just the change in atmosphere or the subtle vibrations of the massive carrier, it was the palpable sense of anticipation that seemed to permeate everything. Before Jeb could even finish the post-docking checklist, Cruz was at his side, his usual composure betraying hints of urgency. "Captain Sheets, a word in private, if you please," he said, gesturing towards the small conference room adjacent to the bridge. Hack's whiskers twitched with curiosity as he watched Jeb follow Cruz. The Hibbard navigator couldn't help but edge closer to the door, his sensitive ears straining to catch snippets of their conversation. "Jeb, I need you to understand something," Cruz began, his voice low but intense. "What's happening now, your escape, this rebellion, it's always been part of Julius IX's long-term strategy." Hack could almost hear Jeb's eyebrows rising. "You're saying you planned all this? The races, the corruption, everything?" Cruz sighed heavily. "Not exactly. We always intended to free the racers, to use the system's corruption against itself. But your actions, your alliances, they've accelerated our timeline considerably." There was a pause, and Hack imagined Cruz running a hand through his hair, a gesture of frustration he'd observed before. "To be frank, we've had to improvise quite a bit. Some aspects of this operation are, well, let's say they're more hodgepodge than I'm entirely comfortable with." Hack's fur stood on end as he processed the implications. They weren't just escapees or rebels, they were now key players in a galactic chess game that had been in motion for years. "So what now?" Jeb's voice carried a mix of determination and wariness that Hack had come to associate with their most daring races. "Now," Cruz replied, "we meet with Grand Admiral Decker. He'll bring you and the other racers up to speed on the larger picture. But Jeb," his voice dropped even lower, forcing Hack to strain to hear, "you need to know that what's coming. It's bigger than anything we've faced before. The fate of entire worlds could hinge on what we do next." As Cruz and Jeb emerged from the conference room, Hack quickly busied himself with his console, pretending he hadn't been eavesdropping, but his mind was racing faster than any ship he'd ever navigated. They had entered this day as prisoners, as unwilling participants in a cruel sport. Now, on the cusp of something monumental, Hack realized that their races had been preparing them for this moment all along. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he knew one thing for certain: the crew of the Broken Promise was ready to face them head-on. As the call came through for all racers to assemble, Hack felt a mixture of excitement and trepidation. Their greatest race was about to begin, and this time, the stakes were nothing less than the freedom of the galaxy itself. Hack scurried alongside Jeb and the rest of the Broken Promise's crew as they made their way through the labyrinthine corridors of the Liberator. The sheer scale of the carrier was overwhelming. Hack's whiskers twitched constantly, trying to take in every detail of this marvel of engineering. They entered a vast auditorium, already filling with former racers from various species. Hack noticed the mixture of excitement, confusion, and wariness on their faces, emotions he knew were mirrored in his own expression. As they took their seats, a low hum reverberated through the ship. Hack's sensitive ears picked up the subtle change in vibration. "We're jumping to FTL," he whispered to Jeb, who nodded grimly. Moments later, Grand Admiral Marty Decker strode onto the stage, his presence immediately commanding the attention of every being in the room. Hack couldn't help but notice the way Jeb straightened, a look of respect and recognition in his eyes. "Fellow freedom fighters," Decker began, his voice carrying easily through the auditorium, "I know you have questions. I know the past few hours have been a whirlwind of change and revelation. It's time you understood the full scope of what we're facing and the crucial role you all play in what's to come." The auditorium fell silent as Decker activated a holographic display showing a map of the galaxy. Vast swathes of it were colored in an ominous red. "This is the Empire's current reach," Decker explained. "For too long they've ruled through fear, corruption, and spectacles of cruelty like the races you've been forced to endure. Hacked felt a ripple of anger pass through the crowd, his own fur bristling at the memory of their ordeal. But what the Empire doesn't know, Decker continued, a hint of a smile playing at his lips, is that their greatest mistake was bringing you all together. The hologram shifted, showing pinpoints of light scattered across the galaxy. These are our allies' worlds, systems, even factions within the Empire itself, all waiting for the right moment to strike. And you, my friends, are the spark that will ignite this rebellion. Hack's eyes widened as he began to grasp the enormity of what Decker was suggesting. They weren't just escaped prisoners anymore, they were being asked to become the face of a galactic revolution. As Decker delved deeper into the strategy, explaining how the racers' skills and experiences would be invaluable in the coming conflict, Hack glanced around at his fellow former prisoners. He saw determination hardening in their eyes, replacing the fear and uncertainty of moments before. The hybrid navigator felt a surge of pride and purpose. All those races, all the near-death experiences, and hard-won victories, they had been preparing for this moment all along. As the briefing continued, and the Liberator hurtled through hyperspace towards Julius 9, Hack knew that their greatest challenge lay ahead. But for the first time in years, he felt something he had almost forgotten: hope. As the Liberator continued its FTL journey towards Julius 9, Grand Admiral Decker's voice took on a more solemn tone. Hack felt the shift in the atmosphere, his whiskers twitching with anticipation. "What I'm about to tell you," Decker began, his eyes scanning the room, "will change everything. As of this moment, Julius 9 is officially declaring war against the Empire." A collective gasp rippled through the auditorium. Hack glanced at Jeb, seeing a mixture of determination and grim satisfaction on his captain's face. Decker continued, his voice steady and resolute. "We are not alone in this fight. For years, we've been building a network of allies across the galaxy. Planets, systems, resistance groups, all waiting for the right moment to strike." The holographic display shifted, revealing an intricate web of connections spanning the galaxy. Hack's eyes widened as he realized the true scale of the rebellion they were now part of. "But every revolution needs a symbol," Decker said, his gaze settling on Jeb and then sweeping across the gathered racers. "Something to rally behind, to inspire hope in those who have lost it. We believe you, all of you, can be that symbol." Hack felt a shiver run down his spine. Him, a symbol of hope? The idea seemed almost laughable, and yet. "You've survived the Empire's cruelest games," Decker continued. "You've formed alliances where they wanted only enemies. You've shown the galaxy that even in the darkest of circumstances, unity and determination can prevail." As Decker spoke, Hack saw the impact of his words on his fellow racers. Beings who had been bitter rivals just days ago were now nodding in agreement, a shared purpose uniting them. "We're not asking you to be soldiers," Decker clarified. "We're asking you to be beacons of hope, to share your stories, to show the galaxy that the Empire can be defeated. Your races were broadcast across the stars now. Let's use that fame to ignite a revolution." Jeb stood up, his voice carrying across the auditorium. "You can count on us, Admiral. We've been racing for our lives, now it's time to race for something bigger." A chorus of cheers and affirmations erupted from the gathered racers. Hack found himself swept up in the emotion, his small voice joining the others in a pledge of support. As the meeting concluded and the racers began to disperse, discussing their new roles in excited whispers, Hack felt a profound sense of purpose settling over him. They had entered this carrier as escaped prisoners, but they would leave it as the vanguard of a galactic rebellion. The hybrid navigator looked at his crewmates, his family, and saw the same determination in their eyes. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together. The race for freedom was no longer just about them, it was about liberating an entire galaxy. As the Liberator hurtled towards Julius 9, Hack knew that the greatest adventure of their lives was just beginning. And for once, he couldn't wait to see what lay beyond the finish line. The Liberator dropped out of FTL with a gentle shudder that Hack felt in his bones. He rushed to the nearest viewport, his large eyes widening at the sight before him. Julius 9 hung in space, a jewel of blue and green that seemed to promise everything they had been denied for so long. "It's beautiful," Hack whispered, his voice filled with awe. Jeb placed a hand on Hack's shoulder, his own eyes fixed on the planet. "That it is, my friend. That it is." Grand Admiral Decker's voice came over the ship-wide comm system. "Attention all former racers. We are now in orbit around Julius 9, your new home." Hack's ears perked up at the word home. It felt strange, almost foreign after so long. Decker continued, "As a gesture of good faith and in recognition of your ordeal, you have all been granted immediate citizenship on Julius 9. This is your world now, as much as it is ours." A cheer went up from the gathered racers, the sound of joy and disbelief mingling in the air. Furthermore, Decker added, "You will all have 1 week of complete freedom on the planet. Use this time to rest, to heal, and to consider your future role in our cause." Hack felt a lump form in his throat. Freedom, real, unrestrained freedom. It was almost too much to comprehend. "Remember," Decker's voice softened, "while we hope you'll join us in our fight against the Empire, you are under no obligation to do so. Your citizenship is unconditional. This is not a race, not a competition. It's a chance for you to reclaim your lives." As Decker's announcement concluded, Hack looked around at his crewmates. Killian was trying to hide the moisture in his eyes, while others were embracing, laughing, some even crying openly. Jeb gathered his crew close. "Well, folks," he said, his voice thick with emotion, "we made it. Whatever comes next, we face it as free beings." They made their way to the shuttle bay, joining the throng of former racers eager to set foot on their new home. As they boarded the shuttle that would take them to the planet's surface, Hack felt a mixture of excitement and trepidation. The small Hibbard looked back at the broken Promise, still docked in the Liberator's massive bay. That ship had been their prison, their home, their lifeline. Now, it stood as a testament to everything they had endured and overcome. As the shuttle's doors closed and it began its descent towards Julius 9, Hack realized that their greatest race was indeed just beginning. But this time, they weren't racing against each other or against a cruel system. They were racing towards a future of their own making, towards freedom not just for themselves but for an entire galaxy. The surface of Julius 9 grew closer, a new world full of promise and possibility. Hack took a deep breath, ready to take his first steps as a free being, as a citizen, and perhaps as a symbol of hope for countless others still trapped under the Empire's rule. The shuttle's descent was smoother than any landing Hack had experienced in years of racing, but his heart still pounded as if he were threading through an asteroid field. As the doors hissed open, Hack's sensitive nose was immediately assaulted by a barrage of unfamiliar scents: rich earth, fragrant vegetation, and the unmistakable freshness of clean, unrecycled air. "Well, what are you waiting for?" Killian's gruff voice broke through Hack's hesitation. "Thought you'd be the first one bounding out there, furball." Hack realized he had frozen at the threshold. With a deep breath, he took his first step onto the soil of Julius 9. The ground felt oddly soft beneath his paws, nothing like the unyielding metal decks he'd grown accustomed to. It's real," Hack squeaked, his whiskers twitching furiously as he tried to process the sensory overload. Around him, his fellow crew members were having similar reactions. Some laughed with joy, others wept silently, and a few, like Killian, kept glancing around, as if expecting an ambush at any moment. Jeb stepped up beside Hack, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Take it all in, my friend. We've earned this." But even as Hack marveled at the open sky above and the distant mountains on the horizon, a nagging voice in the back of his mind whispered caution. Years of racing had ingrained a deep-seated suspicion that anything too good to be true usually was. "It's not a trap, is it?" Captain Hack found himself asking, immediately feeling foolish for voicing his fears. Jeb's expression softened with understanding. "I know it's hard to believe, Hack, but this is real. We're free." As they were led towards a sleek transport vehicle, Hack couldn't help but notice Killian's twitchy behavior. The old weapons officer's eyes darted from side to side, his hand never far from where his blaster would have been. "Easy," Killian, Jeb murmured. "We're safe here." "With all due respect," Cap Killian growled, "I'll believe that when I've seen it with my own eyes. All of it." Hack empathized with Killian's wariness. After all, The human had been a prisoner even longer than the rest of them. Trust would not come easily to any of them. As they boarded the transport, Hack took one last look at the shuttle they'd arrived in. The broken promise was up there, docked in the massive carrier. For so long, that ship had been their entire world. Now, a whole planet lay before them, full of possibilities and potential dangers. The transport hummed to life, whisking them towards the city in the distance. Hack's paws tingled with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Their greatest adventure, it seemed, was just beginning. The transport glided smoothly through the outskirts of Arizona, the capital city of Julius IX. Hack's nose was practically pressed against the window, his large eyes drinking in every detail of the bustling metropolis. Towering spires of gleaming metal and glass reached towards the sky, while lush parks and gardens punctuated the urban landscape. "It's like something out of a dream," Hack murmured, more to himself than anyone else. Their guide, a cheerful young woman named Lyra, was in the middle of explaining the city's history when Hack's sensitive ears picked up a conversation at the front of the transport. So a voice said quietly to Jeb, "There's been a change of plans. Someone's here to see you." Hack's whiskers twitched with curiosity. He strained to hear more, catching fragments of the hushed exchange. Your wife, sir." She couldn't wait. Ilara Jeb's voice was a mixture of disbelief and longing. "She's here." Hack's heart leaped. Jeb's wife. They had all heard so much about her over the years, Jeb's stories of home being a beacon of hope during their darkest races. Before Hack could process this information, the transport came to a stop. Jeb was quickly ushered out by a couple of officials, leaving the rest of the crew looking bewildered. Captain Killian called out, but Jeb was already gone, whisked away to his long-awaited reunion. A ripple of excitement passed through the crew. "Did you hear that?" one of them said. "The captain's wife is here." "I wish we could meet her," another added. "After all these years, it feels like we know her too." Hack nodded in agreement. Ilara had been a constant presence in their lives, even if only through Jeb's stories. She represented everything they had been fighting for: home, family, a life beyond the races. As the transport resumed its journey, Hack couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. Not that he begrudged Jeb his reunion, but it was a stark reminder of what many of them had lost. The Hibbard wondered if he would ever see his own family again, or if they even remembered him after all this time. Lyra, noticing the change in mood, quickly tried to redirect their attention. "We're approaching the Central Plaza now," she announced brightly. "It's the heart of Arizona, where you'll find some of our finest restaurants and entertainment venues." But Hack's mind was elsewhere. As he gazed out at the city, he found himself imagining Jeb's reunion with Ilara. Would she recognize him after all these years? Would she understand what they had been through? The Hibbard shook himself out of his reverie. This was supposed to be their time to explore and enjoy their newfound freedom. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. As they disembarked at the Central Plaza, surrounded by the sights and sounds of a thriving city, Hack made a silent promise to himself. Someday, somehow, he would find a way to thank Ilara for being the beacon of hope that had kept them all going through their darkest times. For now, though, he had a new world to explore. With one last glance in the direction Jeb had disappeared, Hack turned his attention to the wonders of Arizona, ready to take his first real steps as a free being. As Jeb's unexpected departure sank in, Lyra quickly regained control of the group. "Let's continue our tour, shall we?" she said, her cheerful demeanor unwavering. "There's so much more to see." Hack found himself swept along with the group, his senses overwhelmed by the sights, sounds, and smells of Arizona. They wandered through bustling markets filled with exotic fruits and spices, past fountains that danced with light and water, and into grand plazas where citizens of countless species mingled freely. "This is the Grand Library of Arizona," Lyra announced as they approached a towering structure of crystal and stone. "It houses knowledge from across the galaxy, free for all to access." Hack's eyes widened at the thought. After years of limited information aboard the racing ships, the idea of unrestricted knowledge was intoxicating. As they moved through the city, Hack couldn't help but notice Killian's increasing agitation. The old weapons officer's eyes darted constantly, his posture tense, as if expecting an attack at any moment. "You all right there?" Killian Hacked asked quietly. Killian grunted. "Too open. Too many unknowns. Don't like it." Hacked understood. After years of confinement and constant danger, this freedom felt almost threatening in its vastness. Their tour took them to a public park, where families picnicked and children played without a care in the world. The scene was so far removed from their experiences that it felt almost surreal. "And here," Lyra said, gesturing to a gleaming building, "is one of our premier medical facilities. All citizens have access to top-notch healthcare, free of charge." This announcement caused a stir among the former racers. Many of them bore scars, both physical and mental, from their time in the races. The prospect of proper medical care was nothing short of miraculous. As the day wore on, Hacked found his initial suspicions slowly giving way to cautious optimism. The people of Arizona seemed genuinely welcoming, and there were no signs of the oppression or cruelty they had come to expect from authority figures. "Our final stop for today," Lyra announced as the sun began to set, "is the Monument of Freedom." They arrived at a soaring structure, its twisting spires reaching towards the darkening sky. At its base, a plaque read in honor of all those who have fought and sacrificed for liberty across the galaxy. As Hacked stared at the monument, he felt a lump form in his throat. For the first time, he truly began to believe that this freedom might be real, that they had escaped the endless cycle of deadly races and were now part of something greater. Looking around at his fellow former racers, Hacked saw a mixture of emotions on their faces: hope, disbelief, and for some, like Killian, a lingering weariness. But there was also a growing sense of possibility, a realization that their lives could be more than just survival. As night fell over Arizona, bathing the city in a soft, warm glow, Hacked allowed himself a small smile. As darkness settled over Arizona, Lyra guided the group towards the outskirts of the city. "We've prepared special accommodations for you all," she explained, her voice tinged with excitement. "I think you'll find them quite comfortable." The transport wound its way up into the rolling hills overlooking the city. Hack's nose twitched as he caught the scent of night-blooming flowers, a far cry from the sterile air of racing ships. "Here we are," Lyra announced as they crested a hill. "Your new homes." Hack's jaw dropped. Before them stood a cluster of elegant chateaus, their graceful lines silhouetted against the starry sky. Each building was spacious and well-appointed, a far cry from the cramped quarters they'd grown accustomed to. "These are for us?" Killian asked, his usual gruffness softened by disbelief. Lyra nodded, beaming. "One for each crew. We thought you'd appreciate staying close to your teammates." As they disembarked, Hack's paws sank into soft, cool grass. He couldn't remember the last time he'd felt something so natural beneath his feet. Inside their assigned chateau, Hack's eyes widened at the luxurious furnishings. Plush beds, a fully stocked kitchen, and even a holographic entertainment system awaited them. "There are clothes in your size in the bedrooms," Lyra explained, "and the kitchen is stocked with a variety of foods. If you need anything else, just use the comm system to call for assistance." As the crew explored their new accommodations, Hacked found himself drawn to a large window overlooking the city. Arizona sprawled below, a tapestry of twinkling lights. In the distance, he could make out the massive silhouette of the fleet headquarters, where they had landed just hours before. It was all so overwhelming. After years of fighting for survival, of never knowing if each race would be their last, this peace and comfort seemed almost unreal. Hack's reflections were interrupted by Killian's approach. The old weapons officer stood beside him, his weathered face uncharacteristically thoughtful. "Quite a view, furball," Killian murmured. Hack nodded. "It's beautiful." "But is it real, Killian? Can we really trust this?" Killian was quiet for a long moment. "I don't know," he finally admitted. "Old habits die hard. But I want to believe it. For the first time in a long time, I want to hope." As the rest of the crew settled in, laughing and marveling at their new home, Hacked felt a curious mix of emotions. Excitement, yes, and gratitude. but also a deep-seated caution that he knew would take time to overcome. Looking out over Arizona once more, Hack made a silent promise to himself. He would embrace this new life, this freedom they had fought so hard for. But he would also remain vigilant, ready to protect his newfound family if the need ever arose. As the first light of dawn began to paint the sky, Hack curled up in a soft bed, his mind swirling with the events of the day. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new wonders to explore. But for now, safe in this beautiful chateau, surrounded by his crew, Hack allowed himself to truly relax for the first time in years. The race for survival was over. The journey to truly living was just beginning. Hack's eyes fluttered open as the first rays of Julius 9's sun filtered through the window. For a moment, he was disoriented, his body tensed for the familiar rumble of a ship's engine. Then reality washed over him. They were free, planet-side, safe. He stretched luxuriously, his paws sinking into the softest bedding he'd ever experienced. After years of sleeping on hard, cramped bunks, this felt like a dream. Hack allowed himself a few more minutes to simply enjoy the comfort, his whiskers twitching contentedly. The peace was broken by a gentle chime from the main living area. Curious, Hack scampered out of his room, nearly colliding with a bleary-eyed Killian in the hallway. "What in the blazes?" Killian grumbled, but his complaint died on his lips as they entered the living room. Lyra stood there, flanked by a small team, all bearing trays laden with an array of mouth-watering dishes. The scent alone was enough to make Hack's stomach growl audibly. "Good morning," Lyra chirped, seemingly immune to the early hour. "We thought you might enjoy a proper Julius 9 breakfast." As the rest of the crew stumbled in, drawn by the commotion and the irresistible aromas, Hack's eyes widened at the feast before them. There were fluffy pastries drizzled with colorful sauces, steaming bowls of what looked like grain but shimmered with an iridescent sheen, and fruits in shapes and colors he'd never seen before. Is that glowberry compote?" one of the crew members gasped, reaching for a bowl of luminescent purple jam. Hack remembered Jeb's stories about the delicacies of his homeworld. The captain had described the glowberries with such longing that the crew had often joked about risking it all for just a taste. As they dug in, savoring flavors that put their bland ship rations to shame, Hack noticed the state of the kitchen. It was a mess, with empty containers and dirty dishes strewn about. He vaguely recalled some of the crew raiding the well-stocked pantry in the middle of the night, too excited and hungry to wait until morning. Lyra, noticing his gaze, just smiled. "Don't worry about the mess. We understand you were eager to try everything. There's plenty more where that came from." As Hack bit into a pastry that seemed to melt on his tongue, he felt a warmth spreading through him that had nothing to do with the food. This wasn't just breakfast. It was a welcome, a celebration, a promise of the life they could now have. For the first time since landing on Julius 9, Hack allowed himself to fully relax. The suspicion and wariness that had been his constant companions for so long began to ebb away, replaced by a cautious optimism. As he looked around at his crewmates, their faces alight with joy and wonder, Hack knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them with full stomachs and grateful hearts. As the crew was finishing up their breakfast, savoring the last bites of the Julius 9 delicacies, the door chimed. Hack's ears perked up as Jeb walked in, looking refreshed and carrying an ornate box under his arm. "Morning, everyone," Jeb said, his eyes twinkling with a mischief Hack hadn't seen in years. "Hope you're enjoying your first real meal in a while." The crew murmured their appreciation, still too engrossed in the food to respond properly. Jeb chuckled, then turned to Killian. "Killian, old friend," he said, holding out the box. "I believe it's long past time I gave you a proper birthday present." Killian's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "Captain, I don't even remember when my birthday is anymore." "Then today's as good a day as any," Jeb replied, pressing the box into Killian's hands. With uncharacteristic hesitation, Killian opened the box. His eyes widened as he pulled out an ornate sidearm, its metal gleaming in the morning light. "Well, I'll be damned," Killian breathed, a rare smile spreading across his face. "A Colt M1911. Haven't seen one of these beauties in years." Hack tilted his head in confusion. What kind of weapon is that? It doesn't look like any blaster I've seen. Jeb grinned. That, Hacked, is a projectile weapon. It fires small metal projectiles called bullets. Bullets. Hack's whiskers twitched with curiosity. But aren't energy weapons more advanced? Killian chuckled, expertly checking the weapon's mechanism. Sometimes, furball, older is better. These babies don't overheat, can't be deflected by energy shields, and pack one hell of a punch. Plus, Jeb added, they're part of Julius IX's culture. We believe in self-reliance and the right to self-defense. Projectile weapons are a symbol of that. As Hacked absorbed this information, Lyra stepped forward, holding a stack of data pads. Speaking of self-reliance, she said, we have something else for you all. She began distributing the pads to each crew member. Hack took his paws trembling slightly as he activated it. These are your personal accounts, Lyra explained. All your winnings from the races, they're yours now. Our cyber team managed to unlock the accounts frozen by the Empire and race officials. Hack's eyes widened as he saw the figure on his screen. It was more money than he'd ever imagined possessing. Looking around, he saw similar expressions of shock and joy on his crewmates' faces. Killian, who had been racing the longest, let out a low whistle as he checked his account. I could buy my own moon with this, he muttered. For a moment, the room was filled with excited chatter as the crew discussed their newfound wealth. But then Killian fell silent, a thoughtful look crossing his face. You know, he said slowly, there was this little bar on a backwater moon in the Rigel system. Always thought it'd be nice to have a place like that of my own someday. Jeb clapped him on the shoulder. Why not go for it? You've certainly earned it. Killian nodded, then paused. But what about the fight? The rebellion? Jeb's expression softened. That's the beauty of freedom, Killian. The choice is yours to make. As Hacked watched this exchange, he felt a swell of emotion. This wasn't just about money or gifts. It was about having options, about being able to choose their own paths for the first time in years. The room fell silent as Killian contemplated Jeb's words. The grizzled weapons officer turned the ornate pistol over in his hands, his face a mask of deep thought. You know, Killian finally said, his gravelly voice softer than usual, I've been dreaming about that little bar for years. Thought it'd be my ticket to a quiet life after all this madness. Hack's whiskers drooped slightly. The thought of losing Killian, who had been a constant, albeit gruff, presence throughout their racing ordeal, was unexpectedly painful. But Killian wasn't finished. He looked up, meeting Jeb's eyes with a fierce determination. Thing is, Cap, I reckon that bar can wait a bit longer. This fight you're talking about? It's too important to sit out. A collective sigh of relief went through the crew. Jeb's face broke into a wide grin as he clapped Killian on the shoulder. Glad to hear it, old friend, Jeb said. Wouldn't be the same without you watching our backs. Inspired by Killian's decision, Hacked felt a surge of courage. He stepped forward, his small frame standing as tall as it could. I want to keep fighting too, Captain Hacked squeaked, his voice steadier than he felt. You've given us our freedom. The least we can do is help others gain theirs. One by one, the rest of the crew voiced their agreement. The room filled with a palpable sense of purpose and unity that Hacked had never experienced before, even in their closest races. Jeb looked around at his crew, his family, with pride shining in his eyes. I can't tell you how much this means, he said, his voice thick with emotion. But I want you all to understand something. This isn't like the races. You're not prisoners anymore. If at any point you want to leave, to start that bar or do anything else, you have that right. Killian snorted, a sound that was as close to a laugh as Hacked had ever heard from him. Fat chance of that, Cap. We've come this far together. Might as well see it through to the end. As the crew began to disperse, discussing their plans and the fight ahead, Hacked felt a newfound sense of belonging. They weren't just survivors anymore, forced together by circumstance. They were a team, united by choice and a common cause. Hack's paw brushed against the data pad in his pocket, reminding him of the wealth now at his disposal. But as he looked around at his crewmates, He realized that he had already found something far more valuable than money, a purpose, and a family to share it with. The race for survival was over. The fight for freedom for themselves and for others was just beginning, and Hacked, the once timid hybrid navigator, was ready to chart this new course alongside his crew. As the day progressed, Hacked found himself drawn back to the fleet headquarters in Arizona. His curiosity about Julius IX's military capabilities had been piqued, and he was eager to learn more about the fight they were joining. The headquarters was a hive of activity. Hacked's sensitive ears picked up a cacophony of voices, the hum of advanced technology, and the rhythmic march of soldiers. As he made his way through the bustling corridors, he noticed he wasn't alone in his curiosity. Several other former racers were there, eagerly absorbing information about Julius IX's fleet and military structure. A friendly officer noticed Hack's bewildered expression and approached him. "First time here," she asked with a smile. "I'm Lieutenant Vex. Can I help you with anything?" Hack nodded enthusiastically. "I'm Hacked, former navigator of the Broken Promise. I was hoping to learn more about your fleet operations. We've pledged to join the fight, but, well, racing ships are quite different from military vessels." Vex's eyes lit up. "A navigator. We could certainly use your skills. Come with me, I'll show you our command center." As Vex led Hack through a series of high-tech rooms, explaining the various systems and protocols, Hack felt a growing sense of excitement. This was so much more advanced than anything he'd worked with before, yet he could see how his racing experience could be applied. Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the building. Hacked's fur stood on end as he saw officers rushing to their stations. "What's happening?" he squeaked, his old instincts kicking in. Vex's face was grim. "Looks like we've got some Empire sympathizers causing trouble in the city center. Stay here, you'll be safe." But her words were cut off by the sound of gunfire, not from within the headquarters, but from the streets outside. Hacked rushed to a window, his eyes widening at the scene below. Citizens of Arizona, armed with a variety of weapons, were engaging the attackers. Their coordination and skill were impressive, quickly subduing the threat before the official security forces could even arrive on the scene. By the cosmic void, Hacked breathed. "Is this normal?" Vex smiled proudly. "Welcome to Julius IX, Hacked. Every citizen here is trained and ready to defend our freedom. It's not just a right, it's a responsibility we all share." As Hacked watched the citizens efficiently handle the situation, a new respect for Julius IX's culture bloomed within him. This wasn't just a planet, it was a society built on the very principles of freedom and self-reliance that they had been fighting for all along. Turning to Vex, Hack's voice was filled with determination. "Lieutenant, how do I get one of those sidearms? I want to be able to help too, to be a hero like them." Vex nodded approvingly. "That's the spirit, Hacked. Come on, let's get you set up. Something tells me you'll fit in just fine here on Julius IX." As they headed towards the armory, Hacked felt a surge of pride and purpose. He wasn't just learning about a new way of life, he was becoming a part of it. The race for survival had shaped him into a skilled navigator, but this new chapter would transform him into something more, a defender of freedom. As the sun began to set over Arizona, casting a warm glow across the city, Hacked found himself back at the fleet headquarters. This time, however, he wasn't alone. The large auditorium was filled with former racers, their faces a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Jeb stood at the front of the room, his presence commanding as always. But there was something different about him now, a lightness, a sense of purpose that Hacked had never seen before. "Friends," Jeb began, his voice carrying easily through the room, "we've all been through hell together. We've raced, we've fought, we've survived. But now, we have a choice to make." Hacked felt a ripple of tension go through the crowd. Choice was still a new concept for many of them. "Julius IX has given us our freedom," Jeb continued. "They've given us a home, resources, a chance at a new life. But they've also shown us what we're fighting for, a galaxy where everyone has these same opportunities." Jeb paused, his eyes sweeping across the room. "I'm asking you now, not as your captain, but as your friend, who among you wants to join this fight? Who wants to help bring freedom to others, just as it was brought to us?" For a moment there was silence. Then, slowly at first, but quickly gaining momentum, hands began to raise. Hack's paw shot up without hesitation, his heart swelling with pride as he saw Killian, still clutching his new sidearm, raise his hand as well. Within minutes, nearly every hand in the room was raised. The energy was palpable, a mix of determination, hope, and a shared sense of purpose. Jeb's face broke into a wide smile. He nodded to Lyra and the other guides, who stepped forward with data pads in hand. These, Jeb explained, gesturing to the pads, are enlistment forms. By signing them, you'll officially become soldiers of Julius 9. But I want you all to understand this is your choice. There's no shame in walking away, in choosing a different path. As the guides began distributing the pads, Hack found his paws shaking slightly as he took his. This was the moment where he truly took control of his destiny. Around him, he could see his fellow racers signing without hesitation. Killian, usually so gruff and cynical, had a look of fierce pride as he put his name down. When it was Hack's turn, he paused for just a moment. He thought of all they'd been through, of the freedom they'd found here on Julius 9, of the citizens he'd seen defending their home. With a deep breath, he signed his name. As the last of the forms were collected, a cheer went up from the crowd. It wasn't the desperate celebration of surviving another race, but something deeper, more meaningful. They were no longer just survivors, they were volunteers, choosing to fight for something bigger than themselves. Jeb's voice cut through the noise, filled with emotion. Welcome to the Julius 9 Defense Force, soldiers. We've got a galaxy to liberate. As Hack looked around at his fellow recruits, his family, he felt a sense of belonging stronger than anything he'd ever experienced. The race that had defined their lives for so long was truly over. A new journey was beginning, one of purpose, of hope, of freedom. Hack stood on the balcony of his new apartment, his whiskers twitching in the cool morning breeze of Julius 9. The past 2 weeks had been a whirlwind of activity, emotions, and adjustments. As he gazed out over the sprawling cityscape of Arizona, he marveled at how quickly their lives had changed. The former racers had scattered across the city, each finding their own niche in this new world of freedom. Some had opted for the quiet life in the countryside, while others threw themselves into the bustling energy of Arizona's urban center. Hack had chosen a modest apartment with a view of both the city and the distant fleet headquarters, a constant reminder of their new purpose. He sipped at a steaming cup of glowberry tea, a luxury he was still getting used to. The complex, sweet flavor was a far cry from the bland nutritional supplements they'd subsisted on during their racing days. A movement in the apartment next door caught his eye. It was Zara, a Centaurian who had been part of a rival racing team. Now, she was Hack's neighbor and fast becoming a friend. She waved cheerfully, her 4 arms laden with colorful plants she was using to decorate her balcony. "Can you believe it, Hack?" she called out. 2 weeks ago, we were trying to outmaneuver each other in deadly races. Now we're discussing gardening tips. Hack chuckled, still marveling at the absurdity of their new reality. I know. I never thought I'd see the day when my biggest concern was whether to get a Zabu fern or a star bloom for my living room. As they chatted, Hack's mind wandered to the other racers. Last he heard, Crix, the Veloxian engineer, had started a small repair shop in the industrial district. Lani, the ephemeran pilot, had taken up residence in one of Arizona's floating neighborhoods, claiming it reminded her of her homeworld's gas giant cities. But the biggest surprise of all had been Killian. Gruff, cynical Killian, who had spent more years racing than any of them, had not only found a home on Julius 9, but had found love as well. Hack shook his head in disbelief, remembering the day Killian had announced his engagement. The old weapons officer had gone to one of Arizona's renowned vineyards, initially seeking a business partner for the tavern he was planning to open. Instead, he'd met Poppy, the vintner's daughter, and it had been love at first sight. Still can't believe old Killian's getting married tomorrow, Zara mused, echoing Hack's thoughts. Never pegged him for the settling down type. Hack nodded in agreement. Life's full of surprises these days. But you know what? I think I'm starting to like it. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, painting Arizona in hues of gold and amber, Hack felt a sense of peace wash over him. They had found more than just freedom on Julius 9. They had found a home, a community, and a future full of possibilities. The vineyard was awash with lights and laughter as Killian and Poppy's wedding celebration was in full swing. Hacked had never seen anything quite like it. The rolling hills of grapevines stretched out as far as his eyes could see, dotted with floating lanterns that gave the whole scene an ethereal glow. Killian, dressed in a sharp suit that was a far cry from his usual gruff demeanor, couldn't stop smiling. Poppy, radiant in a flowing gown that shimmered like starlight, hadn't left his side all evening. "Never thought I'd see the day," Jeb chuckled, sidling up to Hacked with a glass of the vineyard's finest vintage in hand. Our Killian married, and smiling no less. Hacked nodded, still in awe of the proceedings. "It's like a dream, Captain. All of this. It's so different from what we're used to." Jeb's expression softened. "That it is, Hacked. But it's a good different. This is what we were fighting for all along, even if we didn't know it." As the night wore on, Hacked found himself swept up in the joyous atmosphere. He tried foods he'd never imagined existed, danced to music that made his fur stand on end in a good way, and even managed to catch the bouquet during the traditional toss, much to his embarrassment and the amusement of his crewmates. But amidst the celebration, Hacked couldn't help but notice the underlying current of purpose that ran through all of them. Even here, in the midst of such happiness, they were aware of the larger fight that lay ahead. The next morning, nursing a slight headache from the unfamiliar wine, Hacked found himself back at the fleet headquarters for their daily training session. "All right, people," the instructor barked. "Today we're focusing on close quarters combat. Even on a ship, you need to be prepared for boarding actions." Hacked tried his best, but his small stature and lack of natural aggressiveness made him an easy target for his sparring partners. After being thrown to the mat for the umpteenth time, he couldn't help but feel a bit discouraged. "Don't worry about it," Furball Killian grunted, helping Hack to his feet. "We all have our strengths. Yours just happens to be up here." He tapped Hack's forehead with a calloused finger. Later, during a navigation simulation, Hack found his groove. His years of experience piloting through treacherous race courses translated perfectly to plotting complex flight paths through enemy territory. "Impressive work," Hack, the instructor, noted, reviewing his performance. "You've got a real talent for this. We'll make sure to put those skills to good use." As Hack left the training facility that evening, tired but satisfied, he reflected on the duality of their new lives. They were learning to enjoy the fruits of freedom, love, friendship, celebration, while also preparing for the fight to extend that freedom to others. It was a balancing act, to be sure, but one that Hack was finding increasingly rewarding. The races had honed their skills and forged their bonds. Now it was time to put those skills and bonds to the test in a fight that truly mattered. With a spring in his step, Hack headed home, ready for whatever challenges tomorrow might bring. Hack's paws flew over his console, his eyes wide with wonder as he took in the flood of data streaming across his screens. The bridge of the broken promise hummed with energy, but it was a far cry from the desperate, jury-rigged systems they had once relied on. "How were we looking?" Hack Jeb's voice carried across the bridge, steady and confident, as always. It's incredible," Captain Hack replied, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The navigational systems are more responsive than anything I've ever worked with. And the sensor range. I can map our course through an entire star system with pinpoint accuracy." Jeb nodded, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Good to hear. Killian, how about our new toys?" Killian's gruff chuckle filled the comm channel. "Oh, you're gonna love this, Cap. We've got enough firepower to take on a small fleet. And the targeting systems? Makes our old setups look like slingshots." The broken promise had undergone a complete transformation. Gone were the patchwork repairs and cobbled-together systems. In their place stood cutting-edge technology that rivaled anything in the Julius 9 fleet. "All right, let's see what she can do," Jeb announced. "Hacked, plot us a course through the Zeta Nebula. Let's put those new FTL drives to the test." Hack's paws danced across his console, inputting the coordinates. With a subtle shift that was barely noticeable, the stars outside the view screen blurred into streaks of light. They were traveling faster than Hacked had ever thought possible, yet the ride was smoother than their old sub-light engines had ever managed. "FTL stable," Captain Hacked reported, his voice filled with awe. "We'll reach the nebula in 3 minutes." Jeb let out a low whistle. 3 minutes? That would have taken us days in the old setup. As they emerged from FTL at the edge of the Zeta Nebula, Hack gasped at the view. Swirling clouds of cosmic dust and newborn stars filled the view screen, more beautiful than anything he had seen in all his years of racing. "Let's take her in." "Nice and easy," Jeb ordered. "Hacked, keep an eye on those new sensor readings. Killian, be ready with the defensive systems. This nebula's been known to play havoc with ship systems." As they navigated through the nebula, Hacked marveled at how easily the broken promise responded to every command. The ship slipped between dust clouds and around gravity wells with a grace that seemed almost impossible for a vessel of its size. Captain Hacked called out, noticing something on his sensors. "I'm picking up some strange energy readings about 500,000 kilometers to port. Should we investigate?" Jeb considered for a moment. "Might as well. Let's see how our girl handles some scientific exploration." As they approached the anomaly, Hacked couldn't help but reflect on how far they had come. Once they had been prisoners, forced to race for their lives. Now they were explorers, soldiers, defenders of freedom. The broken promise, like its crew, had been transformed. It was no longer just a racing vessel, but a ship of war, of exploration, of hope. As they delved deeper into the mysteries of the nebula, Hacked felt a surge of pride. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they were ready to face them head-on. As the broken promise glided through the Zeta Nebula, Hacked couldn't help but notice the new faces on the bridge. The Grand Admiral had assigned several human crew members to complement their existing team, and Hacked was still getting used to the change. To his right, Lieutenant Samantha Harding manned the newly installed tactical station. Her fingers danced across the controls with a precision that reminded Hacked of Killian in his prime. "Energy fluctuations stabilizing, Captain," she reported crisply. "The nebula's interference is minimal with our new shielding." Jeb nodded approvingly. "Good work, Lieutenant. Keep those shields optimized." Behind Hacked, he could hear the low murmur of Sergeant Mike O'Brien briefing his Marine squad. The burly human had been assigned to lead the ship's security detail, a new addition that would have been unthinkable in their racing days. Jeb's voice cut through his observations. "How are you finding the new nav systems? Getting along with Ensign Ravi?" Hacked glanced at the young human seated beside him. Ensign Ravi had been assigned to assist with navigation, particularly the new FTL systems. Initially, Hacked had been wary of sharing his domain, but Ravi's enthusiasm and quick mind had quickly won him over. "It's different," Captain Hacked replied honestly. "But good different. Ravi's been a great help in optimizing our FTL jumps." Ravi beamed at the compliment. "Thanks, Hacked. I've learned so much from you already. Your intuition for spatial dynamics is incredible." As Hacked turned back to his console, he caught sight of Killian chatting animatedly with Chief Engineer Larson near the engine room access. The gruff weapons officer was gesticulating excitedly, probably discussing some new modification to their arsenal. It struck Hacked, then, how seamlessly the new crew members had integrated with their team. Despite their different backgrounds, there was a shared sense of purpose that united them all. "All right, people," Jeb announced, drawing everyone's attention. "We've got a lot of new systems to test. Let's run a full diagnostic sweep. I want to know every quirk and capability of our girl before we head back to base." As the crew sprang into action, Hacked felt a familiar surge of excitement. The faces around him might be a mix of old and new, but the feeling was the same. They were a team, a family, united in their mission. The broken promise had evolved, just as they had. It was no longer just a racing ship, but a symbol of their new purpose. As Hack's paws flew over his console, coordinating with Ravi to plot their next move, he couldn't help but smile. They had faced impossible odds before. Whatever challenges lay ahead in their fight against the Empire, Hack knew they would face them together. New faces or old, they were still the crew of the broken promise. And they were ready for anything. Hack's whiskers twitched as an unfamiliar alert blinked on his console. His paws flew across the controls, double-checking the readings. "Captain," he called out, his voice tight with sudden tension. "I'm picking up multiple contacts at the edge of our sensor range. Configuration matches Imperial patrol vessels." Jeb was at his side in an instant, peering at the readouts. "Good catch, Hacked. Lieutenant Harding, confirm those readings." Lieutenant Samantha Harding's fingers danced across her tactical station. "Confirmed, Captain. 3 Imperial light cruisers, approximately 500,000 kilometers out. They don't appear to have detected us yet." The bridge fell silent for a moment as the implications sank in. This was no longer a test run, they were facing a real threat. "Looks like we'll be testing our new systems sooner than expected," Jeb muttered. Then, louder, "Killian, power up weapons, but keep them in standby. We don't want to tip our hand just yet. Hacked, plot us an intercept course that keeps us in the nebula's cover as long as possible." As Hacked worked on the calculations, he could hear Jeb opening a secure channel to Julius 9 Command. "This is Captain Sheets of the Broken Promise. We've detected Imperial patrols in the Zeta Nebula, requesting instructions." There was a brief pause before a response came through. "Broken Promise, this is Command. You are authorized to engage. Gather as much intel as you can, but your primary objective is to neutralize the threat. Be advised, we've been repelling similar patrols for weeks now. The Empire seems to be testing our defenses." "Understood," Command Jeb replied, his voice grim. "We'll take care of it." As Jeb began issuing orders to prepare for combat, Hacked felt a familiar mix of fear and excitement. This was what they had been training for, what their new ship had been built for. But it was also their first real taste of the war to come. "Course plotted," Captain Hacked reported, pushing aside his nerves. "We can approach using the dense portion of the nebula as cover. They shouldn't detect us until we're practically on top of them." Jeb nodded approvingly. "Good work, Hacked. All right, everyone, this is it. We've trained for this, we're ready for this. Let's show the Empire what the new Broken Promise can do." As they began their approach, Hacked couldn't help but marvel at how far they'd come. Once they had been racing for their lives, scraping by on outdated equipment and desperate gambles. Now, they were a well-oiled machine, about to take on the very empire that had once enslaved them. The Broken Promise slipped silently through the nebula, closing in on its unsuspecting prey. Hack's paws hovered over his console, ready to make split-second course corrections. Whatever happened next, he knew one thing for certain: they weren't just racing anymore. They were fighting for a future free from Imperial tyranny. The Broken Promise glided silently through the swirling gases of the Zeta Nebula, its advanced stealth systems rendering it nearly invisible. Hack's paws hovered over his console, ready to make instant adjustments to their course. Distance to target. Jeb's voice was low, tension evident in every syllable. 100,000 kilometers in closing, Captain Hacked reported. We should be in weapons range in approximately 2 minutes. Lieutenant Harding's voice cut in. "Captain, I'm detecting increased activity from the Imperial vessels. I think they've spotted us." Jeb's response was immediate. "Killian, weapons hot. Hacked, evasive pattern Delta. Let's show them what we can do." The ship surged forward, weaving through the nebula with a grace that belied its size. Hack's years of racing experience came to the fore as he guided them through a series of maneuvers that would have been impossible in their old vessel. The space around them lit up as the Imperial ships opened fire. But their shots went wide, confused by the Broken Promise's erratic course and the nebula's interference. "Killian, you're clear to engage," Jeb ordered. A fierce grin spread across Killian's face. "With pleasure, Cap." The Broken Promise's new weapons systems roared to life. Streams of energy and swarms of smart missiles erupted from the ship, each finding their mark with deadly precision. The lead Imperial cruiser's shields buckled under the onslaught, its hull breached in multiple places. "Direct hits on all targets," Lieutenant Harding reported, a note of awe in her voice. "Enemy shields are down to 30% across the board." Hacked could hardly believe what he was seeing. The ship that had once struggled to survive races was now decimating Imperial warships with ease. The battle was over almost as quickly as it began. Within minutes, 2 of the Imperial ships were drifting, dead in space, while the third turned tail and fled. Should we pursue? Captain Ensign Ravi asked eagerly. Jeb shook his head. Negative. Our mission was to neutralize the threat, not chase stragglers. Besides, he added with a grim smile, that one will report back. Let the Empire know what they're up against. As the adrenaline of battle began to fade, Jeb opened a channel to Julius 9 Command. This is the broken promise. Imperial patrol has been neutralized. 2 enemy vessels disabled, 1 retreated. Awaiting further orders. The response came quickly. Excellent work, broken promise. Return to base for debriefing. Be advised, we've been repelling similar patrols for weeks now. The Empire seems to be probing our defenses, waiting for us to make the first big move. As they set course for home, Hacked couldn't help but feel a mix of pride and apprehension. They had won this battle handily, but it was clear that it was just the opening skirmish in a much larger conflict. Well done, everyone, Jeb addressed the crew. We've proven that we're more than ready for what's coming. But stay sharp. Something tells me the real fight is just around the corner. Hack nodded to himself as he plotted their return course. The races had prepared them for this, honed their skills and their teamwork. Now those skills were being put to use for something greater than mere survival. As the broken promise streaked towards Julius 9, Hacked realized that their greatest race was still ahead of them. But this time, the finish line wasn't just their own freedom, it was freedom for the entire galaxy. Hacked's whiskers twitched nervously as he followed Jeb and the rest of the senior crew into the debriefing room at Julius 9 headquarters. The adrenaline from their encounter with the Imperial Patrol had long since worn off, leaving behind a mix of pride and apprehension. Grand Admiral Decker was waiting for them, his face a mask of calm professionalism. Captain Sheets, impressive work out there. Your report. Jeb nodded, launching into a detailed account of their engagement. Hacked listened with pride as his captain described their flawless execution and the broken promise's exceptional performance. As Jeb finished, Hacked noticed a flicker of concern cross the Grand Admiral's face. A job well done, indeed, Decker said. But I'm afraid it's just the tip of the iceberg. Captain Sheets, how many Imperial scouting missions would you estimate we've encountered in the past month? Jeb frowned, considering. Based on the activity we've seen, I'd guess. Maybe a dozen. Decker shook his head grimly. Try 73. A stunned silence fell over the room. Hacked felt his fur stand on end as the implications sank in. 73, Killian growled, breaking the silence. How the hell have they been getting so close without us noticing? That's what we're trying to figure out, Decker replied. We've managed to repel or destroy most of them, but they're getting bolder, probing deeper into our territory. Jeb's face hardened with determination. Sir, request permission to take the broken promise back out on extended patrol. We can't let them keep snooping around our borders. Decker nodded, a hint of a smile touching his lips. I was hoping you'd say that, Captain. Your ship's performance against that patrol was exemplary. We need you out there. As the meeting concluded and they filed out of the room, Hacked felt a familiar mix of excitement and nervousness bubbling up inside him. They were heading back out, into real danger this time. You okay there? Furball Killian asked, noticing Hack's agitation. Hack took a deep breath, steadying himself, just processing it all. 73 incursions. What are they looking for? Killian's face darkened. Nothing good, I'd wager. But whatever it is, they'll have to go through us to get it. As they made their way back to the broken promise, Hacked couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. They had once been prisoners, forced to race for the entertainment of others. Now, they were the first line of defense for their new home. The broken promise glided silently through the vast expanse of space, its sensors on high alert. Hack's paws danced across his console, constantly adjusting their course to sweep through the patrol zones most frequently probed by Imperial scouts. Anything on scanners, Jeb's voice broke the tense silence on the bridge. Nothing yet, Captain Hack replied, his whiskers twitching with concentration. Wait, I'm picking up something. Bearing 047, Mark 23. It's faint, but definitely artificial. Lieutenant Harding chimed in from her tactical station. Confirmed, Captain. Looks like an Imperial cruiser, Harbinger class, but Something's off about its energy signature. Jeb leaned forward, his eyes narrowing as he studied the tactical display. Damaged, maybe? Hacked, plot an intercept course. Let's get a closer look. As they approached, the image on the view screen became clearer. The Imperial cruiser was indeed damaged, with visible scorch marks along its hull, and one of its engine nacelles flickering erratically. "We've got them dead to rights," Cap Killian growled from the weapons station, his fingers hovering over the controls. "Say the word and I'll light him up." But Jeb held up a hand, his brow furrowed in thought. "Hold fire, Killian. Something's not right here. That ship's damaged, but it's not using its FTL drive. It's limping along on sublight engines." Hack's ears perked up as he realized what Jeb was getting at. "You think they're heading somewhere nearby, Captain?" Jeb nodded. "Exactly. And I want to know where." "Lieutenant Harding, is our new cloaking system operational?" "Yes, Sir," Harding replied. "All systems green." "Good," Jeb said, a determined glint in his eye. "Engage the cloak. We're going to shadow our injured friend here and see where it leads us." As the cloaking field shimmered into place around the broken Promise, Hack felt a thrill of excitement. This was far beyond anything they'd done in their racing days, but somehow it felt right. They were no longer running a predetermined course, but charting their own path into the unknown. Hours passed as they followed the damaged cruiser, maintaining a safe distance to avoid detection. Hack's skills were put to the test as he kept them on course without the use of active sensors, relying instead on passive systems and his own intuition. Suddenly, a massive shape loomed ahead of them. Captain Hack called out, his voice filled with awe. "I'm detecting a large object dead ahead. It's an asteroid. But it's huge, at least 100 kilometers in diameter." They watched in silence as the damaged cruiser approached the asteroid, which now filled their view screen. As they drew closer, Hack could make out what looked like artificial structures on the asteroid's surface. Well, Jeb murmured. "Looks like we've found ourselves a secret Imperial base. Good work, everyone. Now, let's see if we can." His words were cut off by a sudden alarm from Hack's console. The Hibbard's paws flew across the controls, his fur standing on end. Captain Hack cried out, panic edging into his voice. "The cloaking system, it's failing." As the cloaking field flickered and died around them, Hack's sensors lit up with new contacts. Dozens of small, fast-moving ships were emerging from hidden hangars on the asteroid's surface, all converging on their position. The element of surprise was lost. The broken Promise was exposed, deep in enemy territory, with a swarm of hostiles incoming. As Jeb began barking orders and the crew sprang into action, Hack knew that their true test was about to begin. Evasive maneuvers, Jeb's voice rang out across the bridge as the swarm of Imperial scout ships closed in. "Killian, defensive systems online. Hacked, get us some room to breathe." Hack's paws flew across his console, his racing instincts kicking into high gear. The broken Promise responded beautifully, weaving through the oncoming ships with a grace that belied its size. "Multiple targets, closing fast," Lieutenant Harding called out, reading weapons lock from at least a dozen hostiles. "Deploying countermeasures," Killian growled, his fingers dancing across the weapons console. A cloud of metallic chaff burst from the broken Promise, confusing the incoming missiles. Hack's mind raced as he plotted their course. They were outnumbered and their cover was blown, but they still had one advantage: their intimate knowledge of the asteroid field from their racing days. Captain Hack squeaked, an idea forming. "If we can make it to that dense cluster of asteroids at bearing 310, we might be able to lose some of these scouts. Their larger ships won't be able to follow us through." Jeb nodded sharply. "Do it, Hack. Everyone, brace for some tight maneuvering." The broken Promise dove towards the asteroid cluster, weaving between massive space rocks with precision that would have been impossible in their old racing ship. Behind them, several of the pursuing scouts misjudged their approaches, slamming into asteroids or colliding with each other in their haste. "It's working," Hack exclaimed, his whiskers quivering with excitement. "We've lost almost half of our pursuers." But their reprieve was short-lived. As they emerged from the other side of the asteroid cluster, they found themselves face to face with the damaged Imperial cruiser they had been following earlier. "Incoming fire," Harding shouted. "They're targeting our engines." Killian, "Return fire," Jeb ordered calmly. "Target their weapons systems. Hacked, get us behind them. Use their bulk as a shield against the remaining scouts." The bridge shook as energy blasts from the cruiser grazed their shields. But Killian's return fire was devastating, years of targeting practice in the races paying off as he systematically disabled the cruiser's weapon emplacements. Hacked guided them into position behind the now crippled cruiser, using it as cover against the incoming scout ships. From this vantage point, they had a clear view of the massive asteroid base. Captain Hacked reported, his eyes wide as he took in the sensor readings. "I'm detecting multiple hangar bays, defense turrets, and some kind of large energy signature at the core of the asteroid. It's like nothing I've ever seen before." Jeb's face was grim as he surveyed the tactical display. "Looks like we've stumbled onto something big here, folks. Whatever that base is hiding, the Empire clearly doesn't want anyone to know about it." As the remaining scout ships regrouped for another attack, Jeb made a decision. "We've seen enough. Hacked, plot us a course out of here. We need to get this information back to Julius 9. But as Hack began to input the escape vector, alarms blared across his console. "Captain, we've got a problem. That energy signature from the asteroid is spiking, and it's interfering with our FTL drive." The crew of the Broken Promise watched in growing apprehension as the asteroid base began to glow with an eerie light. Whatever secrets it held, they were about to face them head-on, whether they were ready or not. The race to uncover the Empire's plans and to survive long enough to report them was reaching its most critical phase. FTL's down, multiple hostiles incoming, and we're sitting ducks, Killian growled, his fingers dancing across the weapons console. "Just like old times, Cap." Despite the gravity of the situation, Jeb allowed himself a grim smile. "You said it, old friend. All right, team, this is what we've trained for. Hacked, get us moving. Evasive pattern Omega. Killian, light 'em up." The Broken Promise surged forward, its sublight engines pushed to the limit. Hack's paws flew across his console, guiding the ship through a series of maneuvers that would have been impossible in their old racing vessel. Energy blasts from the incoming scout ships filled space around them, but Hack's expert navigation kept them one step ahead. Meanwhile, Killian's return fire was devastating, each shot finding its mark with deadly precision. "Shields at 78%, and holding," Lieutenant Harding reported. "Enemy numbers are thinning, but that energy interference from the asteroid is getting stronger." Jeb's mind raced, considering their options. They couldn't run, couldn't hide, and were quickly running out of enemies to fight. There was only one direction left to go. "Hack," Jeb called out, his voice filled with determination. "Plot us a course straight for that asteroid. Whatever's causing that interference, I want a closer look." Hack's eyes widened in surprise, but he didn't hesitate. "Aye, Captain. Course plotted. But we'll be exposed to their defense turrets." "Leave that to me," Killian interjected, a fierce grin on his face. "I've got a few tricks up my sleeve." As they closed in on the asteroid, its surface details became clearer. Massive hangar bays yawned open, defense turrets swiveled to track their approach, and at the center of it all, a pulsing energy signature that made Hack's fur stand on end. Deploying countermeasures, Killian announced. A swarm of small, agile drones burst from the Broken Promise, each one emitting signals that mimicked their ship's signature. The asteroid's defenses went haywire, unable to distinguish the real target from the decoys. In the chaos, the Broken Promise slipped through, drawing ever closer to the heart of the Imperial base. Captain Hack called out, his voice tight with excitement and fear. "I'm getting clearer readings on that energy signature. It's like nothing I've ever seen. Some kind of hyper-advanced power source, maybe? Or a weapon?" Jeb leaned forward, studying the readings. "Whatever it is, it's big. And if the Empire's gone to these lengths to hide it, you can bet it's not good news for the rest of the galaxy." As they closed to within 100,000 kilometers of the asteroid's surface, the full scale of the Imperial operation became clear. This wasn't just a base, it was a fortress. a staging ground for what could only be a massive military operation. "We've seen enough," Jeb announced. "Hacked, start recording every scrap of data you can. Killian, keep those defenses busy. We need to get this information back to Julius 9, no matter what." The broken promise hung in space, a tiny speck against the backdrop of the massive asteroid base. They were vastly outnumbered, cut off from reinforcements, and facing technology beyond their understanding. But as Hacked looked around at his crewmates, at Jeb's determined face, Killian's fierce grin, Harding's focused concentration, he felt a surge of confidence. They had faced impossible odds before and come out on top. This was just another race, albeit with higher stakes than ever before. As the asteroid's defenses regrouped for another assault, Hack's paws hovered over his console, ready for whatever came next. The Empire's secret was laid bare before them, and the fate of the galaxy might well rest on their ability to get this information home. Hack's paws danced across the navigation console. The broken promise hung in space, a tiny speck against the backdrop of the massive asteroid base. Despite the imminent danger, they couldn't leave yet, not without gathering as much intel as possible. "Status report." Hacked Jeb's voice cut through the tense silence on the bridge. Hacked swallowed hard before responding. "Passive scans are still running, Captain. That energy signature, it's like nothing I've ever seen. It's pulsing, almost like it's alive." Lieutenant Harding chimed in from her station. "I'm detecting multiple hangar bays, weapons emplacements, and what looks like a sophisticated sensor array. This isn't just a base, it's a fortress." Jeb nodded grimly. "Whatever the Empire's cooking up here, it's big. Killian, how are our defenses holding?" "So far, so good," Cap Killian growled. "But I don't like how quiet it is. Feels like the calm before the storm." As if on cue, Hack's console lit up with new alerts. "Captain, I'm detecting movement within the asteroid. Multiple ships powering up. It's a lot of ships, sir." "How many is a lot?" Hack Jeb asked, his voice tense. Hack's eyes widened as he processed the data. "Dozens, sir. No, wait, hundreds. They're mobilizing everything they've got." The crew exchanged worried glances. They had stumbled onto something far bigger than they had anticipated. "All right, people," Jeb said, his voice steady despite the growing threat. "We've pushed our luck far enough. Hacked, start compiling all the data we've gathered. Killian, be ready to get us out of here at a moment's notice." As Hacked worked feverishly to collate the sensor data, he couldn't shake a feeling of dread. The mysterious energy signature pulsed on his screen, its power readings off the charts. Whatever it was, he had a sinking feeling that it could change the course of the war. Captain Hacked squeaked, his voice barely above a whisper. I think we might be looking at some kind of superweapon. The energy output, the scale of this base, it all points to something catastrophic." Jeb's face hardened at Hack's words. "Then we need to make damn sure this information gets back to Julius 9. The fate of the galaxy might depend on it." As the first wave of Imperial ships began to emerge from the asteroid's hangars, Hack knew that their greatest challenge was just beginning. They had the data, but now came the hard part: escaping with their lives. Hacked's paws flew over his console as the first wave of Imperial ships poured out of the asteroid's hangars. His eyes widened at the sheer number of vessels emerging from the fortress. "Captain, we've got incoming," Hack squeaked, his voice tight with tension. "I'm counting over 100 scout ships, at least 50 fighters, and, by the cosmic void, there are even some light cruisers in the mix." Jeb's face was a mask of concentration as he absorbed the information. "Killian, defensive systems to maximum. Harding, I want constant updates on their formation and approach vectors. Hacked, plot us an escape route, but keep us just on the edge of sensor range. We need every scrap of data we can get." The broken promise shuddered as the first volley of enemy fire splashed against their shields. Killian's hands danced across his weapons console, returning fire with deadly precision. "Shields holding at 92%, Harding reported. But they're coordinating their attacks. We won't be able to hold them off forever." Hacked watched in awe as Killian's counterattacks found their marks. Imperial scouts exploded in silent bursts of light and debris, but for every ship they destroyed, 2 more seemed to take its place. Evasive maneuvers, Jeb ordered. Hacked, get us some breathing room. Responding instantly, Hacked guided the broken Promise through a series of tight turns and rolls that would have been impossible in their old racing ship. The advanced Julius 9 technology allowed them to outmaneuver the Imperial forces, but the sheer number of enemies was overwhelming. Captain Hacked called out, his voice strained. I'm detecting power fluctuations in our shield grid. The constant barrage is taking its toll. Jeb's jaw clenched as he surveyed the tactical display. Killian, deploy the mine cloud. Let's see if we can thin out their numbers a bit. A swarm of glittering objects burst from the broken Promise, quickly expanding into a deadly field. Several pursuing Imperial ships flew right into the trap, their hulls shredded by the tiny explosives. But the respite was short-lived. A new wave of Imperial forces emerged from the asteroid, their weapons already charging. We can't keep this up, Captain Harding warned, her voice tight. Our systems are advanced, but we're grossly outnumbered. Hacked's whiskers drooped as he realized the gravity of their situation. They had the speed and the technology, but against such overwhelming odds, it might not be enough. Just as hope began to fade, Hack's sensors lit up with new alerts. His heart sank as he processed the readings. Captain, he said, his voice barely above a whisper, we've got bigger problems. Much bigger. As the crew turned to look at Hack's display, they saw a sight that made their blood run cold. The Empire wasn't done yet, not by a long shot. Hack's paws trembled as he reported the new sensor readings. Captain, multiple large contacts dropping out of FTL. I'm counting. 1, 2, no, a dozen capital ships. The view screen flickered to life, revealing a sight that made even the battle-hardened Killian let out a low whistle. A massive Imperial battleship materialized at the head of the fleet, flanked by cruisers, destroyers, and frigates. By the stars, Jeb breathed, his usual composure momentarily shaken. That's not a patrol, that's an entire battle group. Lieutenant Harding's voice was tight as she reported, Sir, I'm detecting a massive energy spike from the asteroid. It looks like a distress beacon. These ships are responding to a call for help. The implications weren't lost on anyone. Whatever secrets the asteroid base held, they were important enough to warrant an immediate response from a significant portion of the Imperial fleet. Well, folks, Jeb said, his voice steady despite the dire situation, I think we've overstayed our welcome. Hacked, plot us the fastest course out of here. Killian, give us everything you've got to clear a path. As Hack's paws flew over his console, calculating their escape route, the newly arrived Imperial ships began to deploy their fighters. The space around the broken Promise was quickly becoming a maelstrom of energy blasts and explosions. Shields down to 60%, Harding called out as a barrage from a nearby destroyer rocked the ship. We can't take much more of this, Captain. Jeb's face was a mask of concentration as he guided the broken Promise through the chaos. Hacked, how long until we're clear for an FTL jump? Hack's whiskers twitched as he made rapid calculations. At least 10 minutes, Captain. We need to put more distance between us and that asteroid's energy field. 10 minutes might as well be 10 years in this mess, Killian growled, his fingers dancing across the weapons console as he returned fire. As if to punctuate Killian's words, a massive energy blast from the Imperial battleship narrowly missed them, the residual energy playing havoc with their systems. That was too close, Jeb muttered. Then, louder, all right, change of plans. We can't outgun them, but we might be able to outrun them. Hacked, divert all non-essential power to engines. Let's see what this ship can really do. As Hacked input the commands, he felt the broken Promise surge forward with a burst of speed that would have been impossible in their old racing vessel. The confused Imperial fighters fell behind, unable to match their sudden acceleration. But the capital ships were still in pursuit, their massive engines pushing them to keep pace. As they raced away from the asteroid base, Hacked couldn't help but feel a mix of terror and exhilaration. They were pushing the broken Promise to its limits, dancing on the razor's edge between escape and destruction. The broken Promise streaked through space, its advanced engines pushing it to speeds that Hacked had only dreamed of during their racing days. The ship vibrated with barely contained power as they fled the pursuing Imperial forces. "Status report," Jeb called out, his hands steady on the controls as he expertly maneuvered through the debris field left by their earlier skirmish. Hack's paws danced across his console, his eyes wide as he processed the flood of data. "We're outpacing their fighters, Captain. Even their fastest interceptors can't keep up with us." A rare grin spread across Killian's face. "Ha! Bet those Imperial dogs never saw anything like this before. We're making them eat our dust." Lieutenant Harding's voice cut through the moment of elation. "Don't celebrate yet. The capital ships are still in pursuit, and they're launching long-range missiles." As if on cue, the ship rocked as a missile detonated nearby, its shockwave buffeting their shields. "Evasive maneuvers," Jeb ordered. "Hacked, I need you to plot us a course through that asteroid field ahead. Let's see if we can lose some of these missiles in the rocks." Hack's whiskers twitched as he quickly calculated the optimal route. "Course plotted, Captain, but it's going to be tight. At these speeds, we'll have less than a second to react to each obstacle." Jeb's eyes narrowed in concentration. "Just like the old days, eh? Feed the course directly to my controls. Everyone else, brace for some fancy flying." The Broken Promise dove into the asteroid field, weaving between massive space rocks with a grace that belied its size. Hack's racing experience came to the fore as he and Jeb worked in perfect sync, anticipating each turn and roll before it was necessary. Behind them, the pursuing missiles slammed into asteroids, their explosions lighting up space. The few Imperial fighters that had managed to keep pace quickly fell behind, unable to navigate the treacherous field at such high speeds. As they emerged from the other side of the asteroid field, Hack let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. "We've lost all pursuit craft, Captain. Only the capital ships are still following, and they're falling behind rapidly." Jeb nodded, a hint of pride in his voice. "Well done, everyone. Killian, how are our systems holding up under this strain?" "Like a dream," Cap Killian replied, genuine awe in his gruff voice. "Whatever the eggheads back on Julius 9 did to this ship, it's miles beyond anything I've ever seen. We're pushing her to the limit, and she's asking for more." As they continued to put distance between themselves and the Imperial fleet, Hack couldn't help but marvel at how far they'd come. From a cobbled-together racing ship to this pinnacle of technology, the Broken Promise had evolved just as they had. Captain Hack reported, excitement creeping into his voice. "At our current speed, we'll be clear for an FTL jump in just a few minutes. We're going to make it." The bridge erupted in cheers, the tension of the past hours finally breaking. They had faced down an entire Imperial battle group and lived to tell the tale. As the immediate danger faded and the Imperial ships became distant blips on their long-range sensors, a collective sigh of relief swept through the bridge of the Broken Promise. Hack's paws, which had been tensed over his console for what felt like hours, finally relaxed. "I can't believe we actually pulled that off," Lieutenant Harding said, breaking the silence. Her voice was filled with a mixture of awe and relief. Killian chuckled, the sound gruff but genuine. "Remind me to buy those Julius 9 engineers around when we get back. This ship, it's something else." Jeb nodded, a thoughtful expression on his face. "It's not just the ship, though that's a big part of it. It's us. Our experience, our teamwork. We've come a long way from those first desperate races." Hack felt a swell of pride at Jeb's words. He looked around at his crewmates, his family, and saw the same emotion reflected in their eyes. "You know," Hack began, his voice soft but steady, "back in the races, I always thought our ship was pushing the limits of what was possible. But this is beyond anything I could have imagined." Killian nodded in agreement. The firepower, the speed, the maneuverability, it's generations ahead of anything the Empire has. And it just saved our hides. As the conversation continued, the crew began to speculate on what they had witnessed at the asteroid base. Whatever they're building in there, Harding mused, it must be incredibly important. The response was too fast, too massive for it to be anything else. Jeb's face grew serious, which means the information we've gathered is absolutely critical. The fate of the war could hinge on what we've learned today. Hack's whiskers twitched as he considered the implications. They had started this journey as prisoners, forced to race for the entertainment of others. Now, they were at the forefront of a conflict that could reshape the galaxy. "We've come so far," Hack said, voicing his thoughts. "From racing for our lives to potentially saving countless others. It's overwhelming." Jeb placed a hand on Hack's shoulder, a gesture of understanding and support. "That it is, my friend. But I can't think of a crew I'd rather have by my side for this fight." As they continued their journey back to Julius 9, the conversation flowed freely. They relived the thrilling escape, marveled at the ship's capabilities, and speculated on what challenges lay ahead. But underneath it all was a current of deep gratitude for their ship, for each other, and for the chance to make a real difference in the galaxy. They had been given a second chance at life, and they were determined to make the most of it. As Hack began the final calculations for their FTL jump home, he knew that whatever came next, they would face it together. The Broken Promise and its crew were no longer just survivors or racers. They were warriors, explorers, and perhaps the galaxy's best hope for freedom. As the Broken Promise reached the safe distance for an FTL jump, tension began to build once again on the bridge. They were almost home free, but in space warfare, the final moments before a jump were often the most dangerous. "Status report," Jeb called out, his eyes scanning the tactical display for any signs of pursuit. "We're clear of the asteroid's interference field," Captain Hack reported, his paws flying over the navigation console. "FTL drive is spooled up and ready. Calculating jump coordinates to Julius 9 now." Lieutenant Harding chimed in. "Long-range sensors are clear. No sign of Imperial pursuit craft within range." Killian grunted from his station. "Weapons and shields are still operational, but we've taken a beating. We'll need some serious repair time when we get back." Jeb nodded, taking in the information. "All right, folks, we're not out of the woods yet." Hacked. "How long until the jump is ready?" "Final calculations complete in 30 seconds, Captain Hack replied, his whiskers twitching with nervous energy. As the seconds ticked down, the crew held their breath. The vast expanse of space around them seemed to press in, a reminder of how vulnerable they were until the moment they made the jump. Suddenly, Harding's console lit up with alerts. "Captain, multiple contacts just dropped out of FTL at extreme range. They're Imperial fast attack craft." "Time to jump," Jeb asked, his voice tense but controlled. 15 seconds, Hack squeaked, his paws trembling slightly as he input the final coordinates. "Killian, deploy our last mine cloud," Jeb ordered. "Let's give our friends something to think about." A swarm of glittering objects burst from the Broken Promise, expanding rapidly into a deadly field between them and the approaching Imperial ships. 5 seconds to jump, Hacked called out. The bridge crew watched as the Imperial ships closed in, their weapons charging. For a heart-stopping moment, it seemed they might not make it. "Jump now," Hacked cried. With a flash of light and a momentary feeling of displacement, the Broken Promise leaped into FTL. The stars outside the view screen stretched into lines, then a swirling tunnel of light as they hurtled through space at impossible speeds. A collective sigh of relief swept through the bridge. They had made it. "Well done, everyone," Jeb said, his voice filled with pride. "We've got a long journey ahead of us, but we're safe for now. Hacked, what's our ETA to Julius 9? Hacked checked his calculations. "At our current speed, we should arrive in approximately 18 hours, Captain." Jeb nodded. "Good. I want everyone to get some rest in shifts. We've got a lot to report when we get back, and I need you all sharp." As the adrenaline of their escape began to fade, Hacked felt the weight of exhaustion settling over him. But mixed with the fatigue was a sense of accomplishment and purpose. They had survived against impossible odds, gathered crucial intelligence, and were now racing home with information that could change the course of the war. As Hack settled in for the long journey back to Julius 9, he couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Their adventure was far from over. In fact, he suspected it was only just beginning. The Broken Promise streaked through FTL, carrying its crew and its vital cargo of information towards home and towards the next chapter in their extraordinary journey. The Broken Promise dropped out of FTL on the outskirts of the Julius 9 system, its hull still bearing the scars of their narrow escape. Hack's paws flew over his console, initiating docking procedures and preparing the data package they'd risked their lives to obtain. Julius 9 Control. This is the Broken Promise requesting immediate clearance and priority channel to command. Jeb's voice was steady, but Hack could detect the underlying urgency. Broken Promise, you are cleared for approach. Transmitting docking coordinates now, came the swift reply. As they maneuvered towards the orbital station, Hack couldn't help but feel a mix of relief and apprehension. They were home, yes, but the information they carried could change everything. The moment they docked, Jeb turned to his crew. Hack, Killian, with me. The rest of you, begin compiling detailed reports. I have a feeling we'll all be debriefed thoroughly once command sees what we found. Hack scurried after Jeb and Killian, clutching a data pad containing their findings. The corridors of the station were a blur as they rushed towards the command center. They burst into the briefing room, startling the officers present. Grand Admiral Decker looked up from a holographic display, his eyebrows raised at their abrupt entrance. Captain Sheets, I trust you have a good reason for. Sir Jeb interrupted, something he'd never done before in Hack's memory. We've discovered an Imperial superweapon, one that could potentially destroy entire planets. The room fell silent. Decker's face hardened. Explain. Now. Hack stepped forward, his whiskers twitching nervously as he activated his data pad. A holographic representation of the asteroid base sprang to life in the center of the room. We found this hidden Imperial base, Hack began, his voice steadier than he felt. The energy readings we detected, they're like nothing we've ever seen before. And the Imperial response to our presence was overwhelming. Whatever they're building in there, it's of critical importance to them. As Hack and Jeb took turns explaining their findings and their harrowing escape, Decker's frown deepened. Just as they finished their report, an aide rushed in, whispering urgently in the Grand Admiral's ear. Decker's eyes widened slightly before he composed himself. It seems we have corroborating evidence, he announced. Our long-range sensors detected a massive energy spike in the sector you just left. Whatever this weapon is, it appears to be powering up. The implications hung heavy in the air. Hack felt his fur stand on end as he realized the full gravity of their discovery. Decker's voice cut through the tense silence. Gentlemen, it seems we no longer have the luxury of time. We need to act, and we need to act now. He turned to his aide. Summon the War Council immediately, and... He paused, looking at Jeb and his crew. Prepare our fastest ships and best troops. We're going to hit them before they know what's coming. As the room erupted into a flurry of activity, Hack exchanged glances with Jeb and Killian. They had escaped one danger only to fly headlong into another, but this time they wouldn't be alone. The war room buzzed with activity as Grand Admiral Decker outlined the plan of attack. Hack's ears twitched, trying to catch every detail, while his paws nervously kneaded the edge of his seat. Time is of the essence, Decker's voice cut through the chatter. We can't allow the Empire to complete whatever they're building in that asteroid. Captain Sheets, your discovery may have saved us all. Jeb nodded solemnly. What's our plan of attack, sir? Decker activated a holographic display of the asteroid base. We're going to hit them hard and fast. But we need ships that can outmaneuver their defenses and get our troops on the ground quickly. A sly smile crossed Decker's face. That's where you come in. Or rather, all of you. With a wave of his hand, the hologram shifted to show a fleet of ships that Hack recognized immediately. They were racing vessels, just like the Broken Promise, each one modified and upgraded with Julius 9's advanced technology. We're sending in the racers, Killian asked, a note of excitement in his gruff voice. Decker nodded. Exactly. Your ships are faster, more maneuverable, and better equipped for this kind of operation than our standard military vessels. Plus, you all have experience flying in tight formations under extreme pressure. Hack felt a surge of pride mixed with nervousness. They were being entrusted with a mission that could determine the fate of the entire war. "We've selected the top racing teams to lead this assault," Decker continued. "Captain Sheets, your crew will be at the forefront. Each ship will carry a complement of our best Marines for the ground assault." As Decker outlined the details of the plan, Hack saw familiar faces entering the war room. Captain Yara Hoffman's old crew and other racers they had competed against and later allied with during their escape from the Empire. "Once you breach the asteroid's defenses, your primary objective will be to disable whatever weapon they're building and, if possible, take control of the entire base," Decker explained. "We're talking about a potential game changer here, people, if we can turn their superweapon against them." The implications hung in the air. This wasn't just a defensive move, it was an opportunity to strike a devastating blow against the Empire. "You have 2 hours to prepare," Decker concluded. "Make every minute count." Dismissed. As the room emptied, Jeb turned to his crew. "All right, people, you heard the Admiral. Let's get the broken promise ready for battle. Hacked, I want you to coordinate with the other navigators. Your knowledge of that asteroid base could make the difference between success and failure." Hacked straightened up, feeling the weight of responsibility on his small shoulders. "Aye, Captain. I won't let you down." As they rushed to prepare for the mission, Hacked couldn't help but marvel at how far they'd come. From prisoners forced to race for entertainment, they had become the spearhead of a crucial military operation. The fleet of modified racing ships dropped out of FTL at the edge of the system, their sleek forms barely visible against the backdrop of space. Hacked's paws danced across his console, running final checks on their cloaking system. "All ships," report in Jeb's voice crackled over the secure comm channel. One by one, the other racing captains confirmed their readiness. Hacked felt a surge of pride as he recognized the voices of former competitors, now united in a common cause. "Sensor sweep complete," Hacked reported, his whiskers twitching as he analyzed the data. "Captain, it looks like most of the Imperial fleet has departed. I'm only detecting one capital ship, the battleship we encountered earlier." Jeb nodded grimly. "They must have pulled out to gather more resources for their weapon. Lucky for us. Killian, what's our tactical situation?" Killian's gruff voice carried a note of satisfaction. "Our cloaking is holding steady, Cap. As far as that battleship is concerned, we're nothing but empty space." "Good," Jeb replied. "All ships, maintain radio silence from here on out. We're going in." The fleet of racing ships glided silently towards the asteroid, their advanced engines barely a whisper in the void. As they drew closer, Hack's eyes widened at the sight of the massive Imperial base. "By the cosmic void," he breathed, "it's even bigger than I remembered." The asteroid's surface was now bristling with defensive turrets and sensor arrays, a far cry from the hidden base they had stumbled upon earlier. But thanks to their cloaking technology, they slipped past the defenses undetected. "Approaching designated landing zones," Hack reported softly. "Forwarding final approach vectors to all ships now." With a grace that belied their size, the racing ships settled onto the asteroid's surface in pre-selected spots, hidden from the base's sensors by natural rock formations. "Touchdown confirmed," Jeb announced. "All teams, prepare for ground deployment. Remember, we maintain stealth for as long as possible. Let's show these Imperial dogs what real racers can do." As the ship's hatches opened, Hack watched the Marines and volunteer racers file out, their advanced suits allowing them to move undetected across the asteroid's surface. Despite his role as navigator, Hack felt a strong urge to join them. "Captain," he squeaked, summoning his courage, "request permission to join the ground team." Jeb looked surprised for a moment, then smiled. "Granted, Hacked, but be careful out there. We need that big brain of yours in one piece." Hack nodded, his heart racing with a mixture of fear and excitement as he donned his own stealth suit. As he stepped onto the asteroid's surface, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. They were about to infiltrate one of the most heavily guarded Imperial facilities in the galaxy. Hack's paws made no sound as he scurried across the asteroid's surface, his advanced stealth suit blending seamlessly with the rocky terrain. Around him, Marines and fellow racers moved with practiced precision, their forms barely visible even to his keen eyes. They approached one of the base's smaller entrances, a maintenance hatch that Hacked had identified during their previous visit. A Marine stepped forward, attaching a device to the hatch's control panel. Seconds later, it slid open silently. Wherein the Marine whispered, "Remember, non-lethal takedowns only. We don't want to alert the entire base to our presence." Hack's heart raced as they entered the facility. The corridors were dimly lit, the low hum of machinery filling the air. He found himself instinctively checking for escape routes, a habit ingrained from years of racing. They encountered their first Imperial guards at a junction. Before Hacked could even react, 2 Marines had moved in, their movements a blur. The guards crumpled silently to the ground, stunned by the advanced weaponry of Julius 9. "Nicely done," Jeb's voice came through their comms, barely above a whisper. "Hacked, what's our next move?" Consulting the mental map he'd constructed during their last visit, Hacked replied, "We should take the service shaft 2 levels down. It'll lead us closer to the core without passing any major checkpoints." As they made their way deeper into the facility, Hacked couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. His racing instincts, honed by years of navigating treacherous courses, were proving invaluable in this high-stakes infiltration. They encountered more guards as they progressed, but each time the combination of their stealth technology and the Marines' expert takedowns ensured they remained undetected. Hacked even managed to stun a guard himself using a specially designed non-lethal weapon that fit his smaller frame. Finally, they reached a massive blast door, beyond which lay the heart of the asteroid base. Hack's whiskers twitched nervously as he examined the security panel. "This is it," he squeaked. "The core should be just beyond this door. But the security here is much tighter. If we trip any alarms now, we'll have the entire base coming down on us." A Marine stepped forward, producing a device that looked like a more advanced version of the one used on the exterior hatch. "Let's see what Julius 9 tech can do against Imperial security." As the device worked its magic, Hacked held his breath. Everything hinged on maintaining their stealth just a little longer. The blast door began to slide open with a faint hiss, revealing the cavernous chamber beyond. What they saw inside made Hack's blood run cold. The true nature of the Imperial weapon was about to be revealed, and he had a sinking feeling that it was even worse than they had imagined. As the blast doors parted, Hack's eyes widened in disbelief. The core of the asteroid was a massive, hollowed-out chamber, filled with a dizzying array of machinery and energy conduits. At the center, a colossal device pulsed with an ominous, otherworldly glow. "By the stars," one of the Marines whispered, voicing the shock they all felt. Jeb's voice came through their comms, tense and urgent. "What are we looking at, Hacked?" Hack's mind raced as he analyzed the structure before them. It's not just a weapon, Captain. They've turned the entire asteroid into some kind of massive projectile. Those energy readings we detected earlier, they're powering a propulsion system of unprecedented scale." The implications hit them all at once. This wasn't just a conventional superweapon, it was a planet killer, capable of obliterating entire worlds. And given its current trajectory, Hacked continued, his voice barely a whisper, its target is clear. They're aiming it straight at Julius 9. A heavy silence fell over the team as the full horror of the situation sank in. They weren't just fighting to disable a weapon anymore, they were in a race to save their entire world. "We need to shut this down," now Jeb ordered, his voice tight with controlled urgency. "Hacked, can you access their systems from here?" Hacked scurried towards a nearby control panel, his paws flying over the unfamiliar Imperial interface. "I think so, Captain, but it'll take time to decipher their security protocols." As Hacked worked feverishly to hack into the system, the rest of the team spread out, securing the perimeter and gathering what intel they could. The Marines' expressions were grim behind their visors as they realized the magnitude of what they were facing. Suddenly, an alarm blared through the chamber. Hack's heart leapt into his throat as he realized his intrusion had been detected. "We've been compromised," a Marine shouted, raising his weapon. The sound of running footsteps echoed from the corridors beyond. Their stealth advantage was gone, and now they faced the full might of the Imperial garrison. "Defensive positions," Jeb ordered. Protect Hacked at all costs. He's our only chance of shutting this thing down. As the first wave of Imperial troops burst into the chamber, the air filled with the sound of weapons fire. The advanced technology of Julius 9 clashed with Imperial firepower in a dazzling display of light and energy. Hacked worked frantically, his paws a blur over the controls as he fought to override the asteroid's systems. Around him, the battle raged, each side fighting with the desperation of those who knew the fate of entire worlds hung in the balance. Just as Hacked thought he was making progress, a massive tremor shook the entire asteroid. Warning klaxons blared as the chamber was bathed in a red emergency light. Captain Hacked cried out, his voice filled with panic. They've activated the propulsion system. The asteroid, it's starting to move. As the realization dawned on them all, Hacked knew that their mission had just become infinitely more complicated. They weren't just fighting to disable a weapon anymore. Now, they were in a desperate race against time to prevent the annihilation of their home. The battle for the asteroid had begun in earnest, and the fate of Julius 9 hung in the balance. The chamber shook violently as the asteroid's massive engines roared to life. Hacked clung to the control panel, his mind racing as he tried to make sense of the Imperial systems. "We're out of time," Jeb's voice cut through the chaos of battle. "New plan, we need to take control of this entire base. Hacked, forget about shutting it down. Find us a way to control this thing." Hacked nodded, refocusing his efforts. His paws flew across the alien interface, searching for any weakness he could exploit. Jeb's voice crackled over the comms again, addressing all teams. "Listen up, we're splitting into 3 groups. Team Alpha, with me, we're headed for the bridge. Team Beta, secure the engine room. Team Gamma, find and protect the life support systems. We take those 3 points, we control this rock." The Marines and racers quickly reorganized, breaking off into their assigned teams. Hacked found himself with Team Alpha, scurrying alongside Jeb as they fought their way towards the asteroid's command center. The corridors became a battleground as they advanced. The Julius 9 forces, though outnumbered, had the advantage of superior technology and the element of surprise. Imperial troops fell before their onslaught, but not without cost. Hacked saw several of their own go down, the sight of his fallen comrades steeling his resolve. As they neared the bridge, resistance intensified. A barrage of Imperial fire pinned them down at a junction, the air thick with energy bolts and the acrid smell of ozone. "We need a distraction," Jeb shouted over the din of battle. Hack's eyes darted around, his racing instincts kicking in. He spotted a control panel for the corridor's emergency systems. "Cover me," he squeaked, darting out from cover. Blaster fire sizzled past him as he reached the panel, his paws working furiously to override the systems. Suddenly, the corridor was plunged into darkness. Moments later, emergency containment fields sprang to life, cutting off sections of the hallway and trapping many of the Imperial defenders. Now Jeb ordered, leading the charge through the confusion. They burst onto the bridge, catching the Imperial officers completely off guard. In a flurry of stun blasts and hand-to-hand combat, they secured the command center. "Bridge is ours," Jeb reported, as Hacked immediately set to work on the main control systems. Similar reports came in from the other teams. The engine room and life support were under their control. But their victory was short-lived. As Hacked accessed the navigation systems, his blood ran cold. "Captain," he said, his voice shaking, "we've got a problem. The asteroid's locked on course for Julius 9, and I can't override it. Whatever's controlling this thing, it's not from here." Jeb's face hardened as he realized the implications. "Then we find whatever's controlling it and we take it out. The Empire's not destroying our home. Not today, not ever." As the asteroid hurtled through space towards its unsuspecting target, Hacked knew that their greatest challenge still lay ahead. They had taken the base, but the real battle, the race to save Julius 9, was far from over. Alarms blared throughout the asteroid as it continued its relentless journey towards Julius 9. Hack's paws flew across the control panels, his mind racing to find a solution. "Captain," he squeaked urgently, "I've located the source of the external control signal. It's coming from the Imperial battleship." Jeb's eyes narrowed as he processed this information, so that's why it stayed behind. Killian, what's our weapon status? Killian's gruff voice came through the comms. We've got control of the asteroid's defensive systems, Cap. But they were designed to repel small craft, not take on a battleship. Hack's whiskers twitched as an idea formed. Captain, what if we don't need to destroy the battleship? What if we could disable it? I'm listening, Jeb said, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. The asteroid's propulsion system, Hack explained quickly. It's powerful enough to move this entire base. We can't override the navigational controls directly because of the battleship's remote access, but we can manipulate the raw thrust output. How exactly? Jeb pressed, leaning in. Hack's paws flew over the console as he explained. The battleship is sending directional commands, but the actual power distribution to the engines is controlled locally. If I reroute power from non-essential systems and overload specific thrusters, we can create an uneven thrust pattern. It won't give us precise control, but it should be enough to ram them, Jeb finished, understanding dawning on his face. Hacked, you brilliant little furball. Do it. Hack nodded, his paws becoming a blur as he worked, bypassing security protocols and rerouting systems never meant to work together. The asteroid shuddered as its thrusters began firing erratically, fighting against the battleship's commands. Brace for impact, Jeb shouted. With a tremendous jolt, the asteroid slammed into the Imperial battleship. The collision wasn't enough to destroy the massive vessel, but it sent it spinning, its systems clearly damaged. Direct hit, Killian whooped. Their shields are down, and I'm reading multiple hull breaches. Hack quickly regained control of the asteroid, stabilizing its position. The battleship's control over our systems is broken, Captain. The collision must have damaged their transmitter. We have full autonomy now. Jeb wasted no time. All defense systems, target that battleship. Let's finish this. The asteroid's weapons, now under their control, opened fire on the crippled Imperial vessel. Streams of energy lanced out, pummeling the battleship's unprotected hull. For a tense moment, it seemed the battleship might rally. But then, with a flash of light that momentarily blinded their sensors, it jumped to FTL, fleeing the battle. A cheer went up from the Julius 9 forces. They had done it. They had taken control of the asteroid and repelled the Imperial threat. As the excitement died down, Hack's console beeped with an incoming transmission from Julius 9 Command. Broken promise. This is Control, came the voice of Grand Admiral Decker. We're reading that the asteroid has changed course, and the Imperial forces have retreated. Report status. Jeb stepped forward, pride evident in his voice. Control. This is Captain Sheets. The asteroid is secure. I repeat, the asteroid is secure. Requesting further instructions. There was a pause before Decker's reply came through. Excellent work, Captain. Your new orders are to bring that asteroid home. It seems Julius 9 is about to get a new defensive platform. As the realization of their victory sank in, Hacked couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. They had not only saved Julius 9, but had also turned the Empire's weapon against them. The journey back to Julius 9 was tense but triumphant. Hacked's paws rarely left his console as he guided the massive asteroid through space, still marveling at the sheer power under his control. You know, Jeb mused, breaking the concentrated silence on the bridge, it's going to be pretty amusing to see a second moon orbiting my homeworld. Killian chuckled gruffly. Yeah, and this one's got teeth. The Empire's going to think twice before messing with Julius 9 again. As they approached their home system, the comms crackled to life. Grand Admiral Decker's voice filled the bridge, a hint of awe in his usually stoic tone. Broken promise, this is Julius 9 Control. We have visual confirmation of your rather large cargo. Prepare for guidance to a stable orbit. The next few hours were a flurry of careful maneuvering and precise calculations. Hacked worked in tandem with Julius 9's orbital control, his racing instincts proving invaluable as they guided the asteroid into a perfect lunar orbit. As the massive structure settled into its new home, cheers erupted both on the bridge and over the comms. They had done it. Not only had they thwarted the Empire's plans, but they had also delivered an unprecedented defensive asset to Julius 9. "Attention all hands," Decker's voice came through again, this time addressing all ships and the asteroid itself. "You've done more than win a battle today. You've changed the course of this war. Return to base for immediate debriefing. And one hell of a celebration." As they made their final approach to the orbital docks, Hacked couldn't help but stare in awe at the sight before him. The asteroid, now permanently in orbit around Julius 9, looked like it had always belonged there. A new moon, bristling with defensive capabilities, ready to protect their home. The docking clamps engaged, and for the first time in what felt like ages, the crew of the Broken Promise could breathe easy. As they disembarked, they were met with a hero's welcome. Cheering crowds lined the corridors, and even the usually stoic Killian couldn't suppress a grin. In the midst of the celebration, Jeb pulled Hacked aside. "You did good out there, Hacked. Real good. From a racing prisoner to the navigator who brought home a moon. You've come a long way." Hacked felt his fur ruffle with pride. "We all have, Captain. I'm just glad I could help." As they made their way to the debriefing, Hacked caught sight of the asteroid through a viewport. It hung in space, a testament to their victory and a promise of security for the future. The race that had started so long ago, when they were merely prisoners fighting for survival, had led them here. They had won more than their freedom. They had won a future for Julius 9 and struck a mighty blow against the Empire. As Hacked followed his crew, his family, into the debriefing room, he knew that while one chapter of their journey had ended, another was just beginning. The galaxy was changing, and the crew of the Broken Promise would be at the forefront of that change. Hacked's whiskers twitched with excitement as he scurried through the bustling corridors of the newly captured asteroid base. All around him, teams of Julius 9 engineers and scientists worked feverishly, their faces a mix of awe and determination as they examined the Imperial technology. "Hacked." Overheard Jeb's voice cut through the din. The captain was standing next to a group of stern-faced military personnel, one of whom Hacked recognized as the lead interrogator for Julius 9. Captain Hacked squeaked as he approached, curious about the grim expressions on their faces. Jeb nodded towards the interrogator. "Tell him what you just told me, Major." The Major cleared his throat. "We've been questioning the Imperial personnel we captured. It seems this base was just the tip of the iceberg. They've been developing similar weapons at other hidden locations across the galaxy." Hacked felt his fur stand on end. "More asteroid weapons." "Not necessarily," the Major replied, "but equally destructive, if not more so. The Empire's been pouring resources into superweapon research for years, apparently." As this sank in, a nearby scientist called out excitedly, "Captain Sheets, we've made a breakthrough in decrypting their main database." They rushed over to the scientist's station, where holographic displays showed complex schematics and data streams. "It's incredible," the scientist breathed, her eyes wide with a mixture of horror and fascination. "The power source for this asteroid's propulsion system. It's like nothing we've ever seen before. If we can reverse engineer this technology, it could revolutionize our own fleet." Jeb's face hardened with resolve. "Then that's exactly what we're going to do. Hacked, I want you to work with the science team. Your experience with the asteroid systems during our takeover could be invaluable." Hacked straightened up, feeling a surge of pride at being entrusted with such an important task. "Aye, Captain. I'll do my best." As Hacked immersed himself in the work, poring over Imperial schematics and helping to translate the alien technology into something the Julius 9 experts could understand, he couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. They were in a race against time. The Empire might be on the back foot for now, but who knew how long that would last? Every piece of technology they could adapt, every secret they could uncover, might mean the difference between victory and annihilation in the battles to come. The newly captured asteroid hung in orbit around Julius 9, a testament to their recent victory. But as Hacked worked tirelessly alongside the planet's brightest minds, he knew that this was just the beginning. Days blurred into nights as the transformation of the asteroid base continued at a feverish pace. Hacked found himself at the center of a whirlwind of activity, his unique experience with both racing technology and the asteroid systems, making him an invaluable liaison between the various teams working on the project. "Careful with that power coupling," Hacked called out, his keen eyes spotting a potential issue as a group of engineers worked to remove a large piece of Imperial tech. It's connected to a secondary system that could overload if disconnected improperly. The lead engineer nodded gratefully. "Good catch, Hacked. All right, team, let's approach this from a different angle." As they worked, Killian approached, his gruff features set in an impressed smirk. "Never thought I'd see the day when our little navigator would be bossing around a bunch of eggheads." Hack's whiskers twitched with a mixture of embarrassment and pride. "Just trying to help, Killian. This Imperial tech is tricky stuff." "That it is," Killian agreed, his expression turning serious. "Which is why we need to be extra careful about what we keep and what we replace. Can't have any nasty surprises left behind by our Imperial friends." As if on cue, an alarm blared from a nearby section. Hacked and Killian rushed over to find a team of engineers frantically working to contain what appeared to be a localized energy surge. "What happened?" Hacked squeaked, his fur standing on end. The lead engineer, sweat beading on her forehead, explained quickly. "We were attempting to integrate one of our power cells with the existing Imperial energy grid. Something in their system reacted, violently." Killian's eyes narrowed. "Booby trap." "Possible," the engineer nodded. "Or just incompatible tech. Either way, it's clear we need to be even more cautious." As they worked to stabilize the situation, Jeb's voice came over the comm system. "Status report. What's going on up there?" Hacked quickly filled him in on the situation. Jeb's response was immediate and decisive. "All right, new protocol. We strip out every last piece of Imperial tech. I don't care how useful it might seem, it's not worth the risk. We'll rebuild this station from the ground up with our own technology." The next few days saw a complete overhaul of their approach. Imperial systems were carefully removed and quarantined for study, while Julius IX's advanced technology was integrated into every aspect of the asteroid base. Hacked watched in awe as new weapon systems were installed, shield generators more powerful than anything he'd seen before came online, and a state-of-the-art command center took shape at the heart of the asteroid. "Don't forget the engines," Hacked reminded the chief engineer as they went over the plans. "We need to maintain the asteroid's mobility, just in case." The engineer nodded, pulling up a holographic display of a new propulsion system. "Way ahead of you. These babies will give us even more maneuverability than the Imperial design, without the risk of unexpected reactions." As the work continued, Hacked couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation building. They were creating something unprecedented, a mobile fortress with the firepower to take on an entire Imperial fleet. The Empire had meant this asteroid to be Julius IX's doom. Instead, it would become their shield, and perhaps the spearhead of their counterattack. As Hacked looked out at the stars from the asteroid's newly installed observation deck, he knew that the balance of power in the galaxy was shifting. And he, along with the crew of the Broken Promise, was right at the center of it all. Hacked scurried alongside Jeb and a small group of former racers as they made their way through the gleaming corridors of Julius IX's military headquarters. The tension in the air was palpable, and Hacked could feel his fur standing on end with nervous energy. "Are you sure about this?" Captain Hacked squeaked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Interrupting a full military briefing seems risky." Jeb's face was set in grim determination. "We need answers, Hacked, and we've earned the right to ask for them." As they approached the large double doors of the main conference room, 2 guards stepped forward to block their path. "I'm sorry, Captain Sheets, but there's a high-level meeting in progress. No admittance without clearance." Jeb straightened to his full height, his voice carrying the authority of a man who had faced down death countless times. "Son, we just delivered an entire battle station to Julius IX. I'd say that earns us some clearance." The guards exchanged uncertain glances, but before they could respond, the doors swung open. Grand Admiral Decker stood there, an amused glint in his eye. "I thought I heard your voice, Captain Sheets. Come in, all of you. I have a feeling this meeting was about to get a lot more interesting anyway." As they filed into the room, Hack's eyes widened at the sight before him. The entire military leadership of Julius IX was assembled around a massive holographic display of the galaxy. Army generals, naval commanders, heads of intelligence, all eyes were now fixed on their small group. Jeb wasted no time. "With all due respect, Admiral, we need some answers. That Imperial battleship fled from a fight it could have won. The Empire hasn't made any major moves against us yet. Something doesn't add up, and we're tired of being kept in the dark." A murmur rippled through the assembled officers. Some looked offended at the interruption, others intrigued. Admiral Decker held up a hand for silence. "As it happens, Captain, we were just discussing that very topic. Perhaps it's time we brought you and your crew into the loop. After all, you've more than proven yourselves." He gestured to the holographic display. "The situation is more complex than you might think. We have intel suggesting that the Empire's response, or lack thereof, isn't just about us. It's about their own internal issues." Hack felt his whiskers twitch with curiosity. What could possibly be holding back the mighty Empire? As the Admiral began to explain, Hack realized that their interruption had inadvertently thrust them into the heart of Julius IX's strategic planning. Whatever was revealed in this room would shape the course of the war to come. The room fell silent as Grand Admiral Decker continued his explanation, the holographic display shifting to show various sectors of Imperial space. "The truth is," Decker began, his voice grave, "the Empire hasn't been in a real war since their conflict with us decades ago. The war in which you served, Captain Sheets." Jeb nodded, his eyes distant with memory. "I remember, sir. It was brutal, but localized. The Empire never committed their full forces against us." "Exactly," Decker continued. "They treated it as a colonial uprising, not a full-scale war. Since then, they've only dealt with small insurgencies and uprisings, nothing like what we're doing now." A general from the Army contingent spoke up. "Their entire military apparatus has grown complacent. Most of their current forces have never seen actual combat, unlike our veterans." Hack's ears perked up, his mind racing with the implications. "So when we struck back, when we took that asteroid, we caught them completely off guard," Decker finished. "Their leadership is paralyzed, unsure how to respond to a threat of this magnitude. They're not prepared for a war on this scale." Jeb's eyes lit up with a fierce determination. "Then we should strike now, while they're off balance. Push our advantage before they can regroup, just like we did in the Battle of Sarix Prime." His words sparked an immediate reaction. The room erupted into debate, with various factions arguing for different courses of action. "We don't have the ground forces for a full invasion," the Army general protested. "We're not fighting a localized conflict this time." "But our fleet has the technological edge," a naval commander countered. "We could cripple their military infrastructure before they even know what hit them." As the arguments grew more heated, Hack noticed the Grand Admiral watching the proceedings with a wry smile. "Something amusing," Sir Hack squeaked, curiosity overcoming his usual reticence. Decker chuckled softly, just appreciating the irony. Hacked. "I've been arguing for immediate action for days, reminiscent of our strategies in the last war. Sometimes it takes an outsider's perspective to shake things up." The debate raged on, with Jeb passionately advocating for an aggressive strategy while others urged caution. Hack found himself torn, seeing the merit in both approaches. As the volume in the room rose, Killian, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, suddenly cleared his throat. The gruff weapons officer rarely spoke up in such settings, so the room quickly fell silent, all eyes turning to him. "If I may," Killian began, his voice rough but confident, "I think I might have a solution that could satisfy both sides of this argument. Something that takes lessons from both our past conflict and Earth's history." All eyes in the room turned to Killian, the gruff weapons officer standing tall under the scrutiny of Julius IX's military leadership. "Back on Earth," Killian began, his voice gravelly but clear, "there was a conflict called World War II. One of the strategies used in the Pacific theater was something called island hopping." Hack noticed a spark of recognition in some of the officers' eyes, while others leaned in with curiosity. Killian continued, warming to his subject. "The idea was to bypass heavily fortified enemy positions, instead capturing strategically important islands to use as stepping stones towards the ultimate objective. He gestured to the holographic display of Imperial space. We could apply the same principle here. Instead of trying to conquer every Imperial world, we focus on key systems that would allow us to leapfrog towards the Empire's core worlds. The room was silent for a moment as the implications sank in. Then, the naval commander who had argued for aggressive action spoke up. That could work. Our technologically superior ships could neutralize Imperial fleets at these key points, while minimizing the need for large-scale ground invasions. The Army general nodded slowly. And we could use our limited ground forces for targeted raids and sabotage missions, disrupting Imperial supply lines and communication. Jeb's eyes lit up with excitement. It's perfect. We use our strengths, exploit their weaknesses, and keep them off balance the whole way. Grand Admiral Decker stroked his chin thoughtfully. It's an intriguing proposal. We'd need to carefully select our targets, ensure we have the logistics to support such a campaign. And we'd need to be prepared for the Empire to adapt, another officer added. They may be caught off guard now, but they won't stay that way forever. Killian nodded. That's true. But by the time they figure out what we're doing, we'll be knocking on the door of their capital world. And we'll have disrupted so much of their infrastructure along the way that mounting a cohesive defense will be nearly impossible. Hack watched in awe as the mood in the room shifted. The tension of the earlier debate gave way to a sense of purpose and excitement. Military leaders who had been at odds moments ago were now huddled together, discussing potential targets and strategies. Grand Admiral Decker raised his voice over the buzz of conversation. This merits serious consideration. We'll need to flesh out the details, run simulations, consider all possible outcomes. He turned to Killian with a nod of respect. Well done, soldier. You've given us a lot to think about. I'd like you to stay and assist with the planning. As the meeting refocused on this new strategy, Hacked couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. Once again, the crew of the Broken Promise had changed the course of events. They weren't just former racers anymore, they were becoming key players in a galactic war. The path ahead was still fraught with danger, but for the first time, Hacked could see a clear route to victory. The Empire had no idea what was coming their way. The energy in the room had shifted dramatically. What had started as a tense debate was now a hive of focused activity, with officers huddled around holographic displays, discussing potential targets and strategies. Grand Admiral Decker's voice cut through the buzz of conversation. This island-hopping strategy has merit, but we need to consider all angles. I'm calling for a full strategic review. We'll reconvene in 3 days to finalize our approach. He turned to Jeb and the others. Captain Sheets, I appreciate you and your crew bringing this to our attention. Your perspective has been invaluable. Jeb nodded, a mixture of pride and frustration on his face. Thank you, Admiral. But what happens now? We can't just sit idle for 3 days while the Empire regroups. Decker's expression was sympathetic but firm. I understand your eagerness, Captain, but rushing into this could be disastrous. We need those 3 days to ensure our plan is airtight. In the meantime, continue your work on the asteroid base. Every improvement we make there strengthens our position. As the meeting began to disperse, Decker approached Killian. I'd like you to stay, if you're willing. Your knowledge of historical warfare could prove useful in our planning sessions. Killian looked surprised but nodded gruffly. Aye, sir. Happy to help. As Hacked and the others were ushered out of the room, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. They had been at the center of so much, and now they were being sidelined again. Jeb seemed to sense his frustration. Don't worry, Hacked. They'll call on us when they need us, and in the meantime, we've got plenty of work to do. As they made their way out of the military headquarters, Hack's mind was buzzing with everything he'd heard. The fate of the galaxy was being decided in that room, and they had played a part in setting it in motion. What now? Captain Hacked asked as they stepped out into the bustling streets of Julius IX's capital. Jeb looked up at the sky, where the outline of their captured asteroid was just visible. Now we prepare. Whatever plan they come up with, you can bet we'll be in the thick of it. The Broken Promise and her crew have a big part to play in this war, mark my words. As they walked away, Hacked couldn't shake the feeling that they were on the cusp of something monumental. The next few days might seem quiet, but he knew that soon enough, they'd be racing towards danger once again. As the rest of the crew dispersed to their various tasks, Hacked found himself wandering through the bustling streets of Julius IX's capital city. The events of the day swirled in his mind, a whirlwind of strategic discussions and galactic-scale plans that seemed almost too big to comprehend. His paws carried him aimlessly, past gleaming towers and through parks filled with plants from 100 worlds. Everywhere he looked, he saw the fruits of freedom, people going about their lives without fear, children playing, families enjoying each other's company. It was everything the Empire had tried to deny them, everything they were now fighting to protect and extend to others. Hacked couldn't help but marvel at the twist of fate that had brought him here. From a petty thief sentenced to a life of deadly racing, to a key player in a war that could reshape the galaxy. If someone had told him this would be his future when he was first imprisoned, he would have thought they were mad. As the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the city, Hacked found himself in front of a small cafe. The aroma of freshly brewed glowberry tea, his favorite since coming to Julius IX, wafted through the air, drawing him in. He settled into a seat on the outdoor patio, nursing a steaming cup of tea. From here, he had a perfect view of the sky, where stars were just beginning to peek through the fading daylight. Somewhere up there, the asteroid they had captured orbited, a symbol of their victories and the challenges yet to come. As he sipped his tea, Hack's mind wandered to the future. How long would this war last? How many more races would he have to run? How many more battles would he have to fight before he could truly rest? The thought was both exhilarating and exhausting. Yet, as he looked around at the peaceful scene before him, at the life they were fighting to preserve, Hacked felt a surge of determination. Whatever came next, whether it was Killian's island hopping, strategy, or something else entirely, he knew that he and the crew of the Broken Promise would be ready. They had overcome impossible odds before. They had turned a death sentence into a chance at freedom, not just for themselves, but for countless others across the galaxy. They had taken the skills honed in deadly races and used them to strike a blow against an empire that had thought itself invincible. As the first stars began to twinkle brightly in the darkening sky, Hacked raised his cup in a silent toast, to his crewmates, his family, to the future they were fighting for, to hope. Hacked sat quietly in the briefing room, surrounded by the crew of the Broken Promise and commanders from other racing teams. The air was thick with tension and anticipation. This wasn't just another race, this was the beginning of their offensive against the Empire. Grand Admiral Decker stood before them, his face stern as he activated a holographic display of a small, unremarkable-looking planet. "This," he said, his voice carrying easily through the room, "is Green 4. It will be the first target in our island-hopping campaign to Buena Terra, the Empire's capital world." Hacked leaned forward, his large eyes taking in every detail of the hologram. Green 4 looked nothing like the lush worlds he'd seen in the Empire's propaganda. It was a dull, industrial planet, its surface dotted with factories and military installations. "Our objective is simple," Decker continued. "We will neutralize the planet's defenses, destroy their garrison ships, and if possible, raid their armories. This is not an invasion or an occupation. It's a hit-and-run operation designed to disrupt Imperial supply lines and sow confusion in their ranks." Jeb raised his hand. "Sir, what kind of resistance can we expect?" Decker's expression was grim. "Intelligence suggests the garrison is largely inexperienced. However, never underestimate a cornered enemy. They will fight fiercely to protect their home." As the briefing continued, detailing the specific roles of each team, Hacked found his mind wandering to the enormity of what they were about to do. They were no longer just escaping the Empire's clutches, they were taking the fight directly to them. Hours later, as the Broken Promise dropped out of FTL on the outskirts of the Green 4 system, Hack's paws flew over his console, running last-minute checks on their navigation systems. "All systems green, Captain," he reported, his voice steady despite the butterflies in his stomach. Jeb nodded, his eyes fixed on the view screen where Green 4 loomed large. "All right, people, this is it. Everything we've been through, every race, every near-death experience, it's all led to this moment. Let's show the Empire what real racers can do. As the task force began its approach, Hacked couldn't help but feel a surge of pride and determination. They had come so far from those first desperate races. Now they were the tip of the spear in a war that could reshape the galaxy. The Broken Promise streaked through Green 4's atmosphere, its advanced stealth systems rendering it nearly invisible to the planet's defensive grid. Hack's paws danced across his console, guiding the ship through a series of evasive maneuvers that would have been impossible in their old racing vessel. First drop zone approaching, Hacked squeaked, his eyes darting between his displays and the view screen. ETA 30 seconds. Jeb's voice was steady as he relayed orders. Killian, be ready with suppressing fire. We need to clear that landing zone. The ship shuddered as Killian unleashed a barrage of precision strikes, obliterating the defensive emplacements around their target. Moments later, they touched down in a cloud of dust and debris. Go, 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 Jeb shouted as the cargo bay doors opened, disgorging a team of Julius 9 shock troops. No sooner had the last trooper departed than Hacked was already plotting their next course. Second target acquired, Captain. It's a garrison ship depot 2 clicks north. The Broken Promise was airborne again in seconds, joining a ballet of other converted racing ships as they darted across Green 4's sky. Hack's racing instincts, honed by years of deadly competitions, served them well as he navigated through increasingly heavy anti-aircraft fire. Their second run was as smooth as the first, dropping troops directly onto the roof of the Imperial ship depot. Hacked allowed himself a small smile of satisfaction as he saw explosions blossom across the facility moments after their departure. Nice flying, Furball Killian grunted appreciatively. Those imps don't know what hit him. The third and fourth runs followed a similar pattern. Drop troops, provide air support, extract when the objective was complete. With each successful mission, Hacked felt his confidence growing. They were more than just racers now, they were a finely tuned war machine. As they approached their fifth drop zone, Jeb's voice cut through the focused silence on the bridge. Status report, people. How are we holding up? Ship's systems are all green, Hacked reported. We've taken some glancing hits, but nothing our shields couldn't handle. Killian chimed in, a note of grim satisfaction in his voice. Weapons are functioning perfectly. We've knocked out 3 defensive batteries and 2 garrison ships so far. Jeb nodded, his eyes scanning the tactical display. Good work, everyone, but don't get complacent. The real test is yet to come. As if on cue, the comm system crackled to life with an urgent message from command. All units, be advised. Heavy resistance reported in Sector 7. Proceed with caution. Hacked felt a chill run down his spine. Sector 7 was their next target, an industrial zone rumored to house one of Green 4's largest armories. Plot a course, Hacked, Jeb ordered, his voice filled with determination. Looks like this milk run just got interesting. As the Broken Promise banked towards Sector 7, Hacked couldn't shake the feeling that their real challenge was about to begin. The ease of their first 4 runs seemed like a distant memory now, as the sky ahead filled with the flashes of intense combat. They were about to earn their reputation as the best of the racing crews. Hacked just hoped they'd all live to tell the tale. The Broken Promise dove through a hail of anti-aircraft fire as it approached the drop zone in Sector 7. Hack's paws flew over his console, making split-second course corrections to avoid the worst of the barrage. 30 seconds to drop zone, Hacked called out, his voice tight with tension. Just as they were about to begin their descent, the comm system crackled to life. This is Team Sigma. We're pinned down in the industrial complex. Heavy Imperial resistance, requesting immediate extraction. Jeb's face hardened as he processed the information. Hacked, new coordinates. Find Team Sigma. Hacked quickly recalibrated their approach, his mind racing. This wasn't part of the plan. They were supposed to drop off troops, not extract them from a hot zone. Captain Killian growled, "We're not equipped for a hot extraction. This could get messy." Jeb nodded grimly. Noted. Hacked. Open a channel to command. As Hacked complied, Jeb quickly relayed the situation to headquarters. There was a moment of tense silence before the response came through. Broken promise, you're authorized to assist Team Sigma. Be advised, this is a high-risk operation. Proceed with extreme caution. Understood, Jeb replied, his voice filled with determination. All right, crew, change of plans. We're going in hot. Hacked felt a mix of fear and excitement coursing through him. This was far beyond their usual operations, but if anyone could pull it off, it was the crew of the Broken Promise. Approaching Team Sigma's last known position, Hacked reported, his eyes glued to the tactical display. Heavy Imperial presence detected. It's going to be tight, Captain. Jeb's hands tightened on the controls. Thread the needle, Hacked. Get us as close as you can. As they descended into the chaos of the industrial complex, Hacked could see the flashes of weapons fire and the smoke rising from damaged buildings. Team Sigma was nowhere in sight. I can't get a lock on their position, Hacked squeaked, frustration evident in his voice. There's too much interference. Jeb's response was immediate and unexpected. Then we do this the hard way. Killian, prep the ground gear. We're going in ourselves. Hack's eyes widened in surprise. Captain. You heard me, Jeb said, his voice leaving no room for argument. We didn't come this far to leave our people behind. Hacked, find us a landing zone. The rest of you gear up. We're joining this fight. As the Broken Promise touched down amidst the chaos of battle, Hacked felt a surge of determination. They were more than just pilots and navigators now. They were soldiers in a war for the galaxy's future. And they were about to prove why the crew of the Broken Promise was the best of the best. Hack's paws trembled slightly as he secured the last clasp on his combat suit. The familiar weight of his navigation tools had been replaced by unfamiliar weaponry. He glanced around at his crewmates, all similarly equipped and wearing expressions of grim determination. Remember your training, Jeb said as they gathered near the ship's exit ramp. Stay low, move fast, and watch each other's backs. Hacked, you're our eyes. Your sensor readings could mean the difference between life and death out there. Hacked nodded, gripping his portable scanner tightly. As the ramp lowered, the sounds and smells of battle assaulted his senses. The acrid stench of weapons fire mixed with the metallic tang of spilled blood. In the distance, he could hear the staccato of blaster fire and the dull thud of explosions. Move out, Jeb ordered, and they rushed into the chaos of the industrial complex. Hack's heart pounded as they weaved through the maze of buildings and machinery. His ears swiveled constantly, trying to pinpoint the source of every sound. His scanner beeped softly, guiding them towards Team Sigma's last known position. Contact front, Killian's gruff voice cut through the noise. A group of Imperial soldiers had rounded a corner ahead of them, looking just as surprised to see the Broken Promise crew as Hacked felt. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. Then, chaos erupted. Hacked dove behind a large piece of machinery as energy bolts sizzled through the air. He could hear Killian returning fire, the weapons officer's aim as precise on the ground as it was in space. Hacked, we need a way around, Jeb shouted over the din of battle. Forcing himself to focus, Hacked studied his scanner. There's a service corridor to our left. It should lead us behind their position. Following Hack's directions, they managed to flank the Imperial soldiers. The skirmish was over in moments, leaving Hack breathless and shaken. This was nothing like the races he was used to, but he couldn't deny the rush of adrenaline coursing through him. They pressed on, encountering sporadic resistance. Hack found himself growing more confident with each passing minute, his racing instincts translating surprisingly well to ground combat. He could anticipate enemy movements, find the safest paths through the chaos, just as he had navigated treacherous racecourses. Finally, they reached Team Sigma's position. The shock troops were pinned down in a large warehouse, surrounded by Imperial forces. We need a distraction, Jeb muttered, assessing the situation. Hack's eyes lit up as he spotted a cluster of fuel cells nearby. Captain, if we could detonate those fuel cells, it might give us the opening we need. Jeb grinned. Good thinking, Hacked. Killian, you heard the man. Light 'em up. The resulting explosion was more spectacular than Hacked had anticipated. In the ensuing confusion, they charged forward, breaking through the Imperial lines and reaching Team Sigma. "Cavalry's here," Jeb announced as they linked up with the beleaguered shock troops. With the Broken Promise crew's arrival, the tide of battle quickly turned. The remaining Imperial forces, inexperienced and now outflanked, began to retreat in disarray. As the last of the enemy fell back, Hacked allowed himself a moment of pride. They had done it. They had successfully rescued Team Sigma and turned a potential disaster into a victory. But as he looked around at the destruction surrounding them, Hacked knew that this was just the beginning. The real war was only just starting, and there would be many more battles to come. For now, though, they had a mission to complete and a planet to neutralize. The crew of the Broken Promise had proven themselves on the ground just as they had in space. Whatever challenges lay ahead, Hacked knew they would face them together as the formidable team they had become. 3 days after their daring rescue of Team Sigma, Hacked found himself back in the familiar surroundings of the Julius 9 military headquarters. The raid on Green 4 had been a resounding success, with the planet's defenses neutralized and its strategic resources either captured or destroyed. As Hacked settled into his seat in the briefing room, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. The Broken Promise crew had played a pivotal role in the operation, proving their worth not just as pilots and navigators, but as ground combatants as well. Grand Admiral Decker strode to the front of the room, his face a mix of satisfaction and determination. "Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations on a successful first strike against the Empire. Operation First Rock has exceeded our expectations." The holographic display flickered to life, showing a map of their progress. Green 4 glowed a triumphant blue amidst a sea of red Imperial-controlled systems. "Thanks to your efforts," Decker continued, "we've disrupted a key Imperial supply line and demonstrated the effectiveness of our new strategy. The Empire is reeling, unsure where we'll strike next." Jeb leaned forward, his voice carrying across the room. "What is our next move, sir? We've got them on the back foot. We should press our advantage." Decker nodded, a hint of a smile on his face. "Indeed we shall, Captain Sheets. Our next target is already selected." The hologram zoomed in on another planet, this one larger and more heavily defended than Green 4. Centauri Prime. A major Imperial shipyard and strategic command center. Hacked felt a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Centauri Prime was notorious, even among racing circles. Its orbital defenses were said to be impenetrable. As if reading his thoughts, Decker addressed the concern. "This will not be another hit-and-run operation. Centauri Prime represents our first major objective in our island-hopping campaign. Taking it will require a prolonged engagement and all of our combined skills." The room buzzed with murmurs as the implications sank in. This would be their biggest test yet. "Over the next week," Decker continued, "you'll undergo intensive training for this operation. We'll be combining our racing crews with regular military units. Your experience in unconventional tactics will be crucial to our success." As the briefing concluded and they filed out of the room, Hacked found himself walking alongside Jeb and Killian. "What do you think?" Captain Hacked asked, his whiskers twitching nervously. Jeb's face was thoughtful. "I think we're in for the fight of our lives, Hacked. But I also think we're ready for it. What we did on Green 4, the way we adapted and overcame, that's what's going to win this war." Killian grunted in agreement. "Aye. The Empire's got no idea what's coming for them. A bunch of ragtag racers turned into the sharpest fighting force this galaxy's ever seen." As they stepped out into the bustling streets of Julius 9's capital, Hacked looked up at the sky. Somewhere out there, Centauri Prime awaited, along with the next chapter in their incredible journey. They had come so far from those first desperate races. Now, they were at the forefront of a war that could reshape the galaxy. And Hacked knew, with absolute certainty, that whatever challenges lay ahead, the crew of the Broken Promise would face them together. The race to liberate the galaxy had only just begun, and they were determined to cross that finish line. The hangar bay of Julius 9's orbital station buzzed with activity as crews made final preparations for the assault on Centauri Prime. Hack's paws flew over the Broken Promise's navigation console, running last-minute system checks. Despite the confidence he'd gained over their recent missions, he couldn't shake a feeling of unease about this operation. Killian's gruff voice cut through the pre-flight chatter. "I still say this is a mistake. Centauri Prime? We might as well be knocking on the Empire's front door." Jeb looked up from his own preparations, his face set in determination. "We've been over this, Killian. Centauri Prime is a key strategic target. Taking it will cripple the Empire's shipbuilding capabilities and give us a foothold in their core systems." "Aye, and it'll get a lot of good people killed in the process," Killian muttered, checking his weapons systems with more force than necessary. "We should be hitting softer targets, wearing them down before we go for the jugular." Hack's whiskers twitched nervously as he listened to the exchange. Part of him agreed with Killian. Centauri Prime's defenses were legendary, but he also understood the strategic importance of the target. "All ships, report to final briefing." Grand Admiral Decker's voice came over the comms, cutting short any further debate. As they gathered in the briefing room, Hack couldn't help but notice the tension on the faces of the other racing crews. They'd all heard the stories about Centauri Prime. Decker's hologram flickered to life at the center of the room. "This will be our most challenging operation to date," he began without preamble. "Centauri Prime is heavily defended, but it's also vital to the Empire's war machine. Taking it will change the course of this conflict." The Admiral detailed their approach, emphasizing the crucial role the racing ships would play in deploying shock troops and conducting precision bombing runs. "Your speed and maneuverability will be key to piercing their defenses," Decker explained. "But make no mistake, this will be unlike anything you've faced before. The skies over Centauri Prime will be a maelstrom of flak, fighters, and orbital defenses." As the briefing concluded, Hack felt a mix of determination and apprehension settling in his gut. This wasn't just another race or a hit-and-run raid. This was a full-scale invasion of one of the Empire's most fortified worlds. Back aboard the Broken Promise, Jeb gathered his crew for a final word. "I know you're all nervous. Hell, I am too. But remember, we've beaten impossible odds before. We're not just racers anymore. We're the tip of the spear in this war, and it's time to show the Empire what we're really made of." As the fleet prepared to jump, Hack's paws hovered over the navigation controls. Whatever lay ahead, he knew one thing for certain: the crew of the Broken Promise would face it together. The stars outside the view screen blurred as they made the jump to Centauri Prime and to the greatest challenge of their lives. The Broken Promise dropped out of FTL on the outskirts of the Centauri system, immediately greeted by a dazzling array of weapon fire lighting up the void of space. Hack's paws danced across his console, feeding real-time navigational data to Jeb as they plunged into the fray. "Multiple contacts," Killian barked, his hands flying over the weapons systems. "Orbital defense platforms at 2 o'clock and 10 o'clock. Imperial fighters incoming." Jeb's voice was steady as he called out orders. "Evasive maneuvers, pattern Delta. Hacked, find us a path through this mess. We need to get our first wave of troops on the ground." Hack's eyes darted between his displays, calculating trajectories and safe corridors through the storm of flak and energy weapons. His racing instincts, honed by years of navigating deadly courses, now served a higher purpose. "Course plotted," Captain Hacked squeaked, his fur standing on end as a barrage of flak exploded dangerously close to their hull. "Sending coordinates now." The Broken Promise dove and weaved through the chaotic battlefield, its advanced engines and Jeb's expert piloting keeping them one step ahead of the Imperial defenses. Hack marveled at how their racing skills translated so perfectly to this theater of war. As they broke through the first layer of orbital defenses, the planet's surface came into view. Hack gasped at the sight of massive fortifications and anti-aircraft batteries dotting the landscape. "First drop zone approaching," Hack announced, his voice tight with concentration. "Heavy resistance expected." Jeb's hands tightened on the controls. "Killian, clear us a path. Shock troops, prepare for hot drop." The ship shuddered as Killian unleashed a barrage of weapons fire, temporarily suppressing the ground defenses around their target landing zone. Moments later, they touched down amidst a storm of return fire. "Go, go, go," Jeb shouted as the cargo bay doors opened, disgorging their complement of Julius 9 shock troops. No sooner had the last trooper departed than Hack was already plotting their exit vector. Extraction point locked in, Captain. Multiple hostiles converging on our position. The broken Promise lifted off in a hail of weapons fire, its shields flaring as they absorbed the brunt of the assault. As they climbed back into the relative safety of low orbit, Hack allowed himself a moment of relief. First drop successful, he reported, his whiskers still quivering from the adrenaline rush. Good work, Jeb nodded, his eyes already scanning for their next objective. But we're just getting started. Plot a course for Pickup Zone Alpha. We've got more troops to deploy and a lot more fight ahead of us. As Hack input the coordinates for their next run, he couldn't help but feel a mix of exhilaration and fear. They had made it through their first strike, but the battle for Centauri Prime was far from over. The skies above the planet were a chaos of explosions, energy weapons, and dueling spacecraft. And somewhere in that maelstrom, the crew of the Broken Promise would have to find a way to turn the tide of this crucial battle. As the Broken Promise completed its third troop deployment, a priority transmission came through from Fleet Command. Hack's ears perked up as he patched it through to the bridge. "Attention all racing crews," Admiral Decker's voice crackled over the comm. "We're initiating Operation Thunderstrike. Your ships are being reassigned to precision bombing runs. Prepare for new mission parameters." Jeb's eyebrows shot up. "Bombing runs? We're not exactly equipped for that, Admiral." "That's precisely why you're perfect for this," Captain Decker replied. "Your speed and maneuverability make you ideal for low-altitude strikes against hardened targets. We're uploading the mission data now." Hack's console lit up with new information. His eyes widened as he took in the details. "Captain, they want us to hit a series of shield generators protecting the main Imperial Command Center. We'll have to fly through the city's defense grid." Killian let out a low whistle. "Well, if they wanted to make this interesting, they've succeeded." Jeb's face was grim but determined. "All right, people, this is what we've trained for. Hacked, plot us the best approach vector you can find. Killian, reconfigure our weapons for bombing payloads. Let's show them what racers can really do." As they dove back into Centauri Prime's atmosphere, Hacked felt his heart racing. This was far beyond anything they'd attempted before. The city's skyline loomed ahead, a forest of towering structures bristling with defense turrets. "First target acquired," Hacked squeaked, his paws flying over his console. "Sending coordinates now. We'll need to thread the needle between those two towers at Sector 7. The Broken Promise screamed between the buildings, anti-aircraft fire lighting up the sky around them. Jeb's piloting was masterful, weaving through the barrage with the precision of a racer on the final stretch. "Steady. Steady," Killian muttered, his finger hovering over the trigger. "Now." A series of precision bombs dropped from the Broken Promise, finding their mark with devastating accuracy. The shield generator exploded in a brilliant flash, momentarily illuminating the chaos around them. "Direct hit," Hacked exclaimed, unable to keep the excitement from his voice. 1 down, 3 to go. But their success had drawn attention. Imperial fighters swarmed towards them, filling the air with energy bolts. "Evasive action," Jeb shouted, sending the ship into a series of gut-wrenching maneuvers. Hacked clung to his station, his mind racing to calculate their next move. "Captain, if we dive through that construction zone, we might lose them." The Broken Promise plunged downward, weaving through half-finished buildings and construction equipment. Hack's heart was in his throat as they narrowly avoided collision after collision. As they emerged from the construction zone, their next target came into view. "Second shield generator dead ahead," Hack reported. Once again, Killian's aim was true. The generator went up in flames, further weakening the Imperial Command Center's defenses. As they banked hard for their next run, Jeb's voice was filled with fierce pride. "Great work, everyone. 2 down, 2 to go. Let's finish this." Hack felt a surge of determination as he calculated their approach to the third target. They were racing against time, against the Empire's defenses, and against their own limits. But with each successful strike, they were proving that the spirit of racing could be turned into a formidable weapon of war. As the Broken Promise screamed towards its third target, Hacked could feel the mounting pressure. The Imperial defenses were adapting, becoming more aggressive and coordinated with each passing minute. Incoming, Killian's gruff voice cut through the tension. We've got a whole squadron of Wasp-class interceptors on our 6. Jeb's hands danced across the controls, sending the ship into a series of evasive maneuvers that would have been impossible in their old racing vessel. Hacked, find us a way through. We need to lose these interceptors before we approach the next shield generator. Hack's eyes darted across his displays, his mind racing. There's a series of canyons to our starboard side, Captain. If we can make it through, their larger ships won't be able to follow. Without hesitation, Jeb banked hard, diving into the narrow canyons. The pursuing Wasp interceptors followed, filling the air with energy bolts. Hacked's heart pounded as they wove through the twisting ravines, jagged rock faces blurring past on either side. "This is insane," Killian shouted, firing back at their pursuers whenever he got a clear shot. "We're going to be paced on these canyon walls." But Jeb's piloting was flawless, his years of racing experience shining through as he navigated the treacherous terrain. One by one, the pursuing interceptors fell behind or met fiery ends against the canyon walls. As they emerged from the canyons, their third target came into view. Shield generator spotted. Hacked called out. But they've increased their defenses. It's going to be a hot approach. The air around them filled with flak as they made their run. Hacked could hear the ping of shrapnel against their hull, each impact making him wince. "Steady, steady," Killian muttered, lining up his shot. Now. The bombs found their mark, obliterating the third shield generator in a spectacular explosion. But as they banked away, a lucky shot from a ground-based turret caught them squarely in the port engine. Alarms blared across the bridge as the ship lurched sickeningly. "We've lost power to the port engine," Hacked squeaked, his paws flying over his console in an attempt to reroute systems. Jeb's face was a mask of concentration as he fought to keep the ship steady. Damage report. Hull integrity at 72% and falling, Killian growled. "We've got multiple breaches in the lower decks. Weapon systems are still online, but barely." Hack's whiskers drooped as he took in the dire situation. They still had one more target to hit, but their ship was falling apart around them. The pressure was mounting, and for the first time since they'd started this campaign, Hacked felt a flicker of doubt. But when he looked at Jeb, he saw nothing but steely determination in his captain's eyes. "We're not out of this fight yet," Jeb declared, his voice steady despite the chaos around them. "Plot a course for the final shield generator, Hacked. We've got a job to finish." As Hacked input the coordinates, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. They might be battered and bruised, but they were still in the race. And if there was one thing the crew of the Broken Promise knew how to do, it was how to cross the finish line against all odds. The Broken Promise limped towards its final target, trailing smoke and debris. Hack's paws flew over his console, desperately trying to reroute power and maintain their flight systems. The loss of the port engine had thrown off their balance, making every maneuver a struggle. "Final shield generator in sight," Hack reported, his voice tight with tension. "But our approach vector is compromised. We're coming in too hot." Jeb's face was a mask of concentration as he wrestled with the controls. "We've only got one shot at this. Killian, prep the last of our payload. We'll have to make this count." As they dove towards the shield generator, the Imperial defenses unleashed everything they had. The sky lit up with a storm of energy bolts and flak, turning their approach into a deadly gauntlet. "Incoming missile," Killian shouted. "Brace for impact." The ship rocked violently as the missile detonated just off their starboard bow. Alarms blared across every console, and Hacked felt his heart sink as he saw the damage readouts. "Critical hit to our main power core," Hacked squeaked, his fur standing on end. "We're losing systems across the board." Jeb's voice was strained but determined. "Stay on target. We're almost there." With the last of their maneuvering power, Jeb lined up their approach. The shield generator loomed large in their view screen, surrounded by a haze of weapons fire. "Now," Killian, Jeb ordered. Killian unleashed their final payload, the bomb streaking towards the target. For a heart-stopping moment, Hack thought they might miss. But then, the shield generator erupted in a massive fireball. the explosion momentarily drowning out the chaos around them. "Direct hit," Hacked cried out, a surge of elation cutting through his fear. "All 4 shield generators are down." But their victory was short-lived. With their main power core critically damaged, the Broken Promise was rapidly losing altitude. "We're going down," Jeb shouted. "Hacked, find us somewhere to land." "Anywhere." Hacked's paws danced across his console, his mind racing. "There's an open field behind our lines about 2 clicks south. It's our best shot." "Then that's where we're going," Jeb said grimly. "Everyone, brace for emergency landing." As the ground rushed up to meet them, Hacked closed his eyes, his paws gripping his console tightly. They had completed their mission, struck a crucial blow against the Empire. But now, as their ship plummeted towards Centauri Prime's surface, he wondered if they'd live to see the fruits of their victory. The Broken Promise, battered and burning, screamed towards the ground. The ground rushed up to meet them as Jeb fought to keep the Broken Promise level. Alarms blared throughout the ship, but Jeb's voice cut through the chaos with crystal clarity. "Brace for impact. Hacked, give me real-time terrain data. Killian, dump any remaining ordnance. We need to lighten our load." Hack's paws flew over his console, feeding Jeb a constant stream of data about the approaching field. "Uneven terrain at our 2 o'clock, Captain. But there's a relatively flat stretch directly ahead." The ship shuddered as Killian jettisoned their remaining weapons. "Ordnance away. We're as light as we're going to get." As they entered the final approach, Jeb's piloting skills shone through. Despite the damaged engine and failing systems, he managed to level out the Broken Promise, aiming for the stretch of flat land Hacked had identified. "Here we go," Jeb shouted. "Everyone hold on." The impact was jarring but far less catastrophic than Hacked had feared. The Broken Promise skidded across the field, throwing up a cloud of dirt and debris. Hacked felt his teeth rattle as they bounced and slid, but Jeb's expert touch kept them from flipping or breaking apart. After what seemed like an eternity, they finally ground to a halt. For a moment, there was only silence, broken by the hiss of cooling metal and the distant sound of battle. "Status report," Jeb called out, his voice hoarse but steady. Hacked shook himself, quickly checking his systems. "Navigation is offline, but by some miracle, our core systems are still functional. Hull integrity is holding at 43%. Killian chimed in, sounding almost impressed. "Weapons are shot, but life support is stable. Gotta hand it to you, Cap. That was one hell of a landing." Jeb allowed himself a small smile. "We're not racers for nothing. Everyone okay?" "Oh," a chorus of affirmatives rang out across the bridge. As the adrenaline began to fade, Hacked realized the true extent of what they'd accomplished. They had not only completed their mission, but had also survived a crash landing that should have been fatal. Captain Hacked said, his whiskers twitching with a mixture of relief and pride, "I'm picking up friendly signals approaching our position. Looks like Julius 9 forces have secured this area." Jeb nodded, already moving towards the exit hatch. "Good. Let's get out there and assess the damage. With any luck, we might just get the old girl flying again." As they emerged from the Broken Promise, Hacked was struck by the sight of their ship. It was battered, scorched and scarred, but largely intact. Jeb's perfect crash landing had saved not just their lives, but potentially their ship as well. The sound of approaching vehicles drew their attention. Friendly forces were on their way, and with them, the promise of repairs and a return to the battle. As Hacked looked back at the Broken Promise, he felt a surge of affection for the resilient ship. They had been through so much together, and somehow, against all odds, they were still in one piece. The rumble of approaching vehicles grew louder as Hacked and the crew stood beside their battered ship. Within minutes, a convoy of Julius 9 drop ships touched down nearby, kicking up clouds of dust. Teams of engineers and medics poured out, rushing towards the Broken Promise. Hacked watched in amazement as they swarmed over the ship, setting up portable repair stations and diagnostic equipment with practiced efficiency. A familiar face emerged from one of the dropships. It was Admiral Decker himself. He strode purposefully towards Jeb, his face a mixture of concern and admiration. Captain Sheets Decker called out as he approached. "When we lost contact with your ship, I feared the worst. But I should have known better than to underestimate you and your crew." Jeb straightened, offering a crisp salute. "Thank you, sir. We completed our mission, but it was a close call." Decker nodded, his eyes scanning the damaged broken Promise. "So I see. But you've done more than complete a mission, Captain. Your team's actions have turned the tide of this battle. With those shield generators down, our main force is breaking through as we speak." Hacked felt a surge of pride at the Admiral's words. Their sacrifices, their near-death experience, it had all been worth it. Now Decker continued, gesturing to the repair crews, "Let's see about getting your ship back in the fight. As I've said before, we need every ship and every crew if we're going to win this war." The next few hours were a blur of activity. Hacked found himself working alongside Julius 9 engineers, his intimate knowledge of the broken Promises systems proving invaluable in the repair efforts. As he worked, Hacked overheard snippets of conversation about the ongoing battle. The fall of the shield generators had indeed been a turning point. Julius 9 forces were pushing deeper into Centauri Prime's defenses, and victory seemed within reach. By the time the sun began to set, the broken Promise was starting to look more like her old self. Critical systems had been repaired or replaced, and the hull damage was well on its way to being fully patched. Admiral Decker approached once more, this time addressing the entire crew. "Your ship will be fully operational by morning. I want you all to get some rest. Tomorrow, we push for the final victory." As the repair crews continued their work through the night, Hacked found a quiet spot to sit and reflect. He looked up at the stars, barely visible through the haze of battle that still lingered in Centauri Prime's atmosphere. They had come so far from those first desperate races. Now, they were key players in a war that was reshaping the galaxy, and tomorrow they would fly again, pushing towards a victory that once seemed impossible. Hacked felt a mix of excitement and apprehension as he thought about the challenges that still lay ahead. But he also felt something else, a deep sense of belonging. Here, alongside his crewmates and the brave forces of Julius 9, he had found his true calling. As he drifted off to sleep, lulled by the sounds of repair work on the broken Promise, Hacked knew that whatever the next day might bring, they would face it together. The race for the fate of the galaxy continued, and the crew of the broken Promise was more determined than ever to cross that finish line. The broken Promise hung in low orbit over Centauri Prime, its recently repaired hull still bearing the scars of yesterday's brutal engagement. Hack's paws moved carefully over his console, running diagnostics on their patched-up systems. "How were we looking?" Jeb asked, his voice carrying a hint of concern. Hack's whiskers twitched as he analyzed the data. "All critical systems are operational, Captain, but we're not at 100%. The hull integrity is holding at 89%, and there are still some power fluctuations in the starboard engine." Killian chimed in from his station. "Weapons are online, but I wouldn't push them too hard. Those repair crews did their best, but we're still held together with spit and prayers in some places." Jeb nodded grimly. "Understood. We'll take it easy for now. No heroics today, people." A gruff voice came from behind them, Sergeant Dax, leader of the Marine squad now assigned to their ship. "With all due respect, Captain, taking it easy isn't really an option in the middle of an invasion." "Noted," Sergeant Jeb replied, "but I'd rather bring this ship and crew back in one piece. We'll do our part, but we're not pushing our luck." As they descended into Centauri Prime's atmosphere, Hack couldn't shake a feeling of unease. The sky was thick with smoke and the flashes of ongoing battles. Their mission was supposed to be simple: provide air support for ground troops advancing on a key Imperial stronghold. Multiple contacts on approach, Hack reported, his ears swiveling to catch every sound. "Looks like a squadron of Wasp interceptors, bearing 047. Jeb's hands tightened on the controls. "Evasive maneuvers. Killian, give them something to think about, but don't overdo it." The broken Promise banked hard, its movements not quite as smooth as usual. Hacked could feel the strain on the hull as Killian returned fire, forcing the interceptors to break formation. As they wove through the chaos of battle, Hacked was acutely aware of every shudder, every groan of the ship's frame. They were flying on the edge, balancing the need to fight with the need to fight with the need to preserve their battered vessel. Suddenly, a massive shape loomed through the smoke ahead of them. Hack's blood ran cold as he recognized it, an Imperial Titan-class AA gun, its massive barrel already tracking their approach. Captain Hack cried out, but his warning came a split second too late. The world seemed to slow down as the AA gun fired, its enormous round hurtling straight towards them. In that moment, Hack knew that all their caution, all their attempts to take it easy had been in vain. Time seemed to stand still as the massive round from the Titan-class AA gun hurtled towards the broken promise. Jeb's reflexes, honed by years of racing and combat, kicked in instantly. He wrenched the controls, sending the ship into a desperate evasive maneuver. But it wasn't enough. The round slammed into the broken promise with devastating force, punching through the already weakened hull like it was paper. Hack felt the ship lurch sickeningly as the projectile tore through, exiting through the cockpit in a shower of sparks and debris. Alarms blared, red emergency lights bathing the bridge in an eerie glow. Hack's paws flew over his console, trying to make sense of the damage reports flooding his screen. Hull breach. Multiple systems failing. Hack shouted over the cacophony of alarms and groaning metal. We're losing power fast. Jeb's voice cut through the chaos, steady despite the dire situation. Killian, seal off the breach sections. Sergeant Dax, get your Marines ready for emergency evac. The ship began to plummet, smoke trailing from the gaping holes in its hull. Hack watched in horror as the ground rushed up to meet them, buildings and streets growing alarmingly large in the view screen. Brace for impact, Jeb yelled, his hands a blur over the controls as he fought to keep the broken promise level. Hack closed his eyes, gripping his station tightly. He could hear the Marines in the back, their armor clanking as they secured themselves for the impending crash. The impact, when it came, was less catastrophic than Hack had feared. Jeb's masterful piloting had turned what should have been a fatal crash into a controlled descent. The broken promise skidded across what Hack realized was a park, tearing up grass and trees before finally grinding to a halt. For a moment, there was only the hiss of ruptured systems and the distant sound of battle. Then, Jeb's voice broke the silence. Status report. Is everyone all right? A chorus of groans and affirmatives followed. Miraculously, it seemed no one had been killed by the direct hit or the subsequent crash. Sergeant Dax's gruff voice came from the back. Marines are shaken but operational, Captain. But we need to move. This wreck is a beacon for every imp in the area. Hack looked at his console, most of its displays now dark or flickering. Captain, I'm picking up Imperial chatter. They've pinpointed our location and are converging on our position. Jeb nodded grimly, unstrapping himself from the pilot's seat. All right, people, grab whatever weapons and supplies you can carry. We're abandoning ship. As Hack gathered his gear, checking the charge on his blaster and ensuring his armor was secure, he cast a last, longing look at the bridge of the broken promise. This ship had been their home, their lifeline, through so many harrowing adventures. The crew of the broken promise and their Marine escort emerged from the smoking wreckage, weapons at the ready. Hack's sensitive ears twitched, picking up the distant sound of Imperial vehicles approaching. We need to move, now, Jeb ordered, his voice low but commanding. Sergeant Dax, take point. Hack, use that keen hearing of yours to watch our six. They moved swiftly across the park, the lush grass a stark contrast to the chaos of battle surrounding them. Hack's paws gripped his blaster tightly, his racing reflexes now focused on survival rather than speed. There, Killian growled, pointing to a large building at the edge of the park. Looks like some kind of civic center. Might offer some cover and a defensible position. Jeb nodded. Good eye. Let's move. As they sprinted towards the building, the whine of Imperial speeder bikes filled the air. Hack's fur stood on end as he called out, incoming, 3 o'clock. The Marines reacted instantly, dropping to defensive positions and opening fire. Hack marveled at their coordination and precision. These weren't the inexperienced troops they'd faced before. "Keep moving," Sergeant Dax shouted, providing covering fire as the rest of the group made for the building's entrance. Dax's heart pounded as energy bolts sizzled past him. He'd been in dangerous situations before, but being on the ground exposed was a whole new level of terror. They reached the building's entrance, Killian quickly bypassing the lock. As they piled inside, Jeb and Dax took up positions by the windows, returning fire at the advancing Imperials. "We've got more company," Hack reported, his ears swiveling to catch the new sounds. "Sounds like a full squad, approaching from the north." Jeb's face was grim as he assessed their situation. "We're outnumbered and outgunned. We need to find a way to even the odds." Sergeant Dax grinned, a fierce light in his eyes. "Leave that to us, Captain. Marines, prepare for close quarters combat. Let's show these imps what we're made of." The next few minutes were a blur of intense fighting. The Imperials breached the building, but the narrow corridors played to the defenders' advantage. Hack found himself in the thick of it, his small size and quick reflexes allowing him to dart between cover, taking shots that caught the enemy by surprise. Killian was a force of nature, his years of combat experience evident in every move he made. Jeb coordinated their defense masterfully, calling out enemy positions and orchestrating their counterattacks. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, the last of the Imperial soldiers fell back, retreating to regroup. "That won't hold them for long," Dax said, checking his weapon. "We need to find a more secure position and try to contact our forces for extraction." As Jeb began to formulate a plan, Hack's sensitive ears picked up something that made his blood run cold. He gestured for silence, straining to hear the conversation of the retreating Imperials. What he heard next would change everything, turning their desperate fight for survival into something far more dangerous. Hack's whiskers twitched nervously as he relayed what he'd overheard to the group. "Captain, the Imperials. They know who we are. They're reporting our location and specifically mentioning that we're X-racers." Jeb's face hardened. "Did they mention the broken promise by name?" Hack nodded grimly. "Yes, sir. They seemed particularly excited about that." Killian cursed under his breath. "Well, that's just perfect. We've gone from being random enemies to high-value targets." Sergeant Dax looked confused. "I don't understand. Why does it matter that you're X-racers?" Jeb's eyes were dark as he explained. "The Empire has put a special bounty on X-racers. We're symbols of resistance, living proof that their system can be beaten. And the crew of the Broken Promise, we're at the top of their most wanted list." The implications sank in, a heavy silence falling over the group. They weren't just fighting for survival anymore, they were now the prime targets of every Imperial force on Centauri Prime. "We need to move," Jeb decided, his voice filled with urgency. "If they've identified us, they'll be throwing everything they have at this location." As if to emphasize his point, the distant rumble of heavy vehicles could be heard approaching. Sergeant Jeb turned to Dax. "Can you get through to our forces? We need extraction, and we need it now." Dax fiddled with his comm unit, his face growing more frustrated by the second. "Negative, Captain. The imps are jamming all frequencies. I can't get a clear signal out." Dax's ears drooped as he realized the gravity of their situation. They were cut off, outnumbered, and now marked for special attention by the enemy. "All right, listen up," Jeb gathered the group close. "We're in a tough spot, but we've been through worse. We need to stay mobile, avoid detection, and find a way to break through that jamming. Hacked, I need you to keep those ears of yours open for any Imperial chatter that might help us. Killian, you and the Marines will handle our defense. I'll work on finding us a path out of here." As they prepared to move out, checking weapons and distributing what little supplies they had, Hack couldn't help but feel a mix of fear and determination. They were in the fight of their lives, hunted by an enemy that knew exactly who they were and what they represented. But as he looked around at his crewmates and their Marine allies, he saw the same fierce resolve in their eyes. They had defied the odds before, turning a death sentence into a chance at freedom. Now, deep behind enemy lines and marked for death, they would have to do it again. The group moved silently through the war-torn streets of Centauri Prime, ducking from cover to cover. Hack's ears swiveled constantly, alert for any sign of approaching danger. They had managed to slip away from the Civic Center just as Imperial forces began to converge on it, but they knew it was only a matter of time before they were spotted again. As they paused in the shadow of a bombed-out building, Sergeant Dax fiddled with his comm unit once more. His face lit up momentarily as he managed to catch a weak signal. "This is Sergeant Dax of the 5th Marine Division, requesting immediate extraction for high-value Allied personnel," he whispered urgently into the comm. The response, when it came, was broken and filled with static, but the message was clear enough to send a chill down Hack's spine. Negative on extraction. Heavy enemy presence. 1 week minimum before. Push through. Dax's face fell as he relayed the message to the group. "Command says they can't get to us. The Imperial defenses are too strong. It'll be at least a week before they can push through to our position." A heavy silence fell over the group as the reality of their situation sank in. They were on their own, deep in enemy territory, with a massive bounty on their heads. Jeb's jaw clenched, but his voice remained steady as he addressed the team. "All right, people, we knew this wasn't going to be easy. We've got a week to survive in hostile territory. Any ideas?" Killian was the first to speak up. "We need to find a secure location, somewhere we can defend if necessary but also stay hidden, preferably with access to supplies." One of the Marines, a young woman named Torres, chimed in. "There's an old industrial district about 2 clicks east of here. Lots of abandoned factories and warehouses. Might be a good place to lay low." Hack nodded in agreement. "Those kinds of places usually have emergency supplies too. Might help us stretch our rations." Jeb considered for a moment, then nodded. "Good thinking. We'll head for the industrial district. But we need to be careful. The Imperials will be expecting us to go to ground. They'll be searching every nook and cranny." As they prepared to move out, Hack couldn't help but feel a mix of dread and determination. A week was a long time to survive in enemy territory, especially with the entire Imperial force hunting for them. But as he looked at his crewmates and their Marine allies, he saw the same fierce resolve in their eyes. They had overcome impossible odds before, and they would do it again. "Remember," Jeb said as they set off towards the industrial district, "we're not just fighting for our own survival now. We're a symbol of resistance. Every day we evade capture is another blow to the Empire's morale. Let's show them what the crew of the Broken Promise is really made of." With those words ringing in their ears, the group melted into the shadows of Centauri Prime's war-torn streets. The longest week of their lives had begun, and the race for survival was on. 3 days had passed since their crash landing, and the crew of the Broken Promise, along with their Marine escorts, had settled into a grim routine of survival in the abandoned industrial district. Their current hideout was a derelict factory, its cavernous interior providing both shelter and a maze-like defense against potential intruders. Hack crouched by a broken window, his sensitive ears twitching at every sound. The streets below were eerily quiet, but he knew better than to let his guard down. Imperial patrols had been growing more frequent and aggressive with each passing day. Jeb's voice was low as he approached, his armor scuffed and dirty from days of constant vigilance. Hack shook his head. "Nothing yet, Captain, but they're out there. I can feel it." As if on cue, the distant rumble of vehicles reached their ears. Jeb's hand went to his weapon, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the horizon. "Multiple contacts," Hack reported, his whiskers quivering. "Sounds like a full platoon with mechanized support. They're doing a sweep of the area." Jeb nodded grimly. "All right, let's hope our precautions hold. Killian, Dax, get everyone to battle stations. Quiet and careful." The next hour was a tense game of cat and mouse. The Imperial forces methodically searched building after building, drawing ever closer to their hideout. Hack's heart pounded as he listened to the soldiers' movements, relaying their positions to Jeb in hushed whispers. Just when it seemed they might avoid detection, disaster struck. A young Marine, repositioning for a better vantage point, knocked over a pile of debris. The clatter echoed through the empty factory. Contact, an Imperial voice shouted from outside. Building D7, multiple signatures. What followed was a chaotic firefight. The crew of the Broken Promise and their Marine allies used their knowledge of the factory's layout to their advantage, setting up crossfires and ambush points. Hacked found himself in the thick of it, his small size allowing him to move between positions undetected, calling out enemy movements. Killian was a force of nature, his expert marksmanship dropping Imperial soldiers with terrifying efficiency. Jeb coordinated their defense masterfully, anticipating the enemy's moves and countering them before they could gain any ground. But the Imperials had numbers on their side, and they were pressing their advantage hard. As the battle wore on, Hacked could see their defenses beginning to crumble. "We can't hold them much longer," Sergeant Dax shouted over the din of battle. "We need an exit strategy." Jeb's mind raced, considering and discarding options in split seconds. Then, his eyes lit up with a dangerous glint that Hacked recognized from their most daring races. "Hacked," he called out. "Remember that maintenance tunnel we found yesterday? The one that leads to the sewers?" Hacked nodded, suddenly understanding Jeb's plan. It was risky, but it was their only shot. "All right, people," Jeb's voice carried over the chaos. "Fall back to Point Charlie. We're taking the express route out of here." As they began their fighting retreat towards the hidden tunnel, Hacked couldn't help but marvel at how their racing experience translated to urban warfare. The quick thinking, the split-second decisions, the ability to find paths where none seemed to exist, it was all coming into play now, with their lives on the line. They might be outnumbered and outgunned, but the crew of the Broken Promise was far from beaten. As they disappeared into the depths of Centauri Prime's undercity, leaving frustrated Imperial forces in their wake, Hacked allowed himself a small smile. 5 days into their ordeal, the crew of the Broken Promise and their Marine allies had become a well-oiled machine of survival and resistance. Their latest hideout was an abandoned subway station deep beneath Centauri Prime's surface, a maze of tunnels and maintenance rooms that provided both shelter and escape routes. Hacked sat cross-legged on the floor, his nimble paws working to modify a handful of comm units they'd scavenged from disabled Imperial patrols. His racing experience with fine-tuning delicate machinery was proving invaluable in their current situation. "How's it coming?" Furball Killian asked, checking the charge on his makeshift energy cell. The weapons officer had rigged up an impressive array of jury-rigged weapons and traps using salvaged parts and his encyclopedic knowledge of weaponry. "Almost there," Hacked replied, his whiskers twitching in concentration. "If this works, we should be able to listen in on Imperial communications without them detecting us." Jeb approached, looking over their handiwork with approval. "Good work, both of you. We may be outgunned, but we're certainly not outthought." Their conversation was interrupted by Sergeant Dax returning from a scouting mission with 2 of his Marines. "Captain, we've got a situation topside. The Imperials are setting up a major command post in the central plaza. Looks like they're consolidating their forces for a final sweep of the area." Jeb's face hardened as he considered this new information. They're getting desperate. They know we're still out here, and it's making them look bad. "So what's the play?" Cap Killian asked, a glint of excitement in his eyes. "We going to sit tight and wait them out?" Jeb shook his head, a familiar smile playing at the corners of his mouth, the same smile Hacked had seen before their most daring racing maneuvers. "No, we're going to hit them where it hurts. If they want to consolidate, we'll make them regret it." As Jeb outlined his plan, Hacked felt a mixture of fear and exhilaration. It was audacious, borderline insane, and exactly the kind of thinking that had made them the most successful racing crew in the galaxy. The next few hours were a flurry of activity. Hacked and Killian worked to modify their scavenged equipment into makeshift explosives and signal disruptors. The Marines, under Dax's guidance, plotted approach vectors and escape routes through the city's underground network. As night fell on the surface, the team moved out. They split into 3 groups, each targeting a different part of the Imperial command post. Hacked found himself with Jeb and 2 Marines, tasked with planting disruptors on the enemy's communication array. Moving through the shadows of Centauri Prime's war-torn streets, Hacked was struck by how much this felt like one of their old races: the adrenaline, the split-second decisions, the perfect coordination between team members. Only now, the stakes were higher than ever before. Their attack, when it came, was swift and devastating. Explosions rocked the Imperial position, sowing chaos and confusion. Hack's team successfully sabotaged the comm array, leaving the enemy forces blind and disorganized. As they melted back into the night, the sounds of Imperial panic filling the air, Hack couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. They might be outnumbered and on the run, but they were far from beaten. The crew of the Broken Promise was writing a new chapter in their legend, turning their racing skills into weapons of resistance. And as they regrouped in their underground haven, planning their next move, Hack knew that the Empire had no idea what they were truly up against. Day 6 dawned. Though deep in their underground hideout, the crew of the Broken Promise could only guess at the passage of time. The air was thick with tension and the acrid smell of overworked power cells. Their supplies, carefully rationed from the beginning, were running dangerously low. Hack sat in a quiet corner, his sensitive ears constantly alert for any sign of approaching danger. He was tinkering with their last functional comm unit, trying to boost its signal strength enough to break through the Imperial jamming. "Any luck?" Jeb asked, his voice low and weary. The constant vigilance and stress of their situation was taking its toll on all of them. Hack's whiskers drooped slightly. "Not yet, Captain. But I'm not giving up." Jeb nodded, placing a reassuring hand on Hack's shoulder. "I know you won't. None of us will." As the day wore on, the team gathered for a strategy session. Their successful raid on the Imperial command post had bought them some breathing room, but they knew it was only temporary. "We've got enough supplies for maybe another day, too, if we really stretch it," Sergeant Dax reported grimly. After that, he didn't need to finish the sentence. They all knew the stakes. Killian, ever the pragmatist, spoke up. "We could try for another raid. There's an Imperial supply depot not far from here." Jeb shook his head. "Too risky. They'll be expecting something like that after our last hit. We need to lay low, conserve our strength." As they debated their options, Hack found his mind wandering to their journey so far. From condemned prisoners forced to race for others' entertainment, to freedom fighters striking blows against an empire. It seemed almost unreal. "You know," Hack said, surprising himself by speaking up, "I never thought I'd say this, but part of me almost misses the races." The others looked at him in surprise, but then Killian chuckled. "I know what you mean, furball. At least then we knew who our enemies were and where the finish line was." Jeb smiled, a rare sight in recent days. "We're still racing, in a way. Only now, we're racing against time, against the Empire, against our own limitations." His words seemed to rejuvenate the group. They spent the next few hours sharing stories of their most daring races, their narrowest escapes. Even the Marines joined in, fascinated by the tales of the infamous racing crew they'd been protecting. As night fell on the surface, Hack returned to his work on the comm unit with renewed determination. Their reminiscing had reminded him of something important. No matter how dire the situation, the crew of the Broken Promise always found a way to pull through. Just as he was about to call it quits for the night, the comm unit crackled to life. Through the static, a faint voice could be heard. Julius 9 forces. Advancing on all fronts. ETA to Sector 7. 12 hours. Hack's eyes widened as he realized what he was hearing. He called out to the others, his voice filled with excitement. "Captain, I've done it. I'm picking up a transmission from our forces." As the team gathered around, hope shining in their eyes for the first time in days, Hack knew that their long wait was nearly over. The finish line was in sight, and true to form, the crew of the Broken Promise was going to cross it against all odds. The next 12 hours were a blur of tense anticipation and careful preparation. Hack's ears were practically glued to the jury-rigged comm unit, relaying every scrap of information he could glean from the intermittent transmissions breaking through the Imperial jamming. "Julius 9 forces are pushing hard," Hack reported, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "They're breaking through the Imperial line sector by sector." Jeb nodded, his face set with determination. "All right, people, this is it. We need to be ready to move the moment our window opens." The team worked tirelessly, checking weapons, distributing what little supplies remained, and memorizing the route to their designated extraction point. Sergeant Dax and his Marines drilled on urban combat maneuvers, preparing for the inevitable firefight they'd face on their way out. As the hour of their planned breakout approached, Hack felt a familiar mix of fear and exhilaration. It was the same feeling he used to get before a particularly dangerous race, only amplified 100-fold. 5 minutes, Jeb announced, his voice steady despite the tension. Remember, we move fast, we move quiet, and we stick together. Just like threading the needle in the Nax asteroid belt, right, Hack? Hack nodded, appreciating the captain's attempt to lighten the mood with a reference to one of their most challenging races. The moment they emerged from their underground haven, chaos erupted. The streets of Centauri Prime were a war zone, with Julius 9 forces pushing hard against the crumbling Imperial defenses. The air was thick with smoke and the sound of energy weapons. "Move, move, move," Jeb shouted, leading the charge towards their extraction point. They weaved through debris-strewn streets, narrowly avoiding Imperial patrols in disarray. Hack's keen hearing proved invaluable, alerting the team to danger before it could materialize. Just as they thought they might make it without a fight, a squad of Imperial troops rounded a corner, blocking their path. "Contact front," Killian roared, opening fire. The ensuing firefight was intense but brief. The crew of the Broken Promise and their Marine allies, hardened by a week of guerrilla warfare, made short work of the Imperial troops. As they approached the extraction point, the welcome sight of Julius 9 dropships descending from the smoke-filled sky greeted them. But between them and safety was a gauntlet of Imperial heavy weapons. "We're cut off," Sergeant Dax shouted over the din of battle. Jeb's eyes narrowed as he assessed the situation. Then, with a grin that Hack recognized from their most daring races, he said, "Not yet, we're not. Hacked, remember that maneuver we pulled in the Vortex run?" Hack's eyes widened as he realized what Jeb was suggesting. It was insane, borderline suicidal, but it just might work. What followed was a masterclass in the application of racing tactics to urban warfare. Using debris as cover, the team executed a series of coordinated maneuvers that left the Imperial forces confused and off balance. They created openings where none existed, used crossfire to their advantage, and ultimately broke through the enemy lines. As they sprinted the final stretch to the waiting dropships, Hack couldn't help but laugh. They had done it. Against all odds, they had survived a week behind enemy lines and were about to make their grand escape. The moment they boarded the dropship, exhausted but triumphant, Hack knew that this was a race they would never forget. As they lifted off, leaving the chaos of Centauri Prime behind, he caught sight of another ship approaching a recovery vessel, its tractor beam locked onto the battered remains of the Broken Promise. Jeb smiled, noticing Hack's gaze. "Don't worry, old friend. We'll have her flying again in no time. After all, we've got plenty more races to win." As the dropship accelerated towards the safety of the Julius 9 fleet, Hack felt a surge of pride. They had faced their greatest challenge yet and emerged victorious. The legend of the Broken Promise and her crew had grown once again, and Hack knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together, just as they always had. Hack's whiskers twitched as he stood beside Jeb in Grand Admiral Decker's office aboard the Julius 9 flagship. The acrid smell of smoke and burnt circuitry still clung to their uniforms, a reminder of their harrowing escape from Centauri Prime. Decker's face was a mix of pride and regret as he addressed them. "Captain Sheets, I can't express how valuable your team's actions were during the Centauri Prime campaign. You've become a symbol of resistance, a beacon of hope for our forces." Jeb nodded, his face stoic. "Thank you, sir. We're ready for our next assignment." Decker's expression tightened. That's why I called you here." He took a deep breath before continuing. "I'm afraid the Broken Promise will be out of action for the remainder of the Centauri Prime campaign." Hack felt his heart sink. He glanced at Jeb, seeing the captain's jaw clench. "With all due respect," Admiral Jeb began, his voice tense, "we can't sit out this fight." "Not now." Decker held up a hand. "I understand, Captain. That's why I'm prepared to offer you another ship. one of our latest models, fully equipped for. No, Jeb cut him off, his voice firm but respectful. Admiral, you know as well as I do that we can't go into battle with a ship we've never flown before. The Broken Promise isn't just a vessel, she's an extension of our team. Hack nodded in agreement. Their countless races and battles had forged a bond between crew and ship that couldn't be replicated overnight. Decker sighed, rubbing his temples. I feared you'd say that. But I understand. He looked up, his eyes meeting Jeb's. Very well. We're sending you and your crew back to Julius 9. You'll oversee the Broken Promise's repairs in the main shipyards there. Jeb opened his mouth to protest, but Decker continued. This isn't optional, Captain. You and your crew have been through hell. You need time to recover, and your ship needs proper repairs. Consider it a mandatory leave. Hack could see the conflict in Jeb's eyes. The need to keep fighting warred with the logic of Decker's orders. Finally, Jeb nodded. Understood, sir. How long? At least a week, possibly more, Decker replied. We'll recall you when the Broken Promise is space-worthy and you're needed back on the front. As they left the office, Hack could feel the tension radiating from Jeb. Captain, he squeaked, maybe this isn't such a bad thing. We could use the time to. Jeb cut him off with a raised hand, but his expression softened as he looked at his navigator. I know, Hack. You're right. It's just hard to step back when there's still so much fighting to be done. Hack nodded in understanding. As they made their way to inform the rest of the crew, he couldn't shake the feeling that this forced vacation might be more eventful than any of them anticipated. After all, trouble had a way of finding the crew of the Broken Promise, whether they were looking for it or not. The first few days on Julius 9 felt surreal to Hack. After weeks of constant danger and adrenaline, the peace and quiet of the planet seemed almost unnatural. The crew of the Broken Promise found themselves at loose ends, their battle-honed instincts struggling to adapt to civilian life. Hack spent most of his time at the shipyards, overseeing the repairs to their beloved vessel. The damage was extensive, but the skilled engineers of Julius 9 worked tirelessly, slowly bringing the Broken Promise back to life. On the fourth day of their enforced leave, Jeb called the crew together at Killian and Poppy's tavern. As Hack entered, he was struck by how different everyone looked in civilian clothes, without the constant weight of weapons and armor. The warm, inviting atmosphere of the tavern was a stark contrast to the military briefing rooms they were used to. Killian stood behind the bar, Poppy at his side, both beaming with pride at hosting their crewmates in their new establishment. All right, folks, Jeb began, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I've got some news to share. Killian raised an eyebrow. Good news or bad news, Cap? Because if it's bad news, I've got plenty of drinks on the house. Jeb's smile widened. Good news, old friend. The best kind. He paused for effect, then announced, Alara's pregnant. I'm going to be a father again. The tavern erupted in cheers and congratulations. Hack felt a wave of joy wash over him. After all the darkness they'd faced, this spark of new life felt like a beacon of hope. To the newest member of the Broken Promise family, Killian roared, raising a glass of his finest brew. Poppy quickly helped distribute drinks to everyone as the crew echoed the toast, their spirits higher than they'd been in weeks. As the celebration continued, Hack found himself deep in conversation with some of the younger crew members, sharing stories of their racing days and recent battles. It struck him how much they'd all grown, how their experiences had forged them into something more than just a racing crew or a military unit. They were a family, bound by shared trials and triumphs. Later that evening, as the party wound down, Hack approached Jeb. Congratulations again, Captain, he squeaked, his whiskers twitching with emotion. I can't think of anyone who deserves this happiness more. Jeb clasped Hack's shoulder, his eyes shining. Thank you, Hack. You know, when I first got sentenced to the races, I thought my life was over. I never imagined I'd be here, with another child on the way, fighting for something bigger than myself. He looked around at the crew, at Killian and Poppy's proud faces behind the bar. And I couldn't ask for a better family to share it with. As Hack made his way back to his temporary quarters that night, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. They weren't just fighting against the Empire anymore, they were fighting for a future. A future where children like Jebs could grow up free from tyranny, where people like Killian and Poppy could build lives and businesses of their own. But as he drifted off to sleep, a small part of him couldn't help but wonder when their next adventure would begin. After all, the crew of the Broken Promise had never been very good at staying out of trouble for long. A week into their forced vacation, Hack found himself restless. The shipyard engineers had politely but firmly shooed him away from the Broken Promise, insisting they needed space to work without his constant supervision. Seeking something to occupy his mind, Hack had volunteered to help with some routine system checks at Julius 9's orbital defense station. It was during one of these checks that Hack's life as a racer turned soldier took another unexpected turn. His paws flew over the console, running diagnostics on the station's long-range sensors. At first, the anomaly was so subtle he almost missed it, a slight fluctuation in the data stream, a pattern that didn't quite fit. Hack's whiskers twitched as he focused on the irregularity. Years of racing had honed his instincts for spotting the slightest deviation, the smallest opening that could be exploited. This felt wrong. He dug deeper, tracing the anomaly back to its source. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he realized what he was seeing. "By the cosmic void," Hack muttered. "It's a hack attempt." Without hesitation, Hack's paws became a blur over the console. He drew on every trick he'd learned as a racer, every bit of technical knowledge he'd absorbed during their battles. The hacker was good, very good, but Hack had an advantage. He thought like a racer, unpredictable and adaptive. For several tense minutes, Hack engaged in a digital duel with the unseen attacker. He set up false trails, created decoys, and used unorthodox methods to counter the hack attempt. Finally, with a triumphant squeak, Hack managed to not only repel the attack, but also trace it to its origin. Alarms blared across the station as Hack's actions triggered security protocols. Within moments, he found himself surrounded by Julius 9 security personnel, demanding explanations. It took hours of debriefing for Hack to explain what had happened. By the time he finished, he was exhausted but oddly exhilarated. The security chief, a grizzled veteran named Commander Voss, looked at Hack with a mix of suspicion and admiration. "You're telling me," Voss said slowly, "that you, a former racing navigator, managed to spot and repel a sophisticated hack attempt that our own security systems missed?" Hack nodded, his ears twitching nervously. "Yes, sir. Racing. It teaches you to see patterns, to react quickly to the unexpected." Voss was quiet for a long moment, then broke into a grin. "Well, I'll be damned. Looks like we owe you a debt of gratitude, little one. You may have just saved a lot of lives today." As word of Hack's actions spread, he found himself hailed as a hero. But amidst the congratulations and the flurry of activity his discovery had sparked, Hack couldn't shake a feeling of unease. Who was behind the hack attempt? And more importantly, what were they after? As he made his way back to his quarters that night, Hack knew one thing for certain: their vacation had just become a lot more complicated. In the days following his discovery of the hack attempt, Hack found himself unable to let go of the mystery. While Julius 9's cybersecurity teams worked tirelessly to shore up their defenses, Hack spent every spare moment digging deeper into the data he'd gathered during the attack. It was during one of these late-night investigation sessions that Hack stumbled upon something that made his blood run cold. Buried in the complex code of the hack attempt was a signature, a digital fingerprint that seemed oddly familiar. Hack's paws flew over his console as he cross-referenced the signature with every database he could access. Finally, after hours of searching, he found a match. His eyes widened as he read the source: Fresna. Without hesitation, Hack combed the intelligence officer he'd been working with, Lieutenant Soria. Despite the late hour, she arrived at his workspace within minutes, her face etched with concern. "This better be good," Hack Soria said, stifling a yawn. "What have you found?" Hack quickly explained his discovery, showing her the matching signatures. As he spoke, he noticed Soria's expression change from sleepy irritation to alert concern. "Fresna," she whispered, her face paling. "Are you absolutely sure?" Hack nodded, his whiskers twitching nervously. "Yes, the signature is unmistakable. Why?" What's so special about Fresna? Soria took a deep breath, glancing around to ensure they were alone. Fresna is, well, it's not common knowledge, but it's home to one of the Empire's most ambitious superweapon projects. A supersized railgun capable of launching projectiles across vast distances of space. Hacked felt his fur stand on end as the implications sank in. A railgun. But why would they need something like that when they have energy weapons? Because Hacked, Soria explained, her voice grim, this isn't just any railgun. The kinetic energy this weapon could deliver. It's devastating. Our estimates suggest it could wipe out life on a quarter of a planet the size of Julius 9 at minimum. Hack's paws trembled as he processed this information. And you think this hack attempt means the weapon is ready? Soria nodded solemnly. It's the most likely explanation. They're probably trying to gather intel on our defenses, looking for vulnerabilities. For a moment, Hacked sat in stunned silence. Then, his racing instincts kicked in. In a race, hesitation meant defeat. Action, no matter how risky, was always preferable to inaction. We need to tell the captain, Hacked said, his voice filled with determination. If this weapon is real, if it's operational, we need to do something about it. Soria looked at him, a mix of admiration and concern in her eyes. Hacked, this is way beyond our pay grade. We need to report this up the chain of command, let the higher-ups decide how to handle it. But Hacked was already on his feet, heading for the door. With all due respect, Lieutenant, we don't have time for bureaucracy. If that weapon is ready to fire, every second counts. As he raced through the corridors of the station, Hack's mind was already formulating plans, strategies, possible courses of action. Once again, the fate of Julius 9, perhaps even the entire rebellion, might rest in the hands of the Broken Promise and her crew. Hack burst into Killian's tavern, where he knew Jeb and the rest of the crew often gathered during their downtime. As he'd hoped, Jeb was there, sharing a quiet drink with Killian at the bar. Captain Hacked squeaked, slightly out of breath from his sprint. We've got a situation. Jeb turned, his eyebrows raised at Hack's urgent tone. What's going on, Hacked? Quickly, Hacked relayed everything he'd discovered: the hack attempt, the Fresna connection, and the terrifying implications of the superweapon. As he spoke, he watched Jeb's expression grow increasingly grim. A weapon that could wipe out a quarter of Julius 9, Jeb muttered, his hands clenching into fists. And it's operational now. Hack nodded solemnly. That's what Lieutenant Soria believes, sir. Jeb was on his feet in an instant. We need to act. Now he turned to Killian. Get the crew together. We're going to have a chat with Fleet Command. Within the hour, Jeb was striding into the fleet's headquarters, his crew close behind him. The officers on duty looked startled by their sudden appearance, but Jeb's reputation preceded him. I need to speak with Admiral Decker immediately, Jeb demanded, his voice brooking no argument. It's a matter of planetary security. After a tense wait, they were ushered into Decker's office. The Admiral looked surprised to see them, but one look at Jeb's face told him this was serious. Captain Sheets, Decker said, I thought I ordered you to take some RR. What's this about? Jeb quickly laid out the situation, with Hack providing technical details where necessary. As they spoke, Decker's face grew increasingly pale. This is troubling news, Decker said when they finished. But Captain, even if what you're saying is true, we can't just launch an attack on Fresna based on a hunch. With all due respect, Admiral Jeb countered, leaning forward, we can't afford not to act. If that weapon is operational, every moment we delay puts Julius 9 at risk. We need to launch a strike force immediately to take it out. Decker was silent for a long moment, weighing the options. Finally, he nodded. You're right, of course, but a full-scale assault would take too long to organize. We need something faster, more covert. Jeb's eyes lit up. Sir, give me the Broken Promise and my crew. We can get in, disable the weapon, and get out before they know what hit them. Decker raised an eyebrow. The Broken Promise? Last I checked, she was still undergoing repairs. Then expedite them, Jeb insisted. My crew knows that ship better than anyone. We're the best chance you've got at pulling this off." After what felt like an eternity, Decker nodded. "All right, Captain, you've got your mission. But there's something else you should know." He pressed a button on his desk, bringing up a holographic display. "Our engineers have been working on something that might give you an edge." As the hologram flickered to life, showing a strange, bulky device, Hack leaned forward in curiosity. Whatever this new technology was, he had a feeling it was about to change everything. The race to save Julius 9 was on, and once again, the crew of the Broken Promise was at the forefront. As Decker began to explain the new device, Hack couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and trepidation. Their greatest challenge yet was about to begin. The next few hours were a whirlwind of activity. Decker's orders sent the shipyard into overdrive, with engineers working around the clock to complete the Broken Promise's repairs. Hack found himself constantly shuttling between the ship and the briefing rooms, his mind racing to keep up with the flood of new information. As the crew gathered in the main hangar, Jeb called them to attention. "All right, people, listen up. We've got a new mission, and it's a big one." He quickly outlined the situation: the Fresna superweapon, the threat to Julius 9, and their role in stopping it. As he spoke, Hack could see the determination building in his crewmates' eyes. This was what they lived for: impossible odds and the chance to make a difference. Now Jeb continued, "We've got a new piece of tech that's going to give us an edge." He gestured to a large, cylindrical device being wheeled towards the Broken Promise. "This is what the eggheads are calling a jump rig." A holographic display sprang to life, showing the device in detail. Hack leaned forward, his whiskers twitching with curiosity. "The jump rig," Jeb explained, "is an external piece of machinery with a super specialized and experimental FTL drive. It's designed to take ships further, faster. We're talking about 100 times faster than our current drive." A murmur of excitement ran through the crew. Hack's mind was already racing, calculating the possibilities this new technology opened up. "There aren't many of these rigs available," Jeb continued, "but we've been given one for this mission. It's going to allow us to reach Fresna before they know what hit them." As the briefing continued, the crew was given their individual assignments. Hack found his role expanded. Not only would he be handling navigation, but he'd also be responsible for interfacing with the jump rig systems. The next few hours were a blur of final preparations. Hack pored over the jump rig schematics, committing every detail to memory. Killian oversaw the loading of their new, enhanced weapons. The rest of the crew checked and double-checked every system, knowing that a single malfunction could spell disaster. As they prepared to board, Jeb gathered them for a final word. "I know this mission seems impossible," he said, his voice filled with conviction. "But that's nothing new for us. We've beaten the odds before, and we'll do it again. The people of Julius 9 are counting on us. Let's show them what the crew of the Broken Promise can do." With those words ringing in their ears, they boarded their ship. As Hack took his place at the navigation console, he felt a familiar mix of excitement and fear. They were about to attempt something never done before, to push the boundaries of what was possible. As the hangar doors opened and the Broken Promise lifted off, Hack knew that whatever happened next, it would be a race unlike any they'd run before. The fate of Julius 9, and perhaps the entire rebellion, rested in their hands. The Broken Promise glided smoothly through Julius 9's orbit, approaching the hulking form of the jump rig. Hack's paws danced across his console, guiding their approach with precision born from countless races and battles. "Jump rig in visual range," Captain Hack reported, his whiskers twitching with excitement and nervousness. Jeb nodded, his eyes fixed on the view screen. "Take us in nice and easy, Hack. This is delicate equipment we're dealing with." As they drew closer, Hack could appreciate the true scale of the jump rig. It dwarfed the Broken Promise, its sleek lines belying the immense power contained within. With painstaking care, Hack maneuvered their ship into the docking clamps. "Docking complete," Hack announced as the clamps engaged with a resounding thud. "Beginning system integration now." For the next few minutes, the bridge was filled with the soft beeping of computers as the Broken Promise's systems synchronized with the jump rig. Hack's paws flew over his console, monitoring every aspect of the integration. "All systems green," Captain Hack finally reported. We're ready for the jump." Jeb took a deep breath, looking around at his crew. "This is it, people. We're about to go further, faster than anyone ever has before. Hacked, plot our course to Fresno." Hacked input the coordinates, double and triple checking his calculations. The jump rig's potential was astounding, but even the slightest error could send them wildly off course. "Course plotted and locked in," Captain Hacked said, his voice steady despite the butterflies in his stomach. Jeb nodded, his hand hovering over the jump initiation control. "All hands, brace for jump. Hacked, on my mark, jump." The moment Jeb hit the control, Hacked felt a sensation unlike anything he'd experienced before. The stars on the view screen stretched into lines, then swirled into a dizzying vortex of light. The ship shuddered, straining against forces it was never designed to withstand. For what seemed like an eternity but was probably only seconds, the universe outside ceased to make sense. Hack's instruments went haywire, unable to process the impossible speeds they were traveling. Then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. The swirling vortex collapsed back into pinpricks of starlight, and there, filling their view screen, was a planet Hacked had only seen in intelligence briefings Fresno. By the cosmic void, Killian breathed, breaking the stunned silence on the bridge. "Did we just?" "We did," Jeb confirmed, a note of awe in his voice. "Hacked, status report." Hacked shook himself out of his daze, quickly checking his instruments. "All systems operational, Captain. We're in high orbit around Fresno. The jump was successful." As the reality of what they'd just accomplished sank in, Hacked couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. They had just revolutionized space travel, crossing a distance that would have taken days in mere seconds. But there was no time to celebrate. As Hack's sensors began picking up the first signs of Fresno's defensive fleet, he knew the real challenge was just beginning. Multiple contacts detected, Hacked reported, his earlier awe replaced by focused determination. "Looks like they weren't expecting company." Jeb's face hardened into the expression Hacked knew well, the look of a racer about to take on an impossible course. "Good. Let's make the most of our surprise. Killian, charge weapons. Hacked, plot us an attack vector. It's time to show the Empire what the broken promise can really do." The element of surprise worked entirely in their favor. As the broken promise streaked towards Fresno's orbital defenses, Hack's sensors showed a chaotic scramble of Imperial ships trying to respond to their sudden appearance. "They're in disarray," Captain Hacked reported, his paws flying over his console. "Their patrol patterns are broken, and their defensive grid isn't fully online yet." Jeb's eyes gleamed with the thrill of the fight. "Perfect. Killian, target their command and control satellites first. Let's keep them blind and confused." Killian grinned fiercely. With pleasure, His hands danced across the weapons console, and streaks of energy lanced out from the broken promise, striking the unsuspecting satellites with pinpoint accuracy. Hack's whiskers twitched as he monitored the battle. "Imperial fighters launching, Captain. First wave will be on us in 30 seconds. "Evasive maneuvers," Pattern Delta, Jeb ordered, his hands steady on the controls. "Hacked, find us a path through their formation. Killian, give them something to think about." What followed was a masterclass in space combat. The broken promise wove through the oncoming fighters with a grace that belied its size, Jeb's expert piloting making full use of the ship's newly enhanced systems. Killian's precision fire picked off fighter after fighter, while Hack's calculated trajectories kept them one step ahead of the Imperial forces. "Their fleet's in shambles," Captain Hack reported after several intense minutes of combat. "We've taken out most of their defensive capabilities. The way to the orbital railgun is clear." Jeb nodded, a grim smile on his face. "Good work, everyone. But don't get cocky. The real fight is just beginning." As they approached the massive orbital structure that housed the railgun, Hacked couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. The weapon was enormous, dwarfing even the largest Imperial ships they'd faced. "I'm detecting multiple weapon emplacements on the station," Hacked warned. "They're powering up." "Looks like they've finally gotten their act together," Killian growled. "This is going to get interesting." Jeb's face was a mask of concentration. "Hacked, find us a blind spot in their defenses. Killian, Target their main power conduits. We need to shut this thing down before they can bring it fully online. The broken promise dove and weaved through a storm of defensive fire. Jeb's piloting skills pushed to their limits. Hacked's mind raced, calculating trajectories and weak points faster than he ever had before. Their hack shouted, highlighting a section of the station on the tactical display. That maintenance airlock. Their sensors have a blind spot there, and it leads directly to the main control room. Good eye, Hack Jeb praised. Killian, clear us a path. We're going in. As the broken promise closed in on their target, alarms blared across Hack's console. Captain, I'm detecting a massive power surge in the railgun. I think they're preparing to fire. The tension on the bridge ratcheted up another notch. They were out of time. If that weapon fired, Julius 9 was doomed. Brace for impact, Jeb shouted as he gunned the engines, pushing the broken promise to its absolute limits. They were going to ram the airlock, their only chance to stop the weapon in time. As they hurtled towards the station, Hack closed his eyes, his paws gripping his console tightly. This was the most dangerous maneuver they'd ever attempted. But if anyone could pull it off, it was the crew of the broken promise. The impact, when it came, was jarring but controlled. Jeb's expert piloting had threaded the needle perfectly, breaching the airlock without destroying their ship. As warning klaxons blared and the ship's systems struggled to compensate for the sudden pressure change, Jeb's voice cut through the chaos. Boarding party, with me. We've got a railgun to disable. The moment they breached the airlock, chaos erupted. Alarms blared throughout the station, and the sound of approaching Imperial troops echoed through the corridors. Jeb led the charge, with Hacked, Killian, and a small team of their most combat-ready crew members close behind. Hacked, Jeb called out as they ran, which way to the control room. Hack's eyes darted between his handheld scanner and the unfamiliar corridors. Left at the next junction, Captain. Then 2 levels up. They encountered their first resistance at the junction. A squad of Imperial troops caught off guard by their sudden appearance. Killian's expert marksmanship and the crew's coordinated assault made short work of them, but Hack knew it was only the beginning. As they fought their way through the station, Hack's mind raced. His scanner was picking up massive energy readings, confirming his worst fears: the railgun was indeed powering up for a shot. They reached the elevator to the control room level, only to find it locked down. Stand back, Killian growled, planting an explosive charge on the doors. The blast echoed through the corridor, and they were through. The control room was a hive of activity when they burst in. Imperial technicians scrambled to respond to the intrusion, while officers barked orders. For a moment, everything froze as both sides registered the situation. Then all hell broke loose. Blaster fire filled the air as Jeb and the crew dove for cover. Hacked found himself behind a console, his racing reflexes allowing him to dodge shots that would have taken out a less agile being. We need to shut this thing down, Jeb shouted over the din of battle. Hacked, get to the main control terminal. Hack nodded, his eyes scanning the room for a path. With a deep breath, he darted from his cover, weaving between blaster bolts with the same skill he'd once used to navigate asteroid fields. He reached the terminal, his paws flying over the unfamiliar controls. Captain, he called out, his voice tight with urgency. I can't stop the firing sequence. It's already been initiated. Jeb cursed, taking out another Imperial soldier as he made his way to Hack's position. Can you change the target coordinates? Hack's whiskers twitched as he considered the possibility. Maybe, but I'd need to override multiple safeguards. It would take time we don't have. Do it, Jeb ordered, providing covering fire as more Imperial troops poured into the room. We need to redirect that shot away from Julius 9, no matter what. As Hack worked frantically to hack the system, the rest of the crew fought desperately to hold off the Imperial forces. The room was a cacophony of blaster fire, shouts, and the constant, ominous hum of the railgun powering up. Time seemed to stretch as Hacked pushed his hacking skills to their limit, breaking through layer after layer of Imperial encryption. Just when it seemed hopeless, the system yielded to his efforts. I'm in, Hacked shouted triumphantly. Where do I redirect it, Captain? Jeb's eyes scanned the tactical display, his mind racing. Then, a grim smile spread across his face. "I've got an idea. Hacked, set the coordinates for." As Jeb relayed his plan, Hack's eyes widened in surprise. It was audacious, potentially catastrophic, but also brilliant. Without hesitation, he input the new coordinates, overriding every failsafe in the system. "It's done," Hacked announced as the last security protocol fell. "The railgun's been retargeted." Jeb nodded, his face set with determination. "All right, people, time to go. Back to the ship now." As they fought their way back through the station, the railgun's hum reached a fever pitch. They were out of time. Whatever happened next would change the course of the war, and they needed to be far away when it did. As they sprinted back towards the broken promise, the station shuddered violently. The railgun was about to fire. Captain Hacked panted as they ran. "What exactly did you have me target?" Jeb's face was grim but determined. "Remember that briefing about the other Imperial superweapon? The one that can launch a superheated plasma cloud?" Hack's eyes widened in realization. "You didn't." "I did," Jeb confirmed. "If we can't stop this weapon, we might as well use it against them. Two birds, one very large stone." They reached the broken promise just as another violent tremor rocked the station. Jeb practically dove into the pilot's seat, his hands flying over the controls. "Hacked, get us out of here. Killian, be ready to fire on any pursuit." As Hack plotted their escape vector, he couldn't help but marvel at Jeb's audacity. Using one superweapon to destroy another was the kind of crazy, brilliant strategy that had made them the best racing crew in the galaxy. The broken promise tore away from the station just as the railgun fired. The massive projectile streaked past them, its trajectory taking it far beyond Fresna's solar system. Tracking the projectile, Hacked reported, his eyes glued to his sensors. "It's on course for the Imperial Plasma Weapon Facility. Impact in approximately 47 minutes. Jeb nodded grimly. "Good. That should buy us some time. But we're not done yet." As if on cue, Hack's sensors lit up with new contacts. "Imperial ships incoming, Captain. They finally organized a response." "Evasive maneuvers," Jeb ordered, sending the broken promise into a series of wild spins and dives that would have been impossible for a less skilled pilot. Killian's hands danced across his console, returning fire with deadly accuracy. But they were vastly outnumbered, and their earlier element of surprise was long gone. "We can't keep this up forever," Killian growled as another volley of enemy fire rocked the ship. Jeb's mind raced, considering and discarding options in split seconds. Then, his eyes lit up with that familiar, dangerous glint that Hacked knew all too well. "Hacked, can you remotely access the railgun systems from here?" Hack's whiskers twitched as he considered the possibility. "Maybe, if I can boost our signal strength. But why?" A grim smile spread across Jeb's face. "Because we're going to give the Empire one last surprise. Get me control of that railgun's maneuvering thrusters." As Hacked worked frantically to re-establish his connection to the station systems, he began to understand Jeb's plan. It was risky, potentially catastrophic, but also undeniably brilliant. "I'm in," Hacked announced triumphantly. "Railgun maneuvering thrusters are under our control." Jeb's grin was fierce as he input a series of commands. "All right, let's see how they like this." The massive orbital station began to move, its huge bulk slowly but inexorably changing course. Hacked watched in awe as Jeb guided it on a collision course with Fresna's atmosphere. Captain Hacked squeaked, "If that station hits the atmosphere at this angle, it'll break up," Jeb finished, raining debris all over their defensive installations and taking out a good chunk of their fleet in the process. As the Imperial ships scrambled to respond to this new threat, the broken promise seized its chance. They shot past the disorganized enemy fleet, making a beeline for the edge of the system. Behind them, the orbital railgun station began to glow as it hit the upper atmosphere, breaking apart in a spectacular light show that lit up half the planet. Jump rig status, Jeb called out as they cleared the last of Fresna's orbital defenses. Hacked quickly checked his readouts. Operational and ready, Captain. Then let's get the hell out of here, Jeb said, his voice filled with fierce satisfaction. Plot a course for home, Hacked. We've got one hell of a report to deliver. As the jump rig powered up, Hacked couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. They had come to Fresna outgunned and outnumbered, facing a weapon that could have destroyed their home. And they had left it in chaos, its superweapon destroyed and its defenses in shambles. The broken promise leapt into FTL, leaving behind a planet in turmoil and a legend that would be whispered across the galaxy. The Empire had learned a hard lesson today: never underestimate a team of ex-racers with nothing to lose and everything to fight for. The broken promise erupted from FTL on the outskirts of the Julius 9 system, the jump rig disengaging with a metallic groan. The bridge was eerily quiet as the crew took in the familiar sight of their home planet. "We made it," Hack breathed, his whiskers twitching with a mixture of relief and disbelief. Jeb nodded, a weary smile on his face. "That we did, old friend." Hacked, open a channel to command. They'll want to hear about this. As Hacked established the connection, the rest of the crew busied themselves with post-jump checks. The broken promise had been pushed to its limits and beyond during their mission, and the strain was evident in every creaking bulkhead and flickering console. Admiral Decker's face appeared on the main screen, his expression a mix of relief and anxiety. "Captain Sheets, report. What happened out there?" Jeb straightened in his chair, his voice steady as he recounted their mission. As he described their daring raid, the destruction of the railgun, and their narrow escape, Decker's eyes widened with each passing moment. "By the stars," Decker muttered when Jeb finished. "You and your crew have accomplished the impossible, Captain. Again." "Thank you, Sir," Jeb replied. "But we're not out of the woods yet. The Empire will retaliate, and soon. We need to be ready." Decker nodded grimly. "Agreed. Come in for debriefing immediately. We need every detail to prepare our defenses." As they approached the orbital docking station, Hack couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. They had faced impossible odds, stared down a weapon that could have annihilated their home, and emerged victorious. The moment they docked, they were swarmed by technicians, eager to examine the jump rig and the battle-scarred broken promise. As Jeb led the crew towards the debriefing room, cheers erupted from the gathered crowd. Word of their victory had spread fast. "Looks like we're heroes again," Killian grumbled, though Hacked could see the hint of a smile on the gruff weapons officer's face. Jeb shook his head. "We're not heroes, we're survivors, and we did what needed to be done." As they entered the debriefing room, Hack realized that this mission had changed everything. They had struck a major blow against the Empire, but in doing so, they had also escalated the conflict to a new level. The coming days would bring new challenges, new dangers, and undoubtedly new races to run. But as Hack looked around at his crewmates, his family, he knew that whatever lay ahead, they would face it together. The broken promise had lived up to its name once again, breaking the Empire's plans and the very limits of what was thought possible. And as they settled in to recount their adventure, Hacked couldn't help but wonder what impossible feat they would accomplish next. The war was far from over, but today they had given hope to an entire rebellion. And for a crew that had started as condemned racers, that was a victory sweeter than any finish line they had ever crossed. Hacked stood beside Jeb in the briefing room of Julius 9's military headquarters. It had been only a few days since their daring mission to Fresna, but the atmosphere of urgency hadn't diminished. If anything, it had intensified. Admiral Decker's hologram flickered to life before them, his face etched with determination. "Captain Sheets, crew of the Broken Promise, I have a new assignment for you, one that could turn the tide of this war." Jeb straightened, his eyes alert. "We're ready, sir. What's the mission?" Decker's hologram expanded, showing a series of planets between Julius 9 and Buena Terra, the Imperial capital. "We're launching a series of covert insertions on these Imperial-held worlds. Your job is to drop off elite squads of Marines. We're calling them Decker's Raiders behind enemy lines." Hacked felt a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Covert drops were dangerous under the best circumstances, and these would be deep in hostile territory. These raiders, Decker continued, will sabotage key Imperial installations, gather intelligence, and sow chaos in preparation for our main assault. Your ship's speed and your crew's expertise make you ideal for this mission. Jeb nodded, a hint of a smile on his face. Sounds like the kind of impossible odds we specialize in, Admiral. Decker's expression softened slightly. I know I can count on you and your crew, Captain. But be warned, this operation is extremely high risk. The Empire will be on high alert after your Fresno mission. As the briefing continued, Hack's mind raced with calculations. He'd need to plot courses that would avoid Imperial patrols, find drop zones that offered cover for the raiders, and ensure quick extraction routes. When they left the briefing room, Jeb gathered the crew. All right, people, we've got our work cut out for us. Hacked, I need you to start plotting approach vectors for our first target. Killian, work with the raiders to modify our cargo bay for rapid deployment. The rest of you, prep the ship. We leave in 6 hours. As Hack made his way to the navigation room, he couldn't help but feel a sense of purpose. They weren't just racing anymore, or even fighting isolated battles. They were part of something bigger, a coordinated effort to bring down an empire. The Broken Promise had started as a prison, became their salvation, and was now an instrument of revolution. The Broken Promise dropped out of FTL on the dark side of Nexus 7, their first target planet. Hack's paws danced across his console, running last-minute checks on their approach vector. Stealth systems engaged, Hack reported, his voice barely above a whisper, despite the fact that no one could hear them in space. Old habits from sneaking around during races died hard. Jeb nodded, his eyes fixed on the view screen. Take us in, nice and easy. Killian, keep an eye out for any patrol ships. The ship glided silently through Nexus 7's upper atmosphere, the hull heating up as they descended. In the cargo bay, Hack knew the squad of Decker's raiders would be performing final equipment checks, ready for their drop. Approaching the drop zone, Hack announced, his ears swiveling nervously. Imperial garrison is 50 kilometers to the east. No signs they've detected us yet. Jeb's hands were steady on the controls as he guided the ship lower. All right, let's make this quick. Open the bay doors. The moment the doors opened, the raiders were in motion. With practiced efficiency, they deployed from the ship, their jetpacks flaring briefly as they descended towards the rocky terrain below. Just as Hack was beginning to think they might pull this off without a hitch, his console lit up with warnings. Captain, Imperial patrol approaching from the north. Evasive maneuvers, Jeb ordered calmly. Hacked, find us a way out of here that won't lead them back to our drop zone. Hack's mind raced as he calculated trajectories, factoring in terrain, Imperial patrol routes, and their need for a stealthy exit. Got it. If we skim through this canyon to the west, we should be able to lose them in the magnetic interference from the mineral deposits. Jeb didn't hesitate, sending the Broken Promise into a dive that would have made Hack's stomach lurch if he weren't so used to the captain's daring maneuvers. They weaved through the narrow canyon, the ship's hull mere meters from the jagged rocks on either side. The Imperial patrol ships followed, but their larger, less maneuverable craft struggled with the tight turns. One by one, they pulled up, unable to match the Broken Promise's agility. As they emerged from the canyon and shot back up toward space, Hack allowed himself a small sigh of relief. We're clear, Captain. No signs of pursuit. Jeb nodded, a hint of a smile on his face. Nice work, everyone. Especially you, Hacked. That canyon route was inspired. As they prepared to jump to their next target, Hack couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. They had just successfully inserted a team of elite operatives onto an Imperial stronghold, right under the enemy's nose. But this was just the first of many drops they'd be making. As the stars streaked into lines around them, signaling their jump to FTL, Hack knew that the real challenge was just beginning. Over the next few days, the crew of the Broken Promise fell into a grueling rhythm. Planet after planet, they dropped squads of Decker's raiders into Imperial territory. Each mission was a high-stakes game of cat and mouse, pushing Hack's navigational skills and Jeb's piloting abilities to their limits. As they prepared for their 7th drop in as many days, Hack noticed something different in the way the Imperial forces were responding. Their movements seemed more frantic, less coordinated. Captain Hack called out as they approached their latest target, a heavily industrialized world called Forge 9. "I'm picking up unusual comm chatter from the Imperial forces. They seem disorganized." Jeb raised an eyebrow, studying the tactical display. Any idea why? Before Hack could respond, Killian's gruff voice cut in. "I think I know." He switched on the main view screen, showing an intercepted Imperial broadcast. The news anchor's face was tight with barely concealed panic as she reported, confirmed that rebel forces have taken control of Centauri Prime's orbital defenses. The planet's fall appears imminent. A stunned silence fell over the bridge. Centauri Prime had been one of the Empire's most fortified worlds. Its capture was supposed to take months, if not years. By the cosmic void, Jeb breathed. They did it. And in less than a month. Hack's mind raced as he processed the implications. "Captain, if Centauri Prime falls, it'll create a domino effect. The whole sector could collapse." Jeb nodded, a fierce grin spreading across his face. "Exactly. And we're going to help push those dominoes." He turned to the comm system. "Decker's raiders, prepare for drop. We're about to hit Forge 9 while they're still reeling from the news." As they dove towards their drop zone, evading the half-hearted attempts of the local defense forces to stop them, Hack couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. They were witnessing history in the making, the fall of an empire that had seemed unshakable just weeks ago. The drop went smoother than any before, the Imperial forces too distracted by the news of Centauri Prime's fall to mount an effective defense. As they pulled away from Forge 9, mission accomplished, Jeb gathered the crew on the bridge. "People," he said, his voice filled with a mixture of pride and determination, "what we're doing here, what all of us are doing across the galaxy, it's working. The Empire is on the back foot, and we're not going to let up." Hack nodded, feeling a surge of hope. They had started this journey as condemned racers, fighting for their own survival. Now, they were at the forefront of a revolution that was reshaping the galaxy. The Broken Promise emerged from FTL in the shadow of a gas giant, their target planet a small, resource-rich world called Tyros 3 visible as a blue-green crescent beyond. This drop promised to be their riskiest yet, with Imperial presence heavier than on previous targets. Multiple patrol ships detected, Hack reported, his whiskers twitching nervously. "They've increased security significantly, Captain." Jeb nodded grimly. "They're learning. Hacked, find us a way through. We need to get our raiders on the ground." As Hack's paws flew over his console, plotting a course through the Imperial patrol net, an alert caught his attention. "Captain, I'm picking up some unusual transmissions from the planet's surface. It's not Imperial comm chatter." Killian leaned in, his eyes narrowing. "Let me see that." After a moment, his face split into a fierce grin. "Well, I'll be damned. Looks like we're not the only ones causing trouble for the Empire." Jeb raised an eyebrow. "Explain." "It's a resistance network," Killian said, excitement creeping into his gruff voice. "Looks like the locals have decided they've had enough of Imperial rule. They're coordinating attacks on Imperial facilities across the planet." The implications weren't lost on anyone. This changed everything about their mission. "Hack," Jeb ordered, "can you get us in touch with these resistance fighters?" It took some doing, but Hack managed to establish a secure connection. The face that appeared on their screen was that of a battle-worn alien, her four eyes widening in surprise at the sight of them. "This is Captain Jeb Sheets of the Broken Promise," Jeb began. "We're here to drop a team of special operatives, but it seems you folks have started the party without us." The alien resistance leader, who introduced herself as Commander Zara, quickly filled them in on the situation. Inspired by news of rebel victories across the galaxy, the people of Tyros 3 had risen up against their Imperial oppressors. "Your arrival couldn't be better timed," Zara said. "We've got the Imperials on the run, but they're regrouping for a counterattack. Your operatives could tip the balance." What followed was a hastily coordinated joint operation. The Broken Promise provided air support while Decker's raiders deployed to key strategic locations, linking up with the local resistance. As Hack guided the ship through a series of daring maneuvers, providing cover for their ground forces, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. They had come here expecting to light a spark of rebellion, only to find a raging inferno already burning. Hours later, as the last Imperial stronghold on Tyros 3 fell, Jeb gathered the crew on the bridge. His face was tired but triumphant. "What we've seen here today," he said, his voice filled with conviction, "it's happening all across the galaxy. Our actions, our victories, they're inspiring others to rise up. The Empire's not just fighting us anymore. They're fighting everyone they've ever oppressed." Act felt a swell of pride and hope. They had started this journey alone, outcasts fighting against impossible odds. Now, they were part of something far bigger than themselves. As they prepared to leave Tyros 3, now firmly in rebel hands, Hacked couldn't shake the feeling that they were witnessing the beginning of the end for the Empire. The galaxy was changing, and the Broken Promise was right at the heart of that change. The Broken Promise hung in high orbit around Kronos 2, their final target in this campaign of insertions. Hack's paws moved deftly across his console, monitoring Imperial communications while the last squad of Decker's raiders prepared for their drop. Captain Hack called out, his ears twitching with excitement, "You need to see this." Jeb moved to Hack's station, his brow furrowing as he took in the flood of data scrolling across the screen. "What am I looking at, Hack?" "Imperial news broadcasts," Sir Hack explained, his whiskers quivering. "From all over the galaxy. I've never seen anything like it." As Jeb watched, Hack began filtering through the intercepted transmissions, displaying them on the main view screen for the entire crew to see. Rebel forces seize control of Novaria's orbital shipyards. Mass uprising on Helios Prime Imperial Governor flees. Mysterious saboteurs cripple Axis 9 defense grid. Headline after headline flashed across the screen, each one detailing another blow against the Empire. It wasn't just the worlds they had visited or the places where Decker's raiders had struck. The rebellion had spread like wildfire across the galaxy. "It's happening everywhere," Killian muttered, a note of awe in his gruff voice. "The whole damn Empire's going up in flames." Jeb nodded, a fierce pride shining in his eyes. "This is it, people. This is what we've been fighting for. Admiral Decker was right there where allies waiting to stand with us, and now they've risen." As the crew watched in amazement, Hack continued to filter through the broadcasts. Reports of rebel victories, Imperial retreats, and planetary liberations poured in from every corner of the galaxy. The Empire, once seemingly invincible, was crumbling before their eyes. Captain Hack said, looking up from his console, "What does this mean for us? For our mission?" Jeb was quiet for a moment, his eyes still fixed on the stream of reports. When he spoke, his voice was filled with determination. "It means we keep pushing. We've helped start something bigger than any of us could have imagined, and we're going to see it through to the end." He turned to address the entire crew. "The Empire's days are numbered, but they're not going to go down without a fight. There will be hard battles ahead, maybe the hardest we've ever faced. But for the first time, we know we can win." As Jeb's words sank in, Hack felt a surge of emotion. They had come so far from those first desperate races, fighting merely to survive another day. Now, they were at the forefront of a galactic revolution, racing towards a future free from Imperial tyranny. The final squad of raiders deployed, streaking towards the surface of Kronos 2. But Hack knew that this was far more than just another insertion. It was another push, another step towards victory in a war that now encompassed the entire galaxy. As the Broken Promise prepared to jump back to Julius 9, Hack couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. The greatest race of their lives was entering its final lap. The Empire was faltering, and the rebellion was rising. The galaxy was in revolt, and they were right where they belonged at the heart of the storm, pushing forward, always racing towards freedom. Hack studied the holographic map of the galaxy with a sense of excitement. In the weeks since their last major mission, the map had transformed dramatically. What was once a sea of Imperial red was now a patchwork of rebel-controlled green and contested yellow zones. "It's incredible," Hack murmured, his eyes wide as he took in the scale of the rebellion's success. Jeb nodded, a hint of pride in his voice. We've come a long way from those first desperate races, haven't we? Before Hacked could respond, the doors to the briefing room hissed open, admitting Admiral Decker. The crew of the Broken Promise snapped to attention, but Decker waved them off with a tired smile. "At ease," he said, stepping up to the holographic display. "What you're looking at, ladies and gentlemen, is an empire on the brink of collapse." Decker manipulated the display, highlighting key sectors. "In the past 3 weeks alone, we've liberated 17 major systems. The Novarian shipyards are pumping out rebel vessels faster than the Empire can destroy them. The Axis cluster, once the Empire's primary fuel source, is now firmly in rebel hands." Hacked felt a swell of pride. They had played a part in all of this, their daring missions inspiring others across the galaxy to rise up. But Decker continued, his tone growing serious. "The Empire isn't beaten yet. They've withdrawn the bulk of their forces to protect their core worlds, especially Buena Terra." The hologram zoomed in on the Imperial capital, a heavily fortified world bristling with defenses. "As long as the Emperor lives, as long as Buena Terra stands, this war isn't over," Decker said, "which is why I've called you here today. We have an opportunity, perhaps our only opportunity, to end this war in one decisive strike." Jeb leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. "What are you proposing, Admiral?" Decker's face was grim as he laid out his plan. "A direct assault on Buena Terra. Cut the head off the snake. But there's a catch: our capital ships can't get past the Imperial defenses. We need something smaller, faster, more maneuverable." Hack's heart began to race as he realized where this was going. "We need racers," Decker finished, his eyes locking with Jeb's. "We need the Broken Promise." As the implications of Decker's words sank in, Hacked felt a mixture of fear and exhilaration. This would be their most dangerous race yet, with the fate of the entire galaxy hanging in the balance. Jeb's voice was steady as he responded, "Tell us more, Admiral. What exactly are we flying into?" As Decker began to outline the details of the mission, Hacked knew that everything they had been through, every race, every battle, every near-death experience, had been leading to this moment. The final race was about to begin, and the finish line was nothing less than the end of the Empire itself. The room fell silent as Admiral Decker's hologram flickered, displaying footage that made Hack's blood run cold. It showed a racing ship, not unlike their own, being torn apart by Imperial defenses as it attempted to penetrate Buena Terra's orbital security net. "This was the Starfire," Decker said grimly. "One of our best racing crews. They attempted this run 2 weeks ago. None of them survived." Jeb's face was a mask of grim determination. "And the other team?" Decker's expression darkened further. "The Nebula Streak. They made it closer," but he paused, visibly steeling himself. "The Empire captured them. Their execution was broadcast live across Imperial channels yesterday." A collective shudder ran through the crew. Hacked felt his fur stand on end. He had known some of the Nebula Streak's crew from their racing days. The thought of their fate made his stomach churn. "I won't sugarcoat this," Decker continued. "This mission is beyond dangerous. It's likely a one-way trip. I wouldn't ask this of you if there was any other way, but you're our best hope. Your skills, your experience, your ship, you're uniquely qualified for this task." Jeb stood up, his eyes sweeping across his crew. "Admiral, with all due respect, you don't need to ask. We volunteer." Hacked found himself nodding along with the rest of the crew. They had come too far, fought too hard, to back down now. Decker's hologram nodded, a mix of pride and concern on his face. "I expected nothing less from you, Captain Sheets. Now, let's talk strategy." The next few hours were a whirlwind of planning and preparation. Hack's mind raced as he absorbed the details of Buena Terra's defenses, plotting potential routes through the planet's formidable security. "The key," Decker explained, "is to use every trick, every skill you've learned. This isn't just about flying fast, it's about outthinking, outmaneuvering, and outlasting the Empire's best." As the briefing concluded, Jeb gathered his crew close. "I won't lie to you," he said, his voice low and intense. "This is the most dangerous thing we've ever attempted. If any of you want to sit this one out, I'll understand." Hack looked around at his crewmates, his family. He saw fear in their eyes, yes, but also unwavering determination. Killian spoke for all of them when he growled, "We started this together, Cap. We'll finish it together." Jeb nodded, a fierce pride in his eyes. "All right then, we've got 12 hours before launch. Get some rest, check your gear, say your goodbyes if you need to. Because in 12 hours we're going to fly into the heart of the Empire and end this war once and for all." As the crew dispersed to make their final preparations, Hack lingered for a moment, staring at the holographic image of Buena Terra. They had faced impossible odds before, cheated death more times than he could count. But this was different. This was the race to end all races. With a deep breath, Hack turned away from the hologram. He had navigation routes to plan, systems to check, and a ship to prepare. The hangar bay was a hive of activity as the racing crews made their final preparations. Hack's paws moved swiftly over his console, running last-minute checks on the Broken Promises systems. The air was thick with tension and the acrid smell of engine coolant. "All systems green," Captain Hack reported, his whiskers twitching nervously. "We're as ready as we'll ever be." Jeb nodded, his eyes scanning the other ships in the hangar. 5 racing teams in total, each ship a testament to speed and maneuverability. But Hack knew that only one needed to make it through for the mission to succeed. Admiral Decker's voice crackled over the comm. "Godspeed, racers. The fate of the galaxy rests in your hands. Launch in 30 seconds. As the countdown began, Hack felt the familiar surge of pre-race adrenaline, amplified tenfold by the stakes of this particular run. He glanced around at his crewmates, seeing the same mix of fear and determination in their eyes. 10 seconds, Jeb announced, his hands steady on the controls. "Whatever happens out there, I'm proud to fly with each and every one of you." The launch klaxon blared, and the Broken Promise shot forward, leading the pack of racers out of the hangar and into the void of space. For a moment, all was quiet as they accelerated towards their jump point. Then, chaos erupted. "Multiple contacts," Killian shouted. "Imperial patrol ships dead ahead." Jeb's hands flew over the controls, sending the Broken Promise into a series of wild, evasive maneuvers. "Hacked, find us a way through." Killian returned fire. Hack's mind raced as he calculated trajectories, looking for gaps in the Imperial formation. "Hard to port, Captain. There's a hole in their line." The Broken Promise dove through the opening, energy bolts sizzling past their hull. Behind them, Hack saw one of the other racing ships take a direct hit, spiraling out of control. "We've lost the speedster," Hack reported grimly. 4 ships remaining. As they pushed deeper into Imperial space, the resistance grew fiercer. Waves of fighters swarmed around them, while capital ships loomed in the distance, their massive weapons charging. Another patrol fleet ahead, Hacked called out. "But there's a debris field we can use for cover." Jeb nodded, his face a mask of concentration. "Good eye, Hacked. All ships follow our lead." The Broken Promise plunged into the debris field, weaving between twisted chunks of metal with a grace that belied its size. Hack's navigation skills were pushed to their limit as he guided them through the treacherous terrain. Not all the ships were so lucky. As they emerged from the other side of the field, Hack's sensors showed only 2 other racers still with them. "We've lost the windbreaker," Killian reported, his voice grim. "Clipped a piece of debris. Went up like a supernova." Jeb's jaw clenched, but his voice remained steady. "We mourn later. Right now we push on." Hacked, "How much further to Buena Terra?" Hacked checked his calculations. 3 more jumps, Captain. But each one is going to be harder than the last." As they prepared for their next FTL jump, Hacked couldn't shake the feeling that they were flying into the jaws of death itself. But they had no choice. The Empire had to fall, and they were the only ones who could make it happen. The Broken Promise erupted from its 3rd jump, alarms blaring across every console. Hacked's paws flew over his controls, desperately trying to make sense of the chaos surrounding them. "Status report," Jeb barked, his hands a blur as he wrenched the ship through a series of wild, evasive maneuvers. We've got multiple capital ships hacked, squeaked, his ears flat against his head. 4. No, 5 Imperial dreadnoughts, and fighter swarms everywhere. Killian's gruff voice cut through the tension. The swift arrow's gone. Took a direct hit coming out of the jump. It's just us and the cosmic dash now. Jeb's face was grim as he assessed their situation. They were deep in Imperial territory now, facing defenses unlike anything they'd encountered before. But they'd come too far to turn back. Jeb called out, "Find us a way through this mess. Use everything we've learned. Every trick, every crazy maneuver, now's the time." Hack nodded, his mind racing. Years of racing experience, combined with their battles against the Empire, had honed his skills to a razor's edge. Now it was time to put them all to the test. "There's a gap between the 3rd and 4th dreadnoughts," Hack reported. "If we time it right, we can use their own gravity wells to slingshot us through." "Do it," Jeb ordered without hesitation. What followed was a masterclass in precision flying. The Broken Promise dove between the massive Imperial ships, their gravitational fields threatening to tear the smaller vessel apart. Jeb's piloting skills were pushed to their absolute limits as he followed Hack's rapid-fire directions. Pull up. Now hard to starboard. 45-degree roll. Now. They shot out from between the dreadnoughts, the complex maneuver leaving their Imperial pursuers in disarray. But there was no time to celebrate. "Incoming," Killian shouted. "Some kind of new Imperial fighter. They're fast." The new fighters were unlike anything they'd faced before, seeming to anticipate their moves. Hack realized with a start that they were using similar tactics to what racing crews employed. Captain Hack said, "An idea forming, these pilots. They're flying like racers. But they don't have our experience. What if we use some of our old racing rivals' techniques against them?" Jeb's eyes lit up with understanding. "Brilliant, Hacked. Let's show these Imperials what real racers can do." For the next harrowing minutes, the Broken Promise executed a series of maneuvers that would have been suicidal in any other circumstance. They pulled moves from their fiercest racing rivals, the Centaurian corkscrew, the Novarian knot, even the infamous Zeta 9 zigzag that had nearly killed them in the Andromeda Classic. One by one, the Imperial fighters fell behind or crashed into each other, unable to match the Broken Promise's impossible moves. As they cleared the last of the Imperial defenses, Hack allowed himself a moment of hope. They'd made it further than any other team. Buena Terra loomed ahead, a blue-green jewel against the backdrop of space. But Hack knew the hardest part was yet to come. They still had to penetrate the planet's formidable orbital defenses and somehow land in the heart of the Imperial capital. "We've got company," Killian reported. "The cosmic dash is still with us. Looks like they took a beating, but they're holding together." Jeb nodded. "Good. We might need the backup." "Hacked, plot us a course for atmospheric entry. It's time to end this." As Hack began calculating their approach vector, he couldn't shake the feeling that they were flying into the maw of a beast. But they had come too far to turn back now. The final leg of their mission was about to begin. The blue-green orb of Buena Terra filled the Broken Promise's view screen, its beauty belying the deadly web of defenses surrounding it. Hack's console lit up like a festival display, warnings blaring from every system. "Orbital defense grid activating," Hack reported, his voice tight. "Energy readings are off the charts, Captain. I've never seen anything like it." Jeb's face was a mask of concentration. "We knew this wouldn't be easy. Hacked, find us a weakness. Killian, be ready with everything we've got left." As they approached the planet's outer atmosphere, the true scale of Buena Terra's defenses became apparent. A network of satellites formed an almost impenetrable barrier, their weapons already tracking the approaching ships. "Cosmic dash, stay close," Jeb called out over the comm. "We'll try to punch a hole for both of us." The response came back, garbled but determined. "Right behind you, Broken Promise. Let's finish this." What followed was a harrowing dance through a storm of energy beams and missiles. Hack's paws flew over his console, calculations streaming through his mind faster than ever before. Every race, every battle, every near-death experience had prepared him for this moment. Hard to port Hacked squeaked. Missile lock, 3 o'clock. Jeb's reflexes were lightning fast, sending the ship into a roll that narrowly avoided the incoming projectile. But for every attack they dodged, another was right behind it. Shield integrity at 60% and falling, Killian reported grimly. We can't take much more of this. Suddenly, Hack's eyes widened as he spotted something on his sensors. Captain, there's a gap in the defense grid. It's small, barely big enough for one ship, but we'll make it big enough. Jeb cut him off. Cosmic Dash, follow our lead. The Broken Promise dove towards the gap, its engines pushed beyond their limits. Behind them, the Cosmic Dash struggled to keep up, taking hit after hit from the relentless orbital defenses. Almost there, Hacked called out, his voice strained. Just a few more seconds. As they approached the gap, a massive energy beam lanced out from one of the defense satellites. The Broken Promise rolled at the last second, the beam missing them by mere meters. The Cosmic Dash wasn't so lucky. Hacked watched in horror as the beam struck their ally, cutting the ship nearly in half. The Cosmic Dash exploded in a brilliant flash, the shockwave buffeting the Broken Promise as they shot through the gap in the defense grid. They're gone, Killian said softly, a rare note of emotion in his gruff voice. There was no time to mourn. The Broken Promise plunged into Buenos Terra's atmosphere, the ship shuddering violently as Jeb fought to keep control. Hacked, find us a landing zone, Jeb ordered, his voice tight with the strain of piloting, preferably something close to the Imperial Palace. As Hacked scanned the rapidly approaching cityscape, he felt a mix of triumph and trepidation. They had made it through the orbital defenses, accomplished what no other team had managed, but the hardest part was still to come. They were about to land in the heart of the Empire, surrounded by enemies on all sides, and somehow they had to fight their way to the Emperor himself. The Broken Promise was flying solo now. The Broken Promise streaked through Buenos Terra's sky, a blazing comet of determination and hope. Alarms blared across every console as the ship's hull groaned under the stress of atmospheric entry. Shield's critical, Killian shouted over the din. We're losing stabilizers. Jeb's hands danced across the controls, fighting to keep the ship level. Hacked, I need that landing zone now. Hack's eyes darted across his displays, desperately searching for a suitable spot amidst the sprawling metropolis below. There he squeaked. Large plaza, 2 clicks east of the Imperial Palace. It's our best shot. Hang on to something, Jeb yelled as he angled the ship towards their makeshift landing pad. The Broken Promise slammed into the plaza, skidding across the ornate stonework in a shower of sparks and debris. Hacked felt the impact in every bone of his small body, his safety harness the only thing keeping him from being flung across the bridge. As the ship finally ground to a halt, an eerie silence fell, broken only by the hiss of ruptured systems and the distant wail of Imperial alarms. Status report, Jeb called out, his voice hoarse. Shields are down, engines offline, Killian reported grimly. This bird ain't flying again anytime soon. Hacked quickly checked his own systems. Navigation's shot, but short-range comms are still operational. And, Captain, I'm picking up Imperial chatter. They know we're here. Jeb nodded, unstrapping himself from the pilot's seat. Then we don't have much time. Grab whatever weapons and gear you can carry. We're going on foot from here. As the crew hurriedly prepared for their ground assault, Hack couldn't help but feel a surge of trepidation. They were racers, pilots not ground combat specialists. But they had come too far to falter now. The moment they stepped out of the Broken Promise, they were met with a hail of blaster fire. Imperial troops were converging on their position from all directions. Move, Jeb shouted, leading the charge towards the nearest cover, a row of ornate statues lining the plaza. What followed was a running battle through the streets of the Imperial capital. Hacked found his racing reflexes serving him well as he darted between cover, his small size making him a difficult target for the Imperial soldiers. They fought their way through plazas and down grand boulevards, each block bringing them closer to their target. Killian's expert marksmanship and Jeb's tactical acumen kept them alive, but it was a close thing more than once. As they approached the towering spires of the Imperial Palace, Hack spotted something that made his heart race. "Captain, look!" A massive holographic display loomed over the city, showing their progress. With a start, Hack realized that their assault was being broadcast across the Empire. Jeb's eyes narrowed as he took in the sight. Good, let them watch. Let the whole galaxy see that the Empire isn't invincible. With renewed determination, they pressed on. The Imperial Palace loomed before them, a monument to tyranny that had stood for generations, and they were about to bring it crashing down. As they fought their way through the palace's outer defenses, Hack couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. They had started this journey as condemned racers, and now they were on the verge of toppling an empire. The final stretch lay before them, the Emperor's personal chambers. As they prepared to breach the last line of defense, Hack knew that whatever happened next would change the galaxy forever. The corridor leading to the Emperor's chambers was a gauntlet of death. Elite Imperial guards, their armor gleaming in the harsh light, stood as the last line of defense between the rebels and their target. Jeb crouched behind a fallen pillar, assessing the situation. Beside him, Sergeant Vex of the Julius 9 Marines readied her weapon. The Marines had proven invaluable during their push through the palace, their combat expertise complementing the crew's unorthodox tactics perfectly. "Thoughts?" Sergeant Jeb asked, his voice low. Vex's eyes narrowed as she studied the Imperial formation. "Tough nut to crack, Captain. But I think we can manage it. If we can create a diversion, my team can punch through their left flank." Act, who had been monitoring Imperial communications on a captured datapad, suddenly perked up. "Captain, I might have something. Their comms are a mess, but I'm picking up chatter about reinforcements coming from the East Wing." A grim smile spread across Jeb's face. "Good work, Hacked. Killian, think you can make some noise in the East Wing? Make them think the reinforcements have arrived." Killian's scarred face split into a fierce grin. "With pleasure, Cap." As Killian and a pair of Marines moved to set up their diversion, Jeb turned to the rest of the team. "This is it, people. Everything we've been through, every race, every battle, it's all led to this moment. We take down the Emperor, we end this war." Hacked felt a surge of determination as he looked around at his crewmates and their Marine allies. They had come so far, overcome so much. They weren't about to fail now. The sound of explosions echoed from the East Wing. Killian's diversion was underway. The Imperial guards turned, momentarily confused. It was all the opening they needed. "Now," Jeb shouted. They burst from cover, Sergeant Vex and her Marines leading the charge. The element of surprise, combined with their finely honed teamwork, proved devastating. Imperial guards fell left and right, unable to match the rebels' coordination and desperation. Hack darted between the legs of friend and foe alike, using his small size to create chaos in the Imperial ranks. His racing reflexes allowed him to dodge blaster fire with almost preternatural skill. Slowly but surely they pushed forward. The massive doors to the Emperor's chambers loomed before them, their ornate surface scarred by the battle raging around them. Breaching charges, Vex called out. Two of her Marines rushed forward, planting explosives on the door's weak points. As they took cover, Hacked found himself next to Jeb. The captain's face was streaked with sweat and grime, but his eyes burned with determination. "Whatever happens next," Jeb said, his voice barely audible over the sounds of battle, "I'm proud of all of you. We've made it further than anyone thought possible." Hack nodded, unable to find the words to express the mix of fear, excitement, and pride swirling within him. The charges detonated with a thunderous roar, and the massive doors slowly began to topple inward. As the dust settled, Hacked caught his first glimpse of the chamber beyond and the figure seated on the ornate throne at its center. The Emperor of the known galaxy, architect of so much suffering, sat before them, the final obstacle in their incredible journey. As they prepared to surge forward, to end this war once and for all, Hack realized that this was more than just the end of a race. It was the dawn of a new era for the entire galaxy. The finish line was in sight, All they had to do was cross it. The dust settled in the Emperor's chambers, revealing a scene of controlled chaos. Imperial guards lay scattered across the ornate floor, their once pristine armor now scorched and dented. At the center of it all, the Emperor sat on his grand throne, his face a mask of disbelief and fear. Hack's small form darted between the legs of the Julius 9 Marines as they secured the room. His eyes were fixed on the Emperor, the being who had been responsible for so much suffering across the galaxy. It was hard to believe that their impossible journey had led them here, to this moment. Captain Jeb stepped forward, his face streaked with grime, but his eyes burning with determination. "Your reign of tyranny ends here," he declared, his voice carrying the weight of countless worlds that had suffered under Imperial rule. The Emperor sneered, his composure cracking. "You think this changes anything? The Empire is eternal. You're nothing but." His words were cut short as Sergeant Vex stepped forward, her weapon raised. "In the name of every world you've oppressed, every life you've destroyed, I pronounce sentence." Hack's whiskers twitched as he realized what was about to happen. He had seen death before, in the races and in battle, but this was different. This was justice. The shot rang out, echoing through the chamber. The Emperor slumped in his throne, the architect of galactic oppression brought low by a single blast. For a moment, silence reigned. Then, a Marine called out, "Captain, the broadcast systems are still active. The whole galaxy just witnessed this." Jeb nodded grimly. "Good. Let them see. Let everyone know that the age of tyranny is over." As the reality of what they had just accomplished began to sink in, Hack felt a whirlwind of emotions. Relief, exhaustion, and a tentative hope for the future all swirled within him. He thought back to those first desperate races, when survival was their only goal. How far they had come, from condemned prisoners to the liberators of the galaxy. The irony wasn't lost on him. The Empire had intended the races to be a death sentence, but instead they had forged the very team that would bring about its downfall. Killian's gruff voice broke through Hack's reflections. "So, what now, Cap? We've taken down the biggest bad in the galaxy. Feels like we should be breaking out the victory cigars or something." Jeb shook his head, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth despite the gravity of the situation. "Not yet, old friend. Taking out the Emperor was a huge step, but we've still got work to do. This galaxy won't liberate itself." As the team began to secure their position and assess their next moves, Hack couldn't shake the feeling that while this was indeed a monumental victory, it was also just the beginning of a new chapter. The races that had defined their lives for so long were truly over now, but a new kind of race, one to rebuild and heal a fractured galaxy, was about to begin. The Imperial throne room, once a symbol of oppressive power, had been transformed into an impromptu command center. Hack scurried between makeshift workstations, his small form dwarfed by the grand architecture and the Julius 9 Marines who now stood guard. Captain Jeb stood at the center of the room, his eyes fixed on a series of large holographic displays that had been hastily set up. Each screen showed a different sector of the galaxy, and the scenes unfolding were nothing short of extraordinary. "It's happening everywhere," Killian muttered, his gruff voice tinged with awe. "They're just giving up." Hack's whiskers twitched as he took in the incredible sight. Across the galaxy, Imperial forces were surrendering en masse. On world after world, Imperial flags were being lowered, replaced by the banners of local resistance movements or the symbol of the rebellion. On one screen, a massive Imperial dreadnought powered down its weapons systems, surrounded by a swarm of rebel ships. On another, the governor of a core world was publicly renouncing the Empire and pledging allegiance to the new galactic order. "I can't believe it," Hack squeaked, his eyes wide. "All those years of racing, of fighting. And now it's all coming to an end like this." Jeb placed a hand on Hack's shoulder, a gesture of comfort and camaraderie. "It's not just ending, old friend. It's beginning. Everything we've fought for, everything we've sacrificed, it's all led to this moment." As they watched, reports flooded in from across the stars. Imperial strongholds that had seemed impregnable mere hours ago were opening their doors to rebel forces. Prisoners were being freed, oppressive laws repealed, and long-suppressed cultures were re-emerging into the light. Captain Sergeant Vex called out, her voice filled with excitement. "We're getting word from the Axis cluster. The entire sector has declared independence from the Empire. They're requesting to join the Alliance." Jeb nodded, a smile spreading across his face. "Send word that they're welcome. Every world, every system that wants to join us, our doors are open." Act felt a swell of emotion as he realized the true scale of what they had accomplished. They had started this journey as condemned racers, fighting merely to survive another day. Now, they stood at the center of a galactic revolution, witnessing the birth of a new era. "You know," Killian mused, a rare softness in his voice, "I always thought that if we ever won, it'd be with a big space battle. Fleets clashing, planets burning. Not. This." He gestured at the screens, showing peaceful surrenders and joyous celebrations. "This is better," Hack said firmly. "We've won without more bloodshed. That's something to be proud of." As the reports of surrenders and declarations of independence continued to pour in, Hack couldn't help but feel a sense of amazement. The races that had once been their entire world now seemed like a distant memory. They had transcended their roles as mere competitors and become the architects of galactic freedom. The Empire, which had once seemed as vast and immovable as the cosmos itself, was crumbling before their eyes, and in its place, something new and hopeful was beginning to take shape. Hack knew that there would be challenges ahead. Rebuilding a galaxy wasn't going to be easy, but as he looked around at his crewmates, his family, he felt a surge of confidence. As the team continued to monitor the cascade of Imperial surrenders across the galaxy, a priority alert chimed from one of the communication consoles. Hack's ears perked up, recognizing the unique signature of a transmission from Julius 9. Captain Hack called out, his whiskers twitching with excitement, "Incoming transmission from Grand Admiral Decker." Jeb nodded, a mix of pride and exhaustion evident on his face. "Put him through, Hacked. Let's hear what the old man has to say." The largest holographic display flickered, and Admiral Decker's image materialized before them. The Admiral's usually stern face was split by an uncharacteristic grin, his eyes shining with barely contained emotion. "Captain Sheets, crew of the Broken Promise," Decker began, his voice carrying a warmth they'd rarely heard before. "I don't think I have the words to express what you've accomplished today. Against all odds, you've done the impossible. You've toppled an empire." A cheer went up from the assembled team, Marines and racers alike joining in the moment of triumph. Jeb raised a hand, quieting them as Decker continued. "The reports we're getting from across the galaxy are nothing short of miraculous. Imperial forces surrendering en masse, oppressed worlds declaring independence, long-lost allies emerging from hiding to join our cause. And it's all because of what you've done today." Hack felt a swell of pride, remembering how far they'd come from those first desperate races. They'd started as prisoners, became unlikely heroes, and now stood as the liberators of the galaxy. "Admiral," Jeb said, his voice steady despite the emotion of the moment, "we couldn't have done this without the support of Julius 9 and the entire Rebel Alliance. This victory belongs to all of us." Decker nodded appreciatively. "Well said, Captain. But make no mistake, your team's actions were the catalyst for all of this. The Broken Promise has become a symbol of hope across the stars." As Decker spoke, Hack noticed something in the Admiral's tone, a hint of reservation that seemed out of place amidst the celebration. Sir Hack squeaked, unable to contain his curiosity, "Is everything all right? You seem concerned about something." Decker's expression sobered slightly. Sharp as ever, "Hacked. You're right, there is something we need to discuss." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "While this is indeed a momentous victory, and the war is nearly over, I'm afraid our work isn't quite done yet." Jeb's eyes narrowed, picking up on the Admiral's tone. "What do you mean by nearly, sir? What aren't you telling us?" Decker sighed, the weight of command evident in his bearing. "What I'm about to tell you is crucial. The war may be nearly won, but there are still challenges ahead. Challenges that could threaten everything we've fought for if we're not prepared." As the Admiral began to explain, Hack felt a mix of anticipation and trepidation. They had achieved the impossible, but it seemed their greatest test might still be ahead of them. Hack's whiskers twitched nervously as he processed Admiral Decker's words. The euphoria of victory was quickly being tempered by the realization that their fight wasn't entirely over. Admiral Hacked squeaked, his voice carrying a mix of curiosity and concern. "What exactly do you mean by nearly over? We've defeated the Emperor, and Imperial forces are surrendering across the galaxy. What more is there?" Decker's holographic image flickered slightly as he let out a heavy sigh. "While it's true that we've dealt a crushing blow to the Empire, there are still pockets of fierce resistance on several key worlds. Worlds that, if left unchecked, could potentially rally the remaining Imperial forces and undo everything we've accomplished." Jeb stepped forward, his brow furrowed in concentration. "Which worlds are we talking about, sir?" "The most concerning are Noveria Prime, Axis 9, and Helios Major," Decker replied. "These worlds house some of the Empire's most fanatical supporters and have significant military resources at their disposal. They're refusing to acknowledge the Emperor's defeat and are vowing to continue the fight." Killian let out a low whistle. "Those are some heavy hitters. Noveria Prime alone has enough firepower to give half the rebel fleet a run for its money." Hack's mind raced, recalling the strategic importance of each world mentioned. Noveria Prime was a major shipyard, Axis 9 controlled crucial hyperspace lanes, and Helios Major was rumored to house secret Imperial superweapons. "What's our plan of action?" Admiral Jeb asked, his voice steady despite the gravity of the situation. Decker's expression hardened. "For now, we need you to secure your position on Buena Terra. The symbolism of holding the Imperial capital cannot be overstated, but be prepared for potential counterattacks. These holdout worlds may attempt to retake the capital and install a new emperor to rally around." Hacked felt a chill run down his spine at the thought. They had come so far, accomplished so much. The idea that it could all be undone was terrifying. Sir Hack piped up, an idea forming in his agile mind. "What if we could convince these worlds to surrender without further bloodshed? Maybe we could use our reputation, show them that if we could take down the Emperor himself, resistance is futile." Decker nodded appreciatively. "That's good thinking, Hacked. We're already working on diplomatic channels, but having the heroes of the rebellion make a direct appeal could be powerful. I'll have my team work on setting that up." As the conversation continued, outlining potential strategies and contingencies, Hacked couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. Pride in what they had accomplished, anxiety about the challenges still ahead, and a deep resolve to see this through to the very end. They had come too far, sacrificed too much, to let victory slip through their fingers now. As Admiral Decker's hologram flickered out, the team sprang into action. The euphoria of victory quickly gave way to the practiced efficiency of a crew that had faced countless life-or-death situations. "All right, people," Jeb called out, his voice carrying the authority of a seasoned leader. "You heard the Admiral. We need to secure this palace. It's not just a building anymore, it's a symbol of our victory and the future we're fighting for." Hacked scurried across the ornate floor of the throne room, his small form darting between the legs of Julius 9 Marines as they set up defensive positions. His paws flew over a commandeered Imperial console, reprogramming security systems and sealing off potential entry points. Captain Hacked squeaked, his whiskers twitching as he processed the data streaming across his screen. "I've managed to access the palace's defensive grid. We've got shields, automated turrets, and a full sensor array at our disposal." Jeb nodded approvingly. "Good work, Hacked. Make sure those sensors are calibrated to detect any approaching threats, no matter how small." As the team worked to fortify their position, Killian's gruff voice cut through the controlled chaos. Cap? We might have a problem." All eyes turned to the weapons officer, who was hunched over a tactical display, his scarred face illuminated by the holographic readout. "What is it?" Killian, Jeb asked, moving to join him. Killian's expression was grim as he pointed to a cluster of red dots moving rapidly across the display. "Looks like we've got company, a sizable Imperial force, approaching fast from the south. Probably a loyalist unit that didn't get the surrender memo." Hacked felt his fur stand on end as he took in the tactical situation. The approaching force was significant, several squadrons of fighters escorting what looked like troop transports. "They're not here to talk," Sergeant Vex observed, her hand tightening on her weapon. That's an assault force if I've ever seen one. Jeb's face hardened with determination. Then we'll give them a fight they won't forget. Hacked, get those defensive systems online. Killian, I want you coordinating our heavy weapons. Vex, position your Marines at key choke points throughout the palace. As the team rushed to prepare for the incoming attack, Hacked couldn't help but feel a surge of both fear and excitement. This was familiar territory for them, backs against the wall, facing impossible odds. It was, in many ways, just another race. But the stakes had never been higher. They're entering weapons range, Killian called out, his fingers dancing over the weapons controls. Permission to light him up, Cap. Jeb nodded grimly. Do it. Show them what happens when you mess with the crew of the Broken Promise. As the first shots were fired, illuminating the Buenos Terra sky with streaks of energy, Hacked realized that their greatest challenge might still lie ahead. They had toppled an empire, but now they had to defend the future they'd fought so hard to create. The palace shuddered under the first wave of enemy fire, and Hack braced himself for what was to come. This wasn't just another battle. It was a fight for everything they'd accomplished, for the hope of a free galaxy. As the sounds of combat grew louder, Hack exchanged determined looks with his crewmates. Whatever came through those palace doors, they would face it together. Hack's paws flew across the commandeered Imperial console, his eyes darting between multiple holographic displays. The palace's defensive systems, which had seemed impenetrable just moments ago, were now flickering ominously. Captain Hack squeaked, his whiskers twitching with alarm. The outer defenses are failing. I can't hold them. Jeb rushed to Hack's side, his face grim as he surveyed the tactical readouts. How did they breach our defenses so quickly? Before Hack could respond, a series of explosions rocked the palace. The holographic displays flickered and died, plunging the command center into momentary darkness before emergency power kicked in. We've lost the main power grid, Killian growled, his scarred hands dancing over his weapons console. Switching to backup systems, but our defensive capabilities are severely limited. Hack's mind raced as he tried to regain control of the planet's defense networks. His paws blurred over the keys, but each attempt was met with failure. They're locking me out, he cried, frustration evident in his voice. The Loyalists must have high-level access codes. I can't override them. Jeb placed a reassuring hand on Hack's shoulder. Do what you can, old friend. We've faced worse odds before. As if to emphasize Jeb's point, the sound of heavy weapons fire grew closer. The palace shuddered under the assault, and Hack could hear the distant shouts of Imperial troops breaching the outer perimeter. Sergeant Vex, Jeb called out. Get your Marines to reinforce the main entrance. Killian, I need you to coordinate our remaining automated defenses. We need to buy Hack some time to regain control of the systems. As the team scrambled to defend their position, Hack redoubled his efforts. His racing instincts, honed by years of split-second decisions and impossible maneuvers, now served him in a different kind of race, a desperate bid to outsmart the Imperial Loyalists and regain control of Buenos Terra's defenses. But with each passing moment, more systems fell to the enemy. Hack watched in dismay as sector after sector of the planetary defense grid turned red on his display, indicating Imperial control. I'm losing them too fast, Hack muttered, his ears drooping with frustration. There has to be something I can do, some way to turn this around. As the sounds of battle drew ever closer, Hack knew he was running out of time. The fate of not just their team, but potentially the entire rebellion, rested on his ability to regain control of Buenos Terra's defenses. With renewed determination, Hack dove back into the Imperial systems. If he couldn't control the defenses, maybe he could find another way to even the odds. Little did he know, he was about to stumble upon a discovery that would change the course of the battle and perhaps the war itself. As Hack frantically searched through the Imperial systems, his eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Wait a minute, he muttered, his whiskers twitching with excitement. What's this? Amid the chaos of flashing alerts and failing systems, Hack had stumbled upon a heavily encrypted network, separate from the planetary defenses. His curiosity piqued. He began to probe deeper. Captain Hack called out, his voice rising above the din of battle. I've found something. It's a separate network, controlling prisons, hundreds of them, all across Buenos Terra. Jeb rushed over, his brow furrowed in concentration. Prisons? Can you access them? Hack's paws flew over the console as he worked to break through the encryption. I think so. Just give me a moment. There. As the prison network opened up before him, Hack's eyes widened in disbelief. By the cosmic void he breathed. Captain, these aren't ordinary prisons. They're full of ex-soldiers, rebels, people who stood up to the Empire. There must be over 100,000 of them. Jeb's expression hardened as he realized the implications. The Emperor kept them as trophies, a warning to anyone who might think of rebelling. But now they might be our only chance. Hack finished, his mind racing with possibilities. The nearest prison is just a few kilometers from here. If I can release them. Do it, Jeb ordered without hesitation. We need all the help we can get. Hack nodded, his paws a blur as he worked to override the prison security systems. He could feel the Imperial loyalists trying to lock him out, their own hackers working furiously to counter his efforts. Come on, Hack muttered, pushing his skills to the limit. He could see the enemy making progress, slowly but surely cutting off his access to the prison network. With a final, desperate push, Hack managed to send the release command. He watched with a mixture of relief and apprehension as prison after prison reported their gates opening, releasing their captives. It's done, Hack exclaimed, just as his access to the network was cut off. I managed to open all the prisons before they locked me out. Over 100,000 prisoners are free. Jeb's face broke into a grim smile. Good work, Hack. Now we can only hope they'll fight on our side. As if in response to Jeb's words, the tactical display lit up with new movements across the city. Pockets of resistance were springing up all over Buenos Terra, engaging the Imperial loyalists and throwing their assault into disarray. Looks like our gamble paid off, Killian observed, a note of hope in his gruff voice. Those ex-soldiers are giving the Imperials hell out there. Hack felt a surge of pride at what he'd accomplished, but he knew they weren't out of danger yet. The Imperial forces were still pressing their attack on the palace, and there was no guarantee the freed prisoners would reach them in time. As another explosion rocked the building, Hack exchanged determined looks with his crewmates. They had given themselves a fighting chance, but the real battle was just beginning. With the prison break executed and Imperial forces momentarily thrown into disarray, the crew of the Broken Promise seized the opportunity to strengthen their defenses. Hack scurried from station to station, his small size allowing him to navigate the chaos efficiently. Jeb called out over the din of preparations. What's our status on internal defenses? Hack's whiskers twitched as he assessed the situation. We've got limited control of the palace's internal security systems, Captain. I've managed to seal off most of the lower levels and redirect power to the upper floor force fields. It's not much, but it should buy us some time. Killian grunted in approval as he worked on a makeshift barricade. Every second counts. Those Imperial loyalists won't stay confused for long. Sergeant Vex approached, her face streaked with grime but her eyes alert. My Marines have set up choke points at all major entrances. We've got a good kill zone established, but we're spread thin. Jeb nodded grimly. Good work, everyone. Hacked, any word on those freed prisoners? Hack's ears perked up as he checked the long-range sensors. There's a lot of movement in the city, Captain. It looks like they're engaging Imperial forces all over Buenos Terra. The nearest group is about 2 kilometers out and seems to be fighting their way towards us. Let's hope they make it, Jeb muttered. We could use the reinforcements. As the team continued to fortify their position, Hack couldn't help but feel a mix of pride and anxiety. They had come so far, from condemned racers to the defenders of a liberated galaxy. But now, everything they had fought for hung in the balance. You know, Hack squeaked, a thought occurring to him. This reminds me of that race on Zeta 9. Remember? When we had to hold off those pirate raiders while repairing our ship. Killian chuckled, the sound incongruous amidst the tense atmosphere. Yeah, I remember. Thought we were goners for sure that time. But we made it through, Jeb added, a small smile playing on his lips. Just like we'll make it through this. The moment of nostalgia was interrupted by a loud explosion that shook the entire palace. Alarms blared as Hack's console lit up with warnings. "They're starting their main assault," Hack cried out, his paws flying over the controls. Multiple breach points detected. Jeb's face hardened with determination. "This is it, people. Positions, everyone. Remember, we're not just fighting for ourselves anymore. We're fighting for every world, every being that's counting on us to keep the Empire from rising again." As the sound of approaching Imperial troops grew louder, Hack took his place at the main control console. His racing reflexes, honed by years of narrowly avoiding death, were about to be put to the ultimate test. The crew of the Broken Promise exchanged one last look of solidarity before turning to face the oncoming storm. They had fortified their position as best they could. Now, it was time to see if it would be enough. The first wave of Imperial loyalists hit like a storm. Explosions rocked the palace as they breached the outer defenses, and the air filled with the acrid smell of weapons fire and burning circuitry. Hack's paws danced across his console, desperately trying to coordinate their remaining defenses. "Incoming," he squeaked, his voice barely audible over the chaos. 3 squads approaching from the east wing. Killian's response was immediate and devastating. The weapons officer unleashed a barrage from their remaining automated turrets, cutting down the first wave of attackers. "Goddamn," he growled, "but there's more coming. A lot more." Jeb's voice carried over the comms, steady despite the dire situation. "Hold the line, people. Remember your training. Remember everything we've been through. We didn't come this far to lose now." Hack watched in awe as Sergeant Vex and her Marines held off wave after wave of Imperial troops. Their coordination was flawless, covering each other's blind spots and making every shot count. But even their skill and determination couldn't hold back the tide forever. Captain Hack called out, his ears twitching as he processed the incoming data. "They're bringing up heavy weapons. Looks like they've got Walker units approaching the main entrance." Jeb's face hardened. "Killian, redirect all available firepower to the main entrance. Vex, I need your best anti-armor team there now." As the battle raged on, Hack found himself falling back on his racing instincts. He anticipated enemy movements, redirecting defenses and warning his teammates of incoming threats with the same split-second decision-making that had kept them alive in countless deadly races. But despite their best efforts, the Imperial forces were slowly gaining ground. Hack watched in dismay as more and more sections of the palace fell to the enemy. "We can't hold them much longer," Cap Killian shouted over the din of battle. "There's just too many of them." Jeb's voice was strained but determined. "We hold as long as we can. Every minute we keep them busy is another minute for those freed prisoners to reach us." As if in answer to Jeb's words, Hack's console lit up with new information. "Captain, I'm picking up significant movement about a kilometer out. It looks like, yes, it's a large group of the freed prisoners. They're engaging the Imperial rear guard." A glimmer of hope spread through the team. They just needed to hold on a little longer. But that hope was short-lived. With a deafening roar, the main entrance of the palace collapsed under the assault of the Imperial walkers. Dust filled the air as enemy troops began pouring in. "Fall back," Jeb ordered. "Regroup at secondary positions." As they retreated to their fallback positions, Hack couldn't help but feel a mix of fear and determination. They had repelled the first wave of attacks, but at great cost. The palace was breached, their defenses were crumbling, and reinforcements were still too far away. The situation looked grim, but Hack knew they couldn't give up. Too much depended on them holding this position. As he set up at his new station, readying himself for the next wave of attacks, Hack silently hoped that help would arrive soon. As the Imperial forces pressed their advantage, pushing the defenders further back into the palace, a sudden crackle of static burst through Hack's comm unit. His ears perked up, straining to make out the message through the interference. "This is Comet. Inbound. Hold on." The fragmented transmission cut off abruptly, but it was enough to send a surge of hope through Hack's small frame. Captain Hack called out, his voice rising above the din of battle. "I think reinforcements are coming." Jeb, his face streaked with grime and sweat, gave a curt nod. "About time. Hacked, see if you can clear up that transmission." Killian, Be ready to provide covering fire if they need it. Hack's paws flew over his console, working to boost the signal strength. As he did, his sensors lit up with new contacts entering Buena Terra's atmosphere. Multiple ships incoming, he reported excitedly. They're racing ships. The sky above the palace suddenly erupted with the screech of engines pushed beyond their limits. A squadron of sleek racing ships, retrofitted for combat, streaked overhead. Their agility and speed allowed them to weave through the planet's remaining defenses with an ease that left Hacked in awe. "This is Comet Lead to Broken Promise," a clear voice came through the comm. "Heard you could use a hand. We're coming in hot." The racing ships began their attack runs, their precision strikes wreaking havoc on the Imperial forces outside the palace. But the real shock came when they made their final approach. Instead of landing, the ships maintained a dangerously low altitude over the palace roof. "They're not slowing down," Killian observed, a note of confusion in his gruff voice. "What are they?" His question was answered as the bellies of the ships opened up, disgorging squads of heavily armed troops directly onto the palace roof. The reinforcements hit the ground running, immediately engaging the Imperial forces that had made it to the upper levels. "Now that's what I call an entrance," Jeb remarked, a hint of his old racing excitement creeping into his voice. Hacked watched in amazement as the newly arrived troops began to turn the tide. Their combat skills were extraordinary, moving with a coordinated precision that spoke of extensive training and experience. Captain Hacked reported, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The reinforcements are clearing the upper levels. They're making their way down to our position." The sound of intense fighting grew closer, and suddenly the doors to their command center burst open, and a squad of elite soldiers poured in, quickly securing the room. Their leader, a tall figure in distinctive armor adorned with flashy insignias and a flowing cape, stepped forward and removed his helmet with a flourish. "Well, well, well," the leader said, his voice carrying a mix of authority and showmanship. "Looks like we've arrived just in time for the party." Beside Hacked, Sergeant Vex let out a gasp of recognition. "Commander Zeke," she exclaimed, her usually stoic demeanor cracking with surprise and admiration. Commander Zeke's eyes locked onto Vex, a grin spreading across his face. "Sergeant Vex, still getting into trouble, I see. Some things never change." Hacked watched in fascination as Vex snapped to attention, a mix of respect and excitement in her voice. "Sir, it's an honor to have you here." Zeke waved off the formality with a dramatic gesture. "At ease, Sergeant. We've got Imperials to crush and a planet to save. No time for stuffy protocols." Turning to Jeb, Zeke extended a hand. "Commander Zeke, at your service. Admiral Decker sent us to make sure you lot didn't have all the fun without us." Jeb shook the offered hand, a look of relief mixed with amusement on his face. "Captain Jeb Sheets, we're damn glad to see you, Commander. Though I have to say I've never seen Special Forces with quite so much flair." Zeke laughed, a booming sound that seemed to energize the room. "Life's too short for drab uniforms, Captain. Besides, the enemy can't hit what dazzles them, right?" Despite his flamboyant appearance and demeanor, Hacked could see the sharp intelligence in Zeke's eyes as he quickly assessed the tactical situation. Right then, Zeke announced, clapping his hands together. "Here's the plan. My team will take point and push back the Imperial forces on the upper levels. Captain, I need your crew to coordinate with us and manage the overall defense. Sergeant Vex, you and your Marines will be our anchor. Hold this position at all costs." As Zeke began detailing their strategy, Hacked couldn't help but be impressed. Behind the commander's showy exterior was a brilliant tactical mind. His plan was solid, making the best use of each team's strengths. Vex was hanging on Zeke's every word, her eyes shining with admiration. "Just like old times, Commander," she said with a grin. "You know it," Sergeant Zeke replied with a wink. "Only this time, the stakes are a bit higher than capture the flag." Speaking of which, he pulled out an actual, physical flag from a compartment in his armor. "I think this palace could use some redecorating, don't you?" As Zeke's team prepared to move out, Hacked felt a renewed sense of hope. With these reinforcements and Commander Zeke's unorthodox but effective leadership, they might just have a chance at holding Buena Terra. The battle was far from over, but for the first time since the Imperial loyalists had breached their defenses, victory seemed within reach. Hack returned to his console, ready to do his part in this crucial phase of their fight for the galaxy's future. As Commander Zeke's team moved out to engage the Imperial forces, Hack found himself working in perfect sync with the new reinforcements. His racing instincts, honed by years of split-second decisions, complemented Zeke's unconventional tactics perfectly. Incoming, Hack squeaked, his paws flying over his console. Large group of Imperials, approaching from the West Wing. Zeke's voice crackled over the comm, still somehow managing to sound cheerful despite the intensity of the battle. Roger that, little navigator. Time to show these imps how we play capture the flag. Hack watched in amazement as Zeke's team executed a series of maneuvers that seemed more suited to a racing course than a battlefield. They used the palace's architecture to their advantage, sliding down banisters, swinging from chandeliers, and generally causing chaos among the Imperial ranks. "This is just like basic training," Vex shouted, a rare grin on her face as she provided covering fire for Zeke's acrobatics. "Remember the capture the flag exercises, Commander." "How could I forget?" Zeke replied, his laughter carrying over the sound of blaster fire. "Only this time, the flag is an entire planet. Talk about upping the stakes." As the battle raged on, Hack found himself getting caught up in the excitement. Despite the danger, there was something exhilarating about the way Zeke and his team approached combat. It reminded him of the thrill of racing, the rush of adrenaline as you pushed yourself to the limit. Hack, Jeb called out, snapping him back to attention. "I need a status update on the Imperial positions." Quickly refocusing, Hack scanned his displays. "They're being pushed back, Captain. Zeke's team has retaken the east and west wings. The Imperials are consolidating their forces in the central atrium." Jeb nodded, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "Good. We might just pull this off after all." As if to punctuate Jeb's words, Zeke's voice came over the comm again. "Guess what, folks? We've got a little present for our Imperial friends." Hack's sensors lit up as Zeke's team unleashed a barrage of what appeared to be confetti bombs. The glittering cloud of paper not only disoriented the Imperial forces, but also interfered with their targeting systems. "Now that's what I call a party," Killian chuckled, his gruff voice carrying a note of admiration. As the tide of battle continued to turn in their favor, Hack couldn't help but feel a surge of hope. They were holding their ground, pushing back against the Imperial assault. With Zeke's reinforcements and their own determination, they might just win this game of capture the flag. But Hack knew better than to celebrate too early. The battle for Buena Terra dragged on, with Hack and the crew of the Broken Promise working in tandem with Commander Zeke's reinforcements. The palace had become a labyrinth of constantly shifting battle lines, with every corridor and chamber a potential flashpoint. Hack's paws flew across his console, coordinating movements and relaying vital information. "Captain," he called out, his whiskers twitching with urgency. "Imperial forces are regrouping in the Grand Hall. They're bringing up heavy weapons." Jeb's face hardened with determination. "Zeke, did you copy that?" Loud and clear, Captain Zeke's voice crackled over the comm. "Time to crash their party. Vex, fancy a little pincer movement." "Thought you'd never ask," Sir Vex replied, a hint of excitement in her usually stern voice. Hack watched in awe as Zeke and Vex coordinated their teams with practiced efficiency. They moved through the palace like a well-oiled machine, outflanking and overwhelming the Imperial forces at every turn. But the victory was not without cost. Hack winced as he saw Allied soldiers fall, their life signs blinking out on his display. Each loss was a stark reminder of the high stakes they were fighting for. "We've got wounded incoming," Killian shouted, helping a group of injured Marines into their makeshift command center. Hack quickly redirected some of the palace's automated medical systems to assist. As he worked, he couldn't help but marvel at how far they'd come. From condemned racers to the defenders of a liberated galaxy, it was almost too much to comprehend. The battle continued to rage, with neither side willing to give an inch. Hack's racing instincts were pushed to their limit as he anticipated enemy movements, warned of incoming threats, and coordinated their defenses. "They're throwing everything they've got at us now," Jeb observed grimly. watching the tactical display over Hack's shoulder. Zeke's voice came over the comm, slightly breathless, but still carrying that undercurrent of excitement. "Then we'll just have to throw it right back at them, won't we? Hacked, my boy, got any tricks left up your sleeve?" Hack's mind raced, drawing on years of experience in impossible situations. "Actually," he squeaked, an idea forming, "I might have something. If we can lure them into the central courtyard, I think I can reactivate some of the old Imperial defense systems, turn their own weapons against them." "Now that's the kind of thinking I like," Zeke exclaimed. "You heard the navigator, folks. Let's herd these imps into position." As the plan was put into motion, Hacked felt a familiar mix of fear and exhilaration. This was just like the final lap of a deadly race, everything on the line, pushing themselves and their equipment to the absolute limit. The fighting intensified as they maneuvered the Imperial forces into position. Hack's paws were a blur over his console, working feverishly to reactivate and reprogram the dormant defense systems. "Almost there," Hack muttered, his concentration absolute. "Just a few more seconds." The courtyard was chaos, with blaster fire and explosions filling the air. Hacked could see their forces taking heavy fire, struggling to hold their positions. "Hacked, we need those defenses now," Jeb shouted, his voice strained. With a final keystroke, Hacked activated the systems. "Got it." The courtyard erupted with automated fire, catching the Imperial forces completely off guard. Turrets and energy fields that had lain dormant for years sprang to life, turning the tide of battle in an instant. As the Imperial forces fell into disarray, Hacked allowed himself a moment of hope. They were holding on, against all odds. But he knew the fight was far from over. The Empire would not give up easily, and there was no telling what desperate measures they might yet take. The battle raged on, with Hacked and his allies pushing the Imperial forces back inch by hard-fought inch. The palace, once a symbol of oppression, had become a crucible of freedom, its halls echoing with the sounds of fierce combat and unwavering determination. "We've got them on the run," Zeke's exuberant voice crackled over the comm. "Just a little more, and we'll have this wrapped up tighter than my lucky cape." Hacked allowed himself a small smile as he coordinated their final push. They were so close to victory, he could almost taste it. His paws danced across the console, redirecting defenses and guiding their forces with the precision of a master racer navigating a treacherous course. Suddenly, all screens in the palace flickered, including Hack's console. The sounds of battle seemed to fade into the background as a new image appeared, a planet-wide emergency broadcast. "What in the cosmic void?" Killian growled, his hand tightening on his weapon. The screens cleared to reveal a woman, impeccably dressed in what Hacked recognized as the finest Imperial fashion. Her bearing was regal, her expression a mixture of sorrow and steely resolve. "Citizens of the Empire," she began, her voice carrying an authority that sent chills down Hack's spine. "I come before you in this dark hour with grave news and a call to action." Jeb stepped closer to the screen, his brow furrowed. "Who is that?" he muttered. As if in answer to Jeb's question, the woman continued. "I am Arya Novax, daughter of our beloved Emperor, who has been so cruelly taken from us by rebel insurgents." Hacked felt his fur stand on end. The Emperor's daughter? He exchanged shocked glances with his crewmates. "In this time of crisis," Arya continued, her voice growing stronger, "I step forward to claim my rightful place as Empress. To all loyal Imperial citizens, I say this: the time has come to stand firm. We will not allow these terrorists to destroy everything we have built." Her eyes seemed to bore through the screen, filled with a fierce determination that Hacked found unsettling. "The rebels who even now desecrate our capital, know this: your victory will be short-lived. The full might of the Empire will descend upon you, and we will reclaim what is ours. This I swear, in my father's name, and in the name of every loyal Imperial citizen." The broadcast cut off abruptly, plunging the palace back into the chaos of battle. But something had changed. The Imperial forces, seemingly energized by their new Empress's words, renewed their assault with frightening intensity. Captain Hacked squeaked, his voice tight with alarm. "I'm detecting multiple new contacts entering the system. It's an Imperial fleet. A massive one." Jeb's face hardened as he assessed the situation. Looks like this race isn't over yet, people. Zeke, Vex fall back to defensive positions. Hacked, contact Admiral Decker. We're going to need everything he can send us, and fast. As Hacked scrambled to establish communication with their allies, he couldn't help but feel a mix of fear and exhilaration. Just when they thought they had crossed the finish line, the track had extended, presenting them with their greatest challenge yet. The battle for Buena Terra was entering a new phase, and the fate of the entire galaxy hung in the balance. As the sounds of renewed combat filled the air, Hacked steeled himself for what was to come. They had overcome impossible odds before, and they would do so again. The race was far from over, and the crew of the Broken Promise was ready to face whatever the newly crowned Empress could throw at them. The echoes of Empress Aria's broadcast had barely faded when the Imperial forces surged forward with renewed vigor. Hacked's paws flew across his console, desperately trying to keep up with the rapidly changing tactical situation. Multiple breach points Hacked squeaked, his whiskers twitching frantically. "They're hitting us from all sides, Captain." Jeb's face was a mask of grim determination as he assessed the situation. "Zeke, Vex shore up our defenses on the lower levels. Killian, I need you to coordinate our remaining automated turrets. We can't let them push us back any further." The palace shuddered under the assault, the sounds of battle growing ever closer. Hacked could see on his tactical display that the Imperial forces were pressing their advantage, emboldened by their new Empress's words. "They're fighting like they've got nothing to lose," Killian growled, his scarred hands dancing over the weapon's controls. Zeke's voice crackled over the comm, still somehow maintaining its upbeat tone despite the dire situation. "Well, we've got everything to lose, so I'd say that makes us even. Come on, team, let's show these Imperials what we're made of." As Hacked coordinated their defenses, he couldn't help but marvel at the sudden change in the Imperial forces. Just moments ago, they had been on the verge of retreat. Now, they fought with a fervor that bordered on fanaticism. Captain Hacked called out, a thought occurring to him. "Do you think this Empress Aria is for real? Could she really rally the entire Empire against us?" Jeb's expression darkened. "I don't know, Hacked. But real or not, she's given the Imperials something to fight for, and that makes her dangerous." Vex chimed in, her voice tight with exertion as she held off another wave of attackers. "We can't underestimate the power of a figurehead. Even if she's just a puppet, she's a symbol now. And symbols can be more dangerous than any weapon." As if to punctuate Vex's words, a massive explosion rocked the palace. Hacked's console lit up with warnings as another section of their defenses crumbled. "We can't hold them like this," Hack said, his voice filled with a mix of frustration and fear. "We need to change our strategy, find some way to turn the tables." Jeb nodded, his mind clearly racing. "You're right. We've been playing defense for too long. It's time we took a page out of our racing playbook and did something unexpected." As Jeb began to outline a daring new plan, Hacked felt a familiar surge of adrenaline. This was just like the most dangerous races they'd run, everything on the line, the odds stacked against them, with only their wits and teamwork to see them through. The Imperial forces might have a new Empress to fight for, but the crew of the Broken Promise had something just as powerful, the unbreakable bond forged through countless life or death situations. As Hacked prepared to implement Jeb's audacious new strategy, he knew that no matter what came next, they would face it together. As the Imperial assault intensified, Hack's mind raced with potential strategies. His paws flew over his console, pulling up schematics of the palace and surrounding areas. Captain Hack squeaked, his voice tight with urgency. "I think I have an idea. It's risky, but it might buy us some time." Jeb looked over, his eyebrow raised. "Let's hear it, Hacked. At this point, we need all the ideas we can get." Hacked pulled up a holographic display of the palace's power grid. "If we overload the main reactor, we could create an electromagnetic pulse. It would knock out their communications and potentially disable their weapons. But it would affect our systems too." A tense silence fell over the command center as the implications sank in. "That's a hell of a gamble," Killian growled, his scarred face creased with concern. "We'd be flying blind." Zeke's voice crackled over the comm, somehow still carrying a note of excitement despite the dire situation. Blind, maybe, but not deaf or dumb. I like it. High risk, high reward, just my style. Vex, however, seemed less enthusiastic. Sir, with all due respect, we'd be putting ourselves at a severe disadvantage. And what about the potential collateral damage? Jeb's face was a mask of concentration as he weighed their options. It's a valid concern, Vex. Hacked, what's the potential blast radius? Hacked's whiskers twitched as he ran the calculations. If we contain it properly, we should be able to limit the effect to the palace and immediate surroundings. But there's always a risk of it spreading further. The debate raged on, with the team arguing the merits and risks of such a drastic move. As they discussed, Hack's console lit up with new information. Captain, he interrupted, I've been analyzing the broadcast. It's confirmed Arya is indeed the Emperor's daughter. But there's something odd about her claim to the throne. The succession protocols seem unclear. Jeb's eyes narrowed. Interesting. File that away for now, Hacked. We might need that information later. He turned back to the team. As for the EMP plan, we'll keep it as a last resort. For now, we need to focus on more conventional tactics. As if on cue, another explosion rocked the palace. Zeke's voice came through, strained but still determined. Whatever we're going to do, we better do it fast. These imps are getting awfully cozy with our front door. Jeb nodded grimly. All right, here's what we're going to do. Zeke, I need you to create a diversion. Something flashy, something very you. Vex, while they're distracted, take your best squad and hit their flank. Hacked, coordinate with Killian to redirect our remaining defenses to support Vex's attack. As the team sprang into action, Hacked couldn't help but feel a mix of pride and apprehension. They were pushing themselves to the limit, using every trick and tactic they'd learned from their racing days. But would it be enough? The battle raged on, with Zeke's outrageous diversion involving, somehow, a makeshift fireworks display, and what sounded suspiciously like a one-man band providing just enough chaos for Vex's precision strike to make headway. But even as they fought back, Hacked could see on his tactical display that they were still vastly outnumbered. The Imperial forces, driven by their new Empress, seemed endless. As he coordinated their defenses, desperately trying to buy them more time, Hacked couldn't shake the feeling that they were missing something crucial. The key to turning this battle around was out there somewhere, hidden in the chaos of combat and the mysteries surrounding Empress Arya. As the battle raged on, Hacked found his mind racing with possibilities. Between coordinating defenses and relaying tactical information, an idea began to form in his agile mind. Captain Hacked called out, his whiskers twitching with excitement. I think I might have a way to turn this around. If we could locate Empress Arya. Jeb's eyes lit up with understanding. We could potentially end this fight before it gets any worse. Good thinking, Hacked. What do you need? Hack's paws flew over his console. I'm going to try to access the palace's internal security systems. If Arya is coordinating the Imperial forces from anywhere within the complex, we might be able to pinpoint her location. As Hacked worked, the rest of the team continued their desperate defense. Zeke's voice crackled over the comm, punctuated by the sound of blaster fire. Not to rush you, little buddy, but if you've got an ace up your sleeve, now would be a great time to play it. Working on it, Hacked muttered, his concentration absolute as he navigated the complex Imperial systems. Minutes ticked by, feeling like hours as the battle intensified around them. Hacked could hear the strain in his teammates' voices as they fought to hold their positions. Anything yet? Hacked Jeb asked, his voice tense as he coordinated their dwindling forces. Hack's ears drooped in frustration. Nothing concrete, Captain. I've managed to access the security feeds, but there's no sign of Arya. It's like she's a ghost. Vex's voice cut in, breathless from combat. Could she be broadcasting from off-world, making it seem like she's here to rally the troops? It's possible, Jeb mused, but something doesn't add up. The speed of the Imperial response, the coordination of their attacks. She has to be close. As Hacked continued his search, he couldn't shake a nagging feeling. Something about this whole situation felt off. He expanded his search, digging deeper into the palace's systems. Captain Hacked called out, his voice tight with excitement. "I think I've found something. There's a secure communication hub deep within the palace. It's heavily encrypted, but the energy signature matches the broadcast we saw earlier." Killian growled in frustration. "Great, so we know where she's hiding. But how do we get to her with an entire Imperial army between us and her?" Jeb's face hardened with determination. "We don't have to get to her. If we can disrupt that communication hub, we might be able to throw the Imperial forces into disarray." As the team began to formulate a plan to strike at the heart of the Imperial command, Hack couldn't help but feel a mix of hope and apprehension. They were so close to potentially turning the tide of this battle, but the risks were enormous. The search for Empress Arya had given them a target, but reaching it would be a challenge unlike any they'd faced before. As Hack prepared for their daring move, he knew that the next few hours would determine not just their fate, but potentially the fate of the entire galaxy. As Hack and the team debated their next move, a series of explosions rocked the palace. But these blasts were different. They were coming from outside the Imperial lines. Captain Hack squeaked, his ears perking up as he analyzed the data streaming across his console. Multiple contacts approaching from the city. They're engaging the Imperial forces from behind. Jeb rushed to Hack's station, his eyes widening as he took in the tactical display. By the cosmic void, he breathed. "It's the prisoners we freed. They've made it." The comm system crackled to life, a gruff voice cutting through the static. "This is Colonel Tarak of the Free Bueno Terra Resistance. Heard you folks could use a hand." A cheer went up from the team. Zeke's exuberant voice came over the comm. "Now that's what I call perfect timing. Let's show these Imperials what happens when you mess with the good guys." Hack's paws flew over his console as he worked to coordinate their new allies with their existing defenses. It was a delicate balance, integrating these fresh but unfamiliar forces into their strategy. Hack Jeb ordered, "I need you to liaison with Colonel Tarak. Get his forces up to speed on our situation and coordinate their movements with ours." "On it," Captain Hack replied, already opening a secure channel to the resistance forces. As Hack worked, he could see the tide of battle slowly beginning to turn. The Imperial forces, caught between their defensive position and the newly arrived resistance fighters, were starting to falter. Colonel Tarak Hack communicated, his voice filled with urgency. "We've located a potential command center for the Imperial forces. If we can neutralize it, we might be able to end this fight." "Understood," Little One, Tarak's gravelly voice replied. "What do you need from us?" Hack quickly outlined their plan, coordinating the resistance forces to provide a distraction while a small team would attempt to infiltrate the secure communication hub. As the plan was set in motion, Hack couldn't help but feel a surge of hope. They were still outnumbered, still facing incredible odds, but for the first time since Empress Arya's broadcast, it felt like they had a fighting chance. Captain Hack reported, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "Colonel Tarak and his forces are in position. We're ready to make our move on the communication hub." Jeb nodded, his face set with determination. "Good work, Hack. Zeke, Vex, you're with me. We're going after that hub. Killian, you're in charge here. Keep coordinating with Hack and the resistance forces." As Jeb and the strike team prepared to depart, Hack felt a mixture of anxiety and determination. They were about to make their most daring move yet, and everything hinged on its success. The battle for Bueno Terra had entered its most critical phase. With the arrival of reinforcements, they had been given a second wind. But Hack knew that in races like these, the final stretch was often the most dangerous. As he turned back to his console, ready to coordinate the most complex tactical operation of his life, Hack silently hoped that their streak of defying the odds would hold out just a little longer. The fate of the galaxy hung in the balance, and the finish line had never seemed so close, yet so perilously far away. As Jeb and the strike team made their way towards the communication hub, Hack remained glued to his console, coordinating the complex dance of their forces with the newly arrived resistance fighters. His paws flew across the controls, his racing instincts allowing him to anticipate and react to the ever-changing battlefield with uncanny precision. Hacked Killian's gruff voice cut through his concentration. Anything new on those Imperial systems you tapped into? Hack's whiskers twitched as he quickly switched screens, diving back into the palace's databases. Nothing yet, but let me dig a little deep. Wait a minute. His voice trailed off as something caught his eye. Buried deep within the Imperial files was an encrypted document that seemed out of place. As Hack worked to decrypt it, his eyes widened in disbelief. Killian, he squeaked, his voice tight with excitement and disbelief. You need to see this. It's about Empress Arya and the Imperial succession. As Killian leaned in to look, Hack quickly opened a comm channel to Jeb and the strike team. Captain, we found something crucial. The document I'm looking at, it suggests that Arya isn't the true heir to the throne. What? Jeb's voice crackled over the comm, surprise evident even through the static. Explain. Hacked. According to this, Hacked continued, his paws shaking slightly as he scrolled through the document. There's another heir. The Emperor had a son, kept secret for his own protection. Arya was never meant to take the throne. The implications of this revelation hung heavy in the air. If true, it could potentially destabilize the entire Imperial power structure. Good work. Hack. Jeb's voice came through, tense with concentration. We're approaching the communication hub now. This information could be crucial in confronting Arya. As Hack relayed the information to Colonel Tarak and the other team leaders, he couldn't shake the feeling that they were on the verge of something monumental. The battle around them seemed to fade into the background as the potential consequences of this discovery loomed large. Suddenly, Hack's console lit up with urgent warnings. Captain, he cried out, I'm detecting a massive energy spike from the communication hub. Whatever they're doing in there, it's big. Before Jeb could respond, all screens in the palace flickered to life. Empress Arya's face appeared, her expression a mixture of triumph and cold determination. Rebels of Buena Terra, her voice rang out, filling every corner of the embattled palace. Your futile resistance ends now. Witness the true power of the Empire. As her image faded, Hack's sensors went haywire. Something was happening, something big enough to make his fur stand on end. Captain Hack called out, his voice filled with panic. I'm detecting multiple hyperspace signatures. Something's coming through, and it's massive. As the team watched in horror, a colossal shape began to materialize in Buena Terra's orbit. It was unlike anything Hack had ever seen, a superweapon of terrifying proportions. By the cosmic void, Killian breathed, his usual gruff demeanor shaken. What is that thing? Hack's paws trembled as he analyzed the readings. I don't know, but its power levels are off the charts. If that thing fires. He didn't need to finish the sentence. They all knew what it meant. In a single moment, the tide of battle had turned once again. Their hard-fought gains, the revelation about Arya's legitimacy, all of it seemed insignificant in the face of this new, overwhelming threat. As alarms blared and the palace shook with renewed Imperial assault, Hack exchanged a look of determination with Killian. They had overcome impossible odds before. Somehow they would have to do it again. Thank you so much for listening to this story. I hope you loved it. Please remember to subscribe if you did like it so you can see more videos like this. And please give us a like and a comment too. I'll see you in the next one. The colossal superweapon loomed in Buena Terra's orbit, its mere presence sending shockwaves of fear through the rebel forces. Hack's paws trembled as he worked furiously at his console, trying to make sense of the flood of data pouring in. Captain Hack squeaked, his voice tight with panic. I'm detecting massive troop deployments all over the city. They're using the superweapon as a transport hub. Jeb's face was grim as he assessed the situation. How many are we talking about, Hack? Thousands, Hack replied, his whiskers drooping. Maybe tens of thousands. They're overwhelming our positions faster than I can track them. The palace shuddered under renewed assault, the Imperial forces pressing their advantage with ruthless efficiency. Hack's screens lit up with distress signals from their allied positions across the city. We're losing ground in sectors 3 through 7, Killian reported, his gruff voice strained. The resistance fighters are being pushed back to the inner districts. Zeke's usually cheerful voice crackled over the comm, now tinged with desperation. "It's a bloodbath out here, Captain. We can't hold them off much longer." Hack watched in dismay as their carefully coordinated defense crumbled under the onslaught. His racing instincts screamed at him to find a way out, to plot an escape route, but the sheer numbers they faced seemed insurmountable. Captain Hack said, his voice small but determined, "I hate to say it, but I think we need to consider abandoning our position. If we stay here, we'll be overrun." Jeb's jaw clenched as he weighed their options. The decision to give up their hard-won ground clearly pained him, but Hack could see the moment he realized the truth of the situation. "You're right," Jeb finally said, his voice heavy. "We can't win this fight. Not here, not now." He turned to address the team. "All units, prepare for immediate evacuation. Hack, I need an exit strategy, now." As Hack's mind raced to formulate an escape plan, he couldn't help but feel a crushing sense of defeat. They had come so far, accomplished so much, only to be driven back by this overwhelming force. The superweapon hung in the sky like a malevolent eye, a constant reminder of the Empire's renewed strength. As Hack plotted their retreat, he wondered how they could possibly hope to stand against such power. But even in this darkest moment, a small part of him refused to give up hope. They had overcome impossible odds before. Somehow, some way, they would have to do it again. "Everyone, move now." Jeb's voice cut through the chaos as the team scrambled to evacuate their position. Hack's paws flew over his portable console, guiding their retreat through the labyrinthine corridors of the palace. "There's a service tunnel 2 levels down," Hack squeaked, his ears twitching nervously as he analyzed the schematics. "It should lead us out to the lower city districts." The sounds of battle grew ever closer as they made their way through the once grand halls, now scarred by blaster fire and explosions. Hack's heart raced, his racing instincts kicking into high gear as he calculated and recalculated their escape route on the fly. "Zeke, Vex, cover our rear," Jeb ordered as they reached the entrance to the service tunnel. "Hack, take point with me. Your navigation skills are our best chance of getting out of here in one piece." As they plunged into the dimly lit tunnel, Hack couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. They were leaving behind not just a strategic position, but a symbol of their hard-fought victories. The palace that had once represented imperial oppression, and then briefly their triumph, was now slipping back into enemy hands. "Wait," Killian called out suddenly. "We can't leave empty-handed. The intel we gathered on Empress Aria." Jeb nodded grimly. "You're right. Hacked, can you access the palace systems remotely? Download everything we've uncovered." Hack's paws were already moving, establishing a connection to the palace mainframe. "On it, Captain. But we'll need to move fast. Once the Imperials realize what we're doing, they'll lock us out for good." The team huddled around Hack as he worked, their weapons trained on the tunnel entrance. The distant sounds of Imperial troops grew louder with each passing second. "Got it," Hack exclaimed, relief flooding through him as the download completed. "Everything we found about Aria, the succession, all of it, it's all here." "Good work," Jeb said, squeezing Hack's shoulder. "Now let's move. We're not out of this yet." As they continued their harrowing journey through the tunnel, Hack couldn't shake the feeling of loss. They had come so close to victory, only to have it snatched away by the arrival of that monstrous superweapon. The tunnel began to slope upward, and soon they could see a faint light ahead. As they emerged into the lower city streets, the full impact of their retreat hit home. Columns of smoke rose from multiple sectors, and the sky was filled with Imperial ships and troop transports. By the cosmic void, Zeke breathed, his usual bravado subdued. "We've got our work cut out for us now." Jeb's face was set with grim determination. "We're not beaten yet. We've just entered a new phase of the race. Hacked, find us a safe route. We need to regroup and contact our scattered allies." As Hack began to plot their course through the hostile city, he tried to hold on to hope. They had lost this battle, but the war wasn't over. They still had the intel on Aria, and they still had each other. The fight for Buena Terra and the fate of the galaxy had taken a dark turn. But Hack knew that as long as they kept moving, kept fighting, there was still a chance. They just had to stay one step ahead of the Empire and find a way to turn the tables once again. The streets of Buenos Aires had become a maze of danger and uncertainty. Hack's ears swiveled constantly, alert for any sign of approaching Imperial patrols as he guided the team through the war-torn city. Another squad, 2 blocks east, Hack whispered, his nose twitching as he picked up the scent of ozone from their energy weapons. We need to cut through this alley to avoid them. Jeb nodded, motioning for the team to follow. They moved silently, years of working together allowing them to communicate with just gestures and looks. The once grand capital had become a shadowy labyrinth, and Hack found himself drawing on every racing instinct he'd ever honed to navigate it. Hold up, Killian growled softly, raising a hand. The group froze as a patrol of Imperial troops marched past the alley's entrance, barely meters away. Hack's heart pounded in his chest, but he forced himself to stay calm. His mind raced, calculating alternate routes and escape vectors. This was just another race, he told himself. A deadly, high-stakes race where the track kept changing, but a race nonetheless. As the patrol passed, Zeke let out a low whistle. That was too close for comfort. Any idea where we're heading, little navigator? Hack consulted his portable datapad, which he'd managed to link to some of the city's remaining functional systems. There's an old underground transit station about 1 kilometer from here. If we can reach it, it might provide shelter and a way to move around the city undetected. Good thinking, Hack Jeb said, his voice low but filled with approval. Lead the way. As they made their way through the city, ducking from cover to cover, Hack couldn't help but marvel at how quickly everything had changed. Just hours ago, they had been on the verge of victory. Now, they were fugitives in a city they had almost liberated. The distant hum of the superweapon in orbit was a constant reminder of their predicament. Hack's fur stood on end every time he caught a glimpse of it through gaps in the buildings. Its presence seemed to loom over everything, a symbol of the Empire's resurgent power. Imperial dropship, incoming Vex, hissed suddenly. Everyone, take cover. The team scattered, diving behind rubble and into doorways as the dropship roared overhead. Hack found himself pressed against a wall, his small size allowing him to squeeze into a narrow gap. He held his breath as troops disembarked nearby, their heavy footsteps echoing through the street. For a tense few minutes, the team remained hidden as the Imperial forces conducted a sweep of the area. Hack's mind raced, trying to calculate their chances if they were discovered. But luck was on their side, and eventually the troops moved on. That was too damn close, Killian muttered as they regrouped. Jeb's face was grim. We can't keep this up forever. Hacked, how much further to that transit station? Just a few more blocks, Hack replied, checking his datapad. But we'll need to be careful. Imperial activity is increasing in this sector. As they resumed their cautious journey, Hack couldn't shake a feeling of dread. They were some of the most wanted beings in the galaxy now, trapped on a hostile planet with seemingly endless enemies searching for them. But as he looked at his teammates, his family, he felt a spark of hope. They had overcome impossible odds before. Somehow they would find a way to do it again. The abandoned transit station was a welcome respite from the dangers of the streets above. As the team caught their breath in the cavernous space, Hack set to work, his paws flying over his datapad as he attempted to establish a secure connection to any remaining friendly networks. Any luck contacting our allies? Jeb asked, his voice echoing slightly in the empty station. Hack's whiskers twitched in frustration. Not yet, Captain. The Imperial jamming is strong, but I'm working on a workaround. I might be able to. He trailed off, his eyes widening as something unexpected flashed across his screen. Act. What is it? Zeke asked, noticing the navigator's sudden change in demeanor. I think I've tapped into an Imperial communication channel, Hack squeaked, his voice tinged with disbelief. And there's something here about Empress Aria. It's horrifying. The team gathered around Hack as he decrypted and displayed the intercepted messages. What they saw made even the battle-hardened Killian draw in a sharp breath. By the cosmic void, Vex whispered, her face pale. She killed her own brother. Hack nodded grimly, his paws shaking slightly as he scrolled through the data. Not just her brother. According to this, Aria systematically eliminated every potential heir to the throne. Cousins, distant relatives, anyone with even a drop of royal blood. She's been planning this for years. Jeb's face hardened as he read the details. She's worse than her father ever was. This isn't just about maintaining power. She's obsessed with it, willing to destroy her own family to keep it. And now she has that super weapon, Killian growled. A tyrant with a planet killer. It doesn't get much worse than that. As the team absorbed the shocking information, Hacked continued to dig deeper into the intercepted data. Each new revelation painted a darker picture of Empress Aria and her plans for the galaxy. She's not stopping with Buena Terra, Hacked reported, his voice quivering. There are plans here for a galaxy-wide purge. Anyone who ever showed even a hint of disloyalty to the Empire, she wants them all eliminated. The gravity of the situation settled over the group like a heavy shroud. They had thought they were on the verge of liberating the galaxy, only to find themselves facing a threat more terrifying than they had ever imagined. We can't let this happen, Jeb said, breaking the tense silence. Somehow we have to find a way to stop her. Zeke, usually the first with a quip or joke, was uncharacteristically serious. But how? We're outgunned, outnumbered, and trapped on a hostile planet. It seems impossible. Jeb's eyes blazed with determination. Impossible is what we do best. We've faced long odds before. We'll find a way. We have to. As the team began to discuss potential strategies, Hacked couldn't help but feel a mixture of dread and resolve. The race they were in now was unlike any they had ever faced. The stakes were higher, the dangers greater, and the finish line further away than ever. But as he looked at his teammates, seeing the determination in their eyes, Hacked knew they wouldn't give up. The abandoned transit station hummed with nervous energy as Hacked worked tirelessly to establish contact with their scattered allies. His paws danced across the makeshift communication array he'd cobbled together from salvaged parts and his own ingenuity. Any luck? Jeb asked, his voice tight with concern. Hack's whiskers twitched in concentration. I think I've managed to bypass the worst of the Imperial jamming, Captain. Sending out encrypted pings now. The team waited in tense silence, the only sound the soft beeping of Hack's equipment. Suddenly, a crackle of static broke through, followed by a familiar voice. This is Colonel Tarak. Any friendlies out there? A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Jeb leaned in, speaking into the comm. Tarak, it's Jeb. We're holed up in the old transit station in Sector 7. What's your status? Alive. But barely Tarak's voice came through, strained but determined. We've got about 36 fighters with us, hiding in the industrial district. The Imperials are everywhere. As Jeb coordinated with Tarak, Hacked continued to send out signals, searching for any other survivors. Slowly, responses began to trickle in. A group of resistance fighters in the southern districts. A handful of their allies from the palace, who had managed to escape during the chaos. Even a few civilian groups who had taken up arms against the Imperial occupation. Okay, listen up, Jeb addressed the team and their distant allies through the comm. We need to regroup, but moving large numbers through the city is too risky. Hacked, can you coordinate safe routes for small groups to make their way here? Hacked nodded, already pulling up city schematics on his datapad. On it, Captain. I can use the old maintenance tunnels and lesser-known paths to guide them in. It'll take time, but it's our best shot at avoiding Imperial patrols. For the next few hours, Hacked became the lifeline for their scattered forces. His racing instincts, honed by years of navigating treacherous courses, now served to guide their allies through the dangerous streets of Buena Terra. Every successful arrival was a small victory, a spark of hope in their dire situation. Another group incoming, Hacked reported, his ears perked as he listened to the soft footsteps approaching their hideout. 5. No, 6 life signs, friendly signatures. Zeke and Vex moved to the entrance, weapons ready just in case. But their caution turned to relief as they recognized the newcomers, a mixed group of resistance fighters and palace staff. As the new arrivals were welcomed and briefed on the situation, Hacked couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. They were battered, hunted, and vastly outnumbered, but they weren't beaten. Not yet. How many more are out there? Killian asked, peering over Hack's shoulder at the datapad. Hack's whiskers drooped slightly. Hard to say. I've lost contact with several groups. They could be laying low, or... He didn't need to finish the thought. They all knew the risks. Jeb placed a reassuring hand on Hack's shoulder. You're doing great work, Hacked. Every person you bring in is another fighter for our cause, another chance at turning this around. As Hack turned back to his communications array, ready to guide in the next group, he held on to that thought. Each life saved, each ally reunited, was a small victory against the Empire. And right now, those small victories were all they had. Hours had passed since the last group of allies had made it safely to their hideout. Hack sat hunched over his makeshift communications array, his ears twitching at every static burst, hoping for another signal from their scattered comrades. The transit station was now a hub of hushed activity. Resistance fighters huddled in small groups, tending to wounds and sharing meager rations. The air was thick with tension and the lingering smell of blaster fire and fear. Anything, Jeb asked softly, approaching Hack's station. Hack shook his head, his whiskers drooping. Nothing for the past 2 hours, Captain. I've sent out more encrypted pings, but... He trailed off, the implications hanging heavily in the air. Jeb nodded grimly. Keep at it. If anyone's still out there, they'll need us to guide them in. As Jeb moved away to confer with Killian and Zeke, Hack found his mind wandering. How had it come to this? Just days ago, they were on the verge of liberating the galaxy. Now, they were huddled in an abandoned station, fugitives on a world they had almost freed. The weight of their situation pressed down on Hack. The superweapon looming in orbit, Empress Aria's ruthless plans, the sheer number of Imperial forces hunting them, it all seemed insurmountable. For a moment, he felt a wave of despair threatening to overwhelm him. But then he looked around at his crewmates, at the determined faces of the resistance fighters who had made it to their sanctuary. He saw the same mix of fear and hope in their eyes that he felt in his heart. They weren't giving up, and neither would he. Suddenly, a faint beep from his console snapped Hack back to attention. His paws flew over the controls, trying to isolate the signal. Captain, he called out, his voice tight with excitement. I've got something. It's faint, but it's definitely one of ours. The team gathered around as Hack worked to establish communication. Through bursts of static, a voice emerged. This is Gamma Squad. Heavy Imperial presence. Need extraction. Gamma Squad. This is Hacked, he responded, his voice steady despite his racing heart. We're sending you coordinates for a safe route. Can you make it? There was a tense moment of silence before the reply came affirmative. Moving now. Will advise. As Hack relayed the coordinates and guided the squad through the dangerous city streets, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. They might be down, but they weren't out. Every life saved, every ally reunited, was a small victory against the Empire's overwhelming force. The anxious vigil continued, with all eyes now on the entrance to their hideout. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours as they waited for any sign of Gamma Squad. Finally, the sound of approaching footsteps set everyone on edge. Weapons were raised, ready for anything. But when the weary, battered members of Gamma Squad stumbled into view, a collective sigh of relief echoed through the station. As the newcomers were welcomed and tended to, Jeb gathered the core team. We can't stay here much longer, he said, his voice low but firm. The Imperials will eventually sweep this sector. We need a plan. Hack nodded, his mind already racing with possibilities. They were still vastly outnumbered, outgunned, and trapped on a hostile world. But they had something the Empire didn't, the unbreakable bond forged through countless races and battles. As the team began to discuss their next move, Hack felt a glimmer of hope. If anyone could find a way to overcome these impossible odds, it was the crew of the Broken Promise. Hack worked tirelessly at the makeshift console he'd cobbled together from salvaged parts. The abandoned transit station hummed with the low murmur of their gathered allies, but Hack's focus was entirely on the stream of data flowing across his screen. Captain Hack called out, his whiskers twitching with nervous energy. I think you need to see this. Jeb made his way over, followed closely by Killian and Vex. What have you found, Hack? It's about Empress Aria, Hack said, his voice low. I've managed to decrypt more of the files we pulled from the palace systems. It's worse than we thought." As the team huddled around the small screen, Hack began to lay out what he'd discovered. Maria's been planning this for years. Long before we even started our rebellion, she didn't just kill her brother and other heirs. She's been systematically eliminating anyone who could possibly challenge her rule. Killian's face darkened. We knew she was ruthless, but this... Hack nodded grimly. It goes deeper. She's got plans for re-education camps, for purging entire systems of undesirables. And that superweapon, it's just the first of many she plans to build. Vex's eyes widened in horror. She's not just trying to maintain the Empire. She's aiming to expand it, to conquer the entire galaxy. And she's using us as the excuse, Jeb said, his voice tight with anger. Our rebellion is her justification for all of this. She's painting us as terrorists, using the fear we've created to consolidate her power. As Hack continued to relay the information he'd uncovered, the weight of their situation settled heavily on the team. They had thought they were close to victory, but now it seemed they had inadvertently paved the way for an even more terrible regime. "There's more," Hack said, his ears drooping. "She's not just content with ruling the Empire. She's actively hunting us down. There are orders here, bounties on our heads. She wants us captured or killed, to make an example of us." The team exchanged grim looks. They had been hunted before, but never like this. Never by someone with the resources of an entire empire at their disposal. "So what do we do?" Killian asked, voicing the question on everyone's mind. Jeb's face was set with determination. "We fight. We expose her for what she is. We show the galaxy the truth about their new empress." As the team began to discuss strategies, Hack couldn't shake a feeling of dread. They were up against something far bigger and more terrible than they had ever faced before. The race that had defined their lives had transformed into something far more deadly, with the fate of the entire galaxy hanging in the balance. But as he looked at his crewmates, his family, Hack felt a spark of hope. They had overcome impossible odds before. Somehow, they would find a way to do it again. They had to. The alternative was too horrifying to contemplate. The air in the abandoned transit station was thick with tension as Hack continued to monitor their makeshift communications array. Suddenly, his ears perked up, catching a faint signal amidst the static. Captain Hack called out, his voice urgent. "I'm picking up Imperial chatter. They know where we are." Jeb rushed over, his face grim. "How? We've been so careful." As Hack decrypted more of the intercepted messages, his heart sank. "It looks like they captured some of our militia members. They broke under interrogation." A heavy silence fell over the group as the implications sank in. Their sanctuary was compromised. Before anyone could react further, the station shook violently. The sound of explosions filled the air, followed by the ominous hum of Imperial dropships. "We're under attack," Killian shouted, already moving to defensive positions. "Everyone, battle stations." Chaos erupted as their allies scrambled to prepare for the assault. Hack's paws flew over his console, trying to get a read on the Imperial forces bearing down on them. Multiple entry points, Hack squeaked, his fur standing on end. "They're coming in from all sides." Jeb's voice cut through the pandemonium, steady and authoritative. "Zeke, take your team and secure the north entrance. Vex, you're on the south. Killian, coordinate our heavy weapons. Hack, I need you to find us an escape route. We might need to bug out fast." As Hack worked frantically to map potential escape routes, the sound of blaster fire grew closer. The acrid smell of smoke began to fill the air as explosions rocked the station. "They've breached the outer defenses," someone shouted. Hack looked up from his console to see Imperial soldiers pouring into the station. The air was filled with energy bolts as their allies returned fire, but it was clear they were vastly outgunned. "Status on that escape route," Jeb called out, firing his blaster at the encroaching enemy. "Working on it," Captain Hack replied, his mind racing. "There's a maintenance tunnel that leads to the surface, but it's on the other side of the station. We'll have to fight our way through." As Hack relayed the information to Jeb, he saw Zeke's team engaging in fierce close-quarters combat with the Imperials. Zeke was a whirlwind of motion, his flamboyant style somehow effective even in the heat of battle. But the Imperial forces kept coming, an endless tide of white armor and precise shots. Hacked watched in horror as allies fell around them, the station that had been their sanctuary turning into a death trap. "We can't hold them," Vex shouted over the din of battle. "There's too many." Jeb's face was set with grim determination. "Fall back to the maintenance tunnel. We'll cover your retreat." As Hacked prepared to move, he couldn't shake the feeling that this might be their last stand. The Empire had found them, and they were bringing everything they had to bear. The race for survival had never been more desperate, and Hacked knew that not everyone would make it to the finish line this time. The maintenance tunnel echoed with the sounds of battle as Hacked and the others fought their way through. The air was thick with smoke and the acrid smell of blaster fire. Hack's heart raced as he guided the team, his racing instincts now being used to navigate a deadly urban battlefield. "Watch out," Hacked squeaked, spotting a squad of soldiers rounding the corner ahead. Killian reacted instantly, laying down suppressing fire as the others took cover. The close quarters of the tunnel made every encounter a life-or-death struggle. Suddenly, Zeke's voice crackled over their comms. "They're pushing hard on our flank. We need backup." "Zeke, fall back," Jeb ordered. "We can't hold this position." But Zeke's response was drowned out by a massive explosion that shook the entire tunnel. When the dust settled, their comms were filled with panicked voices. "Zeke's team is cut off," someone shouted. The tunnels collapsed. Vex's face paled. "We have to go back for them." Jeb's expression was pained but resolute. "We can't. We'd be overrun in minutes." Zeke knew the risks. As if to punctuate Jeb's words, Zeke's voice came through one last time, broken and static-filled. "Go. Get out of here. We'll hold them as long as we can." Vex let out a cry of anguish as the comm went dead. Hacked felt a wave of despair wash over him. Zeke, with all his flamboyance and bravery, was gone. But there was no time to mourn. The Imperial forces were still coming, and they were running out of options. "This way," Hacked called out, leading them down a branching path. "There's an access hatch to the surface about 200 meters ahead." As they ran, Hacked could hear the sounds of combat behind them. More of their allies were falling, buying time with their lives for the core team to escape. They reached the access hatch, but as Killian worked to open it, another explosion rocked the tunnel. Debris rained down and Hacked heard cries of pain from some of their remaining crew members. "Go," Jeb shouted as the hatch finally opened. "Everyone up, now." Hacked scrambled up the ladder, his small size allowing him to move quickly. As he emerged onto the war-torn streets of Buena Terra, he did a quick head count. His heart sank as he realized how few of them had made it. Jeb, Killian, and Vex were there, along with a handful of others. But so many faces were missing. The crew that had become his family over years of racing and fighting was now a fraction of what it had been. Vex's eyes were hollow with shock and grief. "Zeke, he's really gone." Killian placed a hand on her shoulder, his usual gruffness softened by shared loss. "He died a hero, Vex. They all did." As the reality of their losses sank in, Hacked felt a mixture of sorrow and determination. They had suffered a devastating blow, but they were still alive, still fighting. The streets of Buena Terra were a war zone. Smoke billowed from burning buildings, and the sound of distant explosions echoed through the air. Hack's ears swiveled constantly, alert for any sign of approaching danger as he led the remnants of their team through the chaos. Imperial patrol. Coming in from the east, Hack squeaked, his nose twitching as he caught the scent of ozone from their energy weapons. Jeb motioned for everyone to take cover in the shadows of a collapsed building. "We need to find a way off this planet," he whispered, his voice tight with urgency. "Hacked, any ideas?" Hack's mind raced, drawing on every scrap of knowledge he'd gleaned from their time on Buena Terra. "There's a small spaceport about 2 kilometers from here," he said. "It's risky, but it might be our best shot at finding a ship." As they began to move towards the spaceport, the sound of Imperial dropships grew louder. Suddenly, the building next to them erupted in flames as a stray shot from the aerial battle above found its mark. "Run!" Killian shouted, firing his blaster at a squad of soldiers that had appeared through the smoke. The team sprinted through the burning streets, dodging energy bolts and leaping over debris. Hack's small size allowed him to navigate the chaos with agility, but he could hear the labored breathing of his companions as they pushed themselves to their limits. Vex, still reeling from the loss of Zeke, moved with a fierce determination. Her eyes burned with a mix of grief and rage as she took down Imperial troops with deadly precision. As they rounded a corner, they found themselves face to face with an Imperial walker. The massive machine loomed over them, its weapons powering up. "Scatter!" Jeb yelled, diving for cover as the walker opened fire. The street erupted in explosions, shrapnel flying everywhere. Hack felt a sharp pain in his side as a piece of debris grazed him, but he forced himself to keep moving. "This way," he called out, spotting a narrow alley that the walker couldn't follow them into. The team regrouped in the alley, all of them breathing heavily. Hack did a quick count, his heart sinking as he realized they'd lost 2 more of their companions in the chaos. "We're almost there," Jab said, his voice steady despite the dire situation. "Just a little further to the spaceport." As they emerged from the alley, the spaceport came into view, but between them and potential salvation was a gauntlet of Imperial forces. "One last push," Killian growled, checking his weapon. "We didn't come this far to fail now." With a collective nod, the team surged forward. Blaster fire filled the air as they fought their way towards the spaceport. Hack's racing instincts were in overdrive, guiding him through the chaos with an almost preternatural awareness. They were meters away from the spaceport entrance when another explosion rocked the area. The building they were passing began to collapse, flames engulfing its structure. "Keep going," Jeb shouted, urging the team forward as burning debris rained down around them. Hack's lungs burned as he ran, the heat of the flames singeing his fur. He could hear the others right behind him, their footsteps pounding in sync with his racing heart. As they burst out of the inferno and into the relative safety of the spaceport, Hack allowed himself a moment of hope. They had made it this far against impossible odds. Maybe, just maybe, they could find a way off this planet and continue their fight against Empress Aria's tyranny. But as he turned to make sure everyone had made it, Hack saw the grim determination on Jeb's face. They had escaped the immediate danger, but their race was far from over. The galaxy still hung in the balance, and the crew of the Broken Promise, what was left of it, was the only hope for freedom. The spaceport loomed before them, a potential gateway to their next challenge. As they prepared to search for a ship, Hack knew that whatever came next would push them to their absolute limits. Hack's heart raced as he led the team through the chaotic spaceport, his sensitive ears swiveling to catch any sound of approaching danger. The acrid smell of smoke and ozone filled his nostrils, a constant reminder of the battle raging outside. "This way," Hack squeaked, ducking behind a cargo container as an Imperial patrol marched past. The rest of the team followed, their movements honed by years of racing and combat. As they reached the far end of the docking bay, Hack's eyes widened. There, nestled between 2 larger freighters, sat a sleek, unfamiliar ship. Its design was unlike anything he'd seen before, all smooth lines and gleaming metal. "That's our ticket out of here," Jeb muttered, his eyes scanning for any signs of a crew. Killian grunted in agreement. "Looks fast. Hopefully it's got some teeth too." Hack scurried over to the ship's access panel, his small paws already working to bypass the security systems. Years of racing had made him an expert at hot wiring ships, but this one was proving challenging. Come on," Hack whispered, his whiskers twitching in concentration. Suddenly, the panel beeped and the airlock hissed open. "Got it," Hack exclaimed, a hint of pride in his voice. "Nice work," Vex said, her eyes still scanning for threats. "Let's move." The team piled into the ship, marveling at the advanced technology that surrounded them. Hack immediately made his way to the navigation console, his paws flying over the unfamiliar controls. "Spread out," Jeb ordered. "Learn everything you can about this ship. We need to be ready to fly at a moment's notice. As Hack delved into the ship's systems, he couldn't shake a feeling of unease. They had escaped the immediate danger, but he knew their troubles were far from over. The Empire's forces were still out there, and they were running out of time. With a deep breath, Hack focused on the task at hand. They needed to understand this ship, and fast. Their lives and perhaps the fate of the entire galaxy depended on it. Hack's paws danced across the navigation console, absorbing every bit of information he could about their newfound ship. The others were scattered throughout the vessel, each focusing on their areas of expertise. "All right," Jeb's voice rang out from the pilot's seat. "I think I've got a handle on the flight controls. Hacked, can you request clearance for takeoff?" "On it," Captain Hack replied, his whiskers twitching as he accessed the communication systems. He opened a channel to Spaceport Control, trying to keep his voice steady. "Spaceport Control, this is." He hesitated, realizing he didn't know the ship's designation, requesting immediate clearance for departure. As they waited for a response, Killian's gruff voice cut through the tension. We've got company. And they don't look friendly." Hack's eyes darted to the external camera feed. His breath caught in his throat as he saw a group of Imperial troops approaching. But these weren't the standard soldiers they'd encountered before. Their armor gleamed a brilliant white, seeming to shine even in the dim light of the spaceport. "What in the cosmic void are those?" Vex muttered, her hand instinctively moving to her weapon. Before anyone could respond, a smooth, artificial voice filled the cockpit. "Those would be the White Guard, also known colloquially as the Whites. They are the Empire's most elite troops." The team froze, exchanging startled glances. Hack's fur stood on end as he realized the voice was coming from the ship itself. "Who? What are you?" Hack squeaked, his eyes darting around the cockpit. "I am the ship's artificial intelligence," the voice replied, a hint of amusement in its tone. "I apologize for not introducing myself earlier. I was curious to see how long it would take you to notice me." Jeb recovered first, his face a mixture of surprise and wariness. "Well, that's unexpected. Can you tell us more about these Whites?" As the AI began to explain, Hack turned his attention back to the approaching troops. He couldn't shake the feeling that they had just jumped from the frying pan into the fire. The White Guard's presence complicated things significantly, and Hack knew their chances of a clean getaway had just plummeted. As the AI continued its explanation of the White Guard, Hack's paws flew over the ship's computer, searching for any additional information. His eyes widened as he delved deeper into the data. Captain Hack squeaked, his voice tight with worry. "I found more details about the White Guard's armor. It's incredibly advanced. Thick plating, energy shielding, built-in weapon systems. It's like nothing we've encountered before." Killian let out a low whistle. "Well, isn't that just my luck? I knew getting this ship was too easy. Should have figured there'd be a catch." Jeb's face hardened as he processed the information. "How have we managed to fight them off until now?" Hack's whiskers drooped as he realized the implications. We must have gotten incredibly lucky, Captain. The troops we've faced so far weren't equipped like this. These Whites are on a whole different level." Vex peered out at the approaching soldiers, her expression grim. "So you're saying our usual tactics won't work against them?" "I'm afraid not," the AI chimed in. "The White Guard are trained to be impervious to standard guerrilla tactics. They are the Emperor's, or in this case, Empress's most trusted and capable warriors." Hack felt a chill run down his spine as he watched the White Guard draw closer to their ship. Their movements were precise, coordinated, a far cry from the often clumsy Imperial troops they'd faced before. "We need a new plan," Jeb muttered, his mind clearly racing. "Hacked, any word on that clearance?" Hack checked the comm system, his heart sinking. "Nothing yet, Captain. And without clearance. The spaceport's automated defenses would tear us apart if we tried to leave." Killian finished, his scarred face twisted in frustration. As the team debated their options, Hack couldn't help but feel a growing sense of dread. They were trapped between the elite forces of the Empire and the deadly defenses of the spaceport. Every second that passed brought the White Guard closer, and with them, the threat of capture or worse. Hack knew they needed a miracle. But they weren't beaten yet. Not by a long shot. The tension in the cockpit was thicker than the mud baths Hacked heard so much about on Julius 9 as the White Guard drew ever closer to their ship. Hack's paws trembled slightly as he monitored their approach on the external cameras. "They're almost here," Hacked squeaked, his voice barely above a whisper. 30 seconds, maybe less. Jeb's face was a mask of concentration. "Options, people. We need options." Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the ship as something heavy struck the airlock. The White Guard had arrived. "Open this vessel immediately," a commanding voice boomed from outside. "By order of Empress Arya, you are to surrender yourselves for immediate questioning." Killian's hand tightened on his weapon. "Like hell we will." Vex's eyes darted between the airlock and the cockpit windows. "We're out of time, Jeb. What's the play?" Before Jeb could respond, the ship's AI spoke up. "If I may interject, there is a rather significant detail about this vessel that you haven't yet discovered." All eyes turned to the nearest console. "What do you mean?" Jeb asked, his voice tight with urgency. "This ship is equipped with experimental cloaking technology," the AI explained. "It's untested in combat situations, but theoretically, it could allow us to slip past both the White Guard and the spaceport defenses undetected." A glimmer of hope flickered in Hack's eyes. That could work. But the energy required for such a system would be immense, the AI finished. It would drain our power reserves significantly. We would have mere minutes of cloaking capability. Another loud bang on the airlock punctuated the AI's words. The White Guard was attempting to breach the ship. "We're out of options," Jeb declared. "AI, engage the cloak. Hacked, plot us the fastest course out of here. Killian, be ready in case this doesn't work." As Hack's paws flew over the navigation console, plotting their escape route, the ship hummed to life around them. The cloaking device engaged with a low whine, and the external cameras showed a shimmering field enveloping the vessel. "Cloak engaged," the AI announced. "We have approximately 3 minutes before power reserves reach critical levels." Jeb's hands gripped the controls tightly. Here goes nothing. The ship lifted off, hovering silently above the confused White Guard. As they maneuvered towards the spaceport exit, Hacked held his breath. The automated defenses were active, scanning for any unauthorized departures. They were halfway to freedom when alarms began to blare throughout the cockpit. Warning, the AI's voice was urgent. Power reserves depleting faster than anticipated. Cloak failure imminent. Estimated time to failure 30 seconds. Hack's heart raced as he watched the spaceport's massive defense cannons swing towards them. They were so close to escape, but with the cloak failing, they were about to be exposed and vulnerable. As the seconds ticked down, Hacked exchanged a look of desperate hope with his crewmates. They had cheated death countless times before, but this might be the closest call yet. The tension in the cockpit was unbearable as the ship raced towards the spaceport exit, the cloak flickering ominously around them. Hack's paws were a blur over the navigation console, making split-second adjustments to their course. 15 seconds to cloak failure, the AI announced, its usually calm voice tinged with urgency. Jeb's knuckles were white as he gripped the controls. Come on, he muttered through gritted teeth. The massive defense cannons loomed ahead, their barrels tracking the ship's barely visible outline. Hacked held his breath, his fur standing on end as they approached the point of no return. 5 seconds, the AI warned. In a desperate move, Jeb pushed the ship's engines to their limit. They shot forward with a sudden burst of speed, the G-forces pushing them back into their seats. Just as the cloak failed completely, they cleared the spaceport's defensive perimeter. The cannons fired, but their shots went wide, unable to adjust quickly enough to the ship's unexpected acceleration. "We made it," Vex exclaimed, a rare smile breaking across her face. Killian let out a low whistle. "I'll be damned. Guess our luck hasn't run out yet." As they soared into Buena Terra's upper atmosphere, Hacked allowed himself a moment of relief. But it was short-lived. Warning, the AI's voice cut through their celebration. power reserves critically low, initiating emergency shutdown to prevent core overload. Before anyone could react, the ship's systems began to power down. The lights flickered and died, plunging them into darkness. The hum of the engines faded to silence. "Brace for freefall," Jeb shouted as the artificial gravity failed. For a terrifying moment, they were in free fall, the ship tumbling through the upper atmosphere. Hack's stomach lurched as he floated in the darkness, his small paws gripping his seat tightly. Then, with a series of beeps and whirs, the ship's systems began to reboot. Lights flickered back to life, and the comforting hum of the engines returned. Gravity reasserted itself, bringing them back to their seats with a thud. "Power restored," the AI announced. "All systems operational. We have achieved stable orbit." As the team caught their breath, Hacked looked out the viewport. The curvature of Buena Terra stretched below them, a beautiful blue-green orb marred by the scars of war. Above, the stars beckoned, offering the promise of escape and new adventures. They had made it off the planet, but Hack knew their journey was far from over. The Empire still controlled vast swathes of the galaxy, and Empress Aria's reign of terror was just beginning. But for now, they were alive, they were free, and they had a ship with capabilities they were only beginning to understand. As Jeb began to discuss their next move, Hack turned his attention to the ship's long-range scanners. Hack had barely finished checking their orbital position when the first Imperial ships began emerging from hyperspace. His console erupted with warnings as massive vessels materialized around them, their weapons already charging. Multiple contacts, Hack squeaked, his paws flying across the navigation controls. "I count 6. No, 8 Imperial dreadnoughts. And there's more coming." His ears swiveled as new alerts sounded. Fighter squadrons launching from the superweapon, at least 3 wings of Wasp-class interceptors. Through the viewport, Hack could see the massive form of the superweapon looming in the distance, its presence casting an ominous shadow over their small vessel. Below them, Buena Terra's atmosphere rippled as more ships ascended, squadrons of Mantis-class heavy fighters rising from the planetary defense bases. Energy readings from all vessels suggest they are operating at maximum combat readiness, the AI reported. Their weapon systems are fully charged and targeting solutions are locked. We are effectively surrounded on all vectors. Jeb's hands were steady on the controls as he executed a series of evasive maneuvers. "Killian, what are our options?" "Not good," Cap Killian growled from the weapons station. "This ship's got teeth, but we're talking about a full battle fleet, plus fighter support from above and below. We're in a damn vice grip." Vex, still grieving the loss of Zeke, checked their shield status. "Shields are holding, but we took a lot of damage during our escape. One good hit from those dreadnought cannons is all they need." Hack's whiskers twitched frantically as he calculated and recalculated possible escape routes. But with every passing second, more Imperial ships appeared, while the fighters from both the superweapon and the planet's surface drew closer, closing off their avenues of retreat. "I regret to inform you," the AI announced, "that given our current power levels and the enemy force disposition, successful escape is statistically impossible." Before anyone could respond, every screen in the ship flickered to life. Empress Aria's face appeared, her cold beauty made somehow more terrifying by the slight smile playing at her lips. "True of the broken promise," she began, her voice dripping with false warmth. "You've led us on quite a chase. But now, finally, you have nowhere left to run." Hack felt his fur stand on end as the Empress's gaze seemed to pierce right through him. The woman who had ordered the death of her own family, who dreamed of galactic domination, now had them trapped between her warships, her fighters, and her planet's defenses. "I'm offering you one chance," Aria continued. "Surrender now, and I promise your deaths will be quick and relatively painless. Refuse," and she gestured, and the superweapon's main cannon began to glow with terrible energy. As the team exchanged desperate looks, Hack's mind began racing. Not with escape routes or tactical options, they were truly surrounded, trapped between 3 deadly forces and a weapon that could destroy entire worlds. No, Hack's thoughts turned to something else entirely. Something the AI had mentioned about the ship's power core. something that might offer not an escape, but perhaps something far more important, a chance to strike one final blow against the Empire's tyranny. The Empress's hologram waited expectantly for their answer, unaware that the small, furry navigator was already formulating a plan that would change everything. As the others debated possible responses to the Empress's ultimatum, Hacked fell silent, his small paws moving methodically across his console. The familiar motions of calculating trajectories and power readings helped steady his racing heart as a terrible plan began to form in his mind. AI, Hacked whispered, barely audible over his crewmates' heated discussion. I need to know something about our power core. If we were to initiate a complete overload, what would the yield be? There was a pause, longer than Hacked had ever experienced from the AI. When it finally responded, its voice was equally quiet. Based on current power levels and core specifications, a complete overload would generate an explosion comparable to a small nova. The blast radius would be significant. Significant enough to destroy that superweapon. Hack's whiskers twitched as he ran his own calculations. Another pause. Yes, though I feel compelled to point out that such an action would also result in our complete destruction. Hack nodded, his throat tight. Show me the escape pod systems. As the AI displayed the schematics, Hack's eyes darted between his crewmates. Jeb, who had given him a second chance at life, who had transformed him from a condemned prisoner into someone who mattered. He thought of Jeb's family waiting back on Julius 9, of his unborn child who deserved to grow up in a free galaxy. His gaze shifted to Killian, gruff and battle-scarred, but with Poppy waiting for him, their tavern a symbol of the peaceful life they'd fought so hard to achieve. And Vex, already devastated by Zeke's loss, but with so much life still ahead of her. They all had something to return to, someone waiting for them, but Hacked. Hacked had only the crew, only the ship. And sometimes family meant making the hardest choices. His paws trembled slightly as he accessed the pod systems, checking their cloaking capabilities. It would work. It had to work. Hacked. Jeb's voice cut through his thoughts. You've been quiet. Any ideas? Hack's small frame tensed as he reached for his blaster, the weight of it suddenly enormous in his paws. He took a deep breath, steadying himself for what he had to do. Yes, Captain, he said, his voice stronger than he felt. I know exactly what we need to do. As he turned to face his family, blaster raised, Hacked silently apologized for what would come next. But he had made his choice. His final race would be one of sacrifice, not survival. The AI's words echoed in his mind, comparable to a small nova, more than enough to end the threat of Arya's superweapon. More than enough to give the galaxy a chance at freedom. And if that meant Hacked had to die, well, he'd been living on borrowed time ever since that first race anyway. Hacked. Jeb's voice was filled with disbelief as he stared down the barrel of his navigator's blaster. What are you doing? Saving your lives, Hacked replied, his paw steady despite his racing heart. His eyes flicked to a data readout on his console. The Empress. She's on that superweapon. I can see her life signs clear as day, all her eggs in one basket. Then we can strike together, Killian growled, starting to rise from his station. As a team. Don't move, Hacked squeaked, his voice cracking with emotion. Please, don't make this harder than it already is. Vex's face showed dawning comprehension. The power core. You're going to overload it, aren't you? Hacked nodded, using his free paw to activate the escape pod sequences. The explosion will take out the superweapon, and Arya with it. But someone needs to pilot the ship in close enough, keep them from realizing what's happening. Like hell you will, Jeb said, taking a step forward. I won't let you sacrifice yourself. Stop! Hack's shout echoed through the bridge, surprising even himself. Captain. Jeb, you have a family. A child on the way. Killian, you have Poppy. Vex, you have your whole life ahead of you. His whiskers trembled. I'm just a small furry creature who was supposed to die in the races years ago. You gave me a life, a purpose. Now let me give it back. There has to be another way, Jeb pleaded, but Hacked could see in his captain's eyes that he understood the logic, even if he hated it. "The pods are ready," the AI announced softly. "Cloaking systems are primed. They won't be detected." Everyone in. Now Hack gestured with his blaster toward the pod access. "Don't make me shoot you, please." One by one, with tears and protests, his crewmates moved toward the pods. Killian went first, his gruff exterior cracking as he clasped Hack's shoulder. Vex followed, her face a mask of pain at losing another friend. Jeb was last, standing at the pod entrance. "Hacked, you're not just some small creature, you're family." "I know," Hacked replied, his own eyes welling up. "That's why I have to do this. Now go. Your child needs their father." The final pod sealed with a hiss, and Hacked watched on his console as they ejected, their cloaking systems rendering them invisible to Imperial sensors. His family was safe. Now he just had to make sure their sacrifice meant something. AI Hacked said, turning back to his console, "Let's give the Empress exactly what she asked for. Open a channel." As he prepared to transmit their surrender, Hacked allowed himself a small, grim smile. The Empire had tried to kill him in the races. Now he would use everything those races had taught him about sacrifice, about friendship, about family to strike a blow that would echo across the galaxy. The Empress wanted the crew of the Broken Promise. She was about to get more than she bargained for. Empress Arya Hack's voice was steady as he transmitted across the open channel. "This is the crew of the Broken Promise. We surrender." A wise choice, Arya's hologram smiled coldly. "Proceed to docking bay 7 of the superweapon. Any deviation from your approach vector will result in immediate destruction." As Hack piloted the ship forward, he worked in perfect synchronization with the AI, preparing their final act. His paws danced across the console, initiating sequences that would ensure maximum yield when the time came. "They're scanning us," the AI reported quietly. "But they won't detect the overload preparations. I'm masking our power signatures." Hack nodded, his throat tight. "Thank you for helping me do this." "You know," the AI replied, its tone almost gentle, "when you first breached my systems at the spaceport, I could have stopped you. But I saw something in your crew, a purpose worth serving. I'm honored to help you finish this fight." The superweapon grew larger in their viewport, its massive form blotting out the stars. Hacked could see the docking bay ahead, like the maw of some terrible beast waiting to swallow them whole. "Beginning final approach," Hacked announced for the benefit of their listeners. Then, quieter, "Recording device ready." "Yes," the AI confirmed. "You may begin your messages whenever you're ready." Hack took a deep breath, his paws never leaving the controls as he started speaking. "Captain. Jeb, I never told you this, but that day you chose me for your crew, I was planning to end it all. I couldn't face another death race. But you gave me purpose. You showed me what it meant to be part of something bigger than myself." He paused, swallowing hard. "Killian, you grumpy old warrior. Thank you for teaching me to fight, for treating me like I was normal-sized. Share a drink with Poppy for me, will you? And Vex, don't let Zeke's death or mine stop you from living. We died for a future worth having. Make sure you live it." The docking bay loomed closer. Imperial crews would be waiting, expecting to take them into custody. They had no idea what was coming. "Our core overload sequence is ready," the AI reported. "We'll have approximately 30 seconds after initiation." Hack nodded, his whiskers quivering slightly. "How many will we take with us?" "At minimum, the superweapon will be completely destroyed. The blast will also severely damage or destroy the nearest Imperial capital ships. And yes," the AI added, "the Empress will not survive." As they made their final approach, Hack thought about all the races he'd run, all the times he'd helped navigate the team through impossible situations. This was just one more race, but this time, crossing the finish line meant something different. "To the rest of my crew, those I call my family," he recorded his final words. "Thank you for giving a small, scared creature a home. For showing me what it meant to be brave, to be loyal, to be loved. Now go build that free galaxy we always talked about. Just remember me sometimes, okay?" The docking bay doors began to open, and Hack's paws tightened on the controls. It was almost time for his final navigation, his last great race. And this time he knew exactly where the finish line was. The ship touched down in the superweapons docking bay with a gentle thud. Through the viewport, Hacked could see squads of White Guard assembling, their pristine armor gleaming under the harsh bay lights. Behind them stood a contingent of Imperial officers, their uniforms crisp and expressions smug. "Docking complete," Hacked announced over the comm. "Awaiting further instructions, Empress." "Remain in your ship," Arya's voice commanded. "A boarding party will secure you momentarily." Hack's paws moved swiftly across his console, finalizing the last preparations. "AI, are you ready?" "Yes," the AI replied softly, "though I find myself reluctant to end our partnership. You are a remarkable being, Hacked." A small smile crossed Hack's face as he watched the White Guard approach. "You're not so bad yourself, for a machine." "The overload sequence is synchronized with my core systems," the AI continued. "When you give the word, I will ensure maximum yield. Nothing will stop the chain reaction." Hack nodded, then opened a final communication channel. This one wasn't directed at the Imperials, but at 3 cloaked escape pods far behind them. "Hey everyone," he began, his voice soft but steady. "If you're wondering why I did this, well, I learned it from you. All of you. You taught me that sometimes winning isn't about crossing the finish line first. Sometimes it's about making sure others get to race another day." He took a deep breath, watching as the boarding party reached the airlock. "Jeb, when your child asks about me someday, tell them their Uncle Hacked helped make the galaxy safe for them. Killian, I left a bottle of Zeta 9 whiskey in my quarters. The good stuff. Share it with Poppy. And Vex. I saved one of Zeke's medals from the palace. It's in one of the bags in your pod. I threw it in after you. He'd want you to have it." The airlock began to cycle. They were almost out of time. "I want you all to know," Hacked continued, his voice thick with emotion, "that these last few years have been more than I ever deserved. I was supposed to die as a nameless prisoner in those races. Instead, I got to live as part of a family. Got to matter. Got to make a difference." The inner airlock door started to open. "So don't mourn me too much, okay? I'm not afraid. I'm just finishing my last race." And this time Hack's paw moved to the final control. "This time, I know exactly where the finish line is." He cut the transmission just as the White Guard entered the ship. Behind them, he could see Empress Arya herself, resplendent in her Imperial regalia, come to witness their capture personally. Hack's whiskers twitched one final time as his paw tensed over the control. Time to show them how a racer crosses the finish line. "In the name of Empress Arya," the White Guard commander announced, stepping onto the bridge, "you are hereby." Hack's paw slammed down on the control. "Now, AI." The ship's power core began to whine, a high-pitched sound that quickly rose beyond hearing. Arya's eyes widened in sudden understanding, but it was already too late. "No," she screamed. "Stop them." "It has been an honor," Hack, the AI said calmly as energy began to cascade through the ship's systems, initiating final sequence. The White Guard raised their weapons, but Hack just smiled. His paw found the small hologram of the crew he kept at his station: Jeb, Killian, and the rest of the crew, all of them smiling after winning their first major race together. Time seemed to slow down. In his mind, Hack was back in that first race, terrified but determined. He could hear Jeb's voice guiding him, feel the thrill of his first victory. He saw every moment that had led him here, every race, every battle, every quiet evening with his found family. The power core's overload reached critical levels. The ship's hull began to glow from within as reality itself seemed to bend around them. "Warning," the AI announced to the horrified Imperials. "Core detonation in 5. Arya turned to flee, but there was nowhere to run. 4. Hacked closed his eyes, holding the image of his family in his mind. 3. The ship's hull began to fracture, pure energy spilling through the cracks. 2. "Oh, wait. Goodbye," my friends, Hacked whispered. 1. In the vast darkness of space, 3 cloaked escape pods carried their precious cargo to safety. Their occupants watched in stunned silence as a new star briefly bloomed in Buena Terra's orbit. The superweapon, along with dozens of Imperial capital ships, vanished in a sphere of pure energy that lit up the night like a supernova. When the light faded, nothing remained of the superweapon, the Empress, or the small, brave navigator who had sacrificed everything to save the galaxy. But far below, in a dingy tavern in the lower levels of Buena Terra, a group of civilians who had been watching the sky began to sing. The song spread from street to street, then city to city, and finally planet to planet. It was a song about freedom, about sacrifice, about a small furry creature who had struck the final blow against an empire. And somewhere in the void, as his atoms joined the cosmic dance of the stars, Hacked had crossed his final finish line. He had won his last race. The galaxy was free. Thank you so much for listening to this story. I hope you loved it. Please remember to subscribe if you did like it so you can see more videos like this. And please give us a like and a comment too. I'll see you in the next one.